Chapter 331. After I developed anorexia, my father tried everything to help me. He consulted many famous doctors and hired many great chefs. However, before I met you, their efforts only alleviated my symptoms, not completely cured me. Heidi said, this restaurant in the capital is one of his attempts. Jiaoyu, what a generous gesture. Your father must love you very much. Indeed. Heidi smiled gently. My father treats me very well, but this isn't really a big deal. It's just a restaurant in the city center, staffed by a group of renowned chefs from around the world. Their cooking skills may not impress me, but many nobles in the capital love their dishes. Jiaoyu, I see. While they don't meet the standards of a picky young lady, the skills of these chefs are probably among the best in the Duchy of Huntington. This restaurant is just a property to me, Heidi said. If you can cure me, I'd be happy to give it to you, along with all the staff, equipment, ingredients, and everything else you need. As for how to run this restaurant, you can decide for yourself. Our family will unconditionally support your decision. Wow! Jiaoyu was startled. Your decision seems a bit hasty. A restaurant, you say? You can just give it away? The aristocracy of this era are truly generous. Heidi smiled. I have confidence in your cooking, and I believe you can save me. Not being able to enjoy food and life is too painful. After experiencing your cooking, I no longer want to live this kind of life worse than death. Oh, Jiaoyu somewhat understood her thoughts. But I don't want to make a decision so quickly on such an important matter. Why don't I wait until I arrive in the capital and investigate the business environment there? All right. Heidi readily agreed. She simply wanted to recruit Jiaoyu, and since he still had concerns, she didn't want to scare him away. They talked for a while before the carriage slowed down, and the knight's voice rang out from the window. We're ready to set up camp. Their accommodation for the night was also a lakeside campground for travelers, but the scenery here was different. Where the lakeshore met the forest, stood a row of charming little wooden houses, suspended over the water like stilt houses. Wow! Jiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. What beautiful little houses. We stay here tonight. Andre helped her and Heidi out of the carriage, then unloaded Takuyu's kitchen utensils and their unused food. Jericho led the horses to the stables next to the camp for fodder and water. This camp only provides cabins. You need to bring your own bedding and kitchen utensils. You can cook near the campfire in the middle of the camp. Andre said, this is very close to the Royal Academy of Magic. If all goes well, we reach the capital tomorrow. The three magicians also stopped with them, reluctant to leave even though the school was right next door. Let us have one more meal. Just one more meal. We can do anything. Jiaoyu chuckled. There's really nothing we can do about you. She counted the ingredients and said, tonight we have pheasant stewed with mushrooms and pan-fried lamb buns. Well, we have plenty of rabbits, so we can roast a few and braise a few more. The leftover roast lamb from last night had already been eaten as dry food at lunch, and only a few yams and lotus roots remained, perfect for garnishing the braised rabbit pot. They had quite a few mushrooms from the innkeeper, and they still had the pheasant the hunter had given them yesterday, making a classic dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Well, when traveling, as a child of another world, one must be flexible. Let's call it pheasant stewed with mushrooms. The camp manager sells fresh wild vegetables and lake fish. Jericho was also familiar with the area. We can buy some ingredients from him. I do it. I do it. Eslan rushed out with his two friends. Leave the shopping to us. Andre helped Jiaoyu set up the snack stand and the pots, then took the chicken and rabbit to the lake to prepare them. The mutton buns had been steamed for breakfast, and there were still a dozen or so left. There was no oven in the wild, so Jiaoyu put them in a large iron pot and reheated and grilled them the same way they'd be fried in water. The dried mushrooms were quickly soaked in the crucible of time, and the yams and lotus roots were peeled and cut into pieces. After finishing all this, Andre returned with a clean pheasant and rabbit. Jiaoyu took out the mutton buns and put them aside to keep them warm with a heat preservation spell. Then he rinsed the dehaired pheasant with clean water again, chopped it into small pieces with a sharp knife, and cut the green onions, ginger and garlic into large pieces, and set them aside for later use. The rabbits were divided into two piles. Half were skewered, brushed with a mixture of soy sauce and maltose, and placed over the campfire for Andre and Jericho to grill. The other half was also cut into small pieces and marinated with sliced ginger, garlic, scallions, cooking wine, salt, and a small amount of white vinegar to remove the fishy smell. After marinating for 10 minutes, the rabbit meat was washed to remove the fishy smell, leaving only the ginger and garlic. Cooking wine, salt, and pepper were added again and marinated for another 15 minutes. Marinated twice in this way, the rabbits were essentially odorless and could be stir-fried without blanching, resulting in a full-bodied flavor. Takumi first took out a large iron wok, heated oil, and sautéed the scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. Then, he added a few star anise and added the chicken pieces, stirring constantly. For this dish, some people prefer to blanch the chicken, while others prefer to stir-fry it directly. Takumi prefers to stir-fry the chicken until dry, which makes it more fragrant and flavorful. Once the chicken is stir-fried until no excess moisture remains and a pleasant charred aroma develops, add the cooking wine and stir-fry briefly. Then, add the soy sauce and sugar mixture and continue stir-frying over high heat until the chicken is evenly colored and turns a beautiful amber color. At this point, add boiling water to create a rich, oily broth. Jiangyu lowered the heat, covered the pot, and let the pheasant simmer slowly. When the chicken is almost done, add the soaked mushrooms and continue simmering. The chicken only needs time to become delicious, so Jiangyu began to prepare the braised rabbit meat. Heat the casserole pot and sauté the scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried Sichuan peppercorns. Then, add the rabbit meat and stir-fry until it changes color. Then, add the sugar and soy sauce and continue stir-frying. Then, add some hot water and simmer the rabbit meat for about 10 minutes. The side dishes for this braised hot pot are very casual. Jiangyu originally liked to add lettuce and cucumber, but the yam and lotus root on hand are also very good choices. You just need to throw them into the casserole and cook them with the rabbit meat according to the time to get a delicious dish. Chapter 332. Andre and Jericho's roasted rabbit was also impeccable. The protein in the rabbit, combined with the soy sauce and maltose applied to the skin, reacted under the intense heat of the campfire, creating a sweet, crispy crust. Xiaoyo had noticed before that the knight and his squire, accustomed to life in the wild, were skilled at grilling, their control of the heat impeccable. Their only flaw lay in the seasoning. All he had to do was brush them with the delicious sauce, and the rest of the grilling could be safely entrusted to the master and servant. This campsite was clearly an important lodging spot on the outskirts of the capital. While at first glance the conditions might seem a bit rudimentary, it was actually no different from a barbecue farmhouse in the suburbs. Jiuyo couldn't help but grin again as he recalled the days when he, his older brother, and his cousin had gone to a farmhouse in the mountains, wearing flip-flops, to catch delicious chickens and drink chicken soup. Although conditions in this other world were limited, lacking seasonings and side dishes, life was about being happy. There was no need to strive for perfection in everything. When traveling, experience is as important as the outcome. While cooking, she had the housekeeper take Heidi for a walk by the lake to increase her calorie consumption. Anorexia is mostly a psychological issue, and after exercise, people instinctively crave food. This is why meals taste better after exercise. She could see that Heidi was a woman of strength. After correcting her stubborn aesthetic, this noble lady would be able to work in the right direction. Well, you can ask her out tomorrow morning to practice Ba Duan Jin together. Takumi took a deep breath of the fresh lake air. Living here seems perfect for morning exercises. The clear lake, the lush green forest, and the chestnut-colored stilt house. Every breath was filled with abundant oxygen and a rich magical element. Takumi stretched, lifted the lid of the pot, and examined the dishes. Perfect. The servants had already set up the folding wooden table. Roasted lamb buns, braised rabbit in a yellow saucepan, roasted rabbit, and pheasant stewed with mushrooms were served one after another. The magicians had brought back fresh vegetables and 2 lake fish, adding a pot of thick, milky fish soup and a large plate of blanched vegetables. Dinner is ready, Takumi called. A group of people appeared and sat down at the table. The servants quickly handed over bowls, plates, and utensils. At Takumi's signal, the housekeeper ladled Heidi a bowl of fish soup, tore off a roasted rabbit leg, and served a portion of blanched vegetables and pheasant stewed with mushrooms. This was a very nutritious hospital meal. Heidi's diet was usually carb-heavy, so she needed more protein and vegetable fiber. The grilled lamb buns were a bit too greasy for her, but the protein-rich rabbit, the chicken and mushrooms, after skimming off the fat from the broth, were both nutritious and gentle on the stomach, and the flavors were enough to please even the pickiest eater. Heidi sat at the table and took a deep breath. Ever since meeting the Lich yesterday, she had begun looking forward to mealtime. Eating, which had once felt like torture, suddenly became a pleasure. Heidi felt she hadn't felt such a sense of ease and joy in ages. It was as if she had been pulled from the gloomy world of death, and once again, stepped into the realm of the living. Only when she once again stood in the world of the living did Heidi realize how close she had come to death. She had nearly lost her desire to live, her taste for food, even her own sense of taste. She was like a flower that should have blossomed, but had inexplicably withered in the sun, rain, and fertile soil. The rich, creamy fish broth was like a key, unlocking her appetite. It nourished her throat and stomach. She sighed with relief, but her stomach continued to growl with hunger. She clumsily imitated Takuyu's movements, struggling to shuffle the chicken and mushrooms with two thin bamboo sticks. The new utensils were a little tricky to use, but she didn't mind them. The new challenge fueled her competitive spirit, adding a touch of playfulness to eating, and the delicious food was the ultimate reward. Finally, she had the chicken, and Heidi couldn't help but let out a satisfied moan. The chicken was pan-fried to perfection, its slightly charred skin the heart of the delicacy, its crispy edges bursting with oily aroma as you chew. The pheasant, having roamed freely in the forest for so long, has a firm texture. After sautéing away excess moisture, the meat loses its bloody, fishy flavor. Then, stewed with mushrooms, the dehydrated chicken greedily absorbed the rich, flavorful mushroom broth, becoming juicy once again. The chicken wasn't tender, but it was firm and chewy, becoming more and more fragrant and addictive with each chew. After finishing the richly flavored chicken and mushrooms, I took a bite of the lush, green, blanched vegetables, seasoned simply with soy sauce, brimming with life. The light vegetables washed away the richness, leaving behind only a sweet, refreshing aroma. These were locally grown, seasonal vegetables, sown and tended by the camp manager in the fields along the lakeshore. Harvested on-site after payment, the plump, tender leaves still drenched in fresh dew. From field to table, it took only 10 minutes, and they were incredibly fresh. The blanching technique brought out the natural, delicious flavors of the seasonal vegetables. Heidi could almost smell the fragrance of the lakeside vegetation, the clear, sweet vapors, the flavor of nature, the flavor of life. She let out a slow breath, unconcernedly grabbed the roasted rabbit leg, and took a big bite. The crispy crust crumbled upon contact with her teeth, revealing the juicy, tender rabbit meat beneath. The sweet, rich aroma of maltose, roasted by the fire, melted and spread across her tongue. She could even taste a mysterious and alluring aftertaste. Heidi didn't know what it was, but she loved it. After eating a rabbit leg, she even licked her greasy fingers with relish. The housekeeper, shocked by her actions, rushed over with a wet towel to wipe her hands, but both of them couldn't hide their smiles. Heidi ate on her own initiative. Her tongue and stomach, which had long since betrayed her sanity, were like a wanderer, following their instincts to return to the right path. She was recovering bit by bit, regaining her vitality, and all this was thanks to the great Lich, Master Yu. This Lich had saved the heir of the Van Lothar family, and a restaurant might not be enough to repay this favor. Heidi began to mentally review her family's assets and available funds in the capital. Master Yu seemed to have a keen interest in the restaurant industry and ingredients. Perhaps she could appeal to his interests in that area? Chapter 333. Jiao was unaware that a certain noblewoman was secretly plotting how to repay her life-saving grace with a vast fortune of gold, silver, and wealth. No, Jianyu had no idea that she had actually saved Heidi's life. Little Bone was simply happily sharing her dishes as usual. Perhaps not every chef enjoys sharing their creations, but for Jianyu in her previous life, letting her family and friends taste her delicious dishes was perhaps her only way to repay them and demonstrate her worth. Even in this world, this habit continued. Seeing people enjoy her sauces and dishes, and the genuine joy on their faces as they savored the delicious food, Jianyu felt a surge of strength welling up from within her bones. Physically, Jianyu happily licked the soul fire in his hand, feeling the gradually increasing magical power. He listened to the magicians recount anecdotes from the Magic Academy, occasionally interrupting to ask questions about topics that interested him, his curiosity greatly satisfied. See those many spires peeking out from behind the forest over there? That's the magic tower of our Royal Magic Academy. Eslan pointed to the complex of buildings, mostly hidden by the forest, and said, the Royal Magic Academy is huge, about the size of a small town. The instructors each have their own magic tower. Students chosen by the instructors move into the tower to live with them and study magic together. Lower-level students, who aren't chosen by the instructors, live in the dormitories south of the academy. Without a fixed instructor, they can only attend classes here and there and earn credits through public courses. Every year, the academy administers a magic test to lower-level students. If they fail or don't complete enough credits that year, they be expelled. So, students chosen by their instructors don't have to take the academy's magic test? Jianyu asked. Eslan wrinkled his nose. No, they need to take their instructor's test. Generally speaking, the instructor's magic test is more difficult than the academy's, and even includes practical assessments and daily grading. Jiangyu, being a student in any world has it tough. So, is there a cafeteria at the Magic Academy? Jiangyu asked. At this point, the magicians, devouring their roasted lamb buns, all shared a strange expression. Yes, there is, but the cafeteria is outsourced to the goblins. Goblins? Jiangyu's pupils flickered, a question mark sparkling in their eyes. Well, goblins, those tiny, ugly little dwarfs with tall red hats about ankle high. Henry gestured with a rabbit leg. They run a cafeteria at school, and they only sell one thing, the magic slime produced by the goblin factory. Gio, what's that? It doesn't sound tasty. It's not tasty. Estlin shook his head, his voice baffling. It's just a paste made of vegetables, meat, and flour, mixed with various magical elements. It has no texture and tastes terrible, like a potion, but it contains the nutrients necessary for all races to survive. The goblins seal this magic slime in small bottles. Drinking one bottle is like a meal, and it can be stored for a long time, so there's no risk of it spoiling. Although it tastes terrible, it's really useful when everyone's too busy with magical experiments to cook, Henry said. Just unscrew the bottle, pour it down your throat, and then swallow it with all your willpower. Jiao, Thank you, all the magicians, for your great sacrifice for magical research, she said dryly. Don't you have a proper restaurant in your academy? Yes, of course. Ronnie said, the academy is like a small town. Besides students and teachers, there are also many residents, so naturally there are all kinds of restaurants, from snacks to luxury restaurants. But they're all private businesses, not owned by the Magic Academy. In other words, you have to pay for it with real money, and there's no academy subsidy. Henry said, but that awful magic mud. Well, students like us get 30 bottles a month for free, so we won't starve to death. Probably die from the taste, Estlin complained. So, instructors at Magic Towers usually let students take turns preparing meals. Henry adjusted his glasses. Each Magic Tower has its own small kitchen, so we can cook our own meals. We usually buy some bread from the bakery and some bacon from the butcher, and make sandwiches to make a meal. Okay, that sounds a bit more normal than magic mud. But it's still pitiful. While most cafeterias aren't delicious, something like this at the Magic Academy is probably unique, right? So, Master Yu, are you really not planning to open a shop at our academy? The three magicians looked at Takumi with tearful eyes. Perhaps they would have been more convincing if they hadn't continued stuffing buns and rabbit legs into their mouths. I haven't decided yet. We talk later, Takumi said vaguely. God knows, she really just planned to come here for a trip. The family store hasn't even been expanded yet. Yet, why are there people offering to open a restaurant and begging to open one before they even reach the capital? Is this the saying, the more capable, the more work? The three magicians sighed deeply, then turned their frustration into appetite, devouring the food like a whirlwind, devouring it with fury. The competition at the table suddenly intensified. The black-haired knight, his cat-like squire, and Heidi's servants all joined in the fray. Only Takumi, holding the soul fire offered by everyone, ate with immense satisfaction and comfort. Today, Jiangyu didn't continue her soul fire experiments. Instead, she asked all the diners for normal flavor soul fire. It was rich in energy and delicious, enough for her to slowly consume as a food reserve for the time being. And she could even send some back home to feed the rice cakes and cicadas. As she devoured the soul fire, she pondered carefully. The business opportunities in the capital were certainly plentiful, but the waters were certainly deep. For example, the goblins who had taken over the Magic Academy's cafeteria and contracted to produce magic mud looked like a powerful force. To be able to sell magic mud that wasn't tasty at all, comparable to medieval nutritional supplements, at such a high-end Magic Academy, these goblins must be quite powerful. As for the Lothar family, Jiangyu wasn't entirely clear on their background or their factions. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. She was determined to help Heidi with her anorexia, but she didn't want to get involved in the nobles' feuds. Chapter 334. Jiangyu hadn't forgotten that she and Andre had formed a solid partnership, and now, with the royal seal bestowed upon them, she was undoubtedly on the king's side. Baron Lothar, however, was still merely a figure His Majesty was trying to win over. The desire to win him over meant that he hadn't yet been won over, and the two sides weren't strictly on the same side. If Baron Lothar committed any misdeeds before being successfully won over, His Majesty could still punish him. Furthermore, Baron Lothar's daughter, far away in the capital, wasn't necessarily a complete representative of the Baron himself. Heidi wanted to give her restaurant business in the capital to Jinyu. From the perspective of curing her illness and repaying her debt, It seemed reasonable. However, as a modern newcomer, Jianyu wasn't sure how much that would translate to the nobles in the capital. She didn't want to be inexplicably and unknowingly assigned to a hostile faction. Whether taking over Heidi's restaurant in the capital or joining the Magic Academy, before wading into the murky waters of the capital, one must consult with Andre, a local who knows the nobility and the situation well. This is the proper use of a partnership. Perhaps she still needs to use Andre's influence. After dinner, Jiangyu saw off the reluctant magicians, made an appointment with Heidi for morning exercises the next morning, and then took Andre back to their rented cabin. Security at this kind of campsite is almost non-existent, so they opted for a 2-story building. Jiangyu would sleep upstairs at night, while the knights would guard the ground floor, which would provide much greater safety. "What's wrong?" Andre asked, obediently letting Jiangyu lead him back to the cabin. Seeing the small wooden house, Little Bone didn't dart around in and out of it in a panic. Instead, he closed the doors and windows as soon as he entered, clearly having something important to discuss with him. Sure enough, Jiangyu pulled the silver restaurant business card from his skull and recounted Heidi's afternoon attempt to give him the restaurant and her concerns. Andre pondered for a moment. "You're right. The capital is a turbulent place, with various factions vying openly and covertly. To run a business in the capital, even a restaurant, requires more than just a skilled chef. Many businesses are established by foreign nobles as outposts and spies in the capital. They profit from these businesses while keeping an eye on any developments in the capital and sending messages to their masters at all times. Under these circumstances, if the restaurant isn't doing well, it had best go bankrupt. The fear is that if it's doing too well, affecting the interests of these people, they rally against it and face a joint siege by these established forces. Then not only will business in the capital be affected, but even the main branch in Eston West City, and even personal safety, will be threatened." This? Jiangyu's face paled even further after hearing this. It's true that bargains are hard to come by. Free things are the most expensive. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Andre stroked his chin. If you truly want to do business in the capital, it's quite simple. You can partner with Heidi. The restaurant doesn't need to change ownership. It will still be Baron Lothar's property managed by Heidi. You just need to teach the chefs a few new dishes, and then sit back and enjoy the paycheck. If you don't want to give up your reputation, you can spread the word. Say you're designing dishes for the restaurant and providing technical guidance. If other nobles come to you in the future, you can accept their requests, give them some recipes, and then extort a large sum of money from them. This way, they benefit equally. Not only won't they become your enemies, but will actually become your backers. Jiangyu's eyes lit up as he listened. That's right. This business model is similar to the branch in Witch Forest, the only difference being that Jianyu can hide deeper, intervene less, and act as a completely anonymous, hands-off boss. Generally speaking, a restaurant only needs 1 or 2 signature dishes, and they're thoroughly, and to perfection, to keep customers coming back. Even if the nobles are picky, introducing 1 or 2 new dishes a year is perfectly sufficient. It's rare to find a restaurant like the main restaurant where the menu changes daily according to Jianyu's whims. This way, it wouldn't matter if Jianyu was away from the capital for years. She only needed to teach the chefs how to cook from the start. Heidi's restaurant would be staffed entirely with experienced chefs, who would learn dishes even faster than Mary and Nasha. Jianyu wouldn't have to worry about anything else. The restaurant would naturally have professional managers. They served the nobility for years, knowing how to adapt to different situations. They had a thorough understanding of the capital's situation, and knew who not to offend. Andre laughed. You figure out this business model quickly, even if I didn't tell you. Or perhaps you already figured it out, but you're worried that your status as a baron of the Lothar family alone wouldn't be enough to keep the city's demons at bay. Andre stroked his chin again, looking at her with interest. You want me to join Heidi's restaurant as a formal partner, a newly acquired viscount, and a favorite of His Majesty the King. Those nobles, unsure of my true identity, will be wary. Jiangyu rubbed his hands together, grinning like a fox slyly. We're truly in sync. So what do you think? Want to form a partnership? Unsure what Jianyu's inherent ability to translate the universal magical language had translated into, Andre coughed softly and, looking resoundingly energetic, said, okay. Heidi still didn't know Andre's true identity, so the specifics of their cooperation would have to be discussed later. The two decided to go to the capital first, and see what the situation was. The restaurant's location, the number of chefs, their specialty dishes, and the surrounding competitors. There was so much information to gather. Jumping to conclusions before fully grasping this information could lead to miscalculations. Are all barons this wealthy these days? Or does it have something to do with the location of their territory? It does. Andre said, a title only determines the size of a territory, while its prosperity depends entirely on the will of the king who bestowed it. An earl in a desert region would be much poorer than a baron who controlled a significant seaport. No matter how vast a territory is, if it's plagued by barren land, a poor location, and a harsh natural environment, it's difficult for a lord to achieve success. Baron Lothar's ancestors, through their meritorious service, acquired a good estate from the Delman royal family. Although near the border, it boasts unique seaport resources. The Duchy of Huntington places great importance on maritime transport, importing a large amount of supplies from the scorching south. Control of a seaport means control of vast wealth. Not to mention, Baron Lothar's territory encompasses an entire stretch of coastline, with 3 or 4 seaports of varying sizes and countless fishing villages. His income is among the highest among the nobles of the Duchy of Huntington. However, Baron Lothar's expenses are likely to be substantial. There are reports that he maintains a naval fleet. Chapter 335. Wow! A fleet! Jiang Yuqi exclaimed sincerely, how impressive. Actually, not that impressive. Andre said, with their family's strength, owning 3 or 5 3- and 4-masted sailing ships armed with cannons is the limit. It's a real expense. Anything related to armaments costs money, and war horses, warships, and artillery are the most expensive. If animals aren't cared for properly, they're prone to illness and death, and once they die, all the costs are wasted. And ships drift daily in the corrosive seawater, their planks age and rot constantly. Periodically, they need to be repainted with tung oil for maintenance, and the planks, ropes, and sails need to be replaced. The small expenses add up to an astronomical figure. A noble's wealth isn't measured solely by income, it also depends on their spending. With this fleet to support, even if Baron Lothar's income ranks among the top 10 in the country, his actual wealth would be lower than the middle and lower ranks of the aristocracy. However, there's a significant difference in the power of influence between nobles with troops and those without. His Majesty's desire to win over Baron Lothar stems from his fear of his small fleet. Baron Lothar's ability to open a restaurant in the capital, where every inch of land is valuable, is in part due to his fleet. Even nobles inland would give him some respect. Andre analyzed carefully. If I partner with him, with our name as a shield, you can run your business freely and collect the money without worrying about any unscrupulous individuals causing trouble. In short, leave these matters to me. Takumiya most loved Andre's calm and reliable demeanor, steadfast, reliable, and ever motivated. She could easily hand over the troublesome intrigues she hated most to her partner. Today, the value of this golden partner continued to grow. Tomorrow we're heading into the capital. Andre concluded the discussion with this. Get some rest early. Having resolved a pressing matter, Takumiya happily went upstairs to rest. Jericho had already spread the fragrant, soft bedding on the bed, the same as before in the tent. Takumiya slipped into bed, rolled around in the covers, and drifted off to a comfortable sleep. The next morning, Takumiya woke up early, remembering to teach Heidi morning exercises. The lakeside air was truly refreshing. She opened the window, took a deep breath of the cool air, and stretched comfortably. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds onto the lake, promising a beautiful sunny day. There was a wooden viewing platform by the lake. Seeing the housekeeper strolling there with Heidi, Jiangyu hurried downstairs. The morning exercise group quickly assembled on the small platform by the lake. Skeletons took stances, shouted commands, and slowly performed a technique that was neither a fist nor a palm. Heidi looked bewildered, yet she studied each move with great concentration. Jericho handed his young master a cup of tea. What is this? Boxing? A dance? Andre leaned against the door, watching with interest. I don't know. They say it's Ba Duan Jin, probably some kind of martial art for fitness. Although not particularly aggressive. It seems as if magical elements are flowing through their movements, which is quite interesting. After completing the set of 8-section brocade, Jiangyu felt his entire body's joints loosen considerably. Looking back, Heidi saw a light sweat on her forehead and a slight breath, but her complexion was rosier, and she looked in good shape overall. This set of 8-section brocade was something Jiangyu had learned in the hospital in his previous life. As a heart patient, she couldn't exercise vigorously, but she couldn't remain completely still either. This type of qigong, which strengthens the body, relaxes the muscles and bones, and doesn't require excessive or strenuous exercise, is perfect for her, and also for Heidi right now. Somehow, Jiangyu also felt a faint sense of magical elements flowing through her movements. After the set, she felt a surge of magical energy throughout her body, a profound comfort. I didn't expect Qigong to have such an effect in the magical world. She muttered, exercising every morning is good, it keeps me fit. Even bones need to be maintained. After the workout, it was time for breakfast. Yesterday's food in the car had been eaten up in one sitting. Today's breakfast ingredients were fresh eggs, milk, bacon, carrots, dandelions, and watercress that the servants had just bought from the camp manager. There were fresh eggs, milk, bacon, carrots, dandelions, and watercress. Let's make a French omelette. Jiao glanced at the ingredients and decided, it's both nutritious and easy to make. She first had the servants wash the vegetables, and peel, and dice the carrots. She then heated a wok, added the diced carrots, and sautéed them until softened. Then she added the chopped bacon. Bacon is simply salt-cured bacon, so it's naturally salty, so no additional salt was needed. Once the bacon marbled in the pan, she added the chopped dandelions and watercress. Dandelions are a ubiquitous wild vegetable with the properties of clearing heat, detoxifying, and dissolving carbuncle and lumps. Old, flowering dandelions are less palatable, while unflowered dandelions are the freshest and most delicious, whether scrambled eggs or served cold. Season the wild vegetable filling with soy sauce, stir-fry evenly, and then transfer to a plate and set aside. Then, you can make a French omelette. Omelette, also known as an omelette, is soft and smooth, with a semi-set egg skin surrounding the vegetable and meat filling and topped with a little sauce. It's delicious no matter how you eat it. Each omelette requires at least 4 eggs to be truly delicious. Combine the eggs with milk, add black pepper and salt, and beat thoroughly to incorporate air, ensuring a fluffy fried egg. Melt the butter in a wok over low heat. Pour in the egg mixture and stir briefly to help it form and solidify until it's cooked on the bottom and half cooked on the top. Then, fill the thick omelette with the freshly fried filling. You don't need too much filling proportion, just enough is enough. Too much filling will cause the omelette to break under the weight, ruining the omelette's smooth texture. Once the filling is in place, use a spatula to stir the wok, folding the omelette around to enclose the filling and then serve. The egg mixture wasn't fully cooked, but that didn't matter. Takumi cast a cleansing spell, ensuring everyone could enjoy the delicious, sterile, soft-boiled egg. There was no ketchup in the wild, so Takumi melted soy sauce and maltose in the wok, creating a brown sauce to pour over the omelette. She made so many omelettes that even Heidi's servants got one each. A cup of hot milk for each person, plus a fragrant omelette with meat and vegetables, is a nutritionally balanced breakfast. Chapter 336. The camp manager bought the milk early that morning from the neighboring ranch. It was incredibly fresh, and even after boiling, it exuded a rich milky aroma. Jianyu, fearing Heidi might find it fishy, added a touch of honey to her milk, creating a sweet flavor that suited the sweet tastes of the people of Huntington. Her picky sponsor was indeed very satisfied. The morning exercise wasn't strenuous, but it did a great job of whetting Heidi's appetite. And Jianyu's cooking was truly delicious. The omelette was soft, tender, and smooth. The outer layer of egg was solidified but not overcooked, while the inner egg liquid was still semi-solid, wrapped around a filling of bacon and wild vegetables. The saltiness of the bacon blended perfectly with the uniquely bitter taste of the dandelions, coated in the smooth egg liquid. The taste was incredibly harmonious. The flavor of the filling overpowered the fishy taste of the egg and milk, while the smoothness of the egg and milk offset the astringency of the wild vegetables. Heidi used to dislike these bitter wild vegetables. She found them bitter and difficult to chew, always choking in her throat. But once coated in egg liquid, she didn't even notice they were wild vegetables. She simply felt a smooth, crispy, and fragrant aroma. After a few chews, they slid down her throat with a sizzling slurp. She hadn't enjoyed them enough yet. Heidi's anorexia stemmed from 2 factors. One was physical. Being extremely sensitive to food, she couldn't tolerate unpalatable dishes. The more she ate these unpalatable diet meals, the more she felt dejected, even experiencing physical nausea and vomiting. The other was psychological. After eating, she would imagine herself so obese she was bedridden, requiring 8 people to lift her. This, of course, wasn't a real-life scenario, it was entirely a fantasy. Yet, this very imagery became her deepest psychological trauma. Perhaps this change in perspective had a profound impact on her, or perhaps the Lich had intentionally or unintentionally projected some emotion onto her. These past 2 days, after meals, Heidi no longer recalled her former, chubby self with disgust. Instead, she saw the image of a strong woman in her mind, with beautifully defined muscles, a tight and healthy figure, who looked like she could punch 8 people. Heidi could feel it. No, she firmly believed that every bite she ate would make her stronger. This stubbornness had both advantages and disadvantages. Once she believed she was fat and ugly, she would become deeply obsessed with it, sinking into anorexia. But once she felt that muscles were the true power and beauty of existence, she would strive towards that goal. Once she chose a path, she would pursue it recklessly. Noticing this, Takumiyu felt that what Heidi desperately needed was a certified nutritionist and fitness trainer to occasionally correct her course. After breakfast, Andre waited for Heidi to wipe her mouth with the housekeeper's help before he stepped forward and sat down across from her. "Ms. Lothar, I believe we haven't been formally introduced yet." His expression was so serious that Heidi sat up straighter, instantly returning to her dignified aristocratic persona. "Yes, yes. Oh! Look how rude I am. My illness and fatigue have left me listless, and I neglected so many etiquettes." While she was trying to rationalize herself, she tried to recall the knight's name. They hadn't formally exchanged names, but she must have heard Master Yu call her companion by name these past few days. What was it? And then something? "It's not your fault that I didn't tell you my name," Andre said. "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Viscount Andre Lou Huntington, summoned by His Majesty the King to the capital." Heidi froze instantly. She hadn't forgotten the mission her father had given her. To go to the capital and gather intelligence on the new nobleman who had inherited the barony of Newman. She opened and closed her mouth, opened and closed it again, like a fish out of water. Even Jiangyu, sitting next to Andre, could smell the awkwardness that rose between Heidi and her servant. This noblewoman, intent on gathering information, hadn't even recognized the person she was seeking. Her servant had played cards with Andre, and she had eaten Andre's roasted rabbit. By this moment, this noblewoman had probably dug a baronial castle out of her shoe with her toes. You are the Viscount." Heidi forced a stiff, awkward smile. Jiangyu could see her mind racing with disbelief. Waves of comments flashed through her head, seemingly tangible. No way. Why would a Viscount travel with only a squire and a skeleton? Does the Viscount have to cook his own meals? You're trying to gather intelligence, and it landed on me. Am I going to be ruined in the social world? I eaten the Viscount's roasted rabbit. Does that count as a connection? In the end, all those words condensed into one. Ah, how shameful. Not only did I find out nothing, but I also revealed my anorexia and my secret plan to gather information. Daddy's going to scold me. Jiangyu scratched his cheekbone, feeling as if his abilities had quietly escalated. Was it because he consumed too much soul fire these past few days? Andre kindly eased Heidi's embarrassment. I heard that Baron Lothar wants to inquire about me. I have a better proposal. Miss Lothar, are you interested? Yes, Heidi said weakly. Andre's gaze swept over the servants behind Heidi. Heidi understood and snapped her fingers. The servants retreated like the tide, standing in places where they couldn't hear the conversation, guarding their young lady from a distance. Here's an exercise plan tailored to your physique. Andre pushed out a few sheets of paper. I'm not very talented, but I have some insights into training that might help you recover. Thank you, thank you. Heidi accepted the plan. I'm sorry, I wanted to pry for information about you. Andre raised his hand, stopping her from continuing. That's understandable. After all, I was assigned to Baron Newman's territory as a knight of the kingdom, and only a month later, Baron Newman suffered such an incident. Those who don't know the truth might speculate that this is some kind of conspiracy. But I assure you, Baron Newman brought this upon himself. He colluded with the evil Amun to commit treason, and then suffered revenge from the evil Amun for his treason. We even tried hard to stop the murderer, but unfortunately, we were unable to save Baron Newman and his family. As a fellow baron bestowed by His Majesty King Delman, Baron Lothar is understandably concerned for the future of his family. But as far as I know, Baron Lothar has always been a conscientious and responsible lord. He has diligently guarded the border waters for many years, and invested most of his wealth in the construction of the fleet. His Majesty the King has always praised Baron Lothar highly. Chapter 337. Heidi visibly relaxed. It was common knowledge that Viscount Andre was the king's man. He had praised his father on the king's behalf, which meant his father was currently safe. Well, at least judging by the knight's behavior, he didn't seem to be intending to harm her. Rather, the Viscount and Master Yu, knowing her identity and intentions, had proactively helped her. While feeling awkward, Heidi could clearly sense their kindness. If His Majesty truly only intended to devour the Lothar family's wealth, then, that night at the inn, Andre and Master Yu could have simply ignored her illness and resolved most of the problems. Her anorexia was already terminal. Without Master Yu's help, she wouldn't have been able to hold out for much longer with the rage burning within her. Without their only heir, the Lothar family would be on the decline, gradually declining. That night, Heidi didn't recognize them, and wouldn't even have known she had lost her life. Yet, Andre and Takumi didn't reveal their identities, nor did they ask for anything in return, yet they still helped her. It wasn't until they were about to enter the capital that Andre solemnly introduced himself. A genuine desire to make friends. Thinking through all this, Heidi's awkwardness faded considerably, and she quickly switched to negotiation mode. What's your proposal? An alliance. Andre said succinctly, the Lothar family pledges its loyalty to His Majesty, and we will do our utmost to help you recover. Then, we can build on this foundation and develop further cooperation in the food and beverage industry. Heidi understood. She glanced at Jianyu, then at Andre. This question may be a bit presumptuous, but before I make a decision, I must know. What is your relationship with Master Jianyu? We're partners, Jianyu said with a smile, patting Andre's shoulder. Andre is a partner I trust. I see. Heidi pondered for a moment. I'm very willing to form an alliance with you too, but since this concerns our family, I'm afraid I need to discuss it with my father before I can give you a final decision. After the two sides exchanged contact information for their arrival in the capital, the matter was essentially settled. Baron Lothar was a neutral party. Baron Lothar, concerned about his daughter's health, would most likely accept the proposal. Therefore, before leaving for the capital, Takuyu also taught Heidi's cook several easy-to-cook hospital meals: steamed egg custard, chicken soup, tomato beef stew, and stir-frying and blanching vegetables. Due to limited availability of ingredients, some dishes couldn't be demonstrated on the spot, but the cook had watched Takuyu prepare them several times and had roughly grasped them about 50 to 60%, so they should be able to last a few days. This was considered an advance payment of goodwill from Andre and Takuyu. Heidi's return would be discussed after both parties settled in the capital. Heidi glanced at Andre, who was watching Takuyu's busy work intently, and whispered, Viscount, this isn't just a partnership, is it? For now. Andre's eyes were tender, as he looked at Takuyu. She's the one I love, and I intend to pursue her. Heidi stood in awe. Her eyes lingered repeatedly between Yarinigu and Igu, and she couldn't help but applaud inwardly. This noble lady, who didn't yet understand the meaning of coupleship, was already gushing. You two look truly a perfect match. Keep up the good work, Viscount. Thank you for your kind words. Andre nodded. I look forward to working with you. With that, he strode towards Jiangyu. Little Bone, we should be leaving. Now that their identities had been revealed, and the alliance hadn't been finalized, they would need to enter the capital separately. There were already too many eyes guarding the capital, intent on keeping an eye on Andre, the new Viscount, to investigate the royal family's next moves. It wasn't necessary to expose Heidi, their future ally, just yet. So, after Andre and Jericho packed their belongings, they set off with Jiangyu. Heidi and her group would stay at the campsite for a while longer before leisurely journeying to the capital. Heidi. See you in the capital. As they set off, Takumi leaned halfway out of the carriage window and waved cheerfully to Heidi. Eat well. I will. See you in the capital. Heidi waved back, her voice weak and shrill, her breath failing. It was unclear if Takumi heard her response. Frustrated, Heidi pulled out the training plan Andre had given her and the diet Takumi had written down. There's no time to lose. I must work hard and stay healthy. Okay, let's start with a walk by the lake. After bidding Heidi farewell, the carriage pulled onto the main road, swaying slowly towards the capital. They were already quite close to the capital, the driveway widening, and people began to appear on the road. Takumi leaned against the car window, watching with fascination the ox-drawn and horse-drawn carts, and the pedestrians carrying baskets or bags along the roadside. He once again felt deeply that he was in the magical Middle Ages. The bad news, even in the suburbs of the royal capital, transportation still seemed extremely inconvenient. The good news, at least this world had magic, making it slightly more advanced than the real Middle Ages. Although the technology tree was skewed, it was still there. The clatter of wheels made Takumi drowsy. She yawned, opened her skull again, pulled out her developing lens, and watched the crystal surveillance camera in the brewery for a while. At this hour, the shop wasn't crowded. Nasha was busy in the kitchen, while Aunt Wolf chatted with the guests. They seemed happy and peaceful. It's really nice to be a hands-off boss like this. During her travels, Jiangyu spent her days cooking and sightseeing. She consumed plenty of soul fire, and slept soundly. The stress-free travel made her feel relaxed to the bone, as if she were enjoying retirement in advance. Come to think of it, consuming so much soul fire, It seems my abilities have also become stronger, she muttered. It was only for a moment, but I definitely saw Heidi's thoughts when she was emotional, and even displayed them in the form of a barrage of comments. Is this also a Lich ability? Then again, her knowledge of Liches was still a bit limited. She wondered if there was a library in the capital where she could look up information related to Liches. Well, if that didn't work out, maybe she could go to the Royal Academy of Magic. They definitely have records of him, right? Jianyu was still pondering when Andre knocked on the window. The knight's voice came from outside the carriage. We arrived in the capital, ready to enter the city. Chapter 338. Jianyu stuck the skull out of the car window again. The royal capital's stone walls were tall and thick, encircling the city like an impenetrable fortress. Beyond the walls lay a deep moat, and the city gate itself was a lowered drawbridge. Several teams of knights stood at the gate, checking the identities of those entering the city. What are they checking? As a commoner, Jianyu had an innate awe of the sirs. Seeing their threatening posture, he instinctively shrank back. Andre couldn't help but laugh, a deep laugh that rolled in his throat like a dull thunder. Don't worry, we're not trying to arrest you. It's just a normal city gate checkpoint. Just show me the token I gave you. The carriage joined the long procession entering the city, following the vehicles ahead. Thankfully, the pace was brisk, and it wasn't long before their turn arrived. The Kingdom Knight at the city gate saluted Andre. Deputy Captain Andre, welcome back. Tick, long time no see. Andre obviously knew this knight. How's everything going in the capital lately? Everything is fine. Tick glanced at the carriage. Is anyone inside? One of ours. Andre said. Jianyu poked his head out of the window, chuckled, and waved his bone claws. Tick, the Kingdom Knight guarding the gate, was visibly startled. He jumped back, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword. He exclaimed in surprise, Skull skeleton? No, a lich. Andre coughed lightly. Tick glanced in Andre's direction, finally remembering that this skeleton was one of his own. Hello. Jianyu greeted politely, and held out his small token through the window. Tick stared at her skull for 3 seconds, then glanced hesitantly at Andre before taking her token and examining it. Seeing the king's name on the token, he visibly relaxed, his expression softening. So, you are the special investigator. Welcome to the royal capital. He respectfully returned the token to Jianyu, stepped back from the center of the road, and said to the knights behind him, let them pass. The carriage rolled forward again, and the kingdom's knights once again stopped the next carriage, and began their routine questioning. This little token is really useful, Jianyu said happily, pinching the small token. Well, Andre said, find a rope and hang the token around your neck. That way, you won't be questioned or interrogated while walking around the capital. The capital is different from West Eston. People here are afraid of death, and are wary of undead magical creatures like liches. Oh! Jianyu pondered for a moment, removed her head, and rummaged through it for the rope. Sure enough, she found a bright green ribbon. It must have been one of those little trinkets she found among the miscellaneous items in the brewery, and casually stuffed into her head for emergencies. The bright, deep green color reminded her of a knight's green eyes. This one will do. Jianyu was deft. In a few seconds, she threaded the ribbon through the hole in the token and tied it into a beautiful bow. The token dangled from the bow like a small pendant. It's quite pretty. She put her head back down and studied her reflection in the windowpane again, nodding with satisfaction. Then she leaned out the open window again, taking in the panoramic view of the royal capital. This was a metropolis completely different from West Eston. The streets were wide and clean, lined with shops, and luxurious mansions were everywhere. The beautiful buildings made Jianyu feel like he had arrived at a scenic spot. Over there is the library, boasting the most comprehensive collection in the country. Their magical collection rivals the private collections of the great wizards at the Royal Academy of Magic. Across from it is the Royal Grand Opera House, where every Wednesday night there are spectacular performances, opera, drama, ballet, acrobatics. Whatever they present is sure to be a sensation. Next to the Opera House is a museum housing historical artifacts from the Kingdom of Delman to the present day, including the supreme crown of the first Queen Anne. Andre rode alongside the carriage. He was clearly very familiar with the area, and he described everything about the capital to Jianyu like a treasure trove. Due to the surrounding terrain, the capital is shaped like a pentagon, with the royal palace at the center as the vertex, and divided into 5 approximately triangular areas. The entire capital has 5 gates. We just passed through the south gate, which leads directly to the central cultural district. The nobles love to come here. In this area, no matter what their hobbies, they can basically find a place to spend their time. Jianyu looked up at the luxurious buildings. They were all magnificent marble structures, but with completely different styles. The library, shaped like a unicorn's spiral horn, towers tall, like a magical tower, exuding a solemn, profound air of scholarship. The opera house resembles an open shell, a giant scallop revealing its soft belly. Every Wednesday night, a rising star, as glittering as a pearl, rises from its stage. The museum, on the other hand, boasts the most classical European design. Its massive, majestic stone pillars at the entrance speak of an ancient heritage. Wow, I want to go to all these places. Jiao said she's always loved visiting museums. Even though she couldn't go in person before, she's seen every online exhibition. Okay, I'd take you there. Andre agreed with a smile. Further ahead, there's an intersection. This horizontal road runs through 5 districts, circling the city. To the right is the market district, where merchants gather, bringing in goods from across the country and the world. To the left is the combat zone, a paradise for knights, warriors, and adventurers. It boasts workshops specializing in metal tools and weapons, a horse market, armor vendors, and dueling arenas, as well as hidden black markets and underground casinos. Front is the Moon Worship Cathedral and Palace. We're heading to the cathedral now. The cathedral first? Jiao tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Yes, let's go see my mother first, Andre said. Do I need to dress up? Jiao scurried into the carriage and pulled her pale yellow dress from her luggage. Is this okay for me? Of course. Andre's tone was exceptionally gentle. My mother doesn't really care about appearances. She sees the inner core of a person. She's a very good person. You like her. And she like you too. Andre added silently in his heart. Chapter 339. The carriage finally stopped in front of a magnificent cathedral. The door opened, and Jiangyu, dressed in a goose yellow dress, held up her goose yellow hat and leaped out with a heyo. An elderly man in silver-white priestly robes was already waiting for them at the door. Seeing Andre, he immediately came forward and said, "Young master, welcome back. Madam is presiding over a prayer. Please follow me to the back hall and wait." Okay, Orek, the lamplighter. Andre was clearly familiar with the elderly man. He agreed and turned to introduce Jiangyu. Little Bone, this is His Excellency Orek St. Vance, the lamplighter of this cathedral. This must be Miss Jiangyu, right? Orek, the lamplighter, gave Jiangyu a kind smile. He must have known about Jiangyu's identity as a lich and wasn't frightened by her skeletal appearance at all. As the rumors say, he has a very cute frame. Hello. Jiangyu warmly shook the old lamplighter's hand. After greeting him, she nudged Andre with her elbow and whispered, "What does lamplighter mean?" The priests of the moon worship cult are divided from the highest to the lowest: pope, saint, high priest, priest, high deacon, and deacon. Deacons are further divided into lamplighters, hearers, messengers, and cooks, each responsible for a portion of the church's daily affairs. Oh, so their duties are related to their names? Let me guess, messengers are responsible for conveying orders from above, and cooks are the cooks? Jiangyu speculated. Pretty much, Andre smiled. The listener is responsible for listening, collecting the opinions and suggestions of the believers, understanding the major and minor events that occur within the church's jurisdiction, and then compiling and reporting them to the higher-ups. The herald is responsible for conveying the instructions and teachings of the higher-ups to the priests and believers in the church. They also need to preach to the believers and ordinary people who want to learn about the moon worship cult at a fixed time each week. The food steward prepares the church's daily meals and is also responsible for opening the church's granary and distributing supplies to the people during important holidays and disasters. As for the lamplighter, he oversees the remaining church chores, including welcoming and seeing off guests, preparing rooms for guests, and lighting the oil lamps at night. Hey, that's interesting. The two chatted as they followed Orek into the church. Jericho didn't come along. He still needed to park the carriage in the backyard and take care of the horses in the stables. The cat attendants had much to do. The Lunari church was filled with images and paintings of crescent and full moons. A continuous row of murals carved into the marble walls depicted various mythological stories of the moon goddess walking the earth, bestowing magic and wisdom on humans, reason and strength on animals, and allowing all races to live in harmony and peace. Curiously, the moon goddess was always accompanied by a group of animals, large and small. Their appearances varied, but the majority were wolves and dogs of various kinds. The image of the husky howling at the moon flashed through Jiangyo's mind again. She shook her head, trying to clear the strange thought from her skull. The three of them walked to a side hall deep in the church. Orek, holding a lamp, opened the door to the reception room. Please rest here, my lady will be here soon. The knight walked in first, followed by Jianyu. The room was warmly decorated. Perhaps a little small for aristocratic tastes, but to Jianyu, it seemed just right. The room was lit with an orange light, illuminating it with a warm and cozy warmth. A thick, hand-woven tapestry hung on the wall, once again depicting the moon goddess and her furry companions. The main subject of the painting was a towering laurel tree, a silver moon hanging high atop the tree, a crimson moon looming faintly to its side. A goddess, clad in a Greek-style dress, sat beneath the laurel tree. At her feet sat or reclined a group of silver-white bears, wolves, dogs, and rabbits, all adorably charming, their ears perked up at the goddess's teachings. The tapestry, seemingly depicting a night scene, was woven in warm colors, bringing a sweet warmth to the eye. One could involuntarily cup one's face and whisper, "Ah, so cute." Takumiya did the same, of course. However, Takumiya didn't notice that as she held the skull and exclaimed adorably, the knight behind her was also watching her, hissing, "Woof! She's so cute." The room contained not only a sofa for guests but also a chaise longue, which, for some reason, was covered in silvery white animal hair. "Are there animals in the church?" Jianyu asked curiously, then nodded in understanding. "Well, there are murals of goddesses and furry creatures everywhere, so it's only natural that furry creatures would be found in the goddess's own territory." This logic was quite endearing, and Andre's heart softened. He said, "Little Bone, I want to tell you something." "Oh, sure." Jianyu turned to look at Andre, her large eyes sparkling with light as she smiled. "Haven't we been talking all this time?" "It's very important." Andre walked up to her, scooped up her bone claw, and knelt on one knee. "Little Bone. No, I love you. I, Andre Lou Huntington, with my chivalrous heart, make the most sincere request to you. Please allow me to pursue you." Jianyu blinked, her pupils flaring a few times as she stared blankly at the unusually serious knight. Then, the skeleton finally realized what was happening and belatedly exclaimed, "Eh?" Having been confessed to for the first time in 2 lifetimes, Jianyu couldn't help but withdraw her bone claw, holding her face in her hands, stammering in surprise, "Pursue? Pursue? Pursue? Is that what I think it means?" "That should be." The knight's lips curled with a smile. He found Little Bone, so panicked, adorable. Of course, those deeply in love find everything their loved one does endearing. I never thought about it that way. Jiao's skeletal head was a whirlwind of thoughts, a chaotic mess that ultimately led to a blank. What should she do in this situation? Accept or reject? She read so many novels and anime before, so why was her mind so blank when it came to her? "It doesn't matter," Andre said sympathetically. "I just want a chance, not a promise right now. If my pursuit makes you feel uncomfortable or dissatisfied, it's my fault. You can always reject me." Gio's entire skeleton glowed a faint pink. She extended her bony claws and poked Andre's sturdy shoulder. Then let's give it a try." Chapter 340. Give it a try. Andre stood up and took Takuyu's bone claw in his hand again. For some reason, although Andre was still the same Andre, after accepting his confession, Takuyu could clearly sense a shift in the atmosphere between them. The air around them became sweet, as if pink bubbles were floating. Takuyu sniffed the soul fire scent of the night. The steamed bun was still the same bun, but with a hint of sweet milk and rose. A southern version of a rose and milk steamed bun. The skeleton, with its yellowed bones, squeezed the knight's hand and asked, somewhat sheepishly, "Well, since we're already boyfriend and girlfriend, can I touch your muscles?" "Of course," Andre said matter-of-factly, his eyes gleaming with fondness. "Didn't you feel comfortable touching me before?" "Hey!" The skeleton wrapped its arm around the knight's arm and, with great interest, pinched the bulge of Andre's arm. The semi-hard muscles were bouncy and firm to the touch, making Takumi unable to let go. One of the benefits of dating Andre is being able to indulge in the beauty of this muscle without restraint. It's totally worth it. "Hey! I'm meeting your mother soon. Does that count as meeting your parents? Isn't that a bit too fast?" "Just getting to know each other," Andre said. "No big deal." The knight thought for a moment, then said, "Do you want to go to the prayer meeting? Can non-believers go?" "Of course. The moon worship cult doesn't have many strict rules and taboos," Andre said, leading Jianyu out of the room and toward the front hall. "But you might want to be prepared. Once you enter that place, everyone's appearance will change dramatically." "Different?" "Yes, it's a space blessed by the moon goddess. Everyone who enters will reveal their true soul." They arrived at the courtyard. The moon worship church was uniquely built. It was more like a temple to the moon goddess than a church. The magnificent stone structure was ingeniously formed into the shape of a well, leaving a circular courtyard in the center. Looking up, one could see the clear sky. Below the steps leading to the courtyard lay emerald green grass, evidently regularly mowed. The blades were short and tender, as soft and comfortable as a carpet. Above this natural green space sat a group of animals, most of them canines. On a boulder beneath a laurel tree in the center, sat a silver-white wolf. She was beautiful, her entire body shimmering with a silver glow, appearing both holy and full of maternal love. Jianyu didn't know how she could discern maternal instincts in a wolf's face. It was probably similar to how others would wink at her, a skeleton. It was all a feeling from the soul. The silver wolf was howling with a melodious, singing sound, and the other animals listened intently. Jianyu looked around and noticed that the closer the animal was to the silver wolf, the more pronounced its silver glow. There were also quite a few humans sitting at the edge of the courtyard. "Let's go too," Andre said, leading Jianyu into the courtyard. The moment she stepped into the courtyard, Jianyu felt something different in her hand. She looked down and saw that her fleshy hand was holding a dark brown dog's paw. "Takumi?" ? The Lich's pupils trembled. Oh, she did have pupils now. The moment she entered the atrium, she transformed into the black-haired, black-eyed girl of her previous life. She was even healthier than her frail state, her skin fair and rosy, radiating a vibrant energy. She was still wearing a pale yellow dress and a matching wide-brimmed hat. Even the mirror in her pocket was still there. Takumi checked her appearance in the mirror and tucked the small mirror back into her dress pocket. Luckily, she had put the small mirror in her pocket earlier to take care of herself. Otherwise, if she had pulled it out of her skull in her current human form, it would have scared everyone to death. Mischievously, the knight beside her had somehow transformed into a handsome, tall Doberman pinscher, very similar to the one in her dream, with sleek, muscular muscles and sparkling, captivating green eyes. The dog looked like an ordinary dog, wearing no armor or clothing. And there were no scattered clothes on the ground. Jianyu easily recognized the boyfriend he had just met a few minutes ago and gave him a broad smile. Now that his boyfriend has become a dog, petting him should be the norm, right? Man and dog found an empty spot in the courtyard and sat down. The soft grass, warmed by the sun, felt like carpet. The large Doberman initially sat upright beside Jianyu. But when Jianyu reached out his sinister hand, stroking the back of the dog's head, pointed ears, and strong back muscles, the dog gradually relaxed, lying on Jianyu's lap, humming with pleasure. The smile on Jianyu's face grew wider. What a wonderful day. Not only did she get a handsome boyfriend, but she also got a gorgeous Doberman. How happy she was. She couldn't understand what the wolf beneath the tree was saying. It was probably some divine language, communicating with the moon goddess. Jianyu speculated that as an immortal magical creature, the Lich's magical language might not be compatible with the moon goddess's language system. However, even though she couldn't understand the words, it didn't stop Jianyu from finding the rhythmic voice quite pleasant. She sat on the grass, basking in the warm sun, petting the muscular, shiny-haired dog that felt so good to the touch. Then, listening to the prayer that sounded like a song, she felt a sudden surge of sleepiness. Wait, a prayer? The lamplighter just now seemed to say that the prayer was led by Andre's mother, the legendary high priestess? Jianyu was instantly startled awake. Wow, that beautiful silver wolf, is it Andre's mom? Its fur looks even nicer to touch than Andre's. Oh wait, isn't that a bit disrespectful of her to think that way? The prayer was almost over, and before Jianyu could even reflect on the situation, this wonderful animal prayer meeting was over. After all the animals let out a long howl, they stood up and dispersed. The moment they left the courtyard, they transformed into priests in their priestly robes and believers in variously ornate and plain clothing. Soon, only the beautiful silver wolf, standing on the boulder under the tree, and Jianyu, still absorbed in petting his dog, remained in the courtyard. Chapter 341. The silver wolf gracefully leaped from the boulder and walked towards Takumi and Andre. Andre affectionately nudged Takumi's hand with his muzzle, shook his fur, and stood up straight. Even though he had become a Doberman, the knight still stood with the proper posture of a police dog. Takumi withdrew her hand from petting the dog and sat up straight. She felt a little nervous, but not afraid. Although she couldn't detect any emotional aura from the silver wolf before her, Takumi could sense that it held no ill will. Hello, the silver wolf stopped before Takumi and spoke softly, a hint of a smile. Ms. Takumi, I'm Andre's mother, Anina de Dresden. Can I call you Xiaoyu? Yes, of course. After all, she was in the presence of an elder, and Takumi felt a little reserved. Despite her reserved nature, all she could think about was, wow, this white fur looks so soft and comfortable. Can I bury myself in it? I really want to bury myself in it and sniff it. I wonder if it feels the same as sniffing a cat. Isn't this idea a little perverted? What a lovely girl. Anina leaned over to Takumi's hand, sniffed it, and nuzzled it affectionately with her head. Takumi's eyes lit up, and she took the opportunity to pet the silver wolf several times. The beautiful fur felt just as good as she imagined. You must be hungry after all this travel? Anina said considerately, I'm done with my work for the day. Let's go home for lunch. The beautiful silver wolf stepped out of the courtyard, and instantly transformed into a stunning beauty in a silver robe. Her hair was the same jet black as Andre's, but her eyes were a beautiful golden brown. Her features were delicate, and her face was gentle and affectionate, a truly captivating sight. Wow! It's the beautiful mommy. Jiangyu uttered a quiet ouch, and stood up, following her out of the courtyard. As she ascended the stairs, she too transformed back into a skeleton. Anina, turning to look at her, froze for a moment, then glanced at Andre. Jiangyu noticed her gaze, and scratched his cheekbone with a bony claw. He said sheepishly, haha, I'm a lich. Anina's eyes flickered silver as she glanced at her son, now human, and smiled, yes, I know that. But he never told me you're so. She chose her words carefully before saying, a feast for the eyes. Jiangyu, ? Is her innate magic translator malfunctioning again? When the three of them exited the church, Jericho was already waiting at the door. The carriage they had arrived in had been freshly cleaned, and each horse's coat was straight and shiny, as if it had just been brushed. Andre rode on Diego as usual, while Anina and Takumi boarded the carriage together. The beautiful high priest said to Jericho, Cat, go home. As you wish, ma'am. Anina's, or rather the Dresden family's, mansion was very close to the royal palace and the cathedral. This large mansion was in a prime location, practically next to the royal palace, a location that was difficult for even the upper class to access. Not only was the mansion itself strategically located, its size and opulence were also astonishing. Honestly, Takumi couldn't believe that this knight, skilled in wild survival, who blended effortlessly among the poor, and always stingy with the smallest of coin, who shared her financial ties, actually came from such a wealthy family. This mansion is a gift from His Majesty the King. As if sensing Jiangyu's confusion, Anina smiled and said, this mansion was built by King Derman for a favored pagan leader. After our king ascended the throne, he vigorously supported the moon worship cult. The pagan leader, upon hearing of this, fled one dark and windy night. His Majesty said that since the mansion had already been built, it would be a waste to leave it empty, so he gave it to us as a wedding gift. Wow! Jiangyu's eyes flickered. She had a feeling that His Majesty the King and Andre's family shared a certain ancestral banditry. As the saying goes, if we don't have guns or cannons, the enemy will make them for us. Hey, Anina didn't treat Jiangyu as an outsider. She took Zyaguta's hand and whispered to her, explaining the whole story in detail. This mansion was nominally a wedding gift for Anina and her husband. In reality, General Alexander and Anina had been married for years, and Andre had been chasing rabbits in the frontier military camp for several years. This reasoning was far-fetched. But His Majesty's gift of a reward didn't need any reason. The underlying reason was simply this. This was the most luxurious mansion closest to the royal palace, and it had once been the territory of a pagan leader favored by the previous king. With this close to his bed, His Majesty needed to place a trusted pawn so that he could sleep peacefully at night. General Alexander constantly fought on the frontier fronts, and wherever His Majesty needed him. As the high priestess of the moon worship cult, Anina was effectively the sect's de facto ruler. Of course, she had 4 saints and a pope above her, but they were nothing more than mascots, living in seclusion in the mountains year-round, hoping to receive the moon goddess's oracle. Anina, on the other hand, was responsible for managing worldly affairs. She served as the king's liaison with the moon worship cult. Thus, inviting Anina to the capital and gifting her a mansion was, ostensibly, a gesture of compassion for his subordinates, but in reality, it was a way for him to secure a crucial corner outside the palace. Ah, Mayberry is a cunning fellow. You know, my wife and I have done so much for him, and we are considered great contributors to the founding of the nation. Accordingly, he should have rewarded us with a vast amount of gold and silver, a hefty sum. Instead, he simply gave us this mansion, calling it quits. This mansion is just a fancy, empty shell. Any valuables that could be moved inside have long been secretly removed by the pagan leader. The remaining shell of the mansion, while valuable, can't be converted into cash. Living in it requires constant repairs and maintenance, turning it into a money-eating beast. Anina complained, her tone light. Jiang, you could tell she had no real problem with the king, and their relationship was probably quite good. Well, it was the kind of relationship between profiteers who meet a rival and appreciate each other. Alexander and Anina were loyal and capable generals who had fought under King Huntington throughout his conquests. They were well aware of the Duchy of Huntington's current financial difficulties and its depleted treasury. So, while Anina might complain about the king's stinginess, she still saved the taxes and supplies collected from her own domain and invested them in areas vital to the country. Chapter 342. Andre is a good boy. As the carriage pulled into the mansion's courtyard gate, Anina gazed at the view outside the window and sighed softly. Although he and his father may differ in their considerations of personal safety and future development, they are both truly working to make this country a better place. I have no doubt of that. Although Takumi, he wasn't a local, and didn't have a heartfelt love for the Principality of Huntington, upon closer reflection, her initial fondness for Andre, besides the initial impression left by the stunning picture album, stemmed from the case in which Andre had brought justice to Holly. The wise and powerful knights of the kingdom, who also defended justice, were already very much to her liking. Add to that the subtle banditry in Andre. Well, he definitely fell into her sweet spot. There are many kinds of good people. Compared to the rigidly dogmatic holy school, constantly complaining about this and that, or the father school, who lip service to fairness and justice but never take action, always hiding behind others and taking advantage of them when things go wrong, Jiangyu prefers the practical type who has boundaries, is flexible, and always takes the lead. Andre is very loyal, not only to His Majesty the King, but also to those he trusts. His mentor, Count Sokka, was one of them. After Count Sokka was murdered, Andre was determined to find the murderer. Anina said, his father did not approve of Andre's actions. Alexander was very stubborn. He always felt that Andre was putting the cart before the horse, and was wasting his talent. Alexander has high hopes for Andre. He believes that since Count Sokka was killed by Evil Eye Moon for the sake of His Majesty's reforms, Andre should work with him to assist His Majesty, and further promote these reforms. He wants Andre to return to the front lines, and build his prestige within the army. That way, sooner or later, Evil Eye Moon will seek them out. Andre, however, believes that they can't just sit back and wait. If Evil Eye Moon has other plans, he might lose all leads if he heads to the border. What do you think? Jiangyu asked. Anina smiled. Sokka was my old friend, and I mourn his death. But Andre is my son. I can't bear to see him come to any harm. Even the thought of it makes me tremble. She shuddered, as if frightened by the image she had imagined. Then she shook her head and said, but Andre's personality is as stubborn as Alexander's. I can't persuade him. Alexander even tried to force Andre to change his ways by cutting off all financial support, but Andre always finds his own way. Andre even refused the financial support I offered him privately to avoid embarrassment between him and me. The probably thought that if he took my money, he would have to obey me. Jiangyu. Although she heard Jericho and Winston say this before, it seemed to her that Andre's poverty was natural. But things are different now. Anina embraced Jianyu's bony claws, patted them lovingly, and said, Andre likes you? With his heart full of concern, he naturally wouldn't recklessly risk his life. Besides, he'd soon be granted his fiefdom, allowing him to develop peacefully in West Eston City. I can finally put my mind at ease. She pulled a large, heavy purse from her bosom and thrust it into Jianyu's hands. Here, this is my welcome gift to you. Keep it. Jianyu opened it, and was nearly blinded by the golden light within. Wow, so many gold coins. Wait, didn't General Alexander say you shouldn't give Andre money? Anina curled her lips in disdain. What does my welcome gift have to do with the conflict between father and son? This is tax revenue from my own territory, private income from my business, and has nothing to do with the Huntington family. I heard you're opening a brewery, and you need money right now. This money is my gift to you, and I don't expect anything in return. It's just, she sighed. There's nothing wrong with my son, except that he's a big eater. I heard he relies on you for 3 meals a day. I'm worried he'd bankrupt you. So, take this money and give him extra meals whenever you want. If it's not enough, just let me know. Jiangyu was at a loss for words. So this welcome gift was actually mommy's food allowance. Anina had said so Jianyu didn't refuse. She stuffed the large bag of gold coins into her skull with difficulty, feeling her entire frame grow heavy. "Madam, we're here." The carriage finally stopped, and Jericho's voice reached her. Anina patted Jianyu's hand and emerged first. "Butler, is lunch ready?" A white-haired butler with an English-style appearance appeared silently. "Madam, lunch is prepared as you ordered." "Then let's go straight to the restaurant. Mauzi will take your luggage to your room." Anina arranged everything in a few words, acting decisively and with the demeanor of a hostess. Then she took Jianyu in her arms and said, come on. You won't have to cook today. Let's try our chef's cooking." "Okay." Jianyu couldn't help but become interested. Andre was such a good eater, so he must have enjoyed his meals at home, too. While the food in this medieval magical world, resembling the British Empire, was admittedly lackluster, the fare of the wealthy was still something to look forward to, right? "I specially had the butler send someone to the harbor to bring in fresh seafood," Anina said. "It took only 3 hours to get it from Melori Harbor, using 5 horses and 3 riders. In the capital, this is probably the pinnacle of freshness." Jiuyo's soul fire flickered again. If she hired Xiaolong to sell seafood, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Anina took her to the magnificent bathroom to wash her hands, and Andre, looking dusty from his ride, was escorted back to his room for a bath. A dozen minutes later, the freshly groomed knight, dressed in formal aristocratic attire, arrived at the dining room and joined their conversation. Jiangyu glanced up at Andre, who was tucked away in layers of elaborate clothing, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. "Ah, the aristocratic clothing is nice, and Andre looks handsome in it. But it's just too masculine, not showing off any muscle at all." Xiaodyatu's expression was so easy to understand, and Andre couldn't help but let out a small laugh, then suppressed it at the questioning glance Anina gave him. Chapter 343. The Dresden family chef truly pulled out all the stops today, dishing out one dish after another that was truly a feast for the eyes, ears, and senses. The appetizer was a honey-scented nectarine, kale, and burrata salad. The crescent-shaped nectarine slices were roasted, basting in a sweet, golden hue. Paired with kale, almonds, walnuts, blueberries, and other fruits and nuts, they formed a flower-like pattern on the plate, surrounding the plump burrata. The salad was accompanied by the chef's homemade vinaigrette, based on olive oil and balsamic vinegar. The unique flavor of the olive oil and the complex, fruity aroma of the balsamic vinegar were palpable. The two worlds overlapped strangely in certain ways. The burrata here is also a milky bun. When you prick the rind with a fork, a rich, milky aroma oozes out from the soft, smooth interior, mingling beautifully with the salad. Even the kale becomes delicious. Paired with the roasted nectarines, which are even sweeter, and the fragrant vinaigrette, it's refreshing with a hint of milk, its sweetness blending with the richness of the cheese for an incredibly rich flavor. The chef has diligently removed the characteristic bitterness of the kale. While the texture is still a bit rough, it has a unique flavor when eaten with the cheese, nectarines, and nuts. It has a very healthy and fitness-inspired taste. The soul fire in Takuyu's hand reproduced the flavor and texture of the dish exactly to the letter. She quite liked this refreshing dish, which relied entirely on the natural flavors of the ingredients. After the appetizer salad, there was a Mediterranean-style seafood marinated in oil. Of course, the Mediterranean flavor was Takuyu's own addition. The taste and cooking methods of the two are very similar. Both use a lot of olive oil and rosemary, thyme, oregano, black olives, and other iconic Mediterranean spices. The seafood is cooked at a lower temperature in the high-quality oil of olive oil and the aroma of garlic, which fully retains the freshness and deliciousness of the seafood without causing the protein to harden excessively at high temperatures. The lobster, scallops, clams, octopus, and squid, marinated in olive oil, fully absorb the flavors of the spices. The chef also added parsley and garlic salt, giving them a wonderful, perfectly savory flavor. The dish was served with freshly baked focaccia bread. The bread, with its crispy exterior and soft, bubbly interior, is perfect for olive oil dishes. Dipping the bread into the delicious olive oil sauce creates another delicious experience. The soup was lentil soup. Lentils were simmered with onions, carrots, celery, and other vegetables, with sausage and bacon adding a meaty flavor. The taste was a bit like a lighter version of borscht, and the flavor was quite standard. The main course was a whole roasted pork knuckle, prepared similarly to German roast pork. The large front knuckle was roasted to a golden brown, and the skin crackled with a knife. The aroma filled the room when it was served. A butler carved the dishes and presented each person with a large, boneless piece of pork, skin and flesh included. The skin was golden and crispy, the inside tender and boneless, the meat rich in juices, the tendons transformed into a sticky gelatin. Even seasoned with just the simplest coarse salt and black pepper, it was a delicacy. While the British Empire is widely considered a culinary desert, the Mediterranean region boasts a rich tapestry of delicious food. The two parallel worlds share many similarities. If their natural environments, historical and cultural developments are similar, they will likely foster similar culinary techniques. I wonder where Anina found the chef who could create such authentic, exotic delicacies. From each dish, Takumi only ate the sole fire, while the seemingly untouched dishes on the plate, which had in fact lost most of their souls, were naturally fed to Andre. Andre sat next to Jiangyu. After finishing each dish, Jiangyu conveniently pushed the plate towards him. The knight accepted everything, devouring every dish, even picking up the remaining pork elbow bones the butler had cut open at the end and devouring them completely. He truly was a voracious eater. Thankfully, the people present were all family, so no one paid much attention. Jiangyu had long been accustomed to Andre's appetite. Her only concern was whether he would gain weight. Later, she discovered that the knight's daily training was intense, and adequate nutrition was essential to maintain flawless muscle definition. For the sake of his muscles, he had to be fed. No scrimping was allowed. Anina looked at her son lovingly, even with a hint of the heartache of an old mother for her wandering child. Have you been able to eat enough these days? Are you going to go out hunting rabbits in the mountains every day? No, Jiangyu cooks a lot of delicious dishes, Andre said. And he ate double. Well, food that's been fed soul fire by a lich does lose a bit of soul, so the taste is a bit off, but it still retains most of its nutrients and bulk, so it can at least be considered a half portion. By now, everyone was about 70% full at this family lunch, and they were in the mood to chat. Anina had the housekeeper brew a pot of black tea and turn the conversation to business. The tailor will be here this afternoon. Tomorrow's the ordination ceremony, and time is a bit tight. I had them prepare a few outfits in your original size, and send them over this afternoon for you to try on. Any inappropriateness can be altered right then and there. She seemed a little dissatisfied with the tight schedule, and sighed deeply. Time is tight, so we can only make do. It's okay, I'm not picky. Andre didn't seem to mind. It's just a formality. Even if I went in armor, His Majesty wouldn't say anything. Anina rolled her eyes. How could I have given birth to such an unkempt child like you? She waved her hand helplessly at Andre. Talk to the tailor yourself. Just don't embarrass me tomorrow. As for Xiaoyu, she turned and smiled at Jiangyu. Xiaoyu, come with me this afternoon. I pick out some beautiful dresses for you. Anina. She looked incredibly excited, a look of longing on her face. I always wanted a little daughter, to buy her all sorts of beautiful clothes and dresses and dress her up. I never thought I'd end up with this unromantic little brat. Will you come with me this afternoon and help me make my dream come true? Of course I can, said Jiangyu. But I'm just a skeleton, so dressing up wouldn't make much of a difference. She had been about to say that she usually ran around naked in Eston West City. After all, a skeleton wearing clothes seemed even more bizarre. But before she could say anything, she suddenly remembered that she had just transformed into a human in the church courtyard. Oh, if she hadn't changed into a dress in the carriage. Jiangyu instantly calmed down. This magical world seemed to hold so many mysteries. Who could transform into a dog or a wolf, and how could a skeleton return to flesh and blood? It seemed that in the capital, she might have to stay put and treat herself like a living person. Chapter 344. How could that be? Xiaoyu is adorable, in every form, Anina said with a smile. Jiangyu had grown a fondness for her. Of course, it wasn't because Anina praised her cuteness and gave her money, but rather because Anina's attitude towards Andre reminded her of her mother's relationship with her older brother. In short, it was a mixture of affection and disdain. She missed him terribly whenever she wasn't around for a while, but if he stayed home all day, it somehow irritated her mother. It was as if she saw him doing nothing right and wanted to sweep him out. When my older brother was away at university, every winter and summer break would follow a similar pattern. Before he came home, my mother would start nagging him a week in advance, preparing all his favorite foods. But a mother's love only lasted 3 days. After 3 days, she'd start, Why aren't you getting up yet? What are you doing up so early? You're stuck at home all day. Why are you running out all day? This kind of nagging, which was never right, was just the opposite. Until her eldest brother left home for school again, the longing and reluctance to leave would surge back like a tide. That's why Takumi always believed that distance creates beauty, and even among family members, adults need a certain amount of solitude. Anina's undisguised love and equal disdain for Andre struck Takumi as completely real. She suddenly felt a little homesick, missing her family in another world, her father, mother, brother, and cousin. Alas, while time travel is a good thing, why didn't the protagonists of time travel novels miss their families? She really missed home. Jiang Yu sniffed at the non-existent thing, pulled out a soul fire called longing from his chest, and silently stored it. His mood suddenly brightened. The conversation at the table had turned to Heidi van Lothar, whom they had met on their way here, and the possible cooperation with Baron Lothar. As the high priestess of the moon worship cult, and a countess herself, Anina was a prominent figure in the social scene. She immediately grasped the strategic significance behind this cooperation and enthusiastically offered Andre a suggestion. We can go to that restaurant tonight and find out more. Anina acted decisively. With a snap of her fingers, she summoned the butler. Make us a reservation. The white-haired butler vanished like a ghost. Anina said, Xiao Yu is a skilled cook, and he owns a restaurant business. If you could use this as an opportunity to collaborate and solidify your alliance and friendship with the Lothar family, it would be a truly wonderful thing. Curing illnesses and saving lives is a good start, but it doesn't guarantee a lifelong control. Human hearts are complex. Some people, when seriously ill, seek medical help everywhere, offering sweet words and generous gifts. But after the doctors, after painstakingly bringing them back from the brink of death, they can turn their backs on them. They may find the consultation fees too expensive, or they may feel the doctor's treatments are simple, just a few pills or a few doses of medicine. Once they're back to life, the memory of their near-death experience vanishes in an instant. They may consider the past a dark past, eager to forget it all or to find all sorts of excuses to blame the victim, hoping to recoup the entire price they paid for their lives, with interest. As the high priestess of the moon worship cult, Anana had seen this sort of thing too much in the magical Middle Ages, when medicine and religion were not completely separated. It can only be said that not everyone in this world deserves to be saved. Some people's illnesses are simply karma, the manifestation of the goddess. While the noblewoman named Heidi was likely not such a person, the people present all viewed the treatment as an opportunity for mutual acquaintance and cooperation, not a favor to be exploited forever. Jiao felt that saving a life by cooking a few meals was simply a matter of course, and any reward would be appreciated. Even if she gained nothing, it didn't matter, she would just consider it a friendship, she wasn't one to expect a favor in return. Andre and Anana took a more realistic and bleak view. They didn't believe in favors or human nature, preferring to believe in the inherent benefits of cooperation. If her restaurant's business wasn't already high, cooperation would be a good option, Anina reasoned. Xiao Yu could bring real benefits to her family, making their restaurant prosperous and firmly established in the capital. That would allow for a long-term partnership. But if business was already booming, then this would become a matter of repaying a favor. The Lothar family may not hold high titles, but they do have considerable wealth. A restaurant, a gift, is just a gift. It wouldn't be that meaningful. Andre nodded, agreeing. Then again, if Xiao Yu simply wanted to open a restaurant in the capital, that would be simple. I could simply have my butler buy a storefront. I may not have much cash on hand, but this is a long-term investment. With scraping together some resources, leveraging some connections, and some past favors, I can probably pull it off. Anina said proudly. Ah, then that's not necessary. Jiang Yu waved his hand quickly. My store in Eston West City is still expanding, and we have a branch in Witch Forest. If I were to open another branch in the capital that required my full management, I'd be completely overwhelmed and unable to handle it. I wanted to partner with Heidi because they already have a chef and a restaurant, and I wanted to be a hands-off manager. Oh no, an anonymous partner, teaching them a few dishes and then collecting the money. It was only when Heidi suggested giving her the restaurant that she began to think about collaborating. She felt it would be beneficial for all parties involved, so she might as well try to discuss it. But if she had to build a restaurant from scratch, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? No, there's really no need. Oh, Anina said, a little disappointed, realizing I see. Jiang Yu, Why does she think mommy's depressed after losing the chance to spend money? She coughed lightly, turned her gaze to the almost eaten dishes on the table, and changed the subject. By the way, many of the dishes in today's lunch use delicious olive oil. Where is it produced? Anina's eyes lit up again. You like this olive oil? That's easy. It's olive oil pressed from the olives we grow on our land. It's delicious. When you're ready to return to Eston West City, I have the butler prepare a car for you. Hey, there's a place in the Duchy of Huntington where olives are grown. Chapter 345. In Takuya's understanding, mainly influenced by geography lessons learned in middle and high school, olives prefer a Mediterranean climate with hot, dry summers and mild winters. Supposedly, A Mediterranean climate is found on the west coast of continents between 30 and 40 degrees north latitude, but the Principality of Huntington is so high that it likely doesn't meet this standard anywhere. Of course, it's possible that the planets in this other world orbit differently, causing some shift in the westerly winds and subtropical high-pressure belts, or perhaps some magical influence. This world holds too many mysteries to be explained by Takuya's common sense. Our home, Dresden's territory, is in the central part of the Duchy of Huntington, said Anina. It's not near the sea, but it's nestled in a lava valley, rich with hot springs and frequent fire activity. It's warm year-round, with dry, hot summers. The sunny side of the valley receives constant sunlight, and the soil is fertile. Furthermore, the volcanic rock itself is porous and well-drained, making it ideal for olive trees. Even without care, the olive trees still produce abundant fruit every year. Jiaoyu suddenly realized, this is a geothermal resource. With such a unique factor, it's not surprising that the climate is changing. Wait, if the temperature is right, could tropical crops like sugarcane be grown there? She remembered that Europeans first began cultivating sugarcane in the Mediterranean region. The unique climate of the Mediterranean region also fostered a rich variety of crops, leading to a very advanced culinary culture. Nearly 90% of European cuisine originates from the Mediterranean. Sugarcane? Anina pondered. I don't know anything about this. I asked a botanist. I know a botanist. Jiuyo became excited. I write to him this afternoon. Can he do a field survey on Dresden's land? If we can grow sugarcane on our own land, we have an endless supply of sugar. Sugar. The word sugar holds a completely different meaning in the hearts of the Huntington people. Andre and Anina's expressions instantly changed. Sugar. Anina practically held her breath, afraid this was all a dream, that even a heavy breath would shatter it. Really? Can we grow such a miraculous crop in our territory? Possibly. Jiaoyu was quite reasonable. She wasn't blindly confident and overwhelmed by excitement. She simply said, whether it works or not depends on the experts, but we can give it a try. Although Holly had made some progress in sugar beet research, if they could directly find land suitable for growing sugarcane, they could hire ships to import the best sugarcane varieties from Southeast Asia. This is far simpler than forcing sugar beets from scratch, not to mention sugarcane's unshakable position in the sugar production world, with its high sugar content, high yield, and delicious taste. Honestly, in Huntington, anyone who can grow sugarcane, whether it's brown sugar, yellow sugar, or white sugar, will have no trouble finding a market. Let's do it. Anina's words were final, her eyes blazing with fire. Shall you go for it? Whether it requires money, land, or personnel, the Dresden family will fully support you. I sell everything I have to meet your every request. Takumi's jaw twitched suspiciously. So, Anina's actually short on cash too? Honestly, this mommy looked a bit wealthy, and it was hard to tell if she was truly wealthy or just pretending. Maybe she was similar. The type with lots of real estate but limited cash? The temptation of sweets put her plans to buy a dress that afternoon on hold. Takumi recalled Zayamochi and asked her to deliver a long letter to Holly. While the address book was useful, it took too much mana to write such a long letter, and she wasn't confident she could explain the whole thing in just a few words. Holly's reply was prompt. The young botanist had never been to Dresden's territory, and didn't know if the climate there was suitable for growing sugarcane. However, based on Takumi's description, he felt it was highly likely and worth conducting an on-site investigation. He offered to come to the capital, but Anina felt it unnecessary for Holly to make another trip. Dresden's territory was southwest of the capital, much closer by heading directly from West Eston. I will send a family knight directly to West Eston to pick up Mr. Holly, and escort him all the way to Dresden's territory. Shall you write a letter for him to carry as proof of his identity? Anina's thoughts raced. I will also notify the territory to arrange for someone to receive him and provide all possible support. Jianyu informed Holly of his decision, and Holly quickly replied, at your service. The half-botanist had recently become obsessed with his research on sugar plants. Upon hearing this news, he was eager to pack up and rush off to conduct field research, neglecting even his own business. But with Aunt Wolf still in West Eston, Holly shouldn't have any problems being away for a few days. Xiaoyu is truly a lucky star. Anina burst into laughter. No, I should say she's the god of wealth. Jianyu, Wait, the high priest of the moon cult made such an assessment. Would the moon goddess really not be angry? The matter was finalized with incredible speed. By the time Anina's family knight, Metz, galloped out of the city with a letter, the tailor they had arranged to meet hadn't even arrived yet, giving Jianyu and Andre some quiet time to chat. They stayed in the mansion for the night. After lunch, Andre took Jianyu on a tour of the mansion, familiarizing her with the various areas so she wouldn't get lost. Finally, he led her to her room. What a huge house! Takumi couldn't help but sigh. I'm almost getting lost. It's actually pretty easy to remember, Andre said. Our rooms are both on the second floor. Yours is on the south side, mine is on the north, facing each other across the courtyard corridor. The first floor houses the dining room, ballroom, living room, and kitchen. The third floor is where my parents live. He thrust 2 keys into Takumi's hand. This larger one is the key to your room. Jericho has already put your luggage in your room. He stored the remaining kitchen utensils and snack bar in the storage room next to the kitchen. This smaller one is the key to that storage room. Chapter 346. Kitchen utensils and sauces wouldn't fit in the bedroom, but this arrangement was just right, and Jiangyu was quite satisfied. She took the key, opened the door, and walked inside. She was dazzled by the opulence of the house. Wow, this is so luxurious. The bedroom itself was a large suite, with pristine white wall panels gilded with gold. Beyond was the living room, and within was an oversized 4-poster bed that blended seamlessly into the room. White gauze curtains fluttered in the wind, revealing a glimpse of the terrace behind. Jianyu ran out onto the terrace and leaned out to look out. From here, he could see most of the courtyard below. Sunflowers, hydrangeas, lavender, and other colorful flowers were scattered throughout the courtyard, creating a breathtaking sight. Wow! Jiayo exclaimed. This place is so beautiful. There was a small door in the bedroom, which opened to reveal a huge bathroom. Besides a nearly modern set of plumbing fixtures, there was also a large bathtub. Jiangyo's eyes sparked again, and she couldn't help but glance at Andre. Speaking of which, I'm really confused about whether your family is rich or poor. Andre chuckled again. Jiayo found that she really enjoyed Andre's laughter. It was pleasant, soothing, and carried a sense of freedom and relaxation. Actually, given my parents' status and the income from our territory, our family is one of the wealthiest in the capital. Andre said, but as I said before, when discussing a family's wealth, we can't just look at income, we also have to consider spending. Jiangyu nodded, motioning enthusiastically for Andre to continue. So the two of them sat side by side on a bench on the terrace, and Andre continued, my father is a collateral relative of the king, and was appointed Grand General, commanding the army for His Majesty. However, due to the frequent natural disasters in recent years, His Majesty has nearly emptied the treasury to fund disaster relief efforts. The army is the primary source of disaster relief, and to stabilize the borders and quell minor rebellions by the German nobles, it's deployed almost every other day. And when the army is deployed, it requires substantial pay and sufficient rations. I should explain here that the soldiers of the Duchy of Huntington don't remain in the army year-round. When not called upon, they return home to farm or become hired knights and thugs. During these times, His Majesty doesn't need to pay them wages or provide them with rations. I see. However, the treasury is so empty that it can't even pay the soldiers, not to mention the grain in the granaries has long since become rations for the victims of the drought. But my father was a very loyal general. He knew that if the army lacked money and food, mutiny and rebellion would ensue. So, whenever His Majesty the King needed to mobilize the troops, my parents would advance the money and food. It's a huge sum of money, and for now, all we get in return is an IOU from His Majesty the King. Huh? Andre smiled. Actually, it's not just our family. The situation is the same with Brother Winston. The Shadow Army is funded by the assets accumulated by the previous and current Earl of Mordor. In a sense, His Majesty is quite impressive, having so many subordinates spending money on his behalf. Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed. Andre nodded. He's a great king, Your Majesty. The Delman royal family left behind a devastated country, and over the past 20 years, King Mebri has gradually transformed this broken country into the prosperous it is today. Although there are still many problems to be solved, ordinary people can feel that life is gradually getting better. Jianyu's heart suddenly surged with warmth. She suddenly remembered the national entrepreneurs of the war years, who spent all their wealth to make the country a better place. She felt that the Andre family's image in her eyes was gradually becoming more prominent. This can actually be considered an investment. Andre rubbed Takuya's smooth skull. His Majesty is not completely ungrateful for our contributions. He grants us rewards from time to time. Like this luxurious mansion. Although it's difficult for us to liquidate it right now, based on its asset value alone, it's enough to cover 3 years' worth of military pay and rations. Besides, a luxurious mansion in this location isn't something you can buy with just money. In other words, you're investing cash in exchange for the rewards of real estate, power, and status bestowed upon you by His Majesty the King. Due to our reduced liquidity, life can be difficult from time to time, but as long as we can liquidate a little, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Takuya quickly understood everything. That's right. Andre looked at her approvingly. Since we never know when natural disasters or wars might strike, we try to save as much money as possible for emergencies. When I left home, I also refused the financial support my parents offered me. Part of the reason was that I was arguing with my father, but the other part was that I didn't want to cause them any more trouble, both financially and emotionally. I have the ability and confidence to earn enough for Jericho and me to live on, so they don't have to worry about me anymore. Also, although my father is a stubborn old man who cares about appearances, he actually has a very good relationship with my mother. To be honest, I envy the long-standing relationship they shared. I don't want to cause a conflict between them over something as trivial as me taking my mother's money. My father is a man who often speaks without thinking and gets angry easily. If they started arguing because of me, my mother, who supports me financially, would likely be blamed. Of course, after living together for so many years, they naturally know each other's personalities and ways of doing things very well, so they might not care about such a small dispute. But even if I know intellectually that the other person is acting impulsively, speaking nonsense in the heat of the moment, who wouldn't be hurt and heartbroken when hearing harsh words from their loved one? I don't want to see my parents quarrel over my decision. Perhaps this is just a small selfish motive on my part. Andre smiled. To protect the long-standing bond between them, I can endure poverty. After all, I lived in the military camp since I was a child, so I'm used to being frugal and don't have material desires. Aside from the necessary maintenance costs for my horse, armor, and weapons, my actual expenses aren't very high. Although I eat a lot, I'm not picky about food, I just need to fill my stomach. But all this might change once I get my fiefdom. Andre said, Little Bone, are you willing to join me in running Eston West City? Chapter 347. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. Managing a city. I never considered such a thing. More than one city, actually. Andre smiled. Baron Newman's domain is actually quite large. West Eston is only the most prosperous city, and also his main base. Besides this city, there are many villages and small towns. You probably haven't visited them yet. But you have to eat one bite at a time, do one thing at a time, and take one step at a time. A city that's already functioning smoothly is always easier to manage than a village. We can start with West Eston and try it together. That's right. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. But I'm only good at making sauces. She had played a lot of management games before, but it was in this magical world that she finally realized what she was doing. I wonder how much experience there is left in this world. Maybe on the bright side, it could all come in handy. We can try this together, Andre said. Starting with the people's livelihoods, we always do better than that fat-headed Baron Newman, who's always plundering the people's wealth. That's right. Jiang Yu became excited again. This is an entire territory. How many business game enthusiasts and time travelers dream of owning a whole territory? Okay, this territory isn't hers, but it's her boyfriend's. Well, rounding it up, it doesn't make a difference. But, if we want to build a territory, do we have the money? The thought of funding made Jiang Yu worried again. King Huntington's stinginess had left a deep impression on her. While even a little bit of perks slipping through the king's fingers can make his subordinates a fortune, cash flow is crucial. We can't always hand over hard-to-liquidate real estate. Unsaleable real estate can bankrupt even a bank, Andre nodded. Thanks to Nashaw's half-sister, our men and the Shadow Army worked together to track down the stolen goods, and we seized a significant amount of the illicit funds Baron Newman had stolen from Evil Eye Moon. According to His Majesty's will, this illicit funds, along with Baron Newman's confiscated property, will be confiscated. Half will be given to the National Treasury, and the other half will be returned to me along with the territory, as a reward from the king, to serve as the initial capital for our future operations. Also, His Majesty probably wants to use this opportunity to promote a new reform. The territory tax. What's that? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Don't we already have to pay taxes in West Eston? That's a tax paid to the Lord. Andre laughed. Normally, according to the rules of the German kingdom, noble territories do not pay taxes to the king, but only bear military responsibilities. However, the Lord has the right to collect taxes from the people within the territory. For most nobles, this is pure net income. In this magical Middle Ages, few nobles understand the scientific management of their territories. Most nobles adopt a free-range approach, granting their subjects some preferential policies, and then letting them develop freely and fend for themselves. Tenant farmers are responsible for managing the fields themselves, while merchants are responsible for their own business. A lord generally only needed to manage his kingdom's knights and private soldiers, maintain law and order within his domain, and then sit back and enjoy the annual tax collection. Most nobles were absent from their domains year-round, using the taxes levied on them to enjoy themselves, purchasing assets in the capital, the countryside, or other prosperous domains. Naturally, they made no investment in infrastructure or other matters within their domains. Nobles generally received their titles and domains from the king through their ancestors' military achievements, and their sole obligation to him was military loyalty. If banditry, foreign invasions, or rebellions occurred locally or elsewhere, these noble lords were required to respond to the king's call and deploy troops. Other than that, they did not owe any money to His Majesty. His Majesty's personal income came from his own land. But there's a problem, Andre explained to Jian Yu. King Derman was a man who greatly enjoyed bestowing titles. He bestowed most of the kingdom's land upon those who pleased him. These people were neither blood relatives nor military heroes, yet they were all granted territories without prior recognition. And yet, the royal family's own resources were dwindling. The Derman dynasty had a capital for extravagance. They accumulated a vast fortune over generations. So even though the last Derman king spent countless lavishly, he was said to have left behind a wealth of treasures. The problem is, when King Derman suddenly passed away, all of this royal wealth disappeared. It's unknown whether the old king squandered it all or hid it somewhere. Jian Yu blinked. She hadn't expected that the change of kingdoms would leave behind urban legends, like the kingdom's treasure. But thinking back on their earlier adventure at Rose Hill, everything seemed to make sense. So, when those nobles accepted Madame Butterfly's invitation to Rose Hill, were they also seeking to uncover the missing treasure of the Delman royal family? Probably. Andre himself speculated. In short, during the transition between dynasties, large sums of treasure that should have been in the treasury mysteriously disappeared. When King Mayberry ascended the throne, the treasury was completely empty, and most of his nobles refused to acknowledge his dire situation. Forget supporting the king, those nobles didn't even want to respond to His Majesty's military call. Well, it was King Delman who bestowed their titles, so what connection did they have with King Mayberry Huntington? Jiao understood their reasoning. These nobles felt their territories were inherited from their ancestors, and their loyalty wasn't to King Huntington. The treasury was empty, and the lands held by His Majesty were all divided up by King Delman. Not only was there no savings, but even his income had been cut by a large margin. If His Majesty wishes to change the status quo, he must take the land back from the bloated and disloyal old nobles and redistribute it to his own people. Jiao understood. That's right, but it's far from enough. Andre said, if the problem of the treasury's income isn't completely resolved, the money looted from the nobles will quickly run out. Therefore, His Majesty intends to impose a national tax on the territories of the new nobles, and I will be the first of those new nobles. This new policy will be announced at tomorrow's enfeoffment ceremony. From now on, 20% of the taxes we collect from our subjects will be turned over to His Majesty. Chapter 348. A 20% tax isn't too much, but it's not too little either. Of course, for Andre, this wasn't an unacceptable condition. After all, this entire territory was essentially acquired for free. His Majesty the King clearly intended to start with Baron Newman's territory and gradually expand the new policies throughout the country. If Andre wasn't willing to cooperate with His Majesty, then His Majesty wouldn't have to force him to give him territory. There were many viscounts loyal to His Majesty, and Andre was simply the most useful of them. Jian Yu naturally understood this. No powerful person in the world lacked money. If King Mayberry Huntington had been a tyrant with a more malicious mind, he could have quickly accumulated wealth. By sending troops, openly plundering, extorting, or simply pretending to turn a blind eye when the people suffered natural disasters, he could have avoided these expenses and maximized the treasury. Historically, there have been tragic incidents of kings thriving while the people starved. In medieval times, a natural divide existed between nobles and commoners, a distinction that transcended class and bordered on species. Furthermore, commoners' martial and magical abilities were extremely limited. Just looking at how much Andre spent each month on armor, weapons, and warhorses, one can tell that these were definitely not things commoners could afford. The same goes for magic. Without instruction at a magic academy, even the most gifted of magical talent still wouldn't be able to draw a magic circle. A rusty hoe versus a well-maintained fine steel sword, a crude, untaught spell versus a perfect magic circle constructed with the help of a vast mathematical model. Even if those who could no longer tolerate tyranny rose in rebellion, it would be difficult to achieve anything. The fact that His Majesty is so poor, yet so many loyal ministers are willing to sell everything they have to follow him, actually proves that he's a wise ruler who spends money on the people. In business, the more powerful party always has the final say, said Jiang Yu. Besides, he's the ruler of a country. A 20% tax is nothing to us. But if this were to become widespread, wouldn't those old nobles be furious? Compared to Andre, who had agreed to a 28% tax split with the king from the outset, those old nobles, who had never paid taxes to His Majesty, would be the ones to go ballistic. That's right, Andre said. There are undercurrents swirling within these heavenly kings. For your own safety, if you want to go out, tell my mother. She make all the arrangements. Don't sneak out on your own. Okay. Jiaoyu, who cherished her life even after becoming a lich, nodded vigorously. She wouldn't risk her life for a moment of fun. She was a stranger in the capital. What if she was kidnapped by a political enemy? The two chatted for a while about the current situation in Huntington and the future development of Eston West City. After confirming their relationship, both Andre and Jiang Yu could no longer hide their feelings in many areas. After all, the foundation of a relationship is mutual trust. Dating is more than just dining and watching movies. It's more important to ensure that both parties share the same outlook on life, values, and worldview. Even if they aren't completely identical, they're at least not completely opposed. Not to mention that the marriage will be a union of two families. Although Jiang Yu is a lonely skeleton, Andre is a branch of the royal family. Even if Andre will do his best to protect Jiang Yu from the storm, Jiang Yu must at least learn the rules of saving his life. Andre then informed Jiang Yu of many things to be aware of in the capital, such as the nobles their family was friendly with, and the families they were hostile to, the king's next target, and Andre's plan to continue his search for the evil Eye Moon in the western city of Eston. Jiang Yu also told him in detail how she came to this world, including the diary and notes she had found, and the testimony she had heard from Aunt Wolf. She didn't know the exact connection between Miyu and the evil Eye Moon, but she felt there was something fishy going on. Actually, I guessed a little bit. Andre wasn't particularly surprised. After all, you sometimes lack common sense, but your dishes are so novel, and you know a lot of strange things we haven't heard of. I researched your dishes, like the tofu. No one knows how to make it, not just in Huntington, but even in several neighboring countries and the distant South Seas. Hey, I was exposed so early. Jian Yu scratched his head sheepishly. Well, when others invent dishes, they start with the ingredients they have on hand, using whatever they can to create a dish. But you're not like that. Andre looked at her fondly. For example, when you excitedly described those plants and their properties to Holly, you acted like you'd seen them before, but weren't sure if they existed in this world, what they were called in this world, or what strange side effects they might have. This makes me very curious. I always feel like you're not from this world. You already have the established recipes and a wealth of knowledge, but in this unfamiliar world, you need to find local ingredients to replicate them. That's called following the map. Jiang Yu said, her eyes flickering, and she chuckled again. Indeed. That's not surprising in itself. I examined the failed magic circle that Mio left behind. Perhaps you remember it. It's a lich-making magic circle, a combination of soul summoning and sacrifice. Andre said. Jiang Yu nodded, and then Mio wrote the soul's name wrong. She didn't write her own name, but my soul's name. Our names are somewhat similar. My soul's name only has 2 more strokes than hers, which is the difference of 2 tremors. She wrote in her diary that perhaps due to the aging potion, her hands would tremble uncontrollably. That's not the problem. Andre shook his head. You may have a natural affinity for magic, but you certainly haven't studied how to become a lich. Transforming oneself into a lich only requires 1 magic circle, the Lich Formation Magic Circle. So, what are the additional soul summoning and sacrifice spells used for? Jian Yu shock. But, Paulina told me that the essence of magic is equivalent exchange. To complete the Lich Formation, one must sacrifice one's body. Yes, this equivalent exchange is included in the Lich Formation Magic Circle. It simply involves sacrificing one's original, decaying body to transform into the immortal liches. In this process, there's a certain chance of failure, and one might be reduced to a skeleton, but it won't affect one's immortality. Regardless of the form, the caster's soul doesn't need to be replaced. Chapter 349. Jiang Yu was completely shocked. She had always thought Miyu was a poor student who made mistakes. But even drawing a magic circle incorrectly. No, wait, this wasn't just a simple mistake, this was clearly a scam. When using a magic circle, the caster must pay a price to activate it, Andre continued. Generally speaking, this price is the caster's magic power. Some special magic circles require sacrifices, ranging from flowers and herbs to human flesh. In most cases, these activation conditions are included in the magic circle itself. Only certain special magic circles, such as soul summoning, allow for the selection of different sacrifices, allowing for the application of sacrificial spells. In other words, the Lich formation magic circle itself involves the sacrifice of the old body and the creation of a new one. However, it is the magic that allows the caster's soul to persist permanently in the phylactery, without requiring any changes to the soul itself. Except for one special case. What case? Jianyu asked nervously. The caster isn't trying to transform themselves into a Lich, but rather to transform a specific distant soul into a Lich. Andre said, soul summoning is used to summon distant souls, while sacrifice cruelly demands the caster sacrifice their own soul in a one-for-one exchange. Normally, soul summoning isn't such an extreme spell. The flesh and blood of magical creatures, or is imbued with powerful magical power, can all be used as sacrifices. Huh? So Miyuben doesn't need to die, and doesn't need to sacrifice his soul? Takumi was stunned. Ever since I met you, I've been observing you, Andre said. I asked to stay at the workshop to investigate your connection to this matter. But I long ago determined that you had nothing to do with this matter, merely an alien soul inexplicably drawn into it. Though sometimes cunning, stingy, and greedy, Andre was absolutely certain that Takumi's soul was truly kind, pure, and righteous, despite her penchant for telling infernal jokes and her inability to relate to life and death after becoming a Lich. But indifference to life and death is a common trait among immortals. The dragons and elves Andre knew also had this trait, so it wasn't unusual. Andre had always been a cautious person. He wouldn't allow himself to be tempted until he was completely certain of Takumi's innocence. His confession to Takumi was only after careful investigation, after he had completely ruled out Takumi's suspicions, and he followed his own judgment after careful consideration. Then the question arises, did Mio voluntarily sacrifice her soul to complete this magic circle, summoning you here to become a Lich, or was she deceived, believing she would become an immortal Lich, only to end up serving as a scapegoat? Either way, the person who provided Mio with the magic circle must be very suspicious. Jakuyu clenched his fists. Mabucha Huntington, Mio's mentor. He knew about Mio's plans to become a Lich. He even obtained a black magic charter issued by the king for Mio. Mabucha Huntington. The king's brother, the kingdom's great wizard? Andre was a little surprised, but a small thread had finally emerged from the previously broken clue. It's worth investigating. The couple, now completely at peace, began a thorough review. Unfortunately, all the evidence was still at home, and Takumi you couldn't show it to Andre for the time being, so he could only describe it from memory. So, you found Miyu's scribbled, chaotic diary, the note from Grand Mage Mabucha attached to the black magic charter, and the massive magic book containing the Lich transmutation technique. Do you remember the title? Andre asked. It's called Grande Guillemot. Takumi recalled, but I remember that the magic circles described in the Lich transmutation technique chapter in that book are the same series of circles that Miyui drew. She remembered that after reading the Lich transmutation technique in that massive book, she conveniently tucked the magic book back onto the bookshelf in the basement. There are so many books on that shelf. I haven't looked through them all. Andre pondered. I'm not sure if the book itself has been tampered with. The couple reconciled their accounts and immediately discovered that the case was riddled with doubts. Jiangyu felt a little annoyed. I should have told you all this sooner. You were trying to protect yourself. Andre sympathized with her. As an outsider, you've been caught up in all this for no apparent reason. You've done a great job. He glanced at the sky and made a quick decision. Let's go to the library now. Logically, any book that you can get should be found in the library. Takumi was the only witness who had read the book, so naturally he had to go. Andre rushed downstairs and quickly greeted Anina, who followed him out, confused. Wait! The tailor is on his way. Where are you going now? We're just going out. We'll be back in about an hour. Andre, carrying a light skeleton, rushed out the door. Jericho brought the horses just in time. The cat guardian spirit born in this family gained even greater power once it returned to its home territory, always paying close attention to its owner's needs. The library was not far away, and it took Andre and Takumi only 5 minutes to reach the library counter. In unison, they flashed their badges/tokens to the receptionist in the library uniform. Knights of the Kingdom, investigating a case. We need to find a book. Okay, which book are you two looking for? Grande Guillemot, Takumi said. The young lady looked at Takumi with the look of an illiterate. Okay, the book you're looking for is the Great Magic Book. There are only 3 authentic copies in existence. This library has 1 copy in its custody. To access it, you must have a borrowing slip issued by the Grand Mage. This is a warrant signed by His Majesty the King. Andre pulled out a piece of parchment and slapped it in front of her. I think it should be sufficient. That's fine. The young lady smiled broadly. This book may only be read in the library, accompanied by a staff member. Copying or removal is prohibited. Please follow me, both of you. By the way, Andre said, you just said there are 3 authentic copies in existence. Besides the one in the library, where are the other 2? One is at the Royal School of Magic, the young lady said. The other is in the possession of the Delman royal family, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Chapter 350. A book of this caliber couldn't possibly fall into Miyu's hands, could it? Jiang Yu tugged at Andre's hand, whispering, is there really something wrong with her copy? It's hard to say. Identify it later. Andre whispered, the cover, the contents, the chapter on the Lich. You remember everything, right? Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. Yes. They followed the staff member leading the way to the library's 3rd floor. The young staff member produced a set of keys, unlocked a dusty door, and then closed dozens of magic circles before leading the 2 inside. Even to an outsider like Jian Yu, the security measures seemed impeccable. The heavy book was locked in the deepest part of the room. Locked meant in the physical sense. The thick tome was securely bound to the stone platform at the end of the room with chains as thick as an adult's forearm. It occasionally jumped and struggled, like a living thing. Okay, it's completely different from the book I've seen before, Takumi said. The cover color, the style, and even this lively, bouncy look. Why is the book bouncy, anyway? Could it be an otherworldly relative of the Yokai Book of Yokai? Which chapter do you 2 need to review? The clerk asked. Does this book include a chapter on liches? Andre asked. The Great Grimoire encompasses every kind of magic in the world, including liches. To review this chapter, I also need to check the Dark Magic Charter. I have this. Jiang Yu pulled her certificate from the skull. Okay, Miss Lich does have permission to view this chapter. The clerk nodded and pulled out a staff shaped like a sapling. A magic wand? She pointed it at the magic book, and the book, despite the heavy chains blocking it, leaped up from the stone platform and automatically flipped to the corresponding chapter. Jiang Yu read it carefully, even though her magical affinity seemed to repeatedly hit a wall with this book. The magic text was too profound. To her, it was like classical Chinese text. She could recognize every word, but the combination was completely incomprehensible. She did see a magic circle in the Great Magic Book, but it was different from what she remembered, much simpler. Even though she couldn't understand most of it, Jian Yu still memorized everything about liches. It was obviously not easy for an ordinary person to read this book. She had to take this opportunity to memorize all the knowledge and slowly digest it after she left. Reading time is up. The clerk closed the book. I hope you 2 have found the answer. Yes. Takumi let out a slow breath and looked at Andre. Yo's copy is probably a fake. I also need a list of all the guests who have read this book. Andre added. Okay. The clerk opened the register she had been holding, copied a list of names onto parchment, and handed it to Andre. The 2 thanked the clerk and were escorted out of the library by her. Only after he sat on Diego's horse did Takumi ask, why do you have the king's investigation warrants? To facilitate my investigations outside, His Majesty has given me some blank warrants signed by him personally. Andre said, they're enchanted. The objects and details of the investigation will automatically appear in the blank spaces according to my wishes. These warrants are only mine to use. If they fall into the hands of others, the unused blanks will be automatically incinerated to prevent misuse. Wow, impressive. Yes. Andre nodded. This is the work of the great magician Mabucha Huntington. So, it's hard for me to imagine that the great magician would collaborate with Evil Eye Moon to harm his own disciple. Takumi was puzzled. Her mind was buzzing, and memories of her time here flashed back, mingling with the memories of the time she had just arrived. The vast amount of incomprehensible magical text she had just memorized made her even more confused. It's so complicated. Let's go home first. The tailor will be here soon, said Andre. Let's rest for a bit. We review it tonight. By the way, do you have any magical items that can replicate memories? Asked Jiang Yu. I just managed to memorize the contents of a bunch of magic books. It would be a big loss if I didn't save them. Yes, said Andre, galloping off on his horse, carrying her. We have some at home. As the high priestess of the moon worship cult, Anina had many magical items at hand. After hearing Jiangyo's request, she quickly found a flat, orange-yellow stone with magical symbols painted on it. Here, hold this stone, and try to recall the memory you need recorded. The stone will objectively and completely replicate it. As long as the memory is directed correctly, even if you find it a bit hazy or unsure, the stone will record the correct version. You can then access it again and again. Wow, impressive! Jiangyu praised, then diligently recorded his own memories of flipping through the great magic book. Of course, we often use this tool in investigations, said Andre. This memory stone is specifically designed to deal with witnesses whose memories are muddled and incoherent. After completing this, the tailor finally arrived with several racks of semi-finished garments, and the three of them split into two groups, each taking their own measurements. Jiangyu was somewhat distracted throughout the entire process. She had already copied the great magic book and her memories of the Miyu case into the stone, but those images and words continued to swirl in her mind, stirring up a storm. Until now, she had always believed that Miyu had died from the aftereffects of the unfortunate cauldron cleaning accident. The aging potion had severely aged parts of Miyu's body and organs, placing a severe strain on her body. Miyu was forced to seek a way to become a lich, but just as everything was ready, she mistyped the name on the magic circle. However, Andre claimed that creating a lich only required a single, signature-free magic circle, and the extra magic circle had appeared in the counterfeit great magic book that Miyu had obtained. Who had given her this book? Was it her teacher, Mabucha Huntington? Or someone else? Auntie Wolf had said that Miyu had received help from Mabucha. Was this true? How did Auntie Wolf know this? Did Miyu tell her? Was Auntie Wolf also involved, or had Miyu been lying to her neighbor? Chapter 351. Jiangyu suddenly felt a surge of fear. It was as if she had become the center of a storm, completely unaware of it. Was her arrival in this world the result of a magical accident, or was it the result of someone else's ulterior motive? Was there a mastermind lurking in the shadows, watching her every move? She suddenly didn't know who to trust. Oh, Andre, the Andre family should be trustworthy. What about Aunt Wolf? Aunt Wolf was the first friend she made since arriving in this world. Could she be a bad person? I need to review this, Jiangyu muttered. The old tailor in front of her looked up and adjusted his glasses. Huh? What did you say? Jiangyu. After finally finishing the measurements, Jiangyu slumped down on the chaise longue in the living room, almost like a pile of bones. Anina remained energetic, quickly finalizing orders with the tailor. I want this suit, I want that suit, and I like the red dress too. Take it. Jiayo, what a spirited mommy. The old tailor was incredibly efficient. Most of the clothes he brought were semi-finished pieces, just 1 or 2 steps away from completion, requiring only minor adjustments. He hurriedly crafted 3 dresses for Andre, and the others to wear at the ceremony tomorrow, and he would deliver the remaining orders in 3 days. Most of these were clothes Anina had chosen for Jiangyu. Jiayo felt a little embarrassed about receiving so many clothes as gifts in just one trip, but Anina didn't see any problem with it. We have a lot of banquets coming up, so we can have one for each one. That way, we won't lose face for our family. Having come to this, Takumi could only accept this valuable offer. Then, as planned, the 3 of them went to Heidi's restaurant for dinner. Heidi's restaurant, called Dream Garden, is located at the junction of the Central Cultural District and the market area. Its decor is reminiscent of the sophisticated Michelin restaurants of later times, but Takumi's opinion is that the food is merely average. Their signature dish is filet mignon. The beef is top-notch, generously marinated with rosemary and sea salt, then seared in butter to the chef's recommended medium rare. When cut, the outside is a beautiful Maillard brown, while the center still has a rose-pink tinge of blood. This is a classic steak recipe, with both flavor and cooking time earning an 80. However, as long as the meat is good and cooked to perfection, this type of steak is difficult to go wrong. Tonight's soups include tomato oxtail soup, split pea soup, and cream of seafood soup. They each ordered 1. The oxtail stew wasn't flavorful enough, the pea soup was bland, and the cream of seafood soup was fishy. Not even as good as the Dresden family chefs. After the meal, Takumi felt relieved. They didn't run into Heidi at the restaurant that evening. Perhaps the young lady hadn't arrived in the capital yet. She would represent House Lothar at tomorrow's enfeoffment ceremony anyway. After dinner, the group returned to the mansion in a carriage. Anina, yawning, declared herself tired and returned to the 3rd floor. Takumi pulled Andre into her room. She pressed the memory stone into Andre's hand and replayed to him her first memories of her arrival in this world. Andre closed his eyes and reviewed the memory in his mind. Then, he looked at Takumi with interest, his green eyes gleaming with amusement. So you slept with my album in your hand those days? Are you so pleased with my abs? Ah! How did you even record that memory? The skeleton blushed instantly. Don't worry about it. Let's review it. Review it? Andre looked at the discolored skeleton and chuckled softly. Ultimately, he let Takumi go and turned the conversation back to business. Let's list the suspicious points first. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down the points that seemed suspicious. My first interest in Mifuna and Miyu stems from the recurring appearance of special potions in cases related to the Evil Eye Moon. Andre began his narration. Mifuna was a master potion master from a foreign land, possessing many of her own formulas. I followed the clues in these cases, and soon discovered Mifuna. However, before I could contact her, she had died in the dark alleys of the capital's black market. But strangely, her unique potion continues to appear in various cases related to the Evil Eye Moon. For example, the 2 murderers who perished in the Witch's Forest incident had consumed Mifuna's famous poison, and the poison they intended to use in the bonfire was also one of Mifuna's exclusive recipes. But by that time, Mifuna had been dead for a long time, and even Miyu had passed away. Jiangyu asked doubtfully. Well, there are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that Mifuna concocted a large amount of potion and gave it to the Evil Eye Moon's people before her death, and this stock has not yet been used up. Another possibility is Mifuna still has an apprentice alive, and this person is very likely a member of the Evil Eye Moon. That's right. The Grand Master of Potions also needs to be passed down. Miyu isn't good at making potions, so Mifuna might have trained another disciple. Jiangyu asked, have you found out the identity of her disciple yet? Mifuna fled the disaster of the Rusman Federation. No, to be more precise, her homeland is the Shimon Kingdom, which borders the Rusman Federation. The Shimon Kingdom is a renowned potion-making nation, rich in various medicinal herbs, and its medical expertise is considered world-class. The people there value family, and naming conventions place the surname first, followed by the personal name, with no middle names. They are proficient in pharmacology and medicine, and can even use potions to slow aging, achieving immortality in a sense. About 30 years ago, the kingdom of Heman erupted in an unprecedented civil war, known as the Poison Dust War. The vast quantities of poison used in the war polluted the air, water, and land, resulting in the deaths of many. To escape the devastation and the war, those with some ability flocked to the neighboring Rusman Federation. The Rusman Federation is renowned for its scholars, welcoming those with knowledge. Mifuna was one of them. She passed the Grand Master of Alchemy test in the Rusman Federation, becoming renowned both domestically and internationally, and began to travel extensively as a Grand Master of Alchemy. The Crucible of Time in your hand was likely custom-made by Mifuna during her time in the Rusman Federation. About 27 or 20 years ago, Mifuna, along with the magician Mabucha, rescued the princess, who was then imprisoned at Rose Hill. The princess later became Mifuna's apprentice. This is the first record I found of Mifuna's apprentice. Chapter 352. But the princess is also dead, said Takumiyu. Yes, but let's write her down for now. Andre wrote Drisi's name on the parchment. Once we sorted out all the suspects, we eliminate them one by one to avoid any errors or omissions when sorting out the relationships between the characters. This approach sounded very reliable, and Takumiyu had no objections. Andre continued, regarding Mifuna's second apprentice, I only found a few letters between Mifuna and him. He was probably around the same age as Mifuna, or even younger. Mifuna once compared him to her daughter and praised his talent. He signed his letters with only the abbreviation PH, omitting his middle name. However, judging by the way they talked, he seemed well-educated and likely of noble birth. But the 3 letters I have mostly involve academic discussions. They don't mention how Mifuna met him or his background, so I can't confirm this person's true identity. That being said, Takumiyu already wanted to applaud him for finding so much. The third apprentice was Miyu. But rather than being chosen by Mifuna, it was more a family inheritance she was forced to accept. Miyu had no talent for either magic or potions. She was forced to learn simply because she was Mifuna's daughter. Mother and daughter, one was devastated by learning, the other was tormented by teaching. Mifuna used her connections to entrust Miyu to Mabucha's care, perhaps fearing that as she continued to teach, even their mother-daughter bond would be completely shattered. How strange, said Jiangyu. From what I heard, many teachers' own children don't do well academically. I don't know if it's because they're overly devoted to their work and neglect their families, or if they simply can't bring themselves to teach their children the same way they teach their students, or if they push too hard, causing their children to develop a rebellious mentality. Maybe it's some kind of professional curse? Andre shrugged. Anyway, Mifuna's unique high-level potion was used in the Evil Eye Moon case. She and her apprentice must have connections to Evil Eye Moon. Either their clients are Evil Eye Moon members, or they themselves are members of Evil Eye Moon. What about Aunt Wolf? Jiang Yu asked. Is Aunt Wolf related to these things? Andre pondered for a moment, and shook his head. I don't think Aunt Wolf has anything to do with these cases. She's just... Auntie bought her own house before Mifuna moved into Eston West City. Auntie Wolf completed her purchase several years before Mifuna, so there was no way she could have foreseen that Mifuna would buy the brewery. Can't divination do that? With this level of precision, it's impossible. Fate is influenced by the ripples of time. Even the smallest fluctuation can affect the entire future. The longer the time interval, the less accurate the divination. Whether to buy a house, and where to buy it, is entirely up to Mifuna. When Auntie Wolf bought the house, Mifuna was probably still in the Rusman Federation. She hadn't even decided to leave for the Huntington Duchy. Andre shook his head. Besides, Auntie Wolf has let you taste her soul fire many times, which means she doesn't mind you seeing her memories. Someone with hidden agendas wouldn't do that. Takumi Yu let out a slow breath, finally feeling relieved. That's fantastic. Her biggest fear was that her close friends would suddenly transform into villains, giving her a wicked smile. Hee hee, I'm the bad guy, you never imagined? Just the thought was enough to make her cringe. You can rest assured, Andre said. I investigated everyone you know, and so far, I haven't found anything suspicious. Besides, you frequently consume their soul fire. If anything's amiss, you should be able to tell immediately. Takumi Yu, it seems I somehow discovered a shortcut to identifying friend and foe. So, Auntie Wolf's claim that Mabucha Huntington taught me you how to become a lich is reliable? Takumi Yu asked. That's not necessarily true, Andre said. Why? Isn't Aunt Wolf trustworthy? Aunt Wolf is trustworthy, but me might not always tell the truth. Andre rubbed Takumi's skull. I wonder if you noticed that Aunt Wolf's attitude is completely different when she mentions you and Miyu. She likes you very much, but she doesn't like Miyu. Takumi had noticed this too. Well, Aunt Wolf said Miyu constantly causes magical accidents and causes her trouble. If I had a neighbor like that, someone so unstable and prone to accidents, I wouldn't be able to treat her well. People spend their life savings to buy a house for their retirement, only to have the neighbor's daughter explode and catch fire every other day. Even if Aunt Wolf is kind, she still look at Miyu with disdain. It's human nature. Putting himself in Miyu's shoes, Takumi felt it was understandable. Yes, in this situation, Miyu was dealing with an auntie who disliked him, was constantly forced to clean up after his magical mishaps, and was even known for her gossip. And Miyu was also trying to turn herself into a lich for some reason. If you were Miyu, what would you say to the auntie who came to pry about her? Takumi thought seriously. Well, Auntie Wolf doesn't like Miyu experimenting with difficult spells or potions. With Miyu's abilities, such experiments would be a 100% failure. And what's more, it's a lich refining this top-level dark magic. Then we need to give Auntie Wolf a reason she can't stop. For example, if Miyu left the crucible. An accident, and parts of his body aging to the point of near-death, forced him to transform into a lich. Exactly. Andre nodded approvingly. That's exactly what I thought. Aunt Wolf is very soft-hearted. If it involves a life-threatening situation like this, not only will she not interfere, but she also offer her assistance wherever possible. This way, Miyu won't have to worry about Aunt Wolf reporting him to the Kingdom Knights. As Miyu's mentor, the renowned Grand Mage Mabucha Huntington is also a perfect shield. Miyu only needs to point him out, claiming that all her preparations were made with the Grand Mage's remote guidance and assistance, and the whole thing will be legal and compliant. In Aunt Wolf's mind, even if Miyu makes a mistake, Grand Mage Mabucha will be there to help her fix it. Chapter 353. In other words, everything Miyu said to Aunt Wolf was likely an excuse to fend her off from prying, completely untrustworthy. Jiang Yu muttered, then suddenly looked up. But the Dark Arts Charter was indeed provided by Mabucha Huntington. Yes, as evidenced by the note Mabucha himself wrote. Andre said, but the best lies are half-truths. Partial truth doesn't guarantee the entire statement. To verify which part is true and which is false, the key lies in the evidence. He continued writing on the parchment, writing the items Miyu needed to transform into a lich on the left and the provider on the right, with a horizontal line connecting the two. For now, the right side was mostly filled with question marks, representing the unknown. Charter of the Dark Arts, Mabucha Huntington. The Great Grimoire? Magic Circle Drawing? Materials for the phylactery? I remember Miyu writing in her diary that her lifespan had reached its end, and if she couldn't become a lich, she would die. Perhaps that accident was true? Jakuyu was still trying to recall. Not necessarily. Andre's pen scratched against the paper. Perhaps she was threatened by the evil eye moon at the time. It's possible that the moon threatened to kill her if she didn't become a lich. Of course, this is just a random thought. I simply wanted to use this example to illustrate that the phrase lifespan has reached its end is too vague to accurately refer to a specific event. But if she was being coerced, why did Miyu leave behind a will-like document requesting that all her possessions, her mother's cauldron, and the magic books and materials she had collected over the years be left to her mentor? Jianyu asked, puzzled. Andre's pen scribbled a line. Wait, you said Miyu's will left everything to her mentor, and specifically mentioned the magic books she had collected over the years? Jakuyu nodded vigorously. Yes. I remember it clearly. Andre took a deep breath. I thought of two completely different possibilities. One is that Mabucha Huntington was involved in the conspiracy to kill Miyu, and he forced her to write this diary, which resembles a will. The goal was to fabricate everything as a magical accident, thereby obtaining Mifuna's crucible of time and all the evidence left by Miyu, and naturally retrieving the erroneous magic book. But there's something illogical about this theory. If Mabucha was still in the magic tower in the capital to dispel suspicion, why didn't the accomplices who forced Miyu destroy all traces of magic, retrieve the magic books, and take the magic materials? Why would someone discover this will, and then hand over the inheritance? This is putting the cart before the horse. What's the second possibility? Takumiyu asked. The second possibility is that Mabucha Huntington had nothing to do with Miyu's death. He merely provided Miyu with the dark arts license. It was Miyu, who was being coerced by the mastermind, who even asked Mabucha Huntington for the license. Unable to escape the coercion of the mastermind, and convinced of her inevitable death, Miyu feigned madness and scribbled something like a will in a notebook. She did her best to embed clues within her seemingly innocent mumblings, leaving these clues, which could bring justice to her deceased self, in her will to the mentor who knew her best. Given that the account she left in her diary aligns with the excuse she gave Aunt Wolf, I suspect she was probably gambling that the nosy Aunt Wolf next door would notice her death, and come to collect her body, and settle her estate. Whether the magical accident was a fabricated excuse by the coercer or one of Miyu's own, by scribbling it in her diary, which served as a kind of will, it gave the uninformed the impression that Miyu's death was tragically caused by a magical accident, without any third-party coercion. This evidence would help the coercers conceal their existence and distance themselves from the incident, which is why they didn't destroy the will diary. Wow! Jiangyu followed Andre's line of thought. So Miyu emphasized the magic books she collected over the years, but Miyu was a poor student with no interest in magic. How could she have collected magic books? Not only that, if the perpetrators didn't clean up the scene properly, and Aunt Wolf gave the magic books to Mabucha as Miyu's legacy, Mabucha would know that the great magic book was a forgery, and that the faulty magic circles in it led to his apprentice's death. He would definitely investigate. Takumiyu felt her skull buzzing with overwork. This will diary is Miyu's dying message to deceive the mastermind. She suddenly felt like she was turning into a serious deduction. She looked at Andre, her eyes sparkling. What a brilliant deduction. Detective Andre. But Andre frowned. No, there's another point about this theory that doesn't make sense. How did this mastermind control Miyu, forcing her to follow his instructions? Miyu could clearly communicate with Aunt Wolf, but she chose to conceal it rather than seek help. She could only seek justice after her death, by writing a will with hidden clues. Therefore, her communications with the outside world must have been blocked by the mastermind. This means that the mastermind has been monitoring Miyu, controlling her every move, forcing her to live in constant fear, feeling the looming threat of death. But none of the neighbors noticed anyone else in the brewery. Furthermore, after Miyu's death and your summons to this world, resurrected as a lich, the mastermind vanished without a trace, never even returning to collect the spellbooks, magic circles, and Miyu's will. No, perhaps not completely vanished. I spotted Raven familiars several times. Now that I think about it, perhaps they were checking on the situation on their master's behalf. Jiangyu uttered an ah, and couldn't help but ask, am I in danger? I'm here, don't worry, Andre's frown softened. I won't let anything happen to you. Chapter 354. Jiayo slowly awoke, her eyes ablaze. She found herself nestled in Andre's arms, the two of them sleeping side by side on the sofa, her bone claws still resting on the knight's abs through his thin shirt. A pile of inscribed parchments lay scattered around them, the results of last night's review. Oh! That's right, they spent most of the night reviewing, only to fall asleep on the sofa, exhausted. It feels like playing a game of script killing all night. She rubbed her eyes, sat up straight, and yawned loudly. As she moved, Andre woke up. The knight opened his still hazy green eyes, and said dazedly, "Morning?" "Oh, it's already morning." There's something adorable about the sleepy knight. Unfortunately, Andre only dozed off for a moment before regaining consciousness. He scratched his hair and checked the time. Oh no! The enfeoffment ceremony starts in an hour. Counting the time it takes to wash, dress, and head to the Great Hall, an hour is already a long time. Andre only had time to tell Jiangyu, "Meet at the gate in half an hour." He hurried off, apparently to his room to shower and change clothes. Jiangyu also got busy. She took out a spare soul fire to fill her stomach, then went into the bathroom for a quick battle shower, then used drying magic to dry her skeleton. When she emerged, she was once again a pristine white skeleton. The dress she was going to wear today was already hanging in the closet. It was a two-tone, dark purple and black dress. The black tulle skirt at the hem was made of a special material, dotted with stars, and when it was unfurled, it resembled a starry night sky. The contrasting color scheme of deep purple and black also gave the bone Lich a mysterious, dark aura. After putting on the dress, Jiangyu felt her aura had become even more mysterious. Her bones didn't look out of place at all, but rather like a necromancer of considerable pedigree. The dress also paired with a ladylike, purple-black mesh hat. Jiangyu pinned it diagonally across her skull, allowing the mesh to tuck behind her head and fill in the gaps in her hairstyle. She glanced in the mirror, adjusted the floral and metal accents on her dress, and spun around with satisfaction. Very good, very gothic. Jiangyu was pleased. Pretty, and with a formidable air. Absolutely fantastic. She went downstairs on time, and as she reached the door, she saw Andre approaching quickly. The knight in his attire was strikingly handsome. He wore a black military uniform, his chest adorned with medals, and his hair, once a bit frizzy, was slicked back and gelled, giving him the refined, meticulous air of an aristocrat. "You're so beautiful." Andre's lips curled up at the sight of her. "You're so handsome too." Jiangyu beamed. She took Andre's outstretched arm and walked with him to the carriage. Jericho had already parked the carriage at the door. Anina sat in it, giving them a look that said, "Young couple, you're not to be trifled with." Jiangyu, hee. The three of them settled into the carriage, and Jericho jerked the reins. "Gee. Today's enfeoffment ceremony will be held in the palace's great hall," Anina said. "Andre will go see His Majesty the King first. Shall you, just follow me the whole time? I show you the guests." "Will Grand Mage Mabucha be here today?" Andre asked. "Yes." Anina reviewed the guest list. "As long as he's in the capital, he won't miss such a major event. The king and he have always been very close." "What? Do you need to see him?" "Yes." Andre nodded. "There's something I need to clarify. I don't think he have time before the ceremony, but there will be a dinner afterward, so we should have a chance to catch him then," Anina said. "He loves many cakes, and wouldn't miss an all-you-can-eat buffet like this." Jakuyu couldn't help but chuckle again. This grand mage was strangely down to earth. The two of them reviewed last night's situation, and concluded that Grand Mage Mabucha was unlikely to be the mastermind behind Mio's death. He might even be the detective Mio had deliberately left behind in the death message. This led Andre to believe they needed to contact Grand Mage Mabucha, at least to obtain a confession. Of course, Andre would be the more appropriate person to handle this matter. Having just received his territory, he was a favorite of the king, and a few words with the king's brother wouldn't arouse suspicion. Once Andre had fully confirmed Mabucha's innocence, he could consider introducing Takumiyu to him. As they spoke, the carriage had already passed the guard post at the palace gate and was heading towards the great hall. Many nobles were present today, and a long line of magnificent carriages formed the road. Takumi couldn't help but think of the celebrity red carpet scenes she had seen on social media in her past life, and she felt that this place was somewhat similar to the limited time to leave within X minutes drop-off area on the departure level of an airport. Fortunately, the entrance was incredibly quick, and they disembarked without long. Andre was immediately ushered into the hall by the king's messenger, while Anina took Takumi's arm and said, "Let's go this way." They entered through the main entrance, and along the way, people frequently greeted Anina. The high priest wore a saintly, businesslike smile, accurately addressing every name he spoke to, which impressed Takumi immensely. She followed him around, unable to remember most of the names, and even though she did, she soon forgot their faces. Takumi, being a noble is exhausting. Interpersonal relationships are exhausting, too. She gradually lost herself, following Anina and forcing a smile until she caught sight of the familiar faces of Vivian and Heidi, her eyes suddenly sparking. They were standing at the other end of the hall, separated by a red carpet. Takumi couldn't approach them, so he waved with his paw. Heidi and Vivian also waved to Takumi. Heidi looked much better than before. She was still thin, but she no longer had the gloomy, lifeless aura she once had. Her eyes were now full of light, and her body had regained its strength. She no longer needed constant support from servants, and could now stand on her own. It seemed her cook was diligently preparing nutritious meals. Takumi felt relieved and looked at Vivian again. This young lady was truly a rising star in the political arena, navigating the various nobles with ease. She was so radiant and energetic that Takumi could not help but sigh that power was truly the best way for a woman to beautify herself. Chapter 355. Jiang Yu also spotted Winston behind Vivian. His sworn brother's injuries should have fully recovered. He was dressed in a royal blue military uniform today, looking imposing and handsome. Standing next to Vivian, they looked like a perfect match. Jiang Yu was still glancing around when she felt a paw pinch her. Turning, she saw Anina nodding at her. The ceremony is about to begin. She quickly followed Anina's lead and took her place. At the top of the steps at the front of the hall, a herald emerged from a small door and blew a curved horn. The chatter in the hall instantly died away. The nobles all stood straight, their expressions of respectful demeanor. How much of this was genuine, and how much was a facade, perhaps only they knew. After the herald's brief melody, he announced in a resounding voice, "His Majesty has arrived." The hall was divided into two sections. A third of the way up was a raised platform, upon which rested the throne. The nobles were currently seated in the back two-thirds of the hall. A red carpet stretched vertically down the middle, extending from the throne to the main door at the end. Behind the throne was a smaller door. At the herald's command, it swung open with a bang, and His Majesty the King strode proudly through the doorway, taking a seat on the throne. Jiao Yu observed His Majesty. She could see some similarities between him and Andre, such as the black hair, green eyes, and sturdy build, but His Majesty's face was more square and resolute, a stark contrast to Andre's somewhat rogue, sometimes bad boy, demeanor. His Majesty's physique was also larger and stronger, his bulging muscles visible even through the thick formal attire. At this size, he seemed overly imposing, resembling a champion bodybuilder, yet lacking in appeal. The enfeoffment ceremony will now begin. Viscount Andre Lou Huntington, please enter the hall. The herald's booming voice rang out again. This time, the door at the other end of the hall opened, and Andre strode in. He looked particularly handsome today, sending a tidal wave through Jiang Yu's heart. Hey, her boyfriend was truly a feast for the eyes. Viscount Andre, His Majesty said, his voice powerful and imbued with authority. You have uncovered Augustine van Neumann's treason and found irrefutable evidence. Neumann, in collusion with the evil Amun, committed countless crimes throughout the Duchy of Huntington. Having betrayed his country and his people, he no longer deserves any of the power, territory, or title of a noble. Happily, Neumann's heir has wisely recognized the sins of his family, and offered to atone for them with everything they have. Their family property and territory will be returned to me, and I believe there is no one more suited to govern this territory than Andre. Jiang Yu thought the king's words were particularly artful. In just a few words, he explained exactly what the nobles wanted to know. Augustine van Neumann had committed treason himself, and the territory was surrendered by his heir as atonement. Therefore, it was only natural for His Majesty to bestow this territory upon such a meritorious official. Remarkable? No, this is practically cunning, isn't it? Truly worthy of His Majesty the King. From now on, all the territories that once belonged to Baron Neumann, namely, Eston West, North Côte de Laurier, and Garnier. His Majesty the King read out a long list of place names. All of them will become the domains of Andre Lou Huntington. After paying 20% of the domain's annual tax, this domain will be enjoyed by Andre Lou Huntington in perpetuity, and can be inherited by his heirs. 20% tax. As expected, the nobles present gasped, though their attitudes varied. Some gloated over the misfortune, while others felt a subtle sense of sadness. I accept. Before the nobles could react, Andre gladly accepted the offer. His Majesty handed a map to the herald, who in turn handed it to Andre. With this, all the ceremonial procedures were complete, and Andre had become a true viscount, possessing a domain. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony is over. His Majesty has ordered a meal to be prepared. Please enjoy it. The herald smiled. The real action is coming next. Anina whispered into Jiang Yu's ear. Those nobles are like wolves smelling blood. They soon gather around, demanding all sorts of information. Some will offer olive branches of alliance, while others will be hostile. But we can leave those nuisances to Andre. His Majesty did not linger after the ceremony. He left through a small door, leaving the nobles to discuss their next steps. By this time, Andre was surrounded by a crowd, 3 layers deep inside and 3 layars deep outside. Jiangyu couldn't squeeze in, and of course, she had no intention of pushing in. Fighting with those nobles who wanted to pry for information, and then finding an opportunity to speak with the great magician Mabucha Huntington and obtain a confession, that was Andre's mission. Takumi Yu looked around, pinpointing Heidi's location. He approached cheerfully. "Heidi, are you all right?" "Master Yu," Heidi said enthusiastically, "I'm feeling much better. The 8-section brocade and recipes you taught me are truly effective. Now I can eat and walk and talk with more energy." "That's fantastic," Takumi Yu said happily. "By the way, about what the Viscount mentioned earlier." Heidi leaned closer, lowering her voice mysteriously. "My father has agreed. He's given me full authority to handle this matter on his behalf. After this is over, shall we meet in my restaurant to discuss the cooperation?" "Okay." Takumi Yu was delighted. She'd been battling Andre for the past 2 days, and her entire frame was on edge. Everyone seemed suspicious, but Heidi was absolutely fine. Her case had nothing to do with Miyu's, and she needed treating herself. Her credibility is incredibly high. After dinner at Heidi's restaurant yesterday, she had a ton of new ideas. With Heidi's cooperation, she could turn that restaurant into a true Michelin-inspired version of this other world, be it Chinese or Western food. As long as it's delicious, she knows how to make it all. She's not afraid of not being able to win over the nobles of the capital. While establishing a firm foothold in the capital, she's also planning to open a snack stand at the Royal Academy of Magic. She's unsure if Heidi has any connections there, and if she can handle the business. Chapter 356. Jiangyu didn't chat with Heidi for long. At such a banquet, it was normal for nobles to come and chat with those brought by Andre, but if they chatted for too long, it would attract attention and even arouse unnecessary suspicion. Jiangyu didn't want to reveal her collaboration with Heidi too early, so she chatted not only with close friends like Heidi and Vivian, but also with several other acquaintances. As Andre and Anina had previously anticipated, the vast majority of nobles were extremely suspicious of His Majesty's repossession of the land of a noble with a surviving heir, and its redistribution. No matter how far away they would send people or come in person to investigate. Thus, Jiangyu once again encountered Countess Durand de Cambrai and Baroness Eleanor Vincent, whom he had previously encountered during the Rose Manor incident. Countess Durand escaped the Rose Manor incident unscathed, even recovering the family treasure, the sapphire brooch, the heart of tiara, which she had presented to Queen Isabella. Later, after the incident, she was rigorously interrogated by General Alexander, but was ultimately deemed a lucky survivor. She even remembered Takumi Yu and her promise to introduce him to an old friend who is well versed in Lich magic. "My friend is in the capital right now. I contact you after I meet him." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Countess Durand said, "I never expected Viscount Andre to achieve so much in such a short time." The Countess was clearly trying to get close to him, but Takumi Yu didn't refuse. After discovering that the so-called great magic book in her possession was actually a knockoff left behind by the enemy, Takumi realized she urgently needed to learn some proper knowledge about liches. However, Takumi didn't fully trust the Countess. She simply said, "In this situation, knowing a powerful figure is a powerful figure, and perhaps it could be useful. Listening to both sides leads to a clearer understanding. Different perspectives corroborate each other, and the correct answer will always be reached." As for Eleanor, the widow of Baron Chand, she was still in mourning, still dressed in black and wearing a black veil. She looked well, as if she was gradually recovering from the grief of losing her loved one. Takumi didn't detect any trace of sadness from her. Or rather, Takumi didn't detect any trace of emotion at all. It didn't seem like a very important matter, and she couldn't always sense people's emotions. The thought suddenly flashed through Takumi's mind, then sank into a sea of thoughts and vanished. "Your cooking is truly delicious," Eleanor said. "I still can't get over that bowl of soup. How long will you be staying in the capital? Are you planning on taking on a private chef job there?" "I haven't decided yet." Jiaoyo and Heidi hadn't finalized their collaboration yet, so she couldn't announce the details just yet. She just casually evaded the question. Maybe there will be other collaborations." Eleanor smiled. "I'm kind of looking forward to it." She seemed about to say something else, but her eyes drifted to Anina approaching Jiangyu, and she quickly changed her words. "I saw someone I know, and had to say hello." Excuse me. She spun around, skirt lifted, and hurried away, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Anina happened to be standing next to Takuya. Curiously, she glanced in Takuya's direction. Someone familiar? Yes, the Baroness I met during the Rose Hill case. Takuya scratched her cheekbone. She had a feeling the Baroness was avoiding her. Was it just her imagination? Andre went to talk to the great magician Mabucha. Anina winked at Takuya. Now that the protagonist has left, there's no need for us to stay any longer. I had some food packed up. Let's just run. Her words were so adorable that Takuya couldn't help but chuckle. He immediately took Anina's arm, and the two of them sneaked out of the hall and into the carriage, even taking a bunch of loot with them. The royal chef, who prepares meals for His Majesty, is truly exceptional. Anina sat in the carriage, clutching a large bag of packed meals. It's even better than what our chef makes. She thought for a moment, then added, but maybe not as good as you, shall you? Anina opened the box and pushed the meal towards Jianyu. You've been so busy talking, you must have something to eat. Jianyu glanced at the contents, finding them all a variety of pastries. Using the spirit wood as a medium to sniff, she discovered that the pastries included not only the common cakes, fruit tarts, and egg tarts, but also less common savory fish cakes and meat jelly. This chef seems to be even better at making pastries. Jianyu took a few balls of pastry soul fire and tasted them, his pupils immediately lighting up. The sweet cakes are delicious, and the salty fish cakes are delicious too. This type of fish cake is made by pounding pure white fish into a paste, mixing it with some kind of starch, and then squeezing it into a square mold lined with a biscuit base. It's then partially steamed and baked in the oven. Xiaoyo, judging by the taste and texture, believes the starch is probably mashed potatoes or yam. The exact ratio of starch to fish is unclear, but the resulting product isn't as chewy as fish balls, or fish tofu. Instead, it resembles some kind of rice-based product, retaining a delicate, crumbly texture, reminiscent of a freshly baked scone with a soft, fragrant interior. Of course, it's not the dark, stone-like scone that hardens after cooling. The celery, sea salt, and generous amount of garlic powder used for seasoning effectively remove the fishy odor. After being partially steamed and baked in the oven at a low temperature, the mixture retains the soft, tender texture of the fish paste while adding a toasty aroma to the surface. Jiuyo had tasted various fish cakes and fish tofu in his past life, but this recipe was the first time he tried it. Perhaps it's the ingredients or the combination of ingredients, but the texture of this fish cake is truly unique, like some kind of real pastry. Fragrant and soft, with a slight chewiness, and topped with the crunchy saltine crackers at the bottom, the first bite feels unfamiliar, but the second is addictive, and the more you eat, the more you love it, and you can't stop. He truly deserves to be the royal chef. Jianyu exclaimed. If nothing else, when it comes to pastry baking, he's miles ahead of me. Jianyu certainly loves baking, but in this area, she's a self-taught amateur, relying on various instructional videos. Her ability to create delicious baked bread in this era relies on the meticulous research of later generations into flour, fermentation, and oven temperature, as well as high-quality ingredients that are considered top-notch even for this era. But compared to a master chef who has devoted his entire life to baking and has the king as his supplier, she still has some self-awareness. Chapter 357. Right, Murant Lurodanzo, a master who earned the title of Viscount solely on the strength of his pastry-making skills. Too bad he only cooks for His Majesty the King, so we can only enjoy his food at banquets. Anina also ate 2 pieces of pastry, unsatisfied, and said, Shall you, I heard you're a delicious cook too. Can you show me your cooking tonight, so I can have a taste of it? Of course. Jianyu hadn't cooked in a few days, and he was really itching to cook. How about we go to the market? I want to see what special ingredients the capital has. That's easy. Anina knocked on the car wall, and Jericho turned the car around and drove off to the market. Just buy whatever ingredients you like. I cover all the expenses. With her financial sponsor's promise, Takuya was eager to try. She'd long been curious about what ingredients were available in the capital, not to mention the famous curry. What would curry taste like in this era? The capital's bazaar was bustling with activity. Row after row of shops were neatly arranged in sections, and vendors crisscrossed the streets. There were more people than at the Witch Forest Beer Festival. And that was just the daily scene. Sugar. Crystal clear white sugar. Pure sweetness, unadulterated. You get what you pay for. Newly arrived spices from Southeast Asia. A wide variety, with a powerful aroma. Essential for making curry. Soy sauce. Soy sauce. Eston West City specialty soy sauce. Even the king approves? Huh? Takuya turned her head. What was going on? She thought she heard someone selling her soy sauce. The Lich leaped forward in 2 steps, his eyes meeting those of the dwarf vendor selling soy sauce. The vendor's head shrank sharply, his stature seemingly shrunk by 1/3. You, boss, you? Why are you in the capital? Wow, that face looks so familiar. A regular customer. Jiao Yu had a vague impression of this face. Although dwarves all look similar, with their large, wrinkled faces, thick beards, and prominent rosacea, this dwarf had been to her shop many times since the beer festival in the Witch's Forest, and each time he bought a large quantity of soy sauce, as if he were restocking. Now it seemed he was indeed restocking. Jiang Yu glanced at the price tag on his soy sauce, and was instantly shocked by the 10 silver coins per bottle. Wow, you're speculating? You're really raising prices too much. The other person chuckled smugly. That's because Boss Yu's soy sauce tastes great. I just travel between cities, buying local products for customers who can't travel far, and making a profit on the difference in travel expenses. My name is Pixie Anxie, a dwarf peddler specializing in rare items, and a professional treasure hunter. There's no treasure in the world I can't find. Boss Yu, since you're in the capital, would you like to discuss business with me? Wow, a professional scalper. But come to think of it, it's understandable. Even in Jiang Yu's time, scalpers and purchasing agents were everywhere. Wherever there was a business opportunity, these traders would appear. Whether it was limited edition game merchandise sold in a specific city, membership-only stores only in major cities, or special milk tea collaborations, scalpers were responsible for all of them. Once the goods are sold, they are sold. The store owner has no right to control whether the customer eats or drinks them or sells them again. After all, these are physical goods purchased by the customer, which is not much different from intellectual property rights. As long as the other party didn't research and replicate the soy sauce, and instead produce it themselves, Takumi had no reason to stop them. Not to mention, this was the magical Middle Ages, with its poor transportation and underdeveloped laws. The flow of goods between many cities depended on traveling merchants, some of whom even collaborated with local lords, turning cross-border purchasing into legal distribution. A city's passenger flow was limited, but if business could be expanded to other cities, the opportunities were limitless. For this reason, many local lords enjoyed doing business with traveling merchants, exchanging goods with other cities. You say. Takumi had a suspicion in mind, but didn't let it show on his face. Come with me. I treat you to afternoon tea. Pishi rolled up the soy sauce from his stall, and placed it on the cart behind him. Several other dwarves came over, and took over the cart. Pishi then led Takumi to the cafe next door. Seeing Anina and Jericho following behind him, his expression became even more respectful. The group sat down in the cafe. Pixie picked up the menu, and quickly ordered a slew of delicious food and drinks. The cafe waiter was also quick. In just a few minutes, a large table was filled with a variety of exquisite pastries and drinks. Well, Pixie Anxie said, I've been doing business in the capital for many years, and have accumulated quite a network of contacts. Many prominent figures come to me to buy local specialties. Boss Yu's soy sauce has been selling very well in the capital lately, but the quantity I get each time is limited, so demand is really outstripping supply. The population of Eston West City is limited, and Boss Yu's soy sauce is a seasoning sauce. If poor people use it sparingly, a bottle can last for over 6 months. But the royal capital is different. The royal capital's permanent population alone is dozens of times greater than that of West Eston City, not to mention the tens of thousands of travelers traveling to and from the royal capital daily. These people come and go, buying a few bottles of soy sauce to take home. Their families, relatives, and friends try it, and then they go out and buy more, creating a constant source of new customers. Jiang Yu listened expressionlessly. The dwarf merchant's opening remarks went unanswered for a long time, and he was unsure of her intentions, so he simply continued, I'd like to cooperate with you, Boss Yu. I be your authorized distributor in the royal capital. I buy the goods directly from you, and sell them at a uniform price. We split the profits. According to the rules of the commerce world, each city has its own route for the same product. Whoever controls this route can sell that specific product in that city. Other merchants who want to do business here must first seek permission, or they be forced to sell items others won't sell. Your soy sauce is already mine. You have the product, I have the customer base, and a safe transportation route. If we work together, we can easily make the most money. How will the profits be split? Asked Jiang Yu. Aside from the normal price of your soy sauce in Eston West City, we split the extra profit 50-50 in the capital. Pixie Anxie said, This 50% profit is in exchange for your agreement to franchise your business in the capital. We cover the remaining transportation costs. That split sounds quite reasonable. Chapter 358. Please believe in our sincerity, said Pixie anxiously. We are traveling merchants specializing in the route between the royal capital, Eston West City, Melbury Harbor, and the Valley of Mists. We can sell your sauce to towns and villages beyond Eston West City, allowing people there to experience your craftsmanship and become your loyal customers. I'd like to taste your soul fire. Jiangyu suddenly said, just one ball will be enough, okay? Soul fire? Pixie was a little stunned, as if realizing for the first time that the person before him was a soul-devouring lich. He stared at Jiangyu in doubt for a moment, but the desire to make money quickly overcame his fear. Okay, no problem. Jiangyu then drew a ball of soul fire from him, and savored it carefully. Well, this dwarf was a bit greedy, and had some tricks of a profiteer, but overall, he was operating in a gray area, without any illegal activities or any ulterior motives. While Pixie acted a bit impulsively in the soy sauce sales, reselling is unstoppable. As long as there's profit involved, merchants will desperately seek opportunities. Think of it this way, choosing a reputable merchant to handle the business is far better than letting a bunch of underdogs, with limited resources, and poor character to engage in petty strife and corruption behind the scenes. So Jiangyu said, I can work with you, but I need a more detailed plan. For example, the size of your caravan, how many days it will take to travel from the capital to the next town, your reselling pricing, and the specific sales volume. With this plan, I can consider a specific form of cooperation. You see, I want to sell more than just soy sauce and fermented black beans. I also want dried tofu, puffed tofu, dried bean curd sheets, noodles, and vermicelli noodles. Huh? What you're asking for are our caravan's trade secrets. So what are these things you just mentioned? Dried tofu? Dried bean curd sheets? I never heard of them. Pixie abruptly interrupted himself, his mind racing at supersonic speed. He couldn't help but hold his breath, his expression a dreamy and devout admiration. New product? Yes, and it's going to be a hot seller. Jianyu said, because it's a dried ingredient, it can be stored properly and stored on the road for a while without worrying about spoiling. It's also easy to cook and tastes wonderful. Here. Pixie jumped to his feet, though he was about the same height standing up as he was sitting. He said crisply, I give you whatever you want. Give us 3 days, no. 1 day. I prepare the plan you want right away. Oh, no hurry, said Takumi. I still need to discuss some business with others before we can finalize our cooperation. Pixie looked even more nervous. He slammed the table, pulled out a large bag of gold coins, and thrust it into Takumi's hands. Boss you. This is all the profit I made from selling your soy sauce. I'm giving it back to you as a token of our caravan's sincerity. Please accept it. Please choose our caravan no matter what. Takumi's eyes flickered. She had meant to say that before embarking on her traveling business, she first confirmed with Heidi about opening a shop in the capital to avoid any conflicts between their operations. But it seemed like Pixie had misunderstood. No matter what, having the money was a good thing. Okay. Jiangyu finally flashed a brilliant, 32-tooth smile. Boss Pixie is a sincere man. I give your caravan priority. So let's exchange raven cages. We meet at Dream Garden Restaurant tomorrow at 3 p.m. to discuss further. Yes. After the two happily exchanged raven cages, Pixie Anxie left happily, though a little nervously. Anina, who had quietly watched the show over pastries and drinks, smiled at Jianyu. Xiaoyu really knows how to do business. Pixie Anxie is indeed a famous traveling merchant in the capital. His caravan is called Anxie Express. There are not only dwarves, but also orcs and mercenaries. Pishi himself is powerful and intelligent, and while he can be both good and evil, he's generally trustworthy. She sipped her coffee. Over the years, he's brought many valuable goods to the capital, like this coffee from overseas, which is handled by his caravan. Their reputation is even greater outside the capital. Many villages and towns with limited access rely on their deliveries to survive. Jianyu, wow, he's a good man after all. The Lich counted the gold coins in the bag and stuffed it back into the skull. If she had previously been a little annoyed by Pishi's illegal soy sauce resale, she now felt refreshed. This dwarf merchant certainly has some foresight. A new plan quickly came to her mind. Jianyu had originally planned to collaborate with Heidi, continuing the brewery's tradition, selling food and soy sauce in the restaurant, but Pishi's appearance had changed her mind. High-end restaurants serve ready-made dishes to maintain their high-end image. After all, the nobles who dine here don't care what sauces are used in their delicious meals, Nor do they want to buy sauces and cook their own dishes. They simply have the restaurant deliver 3 meals a day to their mansions. No, maybe the chefs can even bring their own ingredients to cook. Then she can sell all her seasonings and semi-finished ingredients to Pixie. On this trade route, Pixie is her sole authorized distributor. From now on, if anyone tries to bypass her and Pixie to trade in the brewery's products, Pixie will take care of it first, without her having to worry about it. Merchants like Pixie, who have dominated the market in the capital, and are known for their ability to handle both legal and illegal activities, are not to be underestimated. They have their own methods for dealing with unruly peers, sometimes more effective than the kingdom's knights and the law. With a team of distributors, she can not only sell the various tofu and rice and flour products produced by the subsequent workshops throughout the country, but also rely on caravans to purchase various ingredients from the capital. Merchants like Pixie are incredibly skilled at selecting goods, their discerning eyes even sharper than Jiangyo's own. They can tell at a glance which spices have what price, which are rare and valuable, and which are worthless. By building good relationships with them, Jiangyu can get local specialties at incredibly low cost in the future. I wonder if Andre's new territory needs merchant caravans. Yesterday, after listening to His Majesty the King recite a long list of place names, Jiangyu realized that there are so many areas in that territory beyond the west city of Eston. Perhaps some of the remote villages would really need merchant routes? Well, she have to make a note of this and ask Andre about it later. Chapter 359. Andre, now being pursued by Takumi, finally managed to seize an opportunity to chat with Grand Mage Mabucha Huntington and led him to the small garden behind the palace hall. Mabucha Huntington was not only the king's younger brother, but also one of the country's leading mage crafters. He might not be the most gifted in every area, but in terms of overall strength, he was number one. Those with greater magical powers were younger than him, those with greater knowledge were not of higher status, and those with higher status were not as skilled in magic. People said that if he were a little older, he would have a chance to compete for the next supreme mage. In this magical world, the ranks of magicians are divided into the following categories: apprentice, mage, grand mage, and supreme mage. Among them, apprentices and mages are the most numerous. As the name suggests, a magic apprentice is someone who has just begun learning magic. They can perform some everyday magic, but they haven't received systematic training or a diploma. People like Miyu, Nasha, and Takumi, who possesses a natural affinity for magic but only a limited understanding, can only be considered magic apprentices. A magician, on the other hand, has already studied magic and earned a diploma. They have a deep understanding of magic and mastered most low-level spells, more than half of the intermediate spells, and at least 5 advanced spells. Takumi explained that any university student who has earned a basic diploma at the Royal Magic Academy can be called a magician. Afterward, these students can choose to pursue further studies under the guidance of advanced magic instructors, ultimately becoming graduate students or doctoral students in the magic world. The Grand Mage is a rare master, with only 7 in the entire nation. Each of them has achieved remarkable accomplishments in a particular field and has earned widespread recognition. As for the Supreme Grand Mage, this is the highest realm that all Grand Mages aspire to. There are only 3 Supreme Grand Mages in the world, and they are only added every few hundred years for various reasons. Just becoming a candidate requires meeting stringent requirements, and breaking through the ranks is even more challenging. Mabucha Huntington, in his 40s, is barely a young man among a group of men with an average age of 300. He doesn't yet meet the rigid requirements for a candidate, but many believe he already possesses the power comparable to that of a supreme mage. Andre certainly has a certain skepticism about this Grand Mage, as King Mabucha and Grand Mage Mabucha share a close and inseparable relationship. The Grand Mage played an invaluable role in the king's ascension to the throne. Andre didn't quite believe the claim that the Grand Mage Mabucha was colluding with the evil Aimun to overthrow his brother's regime. After all, if he wanted to, Mabucha would have had plenty of opportunities to strike directly at the king, without having to go through all this trouble. However, the investigation must continue. Any suspicion must be pursued to the end. This was the code of conduct for the kingdom's knights. Tell me, Andre, what brings you to me today? Mabucha, holding a small plate of cake, gracefully cut off a small piece with the side of his fork and popped it into his mouth, his expression instantly filled with enjoyment. The Grand Mage had originally resembled the king in his youth, but after the king diligently built up his muscles, the resemblance had dwindled to a mere 3/4. Mabucha, also with dark hair and blue eyes, was considerably slimmer than the burly king. He wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses with a chain, and exuded the air of a refined scholar. I heard you once had an apprentice named Miyu. I like to inquire about her. Ah, yes, Miyu, the daughter of my dear friend Mifuna. I accepted her as my apprentice simply because I owe Mifuna a great favor. Mabucha dug intently into his cupcake. But despite Mifuna's high hopes for her daughter, Miyu hasn't inherited her mother's talent for magic or potions. She's a natural artist. She loves painting and can create lifelike portraits and landscapes, but she has no interest in magic and can't even draw a complete magic circle properly. In fact, she only accepted me as her apprentice to please her mother. After her mother passed away, the child almost couldn't wait to say goodbye to me. I didn't want her to lose all her studies, so I tried to persuade her to stay and even sent her to the Magic Academy. But she only perfunctorily attended for a year before being dismissed, logically, due to failing the exams. So Miyu left the academy on purpose? Andre's eyes flickered. Yes, Mabucha nodded. She said she finally had the chance to pursue her passion, and I couldn't stop her. After all, Miyu often talked about wanting to be a traveling painter. On this point, mother and daughter had a huge disagreement. Mifuna hoped her daughter would succeed in her magic studies. Miyu disliked magic, but deeply loved her mother. Everyone could see the pain she endured while learning magic. It wasn't a subject she loved. She would rather skip class and quietly paint by the lake than figure out which shape would best summon the element of fire. Do you know what happened to Miyu after she returned to Eston West? Andre asked again. Mabucha shook his head. We didn't have much contact. I only heard that she had some kind of time magic accident while cleaning her mother's cauldron. After all, we were master and apprentice. I wrote to her asking if she needed any help, but she only asked for a dark magic license, saying that due to the accident, transforming herself into a lich was her only hope of survival. Did you get her that certificate? Yes, Mabucha said. I had my brother sign a certificate. I know Miyu's personality. She's not completely ignorant of magic, but she simply has no interest in it. She even developed a rebellious attitude under her mother's pressure. She wouldn't actively pursue the dark arts unless faced with a life or death situation. And naturally, she wouldn't do anything rebellious that would violate the dark arts license. On this point, I'm relatively reassured. Of course, I was skeptical about her ability to complete the lich-making process independently, but she assured me she had no problem, and that an old friend of her mother was helping her, so I didn't question her further. I did, however, leave a harmless little spell on the dark arts license so that if someone binds to it, I know. About a month ago, this spell was triggered, and I knew Miyu had successfully become a lich. He put down his fork and asked sternly, "What has Miyu done that has led you all the way to me?" Chapter 360. Andre held the hilt of his sword throughout the entire process. His sword didn't vibrate in any warning as Mabucha recounted the events, indicating that Mabucha's words were indeed credible. "I'm sorry to tell you this," Andre said. "Miyu has passed away. She appears to have been caught up in a conspiracy. We suspect the evil Amun deceived or coerced her, tricking her into believing she was saving herself. In reality, she used the wrong magic circle, sacrificing herself to summon a distant soul and transform it into a lich. Miyu appears to have discovered the truth and, while casting the spell, altered the name of the summoned soul, inadvertently dragging an unrelated soul into the incident. We have now confirmed that the soul bound to your dark magic license was an innocent victim caught up in the incident. We are still investigating the truth behind Miyu's death. Any information you have may help us solve the case." Mabucha seemed speechless from the shock of this news. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Finally, he closed his eyes in sorrow. "It's my fault as a teacher. I should have realized something was amiss when she asked about the dark arts license. Also, that child usually avoids magic, so why would she actively ask about it?" Andre pulled out a photographic crystal. "This is a photo I took of the crime scene. Please take a look and see if there's anything unusual. We found a forged great grimoire at the scene. It contained a chapter on lich formation, but the magic circle described there was incorrect. Myo used this incorrect magic circle and sacrificed her soul. We haven't yet determined the origin of this book. I wonder if you have any leads." "The Great Magic Book?" Mabucha's brow furrowed. "This rare treasure, with only 3 copies in existence, how could Miyu possibly have it? No, wait, I remember Mifuna has always been interested in this book. She moved from the Heman Kingdom to the Rusman Federation, and then from the Rusman Federation to the Vendelman Kingdom. Besides fleeing disaster, she also sought an opportunity to read this book. The borrowing rules for that library collection have always been very strict. In addition to requiring a borrowing slip from the Grand Mage, only citizens of the country are allowed to read it. To read the chapter on black magic, a black magic license is required. That was nearly 30 years ago. I was a fledgling magician, not yet qualified to issue a library check. Brother Mayberry hadn't even succeeded to the throne of Huntington, and no one imagined he would one day become king. Our Huntington family was a frontier general marginalized by the nobles. Though I desperately wanted to help her realize her wish, I lacked the ability to do so. Ferna was already a renowned potion master by then, but even so, she was denied access to the library. After numerous setbacks, she became disheartened and depressed for a long time. Then, about 26 or 27 years ago, King Delman's daughter fell seriously ill and sought medical treatment. I told her the news and traveled with her to the legendary Rose Hill Manor. The Delman royal family had reached some kind of agreement with her. Funa must have successfully borrowed the great magic book from the Delman royal family at that time, and most likely even completed her transcription. The copy in Miyu's hand might be the one Mifuna copied. New information emerged, but so did the inconsistencies. Andre shook his head. We went to the library to look up the correct copy of the great magic book, and the two books' contents are completely inconsistent. The magic circles in the original copy at the library are correct, but the ones in Miyu's copy have been tampered with, adding soul summoning and sacrifice techniques. Is Mifuna herself skilled in magic? Could something have gone wrong when she copied it? That's unlikely. Funa's magical proficiency is second only to mine. She's just more accomplished in potions. She couldn't possibly not recognize the purpose of these magic circles. Mabucha was also filled with doubt. Can I see the book? Perhaps it's been tampered with. Perhaps someone changed the pages or altered the magic circle diagrams. Not yet. Andre said he hadn't even seen the book himself, and sending someone back all the way to get it now might attract the attention of the mastermind. They could only wait until they had concluded their affairs in the capital before returning to Eston West City. Please take a look at the crystal first. We return to you after we examine the book. Then Great Magician Mabucha examined the crime scene footage in the crystal. He carefully examined the magic circle for a moment, then shook his head. This is definitely not a magic circle drawn by Miyu. This magic circle, with its interlocking rings, is incredibly intricate and detailed, with every geometric shape perfectly angled. No, Miyu's passion lies in impressionist painting. She enjoys depicting the light, shadow, and feelings within her own mind. She could draw a garden in the morning mist or a vase at sunset, but she couldn't draw two identical circles. Her heart was holding her back. This subconscious resistance and constraint would probably prevent such a breakthrough even in a life-or-death situation. No, Miyu is too emotional, and this magic circle is too rational. I'm more inclined to believe it was drawn by someone else. He pondered more and more, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Actually, the style of this magic circle feels very familiar to me. I feel like I've seen it somewhere, but where could I have seen it? The great magician racked his brains, his expression suddenly changing. He muttered, No, it can't be her, wait. He jerked his head up and reached out to grasp Andre's wrist. Is that summoned soul a revenant? Yes, Andre replied. Mabucha gasped. It's her. She's returned from the abyss of death. His face darkened as he stood up, not even bothering to eat the remaining cake. I must report this to His Majesty the King. Andre, wait! He shouted after Mabucha, tell me her name first. Go back and wait for news from His Majesty the King. Mabucha shouted back without turning, if he agrees to tell you. Andre sat back down on the stone chair, discouraged. He stared at the unfinished cake Mabucha had left on the stone table, lost in thought. What kind of enemy could make the great magician Mabucha abandon a cake he loved so much? Chapter 361. Andre ultimately didn't receive the name. His Majesty simply sent a guard to ask him to return home and rest. As a subject, one must obey orders. Since His Majesty had spoken, Andre could only do so obediently. Somewhat irritated and somewhat unwilling, he was escorted home by the guard sent by His Majesty into the setting sun. The entire day had slipped away in a whirlwind of ceremony, back and forth, and deception. His conversation with the great magician Mabucha had seemed fruitful, but upon closer reflection, it seemed to yield nothing. Andre felt his brain buzzing, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts swirling through him, leaving him bewildered and unable to grasp a single clue. He dismounted the carriage, watched the guards drive off, and sighed heavily, I'm hungry. He only scrambled through a few plates of pastries at the post-ceremony dinner, and after a few brainstorming sessions, it seemed as if all the sugar in his body had been depleted. Andre's heart sank. I'm dying to eat some delicious little bone dishes. He loosened the collar of his military uniform as he headed for the door. As soon as Jericho opened it, he was greeted by a rich aroma, his eyes lighting up. What are we having for dinner tonight? Curry, Jericho replied. Nikomata appeared calm on the surface, but the rising tone of his voice betrayed his excitement. Miss Yu and Madam have made several different kinds of curry, and they're comparing which is the best. By the way, Master, Miss Heidi has been invited to dinner too. Oh, all right. Andre hurried back to his room and changed into casual clothes. He then hurried downstairs, following the aroma to the kitchen. Sure enough, his mother, Takumi Yu, Heidi, and Heidi's housekeeper and cook were all there. Before them stood a row of large white porcelain bowls filled with curries of various colors: red, yellow, brown, green. With the exception of Takumi, who held Soul Fire, everyone held a plate of rice, choosing their favorite curry from the porcelain bowls and pouring it over the rice. Andre, eating already? Hey Andre, you're back. Takumi, upon seeing him, immediately raised his bone claws and greeted him. Come and try which curry is best. Green is the spiciest, red is second, yellow has a rich coconut milk flavor, and brown is mild, rich, and a bit sweet, Anina summarized briefly. We're deciding which curry to have for dinner. Andre glanced at the piles of rice on their plates. Are you sure you can still finish it after you've chosen? Everyone nodded vigorously, their expressions hinting at the unspoken message that whoever can't finish it will be the one missing out, and even a hint of anticipation. Andre, I get it. If anyone can't eat any more, others can eat more. Damn it, the dining table is truly a battlefield. Andre followed their example, filling a plate with rice and dividing it into 4 pieces, dousing each piece with a different curry. Then, the green curry hit him hard, cough, cough, so spicy. The green chili peppers were quite heady and pungent, but once the sharpness wore off, the aroma of lime leaves and lemongrass in the curry returned. The spices were rich and exotic. Jericho handed Andre a glass of ice water just in time. Andre took a sip to clear his palate, then took another bite of the red curry. Red curry was equally spicy, but not as pungent as green curry. The spices were more intense and complex. Andre could taste the aroma of fresh onions, garlic, and ginger sautéed in oil. He suddenly felt that this curry would be a perfect match for the equally rich lamb. He thought and said so, and his girlfriend agreed. That's right, said Takumi. This curry is perfect for lamb, but we were late today and didn't get any good lamb chops. But we did get some excellent beef brisket and prawns. Andre took another sip of water. This time, he tried the yellow curry. Compared to the previous 2, which had a strong flavor, this yellow curry was much less spicy, yet had a rich coconut milk aroma. It was sweet and delicious, with a very complex and varied taste. I like this one, Andre declared. I told you. Anina laughed. You little brat like sweet and milky flavors. Andre ignored his mother's teasing, and took another bite of the brown curry. His eyes lit up as well. The brown curry was filled with carrots, potatoes, onions, and apples, and thickened with flour, giving it a very rich and mild taste. I like this one too. Andre declared again. Okay, the voting results are in. Everyone's tastes are pretty unanimous. Jiangyu smiled. Tonight we make curry king prawns and curry beef brisket omurice. Curry recipes are generally similar, all based on a base of spices like turmeric, coriander seeds, cumin seeds, nutmeg, and cloves. However, each country, region, and even individual chef has their own unique blending methods and flavorings, allowing for a wide variety of flavors with a few tweaks. The most popular versions among Huntington residents are Thai yellow curry and Japanese curry. The former, with its generous use of coconut milk, offers a balanced, fresh, and fragrant flavor. Its rich texture is smooth and appetizing, making it perfect for summer pairings with seafood and beef brisket. The latter is milder and thicker, with a hint of spiciness and just the right amount of sweetness, making it perfect with a bowl of translucent rice during the chilly winter months. As for the purest Indian curry and Thai green curry, they're a bit too stimulating for the taste buds of Huntington residents. The broth made from beef brisket, potatoes, carrots, and onions had already been cooked to perfection. After selecting the curry mix, all that was needed was to add the brown curry and apple chunks to the beef brisket broth and simmer for a while to create a flavorful Japanese curry. However, the Japanese curry omurice that Takuya wanted to make tonight required a bit of careful preparation. She had already simmered the rice that afternoon. Now, she heated oil in a wok and added the beef brisket, potatoes, carrots, and onions that had been drained from the curry broth. Once the juices were reduced, she added the rice, and continued to stir-fry until the rice was coated with a slightly charred curry aroma. Then, she scooped the rice into a bowl and inverted it onto a deep plate. She then proceeded to heat oil in a wok and poured in the beaten egg. When the egg began to solidify slightly, she used chopsticks to slowly rotate the center of the omelet. She then covered the rice with the roughly formed omelet, creating the internet-famous omelet rice. Finally, she drizzled a few spoonfuls of thick curry broth over the moist omelet, and the delicious curry beef brisket omelet rice was ready. Chapter 362. Everyone dining at Andre's house tonight received a bowl of curry beef brisket omelet rice. The rice, twice stir-fried with the stewed curry beef brisket, potatoes, onions, and carrots, had an added, dry, fragrant aroma. Because it was stir-fried once, it absorbed the curry broth better, giving the rice a richer and more varied texture. The top layer of rice, wrapped in egg skin, remained untouched by the curry sauce, remaining entirely fragrant with the aroma of the stir-fried curry. It tasted like a hearty curry fried rice. Each spoonful contained meat, egg, vegetables, and rice. Every bite was a luxurious satisfaction. The bottom layer of rice, soaked up the rich curry broth, softened it even further. A spoonful of rice, juicy and egg-covered, was filled with a smooth milky aroma and a subtle sweet apple fragrance. Occasionally, a piece or two of soft, crisp apple would appear, and the sweet juices burst forth as you chewed, relieving the greasiness and enhancing the flavor. Apples provide a natural sweetness and perfectly balance the flavors of the spices. Takuya learned this technique from a Japanese drama. At first, she thought it was a culinary trait, but after trying it once, she was astounded and has since memorized the recipe. In addition to this generous and filling main course, there was also a dish of king prawns and curry. Anina had also used her connections to order the prawns, and they arrived still alive and kicking, each one the size of a palm. Cooked in Thai yellow curry, fragrant with coconut milk, they were incredibly delicious, fresh, sweet, and lightly spicy. The complex blend of spices created a smooth, slightly pungent flavor, the aroma alone making one salivate. As soon as it arrived on the table, several forks and pairs of chopsticks scrambled to grab them, and in an instant, the large plate of prawns was gone by a third. Heidi took a big bite of a large prawn coated in yellow curry. Her mind was instantly overwhelmed by the delicious flavor, nearly shutting down. Anorexia, weight loss, rapid weight loss, and muscle mass vanished in the face of delicious food. Only one word remained in her mind: eat. The royal capital's curry craze has been all the rage for a long time, but this is the best curry I ever had. Anina exclaimed in admiration, I didn't even know curry had so many different flavors. The royal capital's curry craze was sparked a few months ago by a group of sea merchants from Southeast Asia. At first, these merchants simply set up large pots next to their stalls and shops to sell unsold spices and simmer the dishes they often made back home. After all, the people of Huntington had no interest in culinary research. They primarily bought spices to make perfumes and incense, so their selections were often biased. They avoided anything too spicy, anything too pungent and strong. Of the hundreds of spices that merchants so desperately brought in, 2/3 were rejected by the nobles and unsold. The merchants were also frustrated. They used these spices at home to make curry, so why did these foreigners only select a few for sachets and perfumes, preferring them to baths rather than cooking? It must be said that their thinking was somewhat similar to Jiangyu's. Since the people of Huntington couldn't cook, they simply cooked their homeland dishes for the locals. Not only did they cook them, they also taught the recipes, and sold them directly with curry sauce packets. As long as the people of Huntington liked the taste of curry, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell their spices. Indeed, in Huntington, a country with a limited culinary tradition, curry, with its rich aroma, complex and varied flavors, and its versatile, spicy, and appetizing versatility, easily captures the public's attention. Chicken, beef, seafood, whatever you have on hand, toss it into curry, and it becomes a flavorful delicacy. Because curry has such a strong flavor, it doesn't matter if the meat or seafood has any fishy smell, any fishy or odorous tastes are masked after cooking. It can be paired with bread, wraps, or rice. Any flavorless staple food can be paired with curry to reduce its overpowering flavor, significantly enhancing its texture and taste. Additionally, to sell off unsold spices, these merchants initially offer a low price for the prepared curry spice packets, and the quantity isn't large either. However, these ground and roasted spice powders, added to broth or milk, can easily create a large pot of flavor, offering a less spicy flavor that better suits the more relaxed tastes of the Huntingtonians. So, curry first became popular among the common people, then gradually spread to the nobility, and now it's all over the city. The only problem is, those merchants all come from the same place, and the curry they make tastes pretty much the same, so after a few tries, it gets a bit tedious. Anina said. For Takumiyu, this wasn't a problem at all. She came from a globalized era, and she knew recipes from every country by heart. Even if she couldn't create authentic local flavors, she could definitely create localized versions. As long as she had a sufficient supply of ingredients, it wouldn't be a problem, and just as Andre and the others had said, you could find anything you wanted in the capital. Jiao spent an afternoon wandering the market, buying freshly made coconut milk, crystal clear rice, and recently slaughtered beef. Aside from seafood, which required connections to obtain, everything else could be easily purchased with money. Of course, the rarer the item, the more expensive it was. The most expensive ingredient for tonight's meal would likely be the freshly made coconut milk, shipped thousands of miles from home. Next would be the lively prawns, and then the rice and sugar. The Principality of Huntington couldn't produce any of these ingredients locally. So, the price of an item depended entirely on transportation capacity, travel losses, and local demand. If there was a large demand and the shipping volume was high, losses could be reduced, lowering transportation costs. Otherwise, there were two extreme scenarios. Either the merchant gritted his teeth and sold everything at a low price, taking whatever customers he could to recoup his costs, and then he would never again do business with the product. Or, if they encounter a customer who's in a hurry and has money, they have all the waste costs shoveled onto him. The high prices of sugar and magic rice stem from a small number of customers sharing a small amount of goods, thus bearing a large amount of waste costs. It's absolutely delicious. Heidi's mouth was full. Can I sell this curry in my restaurant? Of course, Takumi said, smiling as she pushed her soul-fire-eaten dish toward Andre. Since everyone's here, we can discuss a possible collaboration. Chapter 363. As I told Master Yu before, I want to give this restaurant to you as a thank you for treating me. Heidi said sincerely, even now, I haven't changed my mind, but I accept any proposal Master Yu proposes. No, the restaurant will still be run by the Lothar family. Jiang Yu waved his hand. The situation in the capital is too complicated, and I don't want to get involved with the nobles. Since the Lothar family has established a foothold here, it should continue to be run by the Lothar family. It's just that we each have the resources, and we each have the recipes. A strong partnership is the best option for us. We can make money together. From time to time, I can provide your restaurant with some recipes and teach the chefs how to make them. The sauces and ingredients for new dishes, made in my brewing workshop, must be purchased from me, and I give you a 30% discount as a partner. Aside from teaching new dishes and sharing in the profits, I won't be involved in the actual operation of the restaurant. All conflicts and disputes during the operation will still be resolved by the Lothar family. Furthermore, my name will not appear on any of the restaurant's legal documents. The Dresden family will serve as my official representatives and handle all formalities. Heidi looked at Anina, saw her smile and nod, and said, that's no problem. With the Dresden family's official involvement, our restaurant's operations will run much more smoothly. Jiao nodded. The launch of the new dishes may significantly improve the restaurant's business, but it may also attract jealousy and resentment from other nobles. If any of the Lozer family's partners, or nobles you can't afford to offend, ask about the provenance of these dishes, I can tell them I'm selling these recipes, and I have even more on hand. If they need anything, they can come to Eston West City to discuss business with me. We can all make money together. She thought for a moment, then added, if we're already sworn enemies, there's no need to let them profit. Heidi laughed. Of course. As for the profit split, how about a 70/30 split? Of course, you split 70/30. Wow. Jiang Yu was startled. No, I'm not involved in the actual operations, and I didn't invest. I just provided a few recipes. It wouldn't be appropriate to take so much, it would affect the restaurant's continued operations. But I want to repay you, Heidi said. Thanks to your help, I've been eating well and comfortably these past few days, and I haven't been vomiting or fainting so often. I also like to move with you to Eston West City to stay for a while and get my health back on track. You can't refuse me. Then it's 50/50. Jiang Yu insisted. Fairness is the beginning of a long-term partnership. I will take responsibility for your recovery. Besides, doing business in the capital isn't easy. These new dishes might cause trouble for the restaurant and the Lothar family. At this point, Jiang Yu couldn't help but look at Heidi with concern. If the restaurant gets busy, will Heidi's frail body be able to handle it? Heidi pondered for a moment, then compromised. Okay, let's do it this way for now. After the restaurant has been operating under the new model for 2 or 3 months, we make adjustments based on actual conditions. If business is particularly brisk, she could use this as an excuse to give Master Yu a larger share of the profits. Andre then took pen and paper and began drafting an agreement, while Jianyu continued to discuss follow-up matters with Heidi. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., I'd like to discuss business with the traveling merchant Pixie Onxie at the Dream Garden restaurant. Pixie Onxie? Heidi exclaimed in surprise. Is he the owner of Onxie Express? I know him. His caravan also cooperates with ours. We rely on them to transport a lot of goods produced in our territory to other places for sale. Oh! Jianyu took the opportunity to inquire. Is he a reliable person? Quite reliable. Heidi nodded. As the saying goes, all businessmen are dishonest. Pixie is one of the more trustworthy and self-disciplined ones. His cunning lies in his sharp eyes and quick mind. He occasionally exploits loopholes and uses unconventional means to solve problems. But it's not something to be trifled with. Bad guy. As for partners, I prefer to work with those who have the means. That's true. Jianyu nodded. She also preferred to find smart teammates, rather than constantly following behind clueless ones to clean up the mess. I plan to give him the distribution and transportation of the sauces and ingredients from the brewery, and I probably also have him handle the delivery for Dream Garden Restaurant in the future. Tomorrow we need to negotiate the pricing of the sauces and ingredients in various regions, including the purchase price for Dream Garden Restaurant. I can help with that, Heidi said enthusiastically. I also participated in pricing when our family partnered with Onxie Express. For itinerant merchants, the price of the same product in every city is not fixed. It varies depending on local economic conditions, seasonal weather, distance, road roughness, and banditry. Generally speaking, goods with high transportation costs are more expensive in economically developed areas with large customer bases. In economically underdeveloped, impoverished cities, peddlers will sell as little as possible, preferring to sell in other cities. Unless they need to sell off expiring or damaged goods, or if they come across a very attractive, low-priced commodity that they must purchase in bulk, then they will consider sacrificing some profits. Heidi is indeed very experienced in this area, and explained it clearly. Peddlers generally have two business models. One is to buy the goods from the owner at a fixed price. They buy the goods as cheaply as possible, and sell them at a high price. The profits are entirely borne by the peddlers, and the risks are also borne by them, with little impact on the owner. These are mostly one-time, seasonal transactions. There aren't many competitive constraints. The peddler's ability to obtain the goods at the right price depends entirely on their ability. Other merchants can also engage in the same business. For example, in our area, when plums are ripe in the summer, peddlers will find fruit farmers to purchase the plums and then transport them to the next city to sell. In this scenario, peddlers buy fruit from fruit farmers at a fixed price, then resell it along their route. Your caravan can sell plums, and mine can sell plums, with no one interfering. The other type is franchise distribution. On a specific city's peddling route, the cargo owner can only supply goods to this peddling caravan. The peddler sells under the cargo owner's name and cannot tamper with the goods in any way. They must also ensure the integrity and safety of the goods. The cargo owner typically gives the peddler a suggested selling price range, but the specific price fluctuation depends on the transportation costs of each city. Ultimately, the profit and risk of a trip are shared equally between the peddler and the cargo owner. Chapter 364. With this type of franchise business model, traveling merchants generally only work with local lords or local stores with distinctive brands. The risk they bear is greater, but the advantage is that within the same city and on the same trade route, no two merchants will engage in price wars on the same product. Pricing power is essentially theirs. Once a franchise agreement is signed, other merchants cannot privately sell your goods on that route. If anyone does so, the caravan can present the franchise license to the Kingdom Knights and request a ban. In your case, even if some travelers travel to West Eston City on their own to buy soy sauce, the volume won't be large. At most, they share among friends and family, which won't affect the traveling merchant's business. If you want to control all the businesses in the world, partnering with the traveling merchants is the best option. After listening to Heidi's explanation, Jianyu tilted his head in confusion. If I don't sign a franchise agreement with the traveling merchants, then all merchants can buy my goods and sell them everywhere. But if I sign a franchise agreement with the traveling merchants, the Kingdom Knights will ban the other merchants. Why? Because of the trade tax. Andre answered her. Traveling merchants will take the authorization agreement to the cities they pass through to apply for a franchise license. This license requires a fee. From then on, merchants will have their goods counted when entering and leaving the city, and they will pay a transaction tax based on the counted amount upon leaving. The more goods you sell or store in the city, the higher the tax. But overall, paying for protection is still a good deal. Products that utilize this business model must be of excellent quality and have a sufficient customer base. Taking into account travel costs and commercial taxes, the prices will be significantly higher than in local markets, but with no competition, the money can still be earned back. Pixie and the others are experts at pricing, and their prices generally don't deviate too much. After all, if they were to charge exorbitant prices, it would be difficult to sell the goods. Wow, there are so many tricks to doing business in this other world. Jianyu hadn't expected to stumble upon a magnate while shopping, but if he weren't a magnate, she wouldn't be selling her soy sauce in the capital. TSK, her eye for product selection is incredible. After listening to Heidi's introduction, Jianyu gained a deeper understanding of the magnate industry. But, Heidi, you know a lot. Well, after all, I'm a graduate of Lanton Business School. Heidi smiled. These are all basics. Besides, our family has a long-standing relationship with the Pixie Caravan, so we naturally understand some of the ins and outs. The two chatted for a while, and Andre finished writing the agreement. He had Heidi and Takumi review it before handing it to Anina. Having Anina sign the agreement with Heidi on behalf of the Dresden family was a plan Andre, Takumi, and Anina had previously discussed privately. The capital was a complex place, and Andre was worried that Takumi's dishes would be too popular, and his title of Viscount wouldn't be enough to control the situation. So he decided to go all out and ask Anina to step in. During the partnership, the Dresden family will provide Dream Garden Restaurant with 12 signature dishes annually in exchange for a 50% stake in the restaurant, enabling joint operation with the Lozer family. Profits will be split 50-50. Anina is only a nominal shareholder. In reality, after receiving any profits, she will transfer every cent to Takumi. With the agreement signed, the deal is settled. Takumi, you will visit Heidi's Dream Garden Restaurant tomorrow to train her chefs. This month, 3 new dishes will be served. The curry beef brisket omelette rice they just had tonight, curry king prawns, and a unique to try, tom yum soup with udon noodles. In Thai, tom yum goong means spicy and sour shrimp. As the name suggests, tom yum goong is a spicy and sour shrimp soup. The spices in it, such as lemongrass, galangal, and lime leaves, are not only delicious and appetizing, but also rich in essential vitamins and nutrients. They also promote digestion, boost immunity, and replenish electrolytes and trace elements. It also reduces the spiciness, making it a perfect dish for Heidi. Any noodle or other staple food would be delicious in this spicy and sour seafood soup, but considering the texture and cooking method, Takuya opted for udon. Udon noodles have a texture that's a perfect cross between shredded noodles and rice vermicelli, springy and chewy. They're delicious in both hot and cold soups, and naturally complement tom yum goong. Authentic udon noodles are made simply by repeatedly fermenting and kneading wheat flour and salt. For a more refined version, with a texture similar to rice noodles, a little tapioca starch is added. Fortunately, tapioca is available in the market in the capital, and Takuya had already spotted some that afternoon, selling it alongside the Southeast Asian spices. All the spices needed for tom yum goong soup are readily available in the capital, except for the fish sauce, which requires fermentation. Jiaoyu, armed with her crucible and a deep understanding of the art of fermentation, plans to buy some small fish from the market tomorrow morning and use it to fast forward 6 months to complete the fermentation of the fish sauce. While these spices and ingredients are not cheap, Dream Garden Restaurant is a high-end restaurant catering to aristocratic patrons. Riding on the recent curry craze in the capital, offering exotic Southeast Asian dishes never before tasted in the Duchy of Huntington, it should be easy to capture the hearts of their patrons. Just looking at the shiny, almost curry-free plates after tonight's dinner, Jiang, you can imagine how packed Dream Garden Restaurant will be in a few days. Then I'd pick you up tomorrow morning. Heidi smiled and said, if you could have breakfast for me, that would be even better. Jiaoyu had seen through her constant desire for a free meal, but she didn't mind it at all. She simply asked, what do you want? Porridge. Heidi licked the corner of her mouth and said, how about seafood porridge? She happened to be buying fish tomorrow morning, so she might as well pick up some seafood and make Chaos Han seafood porridge. Hey, it's delicious. Of course. I have the seafood delivered tomorrow morning, Heidi added. What do you need? Shrimp? Crab? Or fish? All of them. The seafood a noble could get in the capital was definitely better than what Jianyu could buy himself, not to mention saving money. The stingy skeleton beamed. I also buy some rice, ginger, mushrooms, cilantro, celery. Heidi's cook took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote down his thoughts. He also carefully asked Jianyu about his specific ingredient requirements. Jianyu didn't hold back, and told him everything according to the highest quality standards. Chapter 365. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Heidi's cook arrived promptly, delivering seafood, vegetables, and rice. The fish and shrimp in the wooden barrels were alive and kicking, and the vegetable leaves were still covered in morning dew. Everything was incredibly fresh. The rice was also crystal clear, exuding a rich aroma, as expected of a noble with a restaurant at home. I wonder how many gold coins this meal must have cost. Jiang Yu murmured, sure enough, to recreate the most delicious recipe you need money. The seafood porridge was also very nutritious, perfect for Heidi, who was now feeling a bit better. Moreover, this main dish would also look great in the restaurant, so Jiang Yu included it in the 12 recipes provided to the restaurant each year. She called Heidi's cook into the kitchen and taught him how to make it. With the help of a skilled worker, cooking was a breeze. Once the seafood porridge was bubbling on the stove, Jiang Yu asked the chef to keep an eye on the heat while he prepared the small fish for the fish sauce. People along the coast have a tradition of making fish sauce. Chaos Han fish sauce, Fujin shrimp oil, and crab sauce are all similar. Fish, shrimp, and crab are salted and fermented in jars for a long time. After 6 months or a year, all the fish and seafood have been transformed into water and sauce, and the sauce is ready. Fishermen from the Guangdong and Fujian regions later introduced fish sauce to Southeast Asia, where it evolved into various flavors, such as Thai and Vietnamese. However, the recipe remains largely the same. This fish sauce has a rich, umami, salty, and fishy flavor. Those who can't stand it find it particularly fishy, while those who love it will love it to bits. It's a very polarizing sauce, whether you're a fan or not. Takumi's method is relatively clean and meticulous. She removes the scales and guts of a small sea fish, washes it, and drains it. She rubs it repeatedly with coarse salt, uses magic to kill any bacteria, and then mixes it with the coarse salt. She then layers the mixture into the crucible of time, stirs it evenly, covers it with a lid, leaves a gap for air to escape, and sets a timer for accelerated fermentation. Traditionally, this mixture is opened and stirred daily for 1 or 2 months. Takumi sets the timer according to the proportions, and after stirring it nearly 60 times, she covers it and lets time continue its magic. Fish sauce typically ferments for over 6 months. After fermentation is complete, the fish flesh will have largely dissolved in the fermented liquid, giving off a rich fishy aroma. Afterwards, it needs to be filtered through gauze to remove any debris and bones, draining the clear amber liquid. Then, seal it in a clean, airtight glass bottle, and use it whenever you need it. Although the ingredients and preparation differ slightly, fish sauce and soy sauce are essentially the same. One uses fish, the other uses soybeans. Any protein-rich ingredient, with the help of time and bacteria, will break down into delicious amino acids. The crucible of time is the ultimate fermentation artifact. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed in the cauldron, and with a ding, the fish sauce was brewed. She didn't bring a filling machine this time, but she did have a large collection of glass jars. Jianyu skillfully filtered the liquid and filled sterilized glass jars. He then affixed a handwritten label with a disinfection magic circle on the back, sealed the jar, and the process was complete. There was still some fish sauce left in the crucible. Jianyu tested it with magic, confirming it was non-toxic, sterile, and safe to consume. Then, he added a touch of soul fire and tasted it. Strong? That's exactly what it tastes like. It just so happened that the morning meal was Chaos Han seafood porridge. While seafood porridge is naturally sweet and fresh, some people like to add a little fish sauce for a boost. Juyo scooped out the last bit of fish sauce and placed it on several small plates, letting Andre and the others taste it. When she cleaned the cauldron and gathered all the props and equipment and returned to the kitchen, the seafood porridge was just coming out of the pot. The cook was following her instructions, adding celery, coriander, and chopped green onions to the pot. The rich aroma of the porridge had already attracted several diners who had just woken up. Anina, Andre, and Jericho were already peering at the kitchen door. Not long after, Heidi arrived just in time for lunch. She had completed her morning exercises of Ba Duanjin and a walk, and had hurriedly washed herself. Her thin face was already rosy, and she looked not only energetic, but also very hungry. It smells so good. Even better than the yam porridge, Heidi murmured. That's because we use only the finest seafood. No one's allergic to shrimp or crab, right? Jiaoyu asked, and seeing them all shake their heads, he finally felt relieved. The cook brought a large casserole to the table, and diligently began serving seafood porridge to everyone present. Jiaoyu then brought out the fish sauce. This is a new sauce I made. It's called fish sauce. It's made with fish, so it has a stronger flavor. You can try adding a little to the porridge to see if you like it. Everyone carefully tried it. Andre thought it was delicious with or without the fish sauce, while Anina and Heidi preferred the version without the fish sauce. Jericho, true to his nature as a cat, took one sip, his eyes lit up, and he devoured all the fish sauce on the table. He then guzzled 3 bowls of porridge until his belly was full, then collapsed in his chair and burped deliciously. After breakfast, everyone got back to their own business. Anina had to go to church, and Jiangyu and Heidi were going to Dream Garden restaurant. As for Andre, he hadn't received the king's summons yet, so he had nothing to do and decided to join Jiangyu as a handyman. Heidi, these two are a bit dazzling, a bit sweet. Ah, but she loves watching them. Jericho, as Andre's attendant, naturally had to go too. It wasn't just because he could get a free lunch of curry shrimp and tom yum soup afterward. Meow. 2 carriages drove one after the other from the Dresden mansion to Heidi's Dream Garden restaurant. To allow Jiangyu to better teach the new dishes, Dream Garden restaurant was closed to the public today. All the chefs and waiters were already waiting in the gleamingly clean kitchen. The manager and foreman stood guard at the main door, constantly glancing out at the street. Are you here yet? Not yet. Did you hear we're getting a new owner? No, our owner is still Miss Heidi, but there's a new major shareholder. I heard that shareholder will introduce 12 new dishes to our restaurant each year. What do you mean by shareholder? You ask me, but who should I ask? Anyway, that's what the eldest lady said, so just treat her as the second in command. Shoo! I see the carriage. Everyone, take your positions and get ready. The waiters immediately formed 2 neat rows in front of the door, waiting to welcome their beloved eldest daughter into the restaurant. Then, they saw their eldest daughter walk in, carrying a skeleton. A skeleton? Chapter 366. In reality, aside from Heidi, a graduate of Lanton Business School, few in the Lothar family understood what shares and shareholders meant. But that didn't matter. The workers at Dream Garden restaurant only needed to know that their immediate superiors were collaborating with the Dresden family, thus becoming 2 bosses from one. The new boss was Anina de Dresden, both a high priestess of the Lunari cult and a countess, a favorite of the king. Her husband was a trusted general, and her son was Viscount Andre, who had recently acquired territory. From any perspective, she was a target that the Lothar family, as barons, would greatly desire to curry favor with. Baron Lothar's political stance tended to be neutral. Of course, political positions shifted with the interests of various parties. Initially, Baron Lothar was also pro-Derman clan faction, and he even considered marrying his daughter to another noble from the Derman clan to strengthen the family's future. This practice was common in the era. Baron Lothar was a widower, his deceased wife the love of his life, which meant he would have no heirs other than Heidi. To protect his only daughter's interests and future, choosing a reliable husband from the same camp was crucial. The husband he chose for his daughter was Leslie, son of Baron Oakley, from the neighboring fiefdom. The 2 fiefdoms were adjacent, and their status and positions were similar. If the marriage was successful, Heidi's children would inherit the fiefdoms of both barons, potentially even rising to a higher rank due to the expansion of their fiefdoms. Everything was going smoothly until border piracy became rampant. Baron Lothar and Baron Oakley's attitudes towards the pirates diverged drastically. Baron Lothar was a staunch advocate of war, vowing to annihilate the pirates, who were burning, killing, and looting in coastal villages. Baron Oakley, on the other hand, was more ambiguous. He didn't want to engage in battle, but rather to secretly strike deals with them, pampering these bloodthirsty villains, and cultivating a secret force to serve him. Thus, the brief alliance between Baron Lothar and Baron Oakley quickly fell apart. Leslie, relieved to hear he could call off the engagement, immediately went on a life of debauchery with his friends. Naturally, this behavior drew inquiries from his friends, who had long known about his engagement. Of course, he couldn't claim to his friends that the failed marriage was due to his side's collusion with the pirates, so naturally, Heidi's somewhat plump figure and appearance became targets of their criticism. Baron Lothar doted on his only daughter, but like most fathers, he was completely oblivious to her mental health. Even when he realized something was amiss, he couldn't pinpoint the cause. He only knew his daughter was unhappy, but he couldn't fathom her inner feelings. Heidi used to share her troubles with his wife, but after his wife's death, she seemed resilient. However, this resilience was an illusion. Heidi, still a teenager at the time, wasn't as calm as she pretended. She was just a little girl who had suddenly lost her mother. She wasn't strong enough, but she simply didn't want to unleash her sorrow on her grieving father. Furthermore, being mocked for her looks and figure by her fiancé and friends was not something Baron Lothar could resolve. Heidi felt that bringing this matter to her parents would only lead to her father storming the doors of the families, gun in hand, provoking further conflict. This already disgraceful incident would then spread throughout the duchy through the gossip of the nobles, completely ruining Heidi's reputation. So Heidi chose to diet diligently, hoping to address the root cause, but ended up developing anorexia. Looking at his emaciated daughter, Baron Lothar gradually distanced himself from the nobles of the Delman clan, becoming a neutral party. Until now, this Lich, now a mere skeleton, had guided Heidi toward a glorious path. So-called beauty is merely an illusory excuse. Everyone has different aesthetic standards. Some consider fair skin and tender skin beautiful, others a slender figure, and still others a plump figure. But when it comes to slandering someone, any kind of beauty becomes ugliness and flaws in the eyes of the enemy. Master Yu was right, only muscles are truly beautiful. Of course, Heidi didn't think he was talking about aesthetic beauty. Muscles represent strength, and strength is true beauty. As long as she had enough strength, she could deliver a punch that would make those people cry out in pain. Then, when she asked them to define beauty, they would have to agree. If they didn't, she wouldn't mind giving them a few more beatings. Having this sudden realization, Heidi stayed at the camp for a while longer, writing down the whole story and her thoughts in a letter, and delivering it to Baron Lothar. She had no idea what kind of emotional roller coaster her father went through at home after reading the letter, but his reply was brief and firm. Go ahead. All the family resources are at your disposal. The old nobles of the Delman clan have become incompetent and decadent in their debauchery. If Viscount Andre and Miss Lich can restore you to health, the Lothar family will firmly stand by the king. With the confidence her father had given her, Heidi van Lothar returned to Dream Garden Restaurant after signing the agreement last night, and overhauled everything. The disobedient, the arrogant, and the spies sent in by other families were expelled on the spot, leaving only the absolutely loyal ones. Our family will cooperate with the Dresden family, Heidi announced to them. The Dresden family is highly respected. We must not neglect those sent by them. And so, as the Dresden family's highly paid chef, Takumi was warmly welcomed by the restaurant staff. The head waiter sidled up to Heidi and whispered, Miss, this Lich, and that Viscount dined at the restaurant a few days ago. As the head waiter, he had a photographic memory for people's faces. Skeletons might be hard to spot, but how many skeletons were there in the capital? To be honest, the head waiter felt a bit uneasy. Stories he heard of high-ranking figures disguised for incognito visits kept turning over in his mind. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Viscount and the Lich had come to the restaurant specifically to investigate their partner's true strength before forming an alliance. It was unknown what they had learned or whether they were satisfied with the restaurant. Heidi didn't comment, but simply smiled and nodded, indicating that the head waiter didn't need to worry. Chapter 367. Jiang Yu, the Lich expert granted supreme authority by Heidi, was currently milling around the kitchen. She inspected the kitchen's cleanliness, the knives and cutting boards, the pots and stoves, and carefully examined the spices Heidi had ordered purchased in advance. Then, she looked up at the line of chefs and asked, Who's the head chef? Me. A middle-aged man stepped forward. I'm head chef Stone H. Cland. The head chef had brown hair and brown eyes, and was a handsome, rather handsome man. He kept himself immaculately clean and tidy, meeting the expected hygiene standards of a head chef. Takumi asked, Can you cook beef brisket? Yes. Would you like beef brisket braised with potatoes or red wine? Let's start with the beef brisket braised with potatoes. The rest of you, please each create a dish you're good at so I can see your culinary skills. Takumi smiled. Those who perform best will be given priority to learn those new dishes. The chefs were overjoyed and rushed to the ingredients section, scrambling to select the best ingredients. Then, they returned to their workstations and immersed themselves in the preparation of their dishes. Takumi pulled a notebook from his skull and, wandering around the kitchen, quickly wrote down each chef's name on their badge, the dish they were preparing, the techniques worth learning, and areas for improvement. Yes, while preparing to teach, Takumi was also learning from others. Even in Huntington, where culinary culture is relatively undeveloped, these chefs, who have been cooking for most of their lives, have developed useful techniques and tricks through years of work. After watching for a while, she had a good idea of their skills. With the intention of conserving ingredients, she began to offer suggestions for steps that would significantly affect the taste of the finished dish. It's best to blanch the meat in scallion and ginger water before adding it to the pan. Use a higher heat and stir-fry for a shorter time. Control the oil temperature. Too high will burn the food. While Jiang Yu was busy teaching, Andre leaned against the kitchen doorway and watched. Heidi approached and said, Sir Andre, since we're allies now, I have a humble request. Andre turned to look at her, his green eyes filled with scrutiny. What is it? I want power. Heidi said, I want to become powerful. Can I become your disciple and follow you and master you back to West Eston? After master you heals me. While I'm dealing with anorexia, I also hope to receive your training. I want muscles like yours. Yes, I do. Andre said, it's just that the training is very strenuous. I tailor a plan based on your physical condition and training stage, but I won't allow you to give up midway. When you're better, you might have to train with the Kingdom's Knights. You be sore all over, with not a single piece of good muscle left. Are you sure you can handle it? I'm sure, Heidi said firmly, the fire of revenge burning in her eyes. I want to become stronger and defeat all those who have bullied me. It's a big dream, Andre nodded, but as long as you're willing to endure hardship and work hard, it's truly achievable. Yes, master. Once she's mastered it, she give that jerk and his cronies a beating. Heidi's apprenticeship is complete, and Jiangyo's cooking test results are almost in. The kitchen at Dream Garden Restaurant is managed by a head chef, also the head chef. Below him are the sous chef and 9 professional chefs responsible for cold dishes, soups, meat, fish, pastries, desserts, and grilling and frying. There are also kitchen assistants and dishwashers responsible for cutting and preparing vegetables. In a large restaurant like this, the division of labor in the Western kitchen is extremely detailed. Some chefs spend their entire lives at the workbench, grilling steaks over and over again, mastering the heat of the same dish to perfection. These chefs have memorized the methods and flavors of their signature dishes, even believing they perfected them to perfection, unrivaled. But the Lich, after simply standing by and observing them for a few minutes, was already offering guidance. Not to mention that after following her instructions, they discovered that the flavor of the dishes actually improved. Realistic skill development is more effective than just instructions from the boss, and now the chefs looked at Takuya with admiration. The chefs each had their own unique skills, but they all had a solid foundation. Takuya rubbed his chin, figuring that teaching them would be much easier than teaching Nasha and Meili. The dishes I'd be teaching this time are curry beef brisket omuris, curry king prawns, and tom yum gungudan noodle soup. Everyone is here to learn these dishes. Who will ultimately be responsible for preparing them, whether it's done independently or through collaboration, will depend on your own abilities and the head chef's instructions. Jiangyu said. The dynamics of who works best with whom in the kitchen, the fierce competition, are only understood by a chef who has worked there his entire life. Jiangyu simply taught the recipes, not wanting to get involved in the complex interpersonal relationships involved. Heidi's spices were exceptionally comprehensive. She had collected nearly all the spices available in Wangdu. This way, when mixing them in the restaurant, there was no worry of outsiders guessing the recipes. Jiangyu led the chefs in front of the overflowing spice rack and began her lesson. First, we mix the curry. This time, we be making 2 different curries with different flavors and colors. One is brown and mild, perfect for stewing chicken, beef brisket, and vegetables. The other is yellow, with a rich coconut milk aroma, perfect for pairing with seafood, shrimp, and crab. She taught diligently and meticulously. Each spice's name, flavor use, and blending were clearly explained. The chefs frantically took notes in their notebooks, frequently touching, smelling, and tasting the spices, determined to memorize those unique flavors with all their senses. From the spice types to sautéing, grinding, and blending, the first brown curry was ready, and the chef's freshly cooked beef and potato brisket came in handy. When the curry was added to the nearly cooked beef brisket broth, a unique, rich aroma filled the kitchen. Curry beef brisket is simple to make. Simply add curry to the basic beef and potato stew, and you can adjust the garnishes to your liking. I personally recommend potatoes, carrots, and onions. After adding the curry, you can also add a peeled and cored apple. Try to cut all the garnishes into uniform pieces. If possible, add coconut milk or milk before serving to enhance the flavor. Chapter 368. When it comes to teaching cooking, simply talking isn't very effective. However, if explanations are combined with smelling, tasting, and watching a demonstration from start to finish, the effect can be vastly different. The chefs at Dream Garden Restaurant had never known the numerous differences between different curries. While they were still bewildered, wondering what the difference was between brown and yellow curry, Takumi had already prepared 2 different curry pastes. The 2 curries were placed in separate small dishes and passed around like a game of passing the parcel among the chefs. After a sniff and a taste, all their doubts were instantly resolved. One can't imagine flavors they haven't tasted, but once a delicacy is tasted, it becomes etched in the mind, unforgettable. Many of the chefs present were industry elites. After watching Takumi's demonstration and tasting the finished product, they could recreate the recipe with an 80% to 90% similarity the second time they made it. Japanese homemade curry is incredibly forgiving. A little more or less seasoning won't significantly impact the recipe. Simmering rice also has specific quantities and times, with formulas, like Knuckles, for determining the right amount of rice and water. Simmering time is also relatively fixed, and specific indicators indicate the right temperature to use. Several chefs have mastered this technique. Thus, the difficulty of the first dish lies entirely in the tornado-shaped egg skin. It can't be overcooked. If it's fully cooked, it'd be dry and tough, significantly diminishing its texture. However, if it's overcooked, it won't hold together and won't look appealing. It'd be watery and runny, and when poured over with curry broth, it instantly become a mess, with not a single piece of egg to be found. Of the 9 chefs, only the head chef, sous chef, and pastry chef mastered the tornado egg skin, and the pastry chef was the best. Everyone looked at the pastry chef with bewilderment, but he chuckled, "Thank goodness I've been working with eggs for so many years. It's just a semi-coagulated egg skin, I can still make it." After repeated attempts, the chefs discovered that each had his own strengths. The soup chef's curry was the most delicious. The meat chef's beef brisket was the softest and most tender, the tendons so tender they melted into a translucent gelatinous consistency that they bounced and jiggled with a spoon. The sous chef's rice had the perfect amount of moisture, and was the most flavorful. The second stir-fry was neither too dry or hard, nor too soggy or soft. But if each chef were left to their own devices, their strengths would be overshadowed by the endless stream of flaws. The head chef had the best skills, delivering an 8-point dish, while the others were barely adequate, managing a 6. It seems this is a dish that requires the cooperation of everyone. The head chef pondered for a moment, then quickly came up with an idea. When preparing this dish, each person only needs to be responsible for the steps they're best at. Takumi, who had been watching everything, remarked, "Yes, they invented the assembly line process without any instruction." But after all this tinkering, the curry beef brisket omelette rice they finally served was a perfect replica of Takumi's version. No, strictly speaking, it even surpassed the original in deliciousness. After all, these chefs are among the best in the culinary field of their time. By leveraging each individual's strengths to their full potential, and combining them together, they unleash an even more formidable power. Andre, Takuyu, Heidi, Jericho, and the others each received a bowl of premium curry beef brisket omelette rice. The golden egg skin, soft and juicy, gently enveloped the translucent rice, the tender and chewy beef, and the sweet and tender vegetables like a velvet blanket. The curry sauce swirled around the volcanic omelette rice, its smooth, silky consistency seemingly radiating a divine aura. The rich aroma tantalized everyone's sense of smell and whetted their appetites. Delicious. Heidi's eyes sparkled as she mentally calculated the price. A dish like this, even 5 gold coins would bring a huge crowd. Wow, 5 gold coins. Jiangyu was startled. Are prices in the capital so high? It truly is a place where nobles and wealthy merchants congregate. Of course. And since everyone in this dish masters a specific step, there's no need to worry about them switching jobs. Heidi whispered to Jiangyu. Even if the recipe were leaked or someone else figured it out, it would take them years of hard work to reach our level. No one can challenge our position anytime soon. After all, these are all industry elites, master chefs, who are the assembly line workers in every step. 30 or 40 years of experience are woven into this tiny process. The ingredients, the seasoning, the heat, the presentation. All are top-notch. Even if Jiangyu made it himself, it couldn't possibly be any better. There are no imitation meal substitutes, and the finished product is top-notch and delicious, so they can naturally charge a high price and make money happily. Besides, the prices of curry spices, coconut milk, and rice are not cheap, so a higher price can quickly recoup the investment. The same went for the king prawn curry. After a fierce competition among the chefs, it was ultimately decided that the soup chef would be responsible for preparing the curry, while the fish chef would be responsible for cooking the prawns. As for the tom yum goong udon, the pastry chef was responsible for preparing the udon noodles, the soup chef prepared the vegetarian broth, and the head chef prepared the tom yum soup based on it. The fish chef was responsible for preparing the seafood. This dish was everyone's first time, and when it arrived, everyone was captivated by the rosy yellow broth and its tangy, sour, and spicy aroma. The pale yellowish clams, the pink prawns, the green limes and lemongrass, the gray-brown straw mushrooms, the white squid rings, and the crystal clear, round, thick udon noodles intertwined to create an incredibly alluring scene. The rich aroma of seafood, The appetizing sour and spicy flavor, the refreshing lemon flavor, just the smell of it makes your mouth water. Everyone, who had been sampling the dishes since morning, was already feeling a bit full, but the sight of the pot of tom yum goong udon noodles prompted them to pick up their chopsticks and fill a bowl each. Oh yes, along with the delicious dishes, chopsticks were also being sold. Andre and Jericho, who often hung out with Takuya, had already mastered the technique, their chopsticks leaving after images as they grabbed food. Heidi, who had attended several dinners, learned her lesson and had the housekeeper custom order a pair of chopsticks to avoid being slowed down by unsuitable utensils. After several nights of diligent practice, she could now smoothly pick up prawns and noodles with chopsticks. It goes without saying that eating noodles with chopsticks is simply easier than with a fork. You can eat faster than anyone else. Heidi thought for a moment and instructed the store manager, order chopsticks, urgently. They need to be launched with a new dish. Chapter 369. The idle nobles of the capital always have a bad habit of following trends. Especially when a trend has some unique feature that allows them to show off, distinguishing them from the ordinary people, these nobles will flock to it and enthusiastically follow it. Heidi was sensitive to the fact that chopsticks are such a feature. They are a bit difficult to use, and beginners always have trouble finding the right technique. Just 2 small wooden sticks can make you feel like you've forgotten how to use your fingers. But once you find the feeling, it's like your entire body is completely opened up. These same 2 small wooden sticks are more useful than octopus tentacles, pointing and hitting, and can pick up any strangely shaped food. You don't need to roll noodles, you can use them to poke crabs, and they won't slip off like a fork. She could attend more tea parties and banquets, deliberately showing off her skills in front of the ladies, pique their curiosity, vanity, and competitive spirit. Then, mention her own restaurant. Hey, business would be a sure thing. Heidi, a business school graduate, was already actively considering ways to make money with the Lich, while Jiangyu, having successfully completed his teaching assignment, welcomed the traveling merchant Pixie Anxi. Today, the Dream Garden restaurant was closed to the public due to a teaching event, so the vacant private dining room in the main hall was perfect for them to discuss business. The chefs, who had just opened a new door to Southeast Asian cuisine, were still working away in the kitchen, refining new dishes, a perfect bargain for this group of traveling merchants who had come to discuss business. Andre and the others ate all lunch, and even the biggest stomachs couldn't eat any more. Every mouthful of food would burp out the rich aroma of spices. The shopkeeper thoughtfully and attentively brewed a digestive tea. His attentiveness made Pixie even more impressed with Jiangyu. He booked the entire Dream Garden restaurant for a business deal. He was accompanied by a viscount and a baron's daughter. The skeleton shopkeeper, truly terrifying, the shrewd and cunning dwarf merchant couldn't help but feel awe. He longed even more for the opportunity to collaborate with the Lich shopkeeper. Pixie Anxi pulled out a thick map and spread it out on the table. He then took out several scrolls and handed them to Jiangyu, his expression extremely flattering. Lich shopkeeper, this is the plan you requested, and it represents our sincere offer. Jiangyu opened it and was stunned. Wow! Pixie's plan was incredibly detailed, a true merchant's guide. Assuming everything in it was true, Jiangyu could lead a caravan all the way back and forth with just this plan. Of course, things weren't that simple. For long-distance trade like this, knowing the route and actually making the journey were 2 completely different things. The local tycoons, swayed by Pixie, only recognized familiar partners and treated strangers as free courier packages from afar. Jiangyu had no intention of going on the trade herself. She was simply curious about the industry and wanted to learn more about its inside story. The fact that they could come up with such a business plan showed that Pixie's team wasn't just made up of bodyguards who knew how to fight and kill. They were able to create detailed maps covering most of the country, meticulously noting the prices of local specialties, bandits to watch out for, the volume of goods to be shipped, the frequency of shipments, and the reference selling price. They even meticulously mapped all the costs along the way. Pishi's main caravans operated 3 separate trade routes. Pishi's main caravan sailed south from the capital, traversing the principality's central axis all the way to the southern border. The other 2 caravans, one along the northwest frontier and the other along the southeast coast, the last caravan was the one collaborating with the Lothar family. The 3 caravans weren't completely separate. The northwest caravan would regularly rendezvous with Pishi's main caravan at the capital, while the southeastern caravan would meet with Pishi at Melbury Harbor. They would exchange goods, information, and money, sharing profits and risks. Impressive. Jiangyu marveled. With this level of skill, who else would profit? Each caravan passed through several cities, villages, and small towns. They publicly claimed to pass through only 3 or 4 cities, but in reality, they would make detours and stop at various locations around the region. They would also collaborate with merchants from local small caravans, unloading some of their goods and selling them in exchange for local specialties. A trip like this would take at least 10 days to half a month, and the time frame would be extended even further during dry or rainy seasons. In other words, perishable fresh foods are generally unsuitable for commercial use. Soy sauce and fermented black beans, which are long-lasting, are indeed excellent choices. The Duchy of Huntington has quite good infrastructure, with roads wide enough for horses running between most major cities. All it takes is filling the cargo box with shock-absorbing hay and applying some protective magic to the glass bottles to effectively prevent them from shattering during the bumpy ride. We've been experimenting a lot lately. Initially, we only carried a few bottles at a time. Now that we developed the magic to prevent shattering, we can transport as many bottles as we want at a time. It all depends on boss use production. Pixie confidently declared, "Our caravan has carriages and horses, and our guards are strong and robust. I can handle any cargo." Jiangyu nodded. "We can increase the production of soy sauce and fermented black beans. Also, I soon have dried bean curd sheets, dried noodles, and vermicelli noodles. These are all long-lasting, pre-made, semi-finished foods that can be stored for a long time as long as they're not exposed to water. But all of this has to wait until I return to Eston West City. Is that okay?" "No problem." The goods weren't ready yet, so today they were discussing the basics of their cooperation. Pixie, as Jiangyu's distributor, would deliver to Heidi's restaurant on her behalf. Jiangyu also agreed with Pixie on a pickup date, which was set for a month later. This would allow enough time for Pixie to make another trade trip and return to Eston West City, and for Jiangyu to create new products upon his return. "Also, you need to find a skilled cook in your caravan," said Jiangyu. "Next time I come to pick up the goods, I have this cook teach me how to cook these new products. To expand sales, we must first let people know how to cook these ingredients and what delicious flavors they produce. Even in today's internet-savvy world, prepared dishes must include detailed instructions on the packaging. Some vendors even place QR codes on the boxes, allowing users to scan them and watch recipe videos. In this magical Middle Ages, there's no internet or QR codes, but traveling merchants can create sample dishes while selling their wares to build their reputation." Chapter 370. The well-fed merchants were easy to talk to, agreeing to whatever Takuya dictated. Of course, this was also due to Takuya's thorough demonstration of her strength. The influence of the noble standing beside her was not to be ignored, and what impressed Pixie Anxie even more was Takuya's culinary skills. Pixie had been to Dream Garden Restaurant several times, but the dishes served today were something even he, a well-traveled merchant, had never tasted before. And the key point was, they were delicious. After learning that these new dishes were created by Takuya in collaboration with Dream Garden Restaurant under the employment of the Dresden family, Pixie felt even more confident and immediately agreed to Takuya's proposal to find a traveling chef dedicated to promoting delicious ingredients. The thought of bringing even more novel delicacies to the land filled Pixie's heart with excitement. This was the ultimate achievement a traveling merchant pursued throughout his life. Discussion after discussion was quickly resolved, and while both host and guests were enjoying themselves, Andre casually asked the traveling merchants for information on the Drodana Chamber of Commerce. However, the information the traveling merchants could provide was limited. "That Chamber of Commerce is a bit strange," Pixie said. "At first, I thought its policies were very favorable to traveling merchants. All I had to do was become a member, and I could ship my goods to the Drodana Chamber of Commerce in a certain city, hand them over to them to sell, and then I could quickly set off and continue on my journey, right? But actually, after you hand over your goods to the Chamber of Commerce, they won't settle your bill immediately. They're just selling them on your behalf. This means that if you leave for the next city right away, you have to pay a tax up front. Because you already deposited your goods with the Chamber of Commerce, the city lord will consider you to have sold them. But when you return to the city next time, you often find that you haven't sold much of your goods. The people at the Drodana Chamber of Commerce will tell you that your goods aren't selling well, and their efforts have been fruitless. If you're selling fresh goods, you might even be charged a rotten goods disposal fee by the Chamber of Commerce. But who can really tell whether the goods were actually sold or just rotted or spoiled in the store?" Pixie shrugged. "Anyway, I tried the Drodana Chamber of Commerce's services once, and it was the first time in all my years of trading that I nearly lost everything. I'm sure it's a shady business." As the dwarf said this, he almost spat on the ground, as a gesture of disdain for the shady shop, but Pixie quickly realized he was still in a fine restaurant and forced himself to suppress the unseemly gesture. Baron Newman seems to have had dealings with this merchant guild before, Pixie said. I suspect he's colluding with the Droda Merchant Guild, accumulating a significant amount of tax revenue. The traveling merchants could provide no further information, and soon, after finishing their business and enjoying a satisfying meal, they returned home. 3 days later. After closing for a day, Dream Garden Restaurant suddenly became the most popular restaurant in the capital. Not only were the restaurants packed with guests these past 2 days, but reservations were already booked 3 months in advance. Many nobles were desperately trying to squeeze in and secure a reservation. The chefs worked like a pro, their spatulas dancing with abandon. The shop manager, counting gold coins, grinned from ear to ear, his smile reaching the depths of his eyes, as he entertained customers. The nobles hadn't seen such a genuine smile in a long time, and their favorability towards this internet-famous restaurant had inexplicably increased. The truckloads of spices arrived and were quickly consumed, and fish sauce, a key ingredient in Tom Yum Goong, had to be restocked several times. Jiao had to urgently order a large number of glass jars. The crucible of time was running around the clock, churning out hundreds of bottles of fish sauce in a single go. It felt like the salty fish flavor was practically ingrained in her bones. No, at this rate, the crucible of time wouldn't be enough. She'd have to open a fish sauce factory by the sea to keep up with the Southeast Asian cuisine craze in the capital. However, building a factory requires manpower and land. Jiangyo's family used to make sauces, so she understood the general process, but the thought of doing it herself made her lazy. If I can't lead a team, I just have to work myself to death. I better hire someone. Jianyu muttered, then consulted Anina. Anina laughed. It's easy. Andre is now a lord of a region. Just have him allocate you a piece of land and hire a group of workers. Wow! That easy? Jianyu exclaimed in shock. She had almost forgotten that this was the feudal magical Middle Ages, where the land was vast and the lords were supreme. Anina smiled again, then shared the good news. Holly had arrived at the Dresden family's territory and had begun research in the lava valley. The young botanist initially determined that the area possessed a predominantly high fire element. Not only was the temperature but the soil conditions also ideal for growing tropical plants, with the potential for successful cultivation of sugarcane, sticky rice, olives, and even some tropical fruits. Near the lava valley lay a long-dormant volcano, currently in a remarkably stable state. Anina, as the high priestess, returned to the territory annually to use the church's secrets to restore the volcano's dormancy, so they didn't have to worry about its eruptions disrupting their planting experiments. However, growing tropical crops in the high-altitude heartland of the Huntington Duchy required not only the natural variability of the environment, but also some artificial adjustments. Holly needed to establish a specialized planting and experimental park in the valley, requiring a significant investment of money, manpower, and resources. The cost-effectiveness of imported goods versus local production was obvious. If this business succeeded, they could easily make a killing. Therefore, with Holly contributing the effort, and Anina, the funding and manpower, they had already laid out the initial outlines of the plantation. It's almost late summer, and even tropical plants would have matured and borne fruit by this time of year. If we want to start cultivating now instead of waiting another year, we need to find another way. Holly is currently using his connections among teachers to transport suitable Southeast Asian crops to the Dresden territory. However, I invested most of our family's money in this project. Anina sighed slightly. As a result, I won't be able to support you until the planting project bears fruit. The new territory has unlimited potential, but it requires investment from the Lord, and there are many management issues. You must consider it carefully. Chapter 371. Jiangyu didn't think it mattered. She and Andre had long been accustomed to living in poverty, and neither of them planned to rely on the help of their family elders. Not to mention, Anina had already secretly given Jianyu some money for the puppy's food. If they really reached their wits' end, that money would be enough to help them out. Before, they were a struggling shopkeeper and a struggling knight. Now, they're a poor Lich boss and her impoverished lord, earning a considerable fortune, but still struggling to scrape together funds for factory construction. Well, it's like playing some kind of business game. Even though they're making money, their next phase of expenses will also increase. Overall, it's not a big deal. Jiangyu even tried to comfort Anina. Don't worry. Business at the Dream Garden restaurant is booming. Heidi has already paid the first dividend and the fish sauce payment together. There's also income from the traveling merchants, and both the main and branch breweries at home are making money. Even a mere fish sauce factory can be built. There's only one crucible of time. If you don't want to work yourself to death, You need to start building the factory soon and achieve large-scale mass production. Sauce fermentation takes time. From input to finished product, it takes at least 6 months. The sooner you start planning, the sooner you have a finished product. Large-scale time magic is considered a forbidden spell. Even if Jiangyu wanted to, she, a half-baked student with only a magical affinity, couldn't pull it off. But in her previous life, her family had managed to run a thriving sauce factory in a world without magic, so there was no reason she couldn't do the same in this magical world. Although she still needed to use the crucible of time to increase production for the next 6 months, once the factory was built, she could be making money without doing anything. A little hard work in the early stages, but perseverance. Later, once your career is on track, you can live a relaxed life. That's what investing is all about. Fish sauce factory, soy sauce factory, fermented black bean factory, rice wine factory, vinegar factory, cheese factory. Once she runs each of these factories, won't she dominate the entire Huntington condiment industry? There's also tofu and its various derivatives, vermicelli noodles, rice cakes, salted eggs, and preserved eggs. There are so many businesses to expand into, and the profits from one business can be used to subsidize the investment in the next. As long as you stretch your business out over a long period and take steady steps, you won't have to worry about a cash flow interruption. However, sauces require a fermentation period, but the gourmet food business doesn't necessarily require that. Jiangyu scratched his jaw, and another idea came to mind. She scurried to the garden, where she found the knight, shirtless, brandishing his heavy sword in the sun, sweat dripping from his face. Andre, can we open a snack bar at the Royal Academy of Magic? Andre took the towel Jericho offered and wiped the sweat off his body. He thought for a moment and said, "Sure. I have some connections at the academy. Getting a storefront and a license shouldn't be a problem. But what are you going to sell? How are you going to sell it? Do you need to hire people? In a university town, of course we have to make snacks." Jiangyu said confidently, "Egg waffles, starch sausages, octopus balls, and milk tea. We have carbohydrates, meat, seafood, and drinks. We definitely keep those magic apprentices and magicians so busy they forget how to draw magic circles." Jiangyu's home base was in West Eston. Even if the Royal Academy of Magic was booming, she wouldn't stay there for long. Hiring people was a must. Besides, these snacks weren't difficult to make. In Jiangyu's past life, college graduates working part-time, even without any experience, could successfully operate a snack bar within a few hours. Now, she only needed to manage the raw material supply and business process design. Teaching a few workers to run a snack stall wasn't a difficult feat. The only problem was how to ensure these workers would remain loyal to the stall after she returned to Eston West City, and not embezzle her money, ingredients, and trade secrets to start their own business. These days are no longer the age of dozens of milk tea shops on a single street. Snack stalls are incredibly valuable, and being backstabbed by hired workers would be a huge loss. Both the Witch Forest branches and the Dream Garden restaurant are considered franchises. Lolisa and Meili are witches rooted in the Witch Forest. Even if the monks can escape, the temple cannot. The Dream Garden restaurant was the first step in the partnership between the Lothar and Dresden families. Heidi was an ambitious and calculating woman, and she wouldn't give up a long-term partnership for a small profit. But with casual hires, it was hard to predict. They might work for her one day and leave the next. Even if an employment agreement was signed, in this era without the internet, they could take their money and skills and flee to another city in the remote mountains, and Jiangyu might never find them again. Thinking of this, Jiangyu's confidence suddenly waned. She looked at Andre and said, "As for hiring, I don't really have any good ways to find reliable candidates. Do you have any ideas?" "I do." Andre nodded. "My father has a group of veterans under his command, all of whom were forced to retire due to injuries. They are devoted to their country, devoting their utmost to defending the border, never mind their own safety. But even healing magic has its limits, especially on the battlefield. Many, lacking medical care and medicine, delayed treatment. Upon return, they discovered their injuries were irreparable, or would require exorbitant costs. With their veterans' compensation, they couldn't even afford their medical expenses. Nowadays, let alone fighting on the battlefield, even these people face a difficult life. Some have only one leg left, confined to a wheelchair for life. Others have only a slight limp or are missing a few fingers. These disabilities make it difficult for them to farm, forcing them to take on light labor, making their lives extremely difficult. Are you planning to hire these people?" The soul fire in Jiangyu's eyes ignited. "That's right. My father has been supporting these veterans for years, but simply providing aid isn't the solution. The number of wounded soldiers is constantly increasing. No matter how much money is distributed, how much will each person get? The key is to find them suitable jobs. Andre said, these people are very reliable. They were once heroes, suffered a lot on the battlefield, and are now able to endure all kinds of pain and hardship. Most importantly, they won't leak secrets or betray me. I originally wanted to take a group of disabled veterans back to the territory to see if I could find them suitable homes. I discussed this idea with many disabled veterans over the past few days, and most of them agreed to go with me. However, several of my closest uncles are reluctant to leave the capital because their families attend the Magic Academy. Hey, have you even found the specific candidates? Jiang Yu smiled. She patted Andre's shoulder, pleased with her boyfriend's bouncy touch. I can hire them, but they have to pass my interview. Chapter 372. Dmitri, wearing a straw hat, braved the scorching sun as he placed the last bundle of dried firewood on his cart. He then limped along, pushing it from the drying yard to the homes that had ordered the firewood. It was a hot day today. Beads of sweat streamed down his face and body, soaking the towel he placed beneath his hat to absorb the sweat. The sweat dripped down his coarse linen clothes, making a crackling sound as it landed on the scorching road. Dmitri, wearing his homemade straw sandals, struggled forward on the sun-scorched cobblestones, pushing the heavy cart loaded with firewood. A large section of muscle tissue was missing from his right thigh. The wound was old, leaving a hideous scar. The faint traces of a beast's teeth could still be seen. This was an injury he received during his early military service on the northwestern frontier. During a night patrol, their squad was attacked by a pack of demonic wolves. Dmitri was considered lucky. He escaped with only this piece of flesh and life. That night, 5 young lives from their squad were lost forever in the vast desert. That night, the accompanying military doctor exhausted his magical powers, nearly collapsing, before he could barely manage to heal his wounds. Dmitri's life was saved, but the loss of such a large piece of flesh and tendon made it difficult for him to exert force in his right leg and walk normally. On rainy or cold days, the excruciating pain followed him like a shadow, lingering like the ghost of war, whispering to him in his solitude, "They're dead, and you're still alive." This curse-like voice might have come from his imagination and guilt, but Dmitri wasn't fooled by it. He had a wife and a daughter attending the Royal Academy of Magic to support. They were his life. He and his wife were childhood sweethearts. After their discharge from the army, they had originally planned to use the compensation given by the king and the general to settle down in the northwestern frontier and start a small business. But their daughter, Ellie, was a promising young woman with exceptional magical talent, and had been accepted into the Royal Academy of Magic. Originally, Ellie would have been enough to attend school in the capital, but after much deliberation, Dmitri and his wife decided to move all 3 of them to the capital. There's a better life and more opportunities in the capital. Perhaps there's a powerful enough magician at the Royal Academy of Magic to heal your leg injury, his wife said. Besides, I'm worried about Ellie living alone in the capital. Indeed, his daughter was only 15, thin and small from malnutrition, and Dmitri was worried about letting such a young girl travel halfway across the kingdom to attend school alone. So, the 3 of them supported each other as they journeyed from the borderlands to the capital. They endured hardships along the way, sleeping in the open air and spending a considerable amount of money. The last bit of compensation allowed them to buy a small house in the suburbs outside the capital's fighting zone. It was true that this was a slum on the outskirts of the capital, but at least they had a home of their own. The disabled Dmitri had difficulty finding work in the capital. Despite his limited mobility, he was a hard-working man. Early mornings, he would gather branches from the wild woods outside the city, bring them back to dry, and after drying them, he would bundle the qualified firewood into neat piles, fill a cart, and deliver it to the homes in the slums. The people of the slums were generally unskilled in magic. They couldn't afford magic stoves, and even if they could, they couldn't generate enough magical energy. Firewood was essential for cooking, boiling water, and heating. If they were frugal, a 5-nickel bundle of firewood would last them 3 days. Dmitri earned this hard-earned money, hobbling from house to house, delivering firewood. When he returned home, he was soaked as if he had been fished out of the water. He wiped his sweat with a towel and counted out his earnings with great care, 6 copper coins in total. Not much, but if they saved, it was enough for their family to eat for 3 days. Ellie was a student admitted to the Royal Academy of Magic on special admission. She had a scholarship from the academy that barely covered her tuition. Occasionally, she would bring back a few bottles of magic mud. It tasted terrible, but it was very filling. The 3 of them would share the small bottle, and it would last them a day. Even in the slums on the outskirts of the capital, prices were significantly higher than in other remote areas. There were richer days, and there were poorer days. Dimitri's family lived a hard life, but they were content with it. Dimitri scooped a bucket of water from the water tank and gulped it down, finally quenching his thirst. He took a few breaths and walked back to the shade of a tree in the yard. He sat down at the roots, retrieved some vines from the tree, and continued weaving the basket he hadn't finished. A vine basket sold for 3 nickels, the cost being just the vines he pulled from the wild forest and some rest time, which was nothing if rounded up. Dimitri's legs weren't good, but his hands were nimble. Having something to do with his hands was a good distraction, allowing him to forget the pain in his legs. He was almost absorbed in weaving baskets until someone knocked on his door. "Come in, the door's open," he called, and the person who entered revealed a familiar face. In fact, he had only just met the new, black-haired, green-eyed Viscount a few days before. "Viscount Andre." Dimitri sighed. "I already refused you. My daughter attends the Royal Academy of Magic. She's here, and this is my home. Even if the two cities were closer, I wouldn't go with you to Eston West." "Oh, I'm not trying to persuade you to go to Eston West," Andre said. "Uncle, I'm going to open a snack bar at the Royal Academy of Magic. I heard my aunt's craftsmanship is quite good. Are you interested in coming and working?" Dimitri paused, weaving the baskets. "Royal Academy of Magic?" "Yes, the shop. It's right in the town of the Royal Academy of Magic." Andre coaxed. "If you pass the interview, you and your wife can live in the shop and take care of Ellie. She won't have to run back to the capital from the academy every now and then. The snack bar business might be busy, but it's definitely easier than selling firewood from door to door, and you earn more money." This time, Dimitri had no reason to refuse. He nervously wiped the sweat from his palms on his pants and said, I need to discuss with my wife how to go about the interview." The interview requirements were quite a lot. Dimitri and his wife took the cleanest bath ever in the bathhouse and changed into fresh clothes. When they emerged, the husband and wife, now 2 shades paler, were unsure whether to laugh or cry. Andre took them to the doctor for a full examination, confirming that both were in perfect health, free of any infectious diseases or parasites. They each received a clean bill of health. Chapter 373. The couple, bewildered, clutched their health certificates as they were taken by carriage to the central town of the Royal Magic Academy. The Royal Magic Academy was enormous, with several campuses scattered around the central town. The central town served as its largest commercial and residential area, housing both magicians and ordinary people, teachers, staff, their families, and even outsiders, all free to come and go. Dimitri and his wife had once considered renting a house here to accompany their daughter's studies, but the location near a prestigious university meant the monthly rent for a room was more expensive than a small house in the slums of the capital, so they had given up. Unexpectedly, now they had an opportunity. The carriage stopped in front of a half-empty storefront. The shop was in a mess, with a group of workers moving things in and out. A paintbrush hovered in midair, painting the wall automatically. A skeleton stood at the gate, directing a magician to levitate the shop sign into position, a little more to the left. Back off 3 centimeters. Just right. Dimitri looked up at the sign, and saw it read Lich's snack shop. He stared blankly at the skeleton again. "Oh, this must be the Lich himself. Little bones." Andre leaped from his horse, and walked towards the Lich. "This is Uncle Dimitri, and this is his wife, Charlie. They're here to apply for a job." "Hello." Gioio gave them a broad smile, nearly scaring the veteran and his wife off their feet. "Hey, don't be afraid. I'm a certified Lich." She waved the token of the kingdom's knights in front of the 2 men, and they visibly calmed down. "Hey, this brand works just as well as always. As you can see, we're in the process of setting up this little snack shop. Our shop isn't big, so we only need 2 or 3 healthy employees. One of them needs to be able to use magic. It doesn't need to be too advanced. Just being able to operate the magic stove will be enough. The other needs to be a bit strong, carrying goods, pounding meat. Sort of physical work, not walking very far, but requiring some muscle. Cooking skills don't matter. The key is to be able to read and follow my instructions. You guys have to be very careful. All recipes must remain secret. Once you're hired by us, you must follow the contract. You can ask for leave if necessary, but you can't leave without reason, and you must not steal money, materials, or damage equipment." Jiangyu smiled. "But you 2 were recommended by Andre. You're veterans and their families, so I trust your character. It's just that when opening a shop, you need to be clear about everything you need to know. She pointed to a corner of the ceiling. We have surveillance cameras installed in the shop. This isn't just for monitoring us, it's also for your safety. Although this is the central town of the Royal Magic Academy, any number of customers might show up. You can access these surveillance videos, but you can't delete them. I can also access them remotely. If you encounter a difficult customer who can't explain themselves, you can use the surveillance footage as evidence. The couple, still confused, followed Takumi around the shop. She introduced the magic refrigerator, the automatic sausage grill, the egg waffle machine, and finally the staff quarters. Entering the stairwell through the small door at the back of the shop led to the second and third floors. The second floor has a bedroom and a living room, and the third floor is a small attic, but with a little tidying up, it could be converted into a guest room. The room already has a simple bed, a table and chairs, and a wardrobe, so you can move in with just your luggage. Such excellent conditions. For us? Charlie covered her mouth in surprise. There's also a separate bathroom and shower in the backyard, said Takumi. They're all powered by magic. Anyone with magical powers can use them. Let me confirm, do you two have magical powers? Yes. Dimitri nodded. I also received magical training in the military. While I'm not as skilled as professional magicians, I'm not a problem. Okay, you can live here for free during your term, and you have full access to all the facilities. Any food cooked but not sold that day can be consumed by you, eaten, given away, or sold at half price that day. However, you cannot resell it the next day. This will be counted as normal store losses and your welfare, and the store will cover the corresponding costs. But please manage your daily portions carefully. If you intentionally cause excessive losses, the store will lose money. If the losses become excessive, I close the store, and you be out of a job. Jianyu observed the couple's expressions carefully. Seeing their expressions of fear, he sniffed the pervasive reluctance and said with satisfaction, I think you two are a good match. If you have no other objections, let's sign the employment contract. By the way, your salary will be a fixed base salary plus a commission system. The initial base salary is 3 gold coins per month, and each of you will receive a 5% commission on the store's monthly profits. In other words, the more the store earns each month, the higher your salaries will be. 3 gold coins. Charlie gasped. And commissions. My Lord Viscount, you really don't need us to commit any murder or arson, do you? Dimitri couldn't help but ask, this salary is too high. Andre smiled. Don't worry, once this store opens, your loyalty and confidentiality will be worth the price. Of course, it will be tiring when things get busy. Jiangyu said, I hope the store can operate normally every day, which means you and your wife may not have a normal day off. If one of you rests, the other may be busy. Since you two are husband and wife, I won't interfere with your rest arrangements. Just keep the store running smoothly. Also, Andre said your daughter also goes to school here. If she's willing to help out occasionally, she can be paid hourly. I delegate this authority to you two in the employment contract. That way, the 3 of you can rotate and have plenty of time to rest. Dimitri's lips twitched. He had never imagined such a good thing would happen to him. His whole family had jobs, and the base salary was 3 gold coins. No, based on 2 people, that's 6 gold coins. With so much money, why would he need to rest? He was currently delivering firewood from dawn to dusk every day, earning a few copper coins, and he had no holidays or leisure time. He just hoped this shop would never go bankrupt, that countless customers would come every day. Sign, Dimitri said. Where's the employment contract? Let's sign it. Chapter 374. Dimitri could read a little. Back in the days of Grand Duke Huntington's army, all soldiers were required to learn some basic courses. Basic magic, swordsmanship, writing, numbers and calculations, and even some skills in bandaging and emergency wound care. According to their superiors, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. If a messenger were killed or seriously injured, and the orders were passed to soldiers like them, they wouldn't be able to understand them. Andre had once again written the employment contract. He had shown special consideration for the veteran couple, and the language in the contract was simple and easy to understand. Dimitri read it through twice, struggling to understand anything that was unfavorable. In fact, the terms were so generous that they almost seemed like a scam. If Andre hadn't been the other party, Dimitri wouldn't have dared to sign. But since Andre was the employer, Dimitri had no objection and signed with his wife. Who among the frontier troops wasn't familiar with Andre? They had served under his father for so many years, watching him grow from a mere child into a formidable warrior, now even knighted. They fought bravely together on the battlefield, saving each other's lives more than once. If this wasn't trust, then perhaps no relationship in the world truly could be called trustworthy. Besides, a family like theirs, with nothing to lose, had anything left? If Andre wanted to harm them, leaving them to fend for themselves in the slums outside the capital would be the quickest way. Why give them such good jobs and such generous salaries? After they signed the contract, the busy trolls in the shop finished painting the walls and installing the cabinets. That's the beauty of the magical world. All renovations are done with magic, resulting in no formaldehyde, no strange smells, and incredibly efficient work. The shop wasn't very big, with just 3 small tables and a small counter for cashiers and delivery. Behind the counter was the work area, and in the far corner stood an alchemical constant temperature cooling box. What the Lich called a magic refrigerator. On the workbench sat a rectangular automatic sausage grill. This automatic sausage grill was powered entirely by magic. Beneath a flip-up glass cover sat a rotating metal cylindrical grill. Simply place the sausages inside, and input a fixed amount of magic power, according to the machine's instructions. The machine automatically heats the grilled sausages, grilling them deliciously, and then automatically switches to a keep warm mode. The waffle machine was also powered by magic. Its structure was simple, 2 metal molds with timed heating magic circles attached. Operation was simple, simply inputting magic power, and the grill would automatically begin preheating. When preheating is complete, the machine will emit a dinging sound. Then, pour in the batter, flip the mold, and the machine will automatically heat and bake. Once the timer is up, it will emit another beeping sound, prompting the staff to remove the baked egg waffles and let them cool. In addition, the workbench also has a magic teapot, kettle, milk pan, and strainer. Next to it is a magic stove with a square oil pan and a matching frying basket. On the other side, in the empty space, there is an oversized wooden block half a person's height, on which a heavy wooden stick is placed. These magical machines were all developed and manufactured by Andre, who had contacted a magician familiar to him at the Magic Academy, according to Takumi's description. Takumi had a very clear concept for the machine she wanted, so the construction was simple. Simply adding a timed magic circle with automatic heating to the metal machines made by the dwarves. Now that you two are our employees, I tell you about some of the products we sell. After sending the decorators away, Takumi closed the shop door and took a chicken and a bag of sausage casings from the magic refrigerator, which was already functioning normally. The chicken and sausage casings were also sourced from the Dresden family's connections. Anina's versatile butler contacted Takumi with chicken and pig farms outside the capital and secured the orders at the lowest price. Sausage casings are made from pig intestines. First, they must be washed to remove fat and then scrubbed with flour to remove impurities. Then, they are turned inside out and scraped clean of fat and stains. After soaking in white wine to remove odors, they are turned right side out and the outer membrane is peeled off, leaving behind a clean, white, almost translucent casing. The casing preparation process is long and time-consuming, but the pig intestines themselves are cheap, so Andre only needs to hire a group of veterans and their families, selecting those with the dexterity and patience to complete the work. Thus, before the sauce factory emerged, a workshop for producing the raw materials for sausage casings was established. All processes are supervised by skilled craftsmen. Every employee undergoes a physical examination and holds a certificate before taking up their posts. Purification magic circles are placed throughout the workshop to ensure an absolutely clean and tidy working environment. What Takumi was holding was their latest product. Our main products are egg waffles, grilled sausages, fried chicken, and milk tea. Fresh chicken and sausage casings are delivered daily. The chicken arrives with the head, neck, claws, and innards removed. You need to cut up the rest of the chicken yourself. The legs and wings are used for fried chicken, while the breasts are cut out to make the main starch sausage. After these parts and the meat are removed, the remaining bones are also used for frying. This chicken bone, with a hint of meat, is seasoned and fried until crispy, making it a delicious snack. Crispy and crunchy, it's perfect for students with a craving for food. Takumi explained as he picked up a boning knife and cut the chicken into different parts in a few strokes. The chicken for fried chicken needs to be marinated briefly with green onions, garlic, soy sauce, salt, oyster sauce, and cooking wine. This will enhance the flavor of the fried chicken. Then coat with batter. She added starch, salt, black pepper, garlic powder, and other ground spices to the flour to create a batter, then evenly coated the marinated chicken. The battering only enhances the crispiness of the fried chicken. Don't coat it too thickly, or customers will think we're dishonest. Having half a piece of fried chicken covered in batter is absolutely unacceptable. Just coat it evenly and thinly. She expertly poured oil into the wok, channeled her magic, and turned on the heat. For the first frying, just set the oil to 60% hot. There's a temperature control switch here, just turn the knob. The battered chicken nuggets were lowered into the wok, sizzling with a pleasant sound. The bubbles swirling in the oil enveloped the chicken nuggets, turning them from snow white to a beautiful golden brown. Chapter 375. What a delicious smell! Charlie took a deep breath, her saliva flowing wildly. Come to think of it, she hadn't eaten meat in ages. Fry for 7 or 8 minutes the first time. Remove, drain, and refry when a customer orders. This time, heat the oil a little higher and fry for a minute before serving. This way, the chicken will have a crispy crust. Come on, everyone, try it. Be careful of the heat. Jiangyu took out the frying basket and poured the fried chicken onto a plate. We also need to think about takeout containers. Our shop is small, so most customers will probably order takeout. Paper boxes are too expensive. Maybe we can use some kind of waterproof basket woven from leaves or rattan. I know how to weave that. Dimitri said excitedly. I do it. Okay, Jiangyu nodded. I have Holly select non-toxic, hypoallergenic, and waterproof leaves and rattan and send a batch over. This is also a long-term business. If it works, Dimitri can teach more people in the future. We have so many veterans anyway, so there's no need to worry about running out of manpower. Dimitri and Charlie enjoyed a delicious meal of fried chicken. The couple remembered the taste of fried chicken vividly. Andre also tried 2 pieces and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "It's delicious." The crispy batter was thin and fragrant, and upon breaking it open, the tender, juicy chicken was revealed. The flavor of the marinade had seeped into the chicken, leaving it tender and sweet. Andre devoured the chicken in just a few bites, even chewing and swallowing the crispy bones, licking his fingers with a satisfied look. This is going to be a huge hit. Jiangyu couldn't help but laugh. She instructed Andre to wash his hands, then had him place the chicken breast on a wooden block and pound it into a paste with a heavy wooden stick. This will make the chicken paste very chewy, Jiangyu said. She taught Dimitri and his wife the purification mantra and had Dimitri help Andre with the mincing. When it comes to food, cleanliness and hygiene must be maintained. All utensils must be washed with clean water and disinfected with the purification mantra before and after use. Never use spoiled ingredients. This is very important. She rambled through the various instructions and showed Xiarli how to make pearls with tapioca flour and milk tea with tea leaves. She then glanced at the 2 minced chicken paste and nodded with satisfaction. Then she demonstrated step by step how to evenly mix the chicken paste with starch, add seasonings, stir vigorously, squeeze it into sausage casings, fill it up, tie it into sausages, and cook it in a large pot until it's set. Once the starch sausage is shaped, it can be placed in the machine for automatic baking. The time and temperature are already set, making this the simplest step. You can make a large batch of starch sausage at a time, store it in the refrigerator, and bake it when needed. Jiangyu said that making starch sausage once is too much trouble. If you did it every day, you wouldn't be able to handle it. But as long as these starch sausages are made cleanly and hygienically, using fresh ingredients and the antiseptic magic of sterilization, they can be frozen in the refrigerator without affecting the taste at all. After teaching the starch sausage, there are also egg waffles. However, with the machine, the only challenge was memorizing the various proportions for mixing the batter. Jiangyu had surely watched a demonstration, then practiced making it himself. Finally, he memorized the recipe over a meal of egg waffles, and surely passed the test with flying colors. With this, everything about the shop was basically settled. The menus and flyers are being printed, and the bamboo cups and water bags for milk tea will arrive tomorrow, along with the mascot. The business license won't be ready until tomorrow, and we need to apply for a nearby Royal Academy of Magic Raven Cage for takeout. Jiangyu said, "We're tentatively planning to officially open in 3 days. Tomorrow you be responsible for making the disposable baskets, and we start the trial run the day after tomorrow." She planned to stay at the Royal Academy of Magic for a few days, so that if any problems were discovered during the trial run, they could be corrected promptly. Once everything was on track, she could relax and return to Essen West with Andre to continue her major renovation of the brewery. Dimitri and his wife were a little nervous. After this lecture, their brains felt like sponges brimming with water. In a short period of time, the slightest shake would have squeezed out all the knowledge. No wonder the job pays so well. It's certainly demanding, but with so many benefits, they have to grit their teeth and learn everything. You too can review and consolidate your knowledge tonight. Takumi smiled gently at them. Tomorrow is for you to move and settle in. Just bring in your daily necessities. I'll also be here to help set up the store. Feel free to ask me any questions. The day after tomorrow, you start your soft opening. I'll be supervising. If we find any problems, we just fix them immediately. Don't stress yourself out. Jianyu actually wanted to write down all the procedures and specifications and hand them over to his employees, but his employees' literacy was limited. Plus, such written records would be easily leaked, making it easy for these snacks to be copied. Then, the entire university town would be filled with fried chicken and milk tea shops, and they wouldn't be able to make a profit. While it's impossible to prevent imitation forever, at least in the early stages of the store, they should try to recoup their costs as much as possible. The shop had 2 sets of keys. Jianyu kept one for himself and gave the other to the couple. Then, happily, she wrapped her arm around her boyfriend's sturdy arm and prepared to head to the hotel to rest and explore this magical university town for a little date. This Lich's snack shop used Jianyu's name, but the actual owner was Andre. As a newly promoted viscount, Andre's title was more reassuring. Besides, aristocratic businesses enjoyed tax benefits in the capital, the Royal Magic Academy, and other places. By registering the store under Andre's name, they could significantly reduce their tax costs. This shop was a collaboration between Takuyu and Andre. The recipes and ideas naturally came from Takuyu, but it was Andre who handled all the complexities of magic machines, raw material factories, storefronts, and licenses. Takuyu paid for the rent and renovations, but Andre covered all the raw material costs for the first month. The two left the shop and clapped their hands in unison. Sharing the profits equally? Of course. The stingy young couple had once again reached a tacit agreement. Chapter 376. Eslan Van and Madeline yawned loudly. After a long night, he was both sleepy and hungry. He didn't know whether to go get a meal or head back to the dorm and fall asleep. I really want to have mushroom hot pot again. If I could have a bite right now, I'd be back to life. He let out a sleepy whine. His friend Henry was clearly less concerned and offered a straightforward solution. On the way back to the Mage Tower, we passed through the central town. Let's grab a bite to eat there. Okay. Ronnie quickly agreed, glancing back at his junior sister. Ellie, can you handle this? It's your first time staying up all night doing field magic elemental calculations, isn't it? Not bad. Ellie replied cautiously. I often stay up late during exam review week. However, field elemental calculations are indeed quite different from ordinary late nights. After all, who stays up all night in the wilderness, listening to the chirping of cicadas, the howling of wolves, and feeding mosquitoes, while forcing themselves to focus on the clamoring magic elements and write furiously? After a night of climbing, the 4 of them had dark circles under their eyes. They wanted to just lie down on their beds in the Mage Tower apprentice dormitory and pass out instantly. But before that, a quick bite seemed like a good idea. Without replenishing their energy, how could they possibly have the strength to handle the instructor's 3 consecutive questions? Ellie rubbed her rumbling stomach. She missed her mother's oatmeal. Well, actually, oatmeal wasn't the point. It was only slightly more delicious than magic mud. More accurately, she was just homesick. The 4 wizards stumbled down the hillside, facing the rising sun. It was only 8 o'clock when they arrived in the town. Normally, few shops would be open at that hour, but they were greeted by a very tempting aroma. Eslan's eyes, nearly shut, snapped open, and he drifted towards the scent, his steps light and ethereal. The next second, he was standing at the shop entrance, letting out a delighted shriek. Come on! This is Boss Lich's shop. What? Boss Lich's shop? She's so quick. Only a few days later, and she's actually opened a shop? The group quickly reached the shop entrance and saw a bamboo skeleton statue, about the height of a human calf, standing tall, head held high, hands folded on its pelvis. It looked like a near-scale replica of the skeleton chef they had seen before. However, even more shocked than the 3 of them was Ellie. Her eyes widened as she stared at the 2 busy people in the shop. Mom? Dad? Why are you here? So you 2 just opened a shop here? After hearing her parents' stories of the past 2 days, Ellie was amazed. Yes, Charlotte said. Today is the official opening day. Actually, the boss set the opening time at 10:30 a.m., but we both got up a little early and figured we have nothing to do anyway, so we might as well get started. Oh, that Lich boss was right, Ellie said. Magicians can only stay up late, not get up early. We're all night owls, so getting up early is impossible. Opening too early really means no customers will come. That's not true. Look, it's a good thing we opened early today. We finally got you here. Charlie patted her daughter's head and handed her a sausage and a cup of milk tea. Would you like to give your classmate a discount later? I have employee benefits, so I can get half off. What discount? Don't you take a cut? The more we sell, the more we earn. Don't give them a discount. Ellie quickly grabbed her mother and whispered, my seniors are all so rich. They can afford it. She glanced down at the milk tea in her hand and instinctively took a sip from the straw. She was immediately astonished. Oh my God, what kind of magical drink is this? How can it be so delicious? The warm, smooth, sweet milk, wrapped in the slightly bitter tea, slid down her throat. A rich aroma of tea and roses instantly exploded through her mouth, tongue, throat, and nose. A night's hard work seemed to be swept away in that instant. She exhaled a sigh of relief and took another bite of the sausage. The black pepper gravy bomb exploded in her mouth, the aroma making her feel dizzy. Delicious. This is so delicious. Ellie's eyes rolled, and she suddenly had an idea. Mom, give me 10 of each of egg waffles, fried chicken, sausage, and milk tea. I cast a heat-preserving spell on them, and take them to the Mage Tower to sell. There's a morning meeting at the Mage Tower next door this morning. I don't believe the seniors can resist this kind of temptation when they wake up hungry and go to class. Isn't this too greasy for breakfast? At the only table for 4 in the shop, Henry adjusted his glasses and looked at the fried chicken that had just been served. The fried chicken was served in a small woven rattan basket. The basket looked handmade, tightly woven, and lined with a sheet of oil paper. The basket contained 8 pieces of fried chicken, which, judging by the size, was at least half a chicken. It also came with vegetables like fried king oyster mushrooms, fried corn, and fried onions, and an amber soy sauce dipping sauce. The price for one serving was 80 copper coins. If you order 2 more cups of milk tea, you can have a fried chicken and milk tea combo for 2, and you only need to pay 1 silver coin. If you find it greasy, don't eat it. Eslan sipped his milk tea through a bamboo straw, his evil claws already reaching for the fried chicken leg. He took a huge bite, the crunching sound audible even to those sitting next to him. Eslan burst into tears of joy. Oh my God, it's delicious. So delicious. It's really so delicious. Ronnie finished for him. The 2 illiterate magicians, at a loss for words, exchanged a tacit glance, raised their fried chicken legs, and toasted from afar. Henry was skeptical, but when he looked down at the now half-empty basket of fried chicken, he cursed animal inwardly, and quickly reached out to grab a piece for himself and his junior sister. The fried chicken was indeed delicious, fried to a perfect crisp, with almost no hint of greasiness. The shell was crispy and crumbly, while the chicken inside was juicy, fragrant, and tender. The flavor permeated the bones, making you chew and sip, sucking and slurping until the bones were completely dry. The energy expended from a night of trekking through mountains and rivers to document the food was instantly replenished, soothing the hungry stomach and even cheering up the brain. Before he could even feel the greasiness and fullness, the basket of fried chicken was empty, and even the vegetables were gone. Eslan even licked the bamboo sauce dish clean. You beast, Henry said bitterly. Why didn't you leave me a bite? And there are egg waffles and sausages, Ellie said, holding a chicken nugget in her mouth as she brought over a tray full of food. The egg waffles were wrapped in oil paper and exuded a sweet aroma. Let's eat more while everyone's still asleep. By noon, I'm afraid we won't even be able to squeeze in. Chapter 377. Eslan and the others ate their fill, each holding a cup of milk tea, a sausage, and a bag of egg waffles. They happily returned to the Mage Tower to submit their data, answer their instructor's questions, and finally catch up on some sleep. By the time they finally rolled out of bed, it was already afternoon again. Mage's life is such a chaotic mess. Thankfully, the extra credit academic assignments had been completed, leaving the next 3 days of happy free time. The 3 graduate students from the magic world gathered together and decided to go to the central town for dinner, and then to a familiar club to play mahjong. Let's go get some fried chicken, Eslan suggested. I also like some milk tea. I feel like this new place has the best in town. It would be even better if they had some hot soups. It's Lich's snack shop, after all, Henry said. It sells snacks, so it's normal. But I think fried chicken, grilled sausages, and leaf bran cards go really well together. Brainstorming, while eating delicious food. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. But when they reached the town center and saw the line that snaked across 3 streets, practically blocking traffic, their happiness instantly vanished. Why are there so many people? Eslan was horrified. They weren't here this morning. We just slept. Because while we were asleep, the night owls all woke up. Henry said sadly, Is it too late to order takeout now? I have the number for their raven cage. Not in time. The person in front of them leisurely pointed to the ravens filling the rooftop. The takeout line is 3 hours away. The boss is very organized, taking one dine-in order and then one takeout order. I just hope it's still sold out by the time my turn comes. What a shame. Who spread the word about my treasure shop? Ronnie lamented, I only had it once. I don't know about the others, said the older man in front of them, but I was tempted by your junior sister. She passed by our mage tower this morning with a bunch of fried chicken and sausages, driving our senior sister crazy with greed. She immediately transformed into her true form, jumped from the 6th floor, and bought everything she brought. Oh, I'm Driz from your neighboring mage tower. Our senior sister is a fox orc. Oh, it's senior brother Drizzt. Eslin suddenly realized. Senior brother, you look so haggard. I didn't recognize you. My proposal was rejected by my advisor 37 times, Driz lamented. I can't even count how many sleepless nights I had. If I keep up, I'm afraid my hair will fall out. It's all because of all the late nights that I'm so slow to react. I couldn't snatch the fried chicken from senior sister. She only gave me a small portion of fried peppers and corn. He had a dreamy expression. Those were the best fried peppers and corn I ever had. You know, I never even liked vegetables before. If peppers tasted that good, I can't imagine how good fried chicken would be. It was really delicious. Lonnie shared a dreamy expression. I'm just regretting not listening to junior sister and buying a few more fried chicken this morning. What? Senior brother Driz looked jealous. You already had fried chicken? Why are you still lining up? It's okay, we're in line behind you, brother. It won't bother you at all. Henry said, we just happened to run into them opening the shop this morning on our way back from finishing our lab notes. Driz sighed heavily. Morning? Never mind. I can't get up that early. If I do, I die. As they spoke, they watched as Ellie, carrying a sign in a small basket, spoke to the customers in line ahead of her while taking notes in her notebook. Hey, isn't that Ellie? What does that sign say? Driz stood on tiptoe, straining to see, his pupils trembling. Sold out? No, there's still hope. Ellie hasn't stopped. She's still walking towards us. Ronnie asked hopefully, she's probably still sold out, right? Soon, Ellie approached them, carrying a sign. She counted the number of people, and placed the sold-out sign between Eslin and Ronnie. Sorry, we only have enough for this much today. There are people waiting in line behind us. Everyone's free to go. The people behind him suddenly wailed, some still struggling unwillingly. Is there nothing left? Milk tea? Fried chicken? Fried vegetables? Let me just lick the sauce. Nothing left. We urgently restocked several times today. All the chickens and eggs in the chicken farms within a 10-mile radius have been eaten. Even the flour and tea are gone. Ellie said expressionlessly, as compensation, I have some chicken carcasses. 15 coppers each. Those who didn't get in line can get them first, while supplies last. Anyone interested? Yes. Ronnie pulled out a silver coin. I take 6, and the rest will be for you, junior sister, as a fee. Sorry, this is for waiting in line, so each person is limited to 1. Ellie was unfazed. Please prepare your change. No one will be waiting after you're late. Ronnie quickly counted out 15 copper coins and shoved them into her hand, successfully securing a fried chicken rack. He immediately opened the oil paper package and popped a piece into his mouth. When they arrived this morning, the racks hadn't been completely chopped, so the others hadn't gotten to eat. But now, after trying it, Ronnie discovered a completely different flavor. The fried bones were brown, a striking match for the amber soy sauce. The bones held very little meat, but they were perfectly marinated and fried until crispy, making them easy to chew. The larger bones were suitable for nibbling, while the smaller ones were more palatable. The wonderful sweet and salty flavor gradually spread as they chewed, intensifying the flavor and making them even more palatable. Ellie carried her basket a long way further, selling over 50 bags of fried chicken legs before dispersing the crowd. It took all her willpower to stop herself from laughing uncontrollably in front of her classmates. Oh my God, their shop was an instant hit today. They used up all the raw materials in one day, and made dozens of gold coins. She'd never seen so much money in her life. Their family would be raking in commission alone. Of course, they were exhausted today, but if they kept working like this for a few months, they might be able to save enough to hire the best doctor for her father, and buy him the ultimate healing potion. It was said to be able to revive the dead and turn bones into flesh, and it certainly could regrow healthy flesh on her father's scabbed and broken legs. She had never seen the skeleton lich before, but at that moment, He was the greatest god in her mind. Chapter 378. Meanwhile, the Lich, revered as a god, was counting his money with a mixture of joy and pain, worrying about having nothing to sell tomorrow. Wow, you're a magic college student, you got some serious buying power. All day today, the snack bar sold at least 500 or 600 chickens. They kept restocking when they ran out, buying out one chicken farm and moving on. Jiangyu and Xiarli were working tirelessly, debiting the chickens and battering them. Dmitri and Andre took turns pounding the meat. Finally, when the casings ran out, Dmitri and Andre joined in the debiting, giving Jiangyu and the others a break. During their trial run, they were open from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, testing their procedures and proficiency. After selling out the small amount of ingredients they had prepared that day, they closed the shop for a break and spent half a day revising and rehearsing various issues they discovered. Unfortunately, of the 4 present, only Andre had attended a magic academy. Andre, a self-disciplined man with a healthy lifestyle, would wake up at 5 in the morning for a run and head to the library for study at 8. He was oblivious to the reverse day and night routines of most magicians. Dmitri and Charlie opened the shop early at 8 in the morning. By 10 o'clock, when Takuya and Andre finally arrived, only Ellie and her 3 magician friends were in the shop. The idle couple worried about whether they could sell the large shipment of goods their daughter had taken. But at 11 o'clock, the once quiet, sleepy town suddenly came alive. Shops opened for business, and sleepy magicians, with dark circles under their eyes, began to wander the streets, shuffling like zombies, sniffing and searching for food. 1, 2, then dozens of takeout ravens arrived, instantly filling the snack bar's takeout window, and even filling the entire rooftop. Then the frenzied sales became unstoppable. The magicians who had happened to catch the soft opening yesterday showed up today, dragging even more friends and family with them. The aroma of fried chicken, grilled sausages, and egg waffles had woken them from sleep, and within minutes, a line had formed in front of the door. Popularity attracts popularity. When people, accustomed to the town's lackluster food scene, suddenly see a fragrant shop with a long line outside, they, driven by curiosity and greed, join the queue. The Magic Academy has about 700 or 800 permanent students. Add in the faculty and staff, support staff, visiting scholars, passing merchants, and the ordinary people of the town, and the total population is about 3,000 or 4,000. Jiangyu had no doubt that a full 1/3 of the customers who visited the restaurant today were already there. If Raven's takeout was included, the proportion would likely be even higher. This presented a problem. The somewhat backward livestock farming industry of this era seemed unable to supply such a large volume of chicken. Dozens of chicken farms dotted the outskirts of the royal capital, supplying chicken to the nobility, the wealthy, and the restaurants within. Because their customer base was limited and fixed, each farm could only provide 40 or 50 chickens for slaughter daily. However, they hatched a batch of chicks every 1 or 2 days, raising them and releasing mature chickens daily, focusing on a steady and sustainable income. If there were any unsold adult chickens, they would be mixed into the next batch and raised. Since no one wanted them, they wouldn't be killed. They could just roam freely in the mountains for a few days. Then, all those chickens were wiped out by Boss Yu. The chicken farm owners were also in a state of both pain and joy. While having a new major customer was great, they couldn't sell all their chickens to her family, and thus offend the other nobles. Expanding production would take time. Even if they started hatching immediately, it would take months to raise adult chickens. After all, broiler chickens that could be quickly marketed hadn't yet been developed in that era. If we don't have enough chickens, pigs will do, Jiangyu decided. We can't just focus on one species and kill them off. Let's do this. We limit the fried chicken to 50 pieces per day until they sell out. Then order 2 more pigs every day. The ribs, tenderloin, and pork neck can all be fried. The pork belly can be made into fried pork chops, the pork legs can be made into pork sausage, the large bones can be used to make soup, and the offal can be made into pork porridge. I think those magicians who stay up all night cultivating their immortality need some porridge to nourish their spleen and stomach and prevent sudden death. Today, many customers expressed a desire for some warm, salty, and soupy dishes. Jiangyu felt that for the sake of the small amount of money, he could satisfy them. As for the pigs, we can order them directly from the processing workshop. They slaughter, cut up, clean, and send them here, said Andre. Any parts we don't need here can be sent to the brewery to be braised. That way, neither side will be delayed. The processing workshop is located in a village between West Eston City and the royal capital, not far from the pig farm where they ordered the pork. The village is located on the main road, so the processed pork can be conveniently sent along the main road, one heading north and the other south. It only takes half the distance to reach the Royal Academy of Magic and West Eston City. Moreover, this all-out, urgent delivery was a far cry from the quick, sightseeing tours that Andre had taken Jiangyu on, where they hiked a few kilometers before setting up camp. The delivery would only take a few hours. Among the veterans, there were many who could ride horses and perform ice and snow magic. With a fully magical cold transport, the cost wouldn't be much higher. Jiangyu thought it was a very good idea. A pig weighs 200 to 300 pounds, and most of its parts can be used. The snack bar has limited staff and space, so there's no need to make too many fancy items. Adding a few fried dishes, and making a few buckets of porridge each day is enough to keep things fresh and profitable. The remaining and used portions would be sent to the brewery's main branch, allowing them to order fewer whole pigs and run Uncle Wolf's meat blind boxes whenever they wanted, keeping costs down. So, another flurry of activity ensued. Andre contacted and arranged for the pork, while Jiangyu worked on revising the new menu. He also had to teach Xia Erli how to make new dishes tomorrow. Fortunately, today's revenue was high. The net profit of a few dozen gold coins was more than enough to support Andre's pig offal processing shop, with even a considerable amount left over. Jiangyu immediately gave the couple, who had been working all day, a bonus to reassure them. With the silver in their hands, the exhausted couple suddenly felt like they could fight for another 100 years. Get some rest tonight. We open at 10 tomorrow morning and start preparing at 8. After a busy day, the shop finally shut down. The veteran couple closed the shop and went to wash up and rest. Jiangyu and Andre yawned as they made their way back to the hotel. The Royal Magic Academy was even more lively at night than in the morning. The streets were brightly lit, and the starry sky shone overhead. Holding hands, they felt a strange sense of romance and sweetness. Chapter 379. Andre and Takuya had been living in the central town of the Royal Magic Academy for a few days. Although it was a magical world, it reminded Takuya of a university town, full of vibrant students, able to sleep late and not wake up early, their thirst for knowledge and exploration overflowing. An air of pure joy, devoid of any pretense, permeated the air. Life's greatest hurdles were merely failing exams and papers sent back for revision by their instructors. Takuya took a deep breath of the night air, the rich aroma of magic, and the cheerful soul fire of the university students invigorating her. She held Andre's sturdy arm and chattered about the next day's plans. Andre listened calmly, occasionally echoing his thoughts and suggestions. The more they spent together, the more they felt a mutual rapport. For the most part, their views on things and people were identical, and neither could bear to see the former heroes living in decline. They both enjoyed a frugal and simple lifestyle. Though stingy, they were also willing to spend their money wisely. This feeling of rapport was incredibly comfortable. They never had to struggle to convince each other. When one person expressed their thoughts, the other would quickly understand and respond, offering their own perspectives, perhaps agreeing, improving, or even offering well-reasoned objections. Everything was discussed, and plans quickly took shape through this effective communication. Come to think of it, we haven't been able to find out more about Miyu, said Takumiyu with some regret. In such a large academy, while many people know her and have met her, few truly understand her. I feel like she's so lonely. I only know she likes painting, and is an artist, Andre said. She wasn't suited to studying magic, but she just kept following the path her mother had laid out for her. It's not surprising that she didn't get along with her classmates. I feel like she's easily influenced by the opinions of her family. When her mother was alive, she would have followed her mother's wishes and become Mabucha's apprentice, learning magic, a subject she neither liked nor excelled at. After her mother's death, although she decided to say goodbye to Mabucha, she still enrolled in the Magic Academy at his persuasion. She perfunctorily studied for a year before being expelled for failing. 5 months ago, she returned to Eston West City. Andre suddenly stopped, thinking for a moment, and said, the timeline doesn't seem right. Jiangyu also realized, Mifuna died 3 years ago. Assuming Miyu resigned as an apprentice to the great mage Mabucha shortly thereafter, and enrolled in the Magic Academy for another year. Then there's still a gap of 1 or 2 years between her return to Eston West. Even if the various processes dragged on, there wouldn't be a gap of 1 or 2 years. The two exchanged glances and said in unison, Miyu might not have returned directly to Eston West after leaving the Magic Academy. She became a traveling painter. Something must have happened to her during that 1 or 2 years. Perhaps she ran out of money, or perhaps she encountered a scheming person. She was forced to return to her mother's old workshop and resume her old ways, making potions and studying magic she wasn't good at. Andre murmured. No wonder her behavior seemed so unusual. Miyu, who gave up magic in search of freedom after Mifuna's death, spontaneously returned to her mother's workshop 5 months ago and revisited the magic and potions she hated most. This in itself is a strange thing. Andre hadn't previously known her passion was painting, and had assumed she'd been forced to drop out of school and return home to study on her own. But now, revisiting her past, he discovered this inconsistency. Tomorrow morning, I have to check Miyu's exact enrollment and withdrawal dates. Andre looked at Jiangyu. The Magic Academy's Academic Affairs office should still have files on past students. There might be more clues there that we overlooked. That's how investigations work. Even if the statements from multiple parties seem consistent at first glance, once you piece them together, you often find that the pieces don't quite fit. Sometimes investigators' perspectives can be misleading. Previously, Jericho had only learned that Miyu was expelled from the Magic Academy and returned to Eston West 5 months prior, so they subconsciously assumed the two events occurred in tandem. Only by pinpointing the exact timeframe can we accurately identify students acquainted with her and uncover more clues. Andre had an idea. Perhaps we can find out where Miyu went after leaving the academy. Miyu suppressed herself for a long time before letting go and pursuing her dreams. Her time at the Magic Academy was her farewell to Professor Mabucha. She didn't outright reject his kindness, but silently accepted his arrangements. She enrolled but pursued her studies passively, exploiting the academy's policy to get herself expelled. She demonstrated to Professor Mabucha that she had no intention of staying at the Magic Academy. During this period of passive resistance, she might have been muttering about what she wanted to do and where she wanted to go in the future. Perhaps she even shared her thoughts with classmates she knew well. I ask Eslin and Ronnie tomorrow, Takumi replied. They know Mio. Even if they haven't heard these things from Mio, I can ask who else knows Mio. Exactly. The stalled case had made a new breakthrough. Excited, the two returned to the inn, quickly slept, and eagerly rose the next morning. After a quick breakfast at the inn, Andre said goodbye to Takumi and hurried to the Academy of Magic's academic office. Takumi, as planned, returned to the snack shop and happened to encounter a pork cart. Dimitri and his wife were already diligently receiving the delivery. Today, several chicken farms had delivered 50 chickens, the maximum they could currently allocate. Dresden's housekeeper also brought fresh vegetables, flour, sugar, and tea. Andre had obtained the tea through Winston's connections. The tea itself wasn't a high-end luxury item, but it was plentiful and affordable. After roasting it with rose petals, it was imbued with a rich floral fragrance, making it perfect for brewing milk tea. These rose petals came from the former Rose Manor. Winston, who had no particular desire to inherit the manor, wasn't particularly fond of the roses that covered the hills. However, the current duke, who had long subsidized the Shadow Army's military expenses, was clearly interested in converting these roses into cash. Andre simply asked him about it, and he immediately responded. Chapter 380. At times like these, Jiangyu could even more clearly appreciate the importance of connections. Money is certainly useful, but a sufficient and extensive network of contacts is equally crucial. Andre, relying on his connections, was able to secure sufficient supplies, even snatching a few chickens from the nobles. Well, that might sound a bit strange, but in this magical Middle Ages, where productivity was somewhat backward and supplies were still quite scarce, the supply of raw materials was indeed the biggest obstacle Jiangyu faced in expanding his business. From this point of view, with Andre's connections and Jiangyu's money, their partnership was truly a perfect match made in heaven. The clean pig offal was brought into the shop. Jiangyu poked the cleanly washed pig lungs with his finger bone and nodded with satisfaction. Let's start making porridge. Pork offal porridge is a traditional Cantonese snack. Late-night food stalls often have rows of clay pots lined up in front of them. As the rice pudding swirl and bubble, the pig offal gradually simmers. The red offal gradually turns pink and brown under the swirl of rice. A sprinkle of goji berry leaves and cilantro creates a truly exquisite delicacy. A portable stove, urgently ordered, was set up in an open space near the shop entrance, out of the way of customers waiting in line. 2 half-person high pots were set up, one simmering pork bone broth, and the other simmering rice porridge. The ratio of rice to water is 1:10, which produces the perfect consistency for porridge. The porridge is soaked with the oil from the rice, thick and comforting, yet with enough tang to drink. It's perfect in every way. Due to climate issues, the animal husbandry industry in Huntington is more developed than the planting industry, and pig offal is a part that the locals don't eat, or don't know how to eat, so it's free if you round it up. Although washing it does require some labor costs, the labor costs for the poor in this era are surprisingly low. The cost of making such a large pot of rice porridge is entirely the rice itself, requiring 2 silver coins. Add to that the pork bone broth and pork offal, and you can sell at least 700 bowls. A sample bowl of pork offal porridge costs 10 copper coins, while a clay pot, holding a little over 3 bowls, sells for 30 copper coins. Selling this large pot of porridge will net you approximately 7,000 copper coins, or 70 silver coins. After deducting the full cost of 3 silver coins, you still make a net profit of 67 silver coins, a very high rate of return. The preparation is also quite simple. The rice porridge is pre-cooked in a deep pot. The pork offal, including lean pork, liver, heart, kidney, and lungs, is cut into evenly sized slices, mixed with soy sauce, cornstarch, cooking oil, and pepper, and then marinated separately. Each pot is then stored in the refrigerator to maintain a constant temperature. When customers arrive, they heat a clay pot, add a ladleful of pork bone broth, a large pot of rice porridge of the perfect consistency, and shredded ginger. Bring to a boil, add the customer's ordered pork offal, and simmer for 8 to 10 minutes until cooked through. Sprinkle with a small amount of goji berry leaves and cilantro, stir, and season with salt and white pepper. When the ingredients are plentiful, diners can simply order a pot of porridge and adjust the amount of offal they want. Each pot of porridge comes with about 150 g of offal, and customers can order whatever they want until they reach the specified amount. If it's still not enough, they can add another serving for 3 copper coins. Jianyu intended to sell porridge by the clay pot, but considering that this was a new product and magicians might not be used to clay pot porridge, he included a sample bowl as an option. A clay pot is always kept on the stove above the counter, used to prepare the porridge for the tasting. However, since it's a tasting, diners don't have much say in the type and quantity of offal. The proprietress puts in whatever she likes, likely prioritizing the ingredients with the most leftovers. Each bowl of porridge comes with 50 g of offal, no cheating. The shop also sells vegetables for 1 copper coin each. They can be added directly to the porridge or blanched separately, providing a healthy addition to the magician's diet. While offal is high in cholesterol and can easily lead to obesity, most people in the magical Middle Ages were still malnourished. How many people could afford to spend 30 copper coins on a pot of porridge every day? Even if they had the money, they wouldn't necessarily be able to queue up. Compared to fried chicken, making porridge is relatively easy. The couple learned how to make it in the time it takes to make breakfast, but since they don't have suitable takeout containers, the clay pot porridge is only available for dine-in, and they also accept customers/ravens with bowls to take away. Next up are 2 new fried dishes, fried spare ribs and fried pork tenderloin. Due to the different textures of the meat, the batter for the fried spare ribs and fried pork tenderloin requires a bit more sweet potato starch. This creates a thin, translucent, crispy crust, resulting in a more flavorful finish. Today's vegetable delivery also included a large batch of sweet potatoes. After some thought, Jiangyu decided to offer 3 sweet potato side dishes: fried potato chips, mashed sweet potatoes, and wolf-tooth sweet potatoes. After all, what fried food stall wouldn't offer such a delicacy as wolf-tooth potatoes? It had to be included. Uncle Dimitri naturally left the work of peeling the chips, mashing the sweet potatoes, and cutting the wavy wolf-tooth sweet potatoes to order. After washing off the excess starch, it was time to boil, fry, and toss, and finally, each delicious dish was ready. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the snack bar's menu was updated, and all the ingredients were ready. The first batch of dishes was already steaming hot, waiting to be served. Charlie and Dimitri were still busy preparing the food, while Ellie, who had no classes today, was manning the counter. Everything was ready. When Jiangyu opened the shop, he was immediately startled by the huge crowd. No way, isn't this a bit exaggerated? The magicians, who had been muttering to themselves, "I can't get up early," had already lined up outside the shop today, eagerly watching the shop open, and then filed in. The magician, who had already confidently planned to order fried chicken, grilled sausage, and milk tea, suddenly saw a series of new dishes on the menu. The names of the dishes were quite strange: fried tenderloin, wolf-tooth sweet potatoes, pork offal porridge. He recognized every word, but had no idea what kind of delicious dishes they would be. "Whatever, give me one of each." Having already endured the pain of waiting in line for half a day yesterday and not getting any fried chicken, the visitor had deliberately gotten up early and been first in line today, just to have the freedom to order whatever he wanted. He didn't care about the taste, the ingredients, or whether he could eat them all. He simply ordered from the entire menu, paid the bill, and happily secured a table to wait for his food. Hey, at Lich Boss's place, There's no such thing as a disappointing dish. To ensure a quick start, Jiang Yu and the others had prepared a large quantity of prepared food. Dishes were quickly plated and served, soon filling the entire table. Bubbling, scalding hot casserole of pork offal congee, fragrant fried food, mashed potatoes drizzled with brown broth, wolf-tooth potatoes sprinkled with red and green chilies. The diner sipped, picked up his bowl, picked up his spoon, and began to devour his food. Chapter 381. The diner's name was Olivan Van Stren, a professor of magic at the Royal Academy of Magic. He didn't have many hobbies, aside from his magical research, but he loved to eat. Of course, in the culinary desert of Huntington, his culinary pursuits were long unsatisfied, forcing him to dedicate himself to his magical research. As a result, he received scholar certification and a lifetime appointment at the Royal Academy of Magic at a young age. In addition to being a professor of magic, Olivan was also a special food critic for the Royal Academy of Magic. He considered himself quite knowledgeable about food, but the strange thing was that he had never seen, heard of, or tasted most of the food sold in this snack bar. The only items he could recognize were fried chicken, fried potato chips, and mashed potatoes. From a creative standpoint, these snacks weren't particularly novel. Olivan had tried fried chicken, potato chips, and mashed potatoes elsewhere before. Judging by both taste and texture, the food at this snack bar is truly top-notch. The fried chicken is crispy, flavorful, and juicy, achieving a truly crispy exterior and tender interior. The potato chips are so thinly sliced that if you hold them up to the light, you can see the finger behind them. They're crispy, not greasy, and crunchy. Dipping them in ketchup, they're incredibly delicious, one slice after another, and incredibly addictive. The mashed potatoes are incredibly soft and smooth, and with the addition of butter, black pepper, and salt, they have a rich, milky flavor with a hint of savory tang. Even better is the brown gravy poured over them. Once mixed well, the mashed potatoes are fragrant and smooth, with a rich, meaty aroma. Olivan suddenly had a sudden inspiration, and used the gravy-covered mashed potatoes as a dipping sauce for his potato chips and fried chicken. The next moment, his eyes lit up and he moaned, "Delicious. This is absolutely delicious." Crispy potato chips and fried chicken coated in the smooth gravy-covered mashed potatoes. A perfect triple taste. The gravy is a truly versatile dipping sauce, with just the right amount of salty and savory flavor that's irresistible. The fact that these three common dishes could be so delicious made him look forward to foods he had never tried before. The pork offal porridge was the most unique. The white rice broth bubbling in the casserole, the pink-brown pork offal sprinkled with chopped green onions. The visual effect was enough to attract diners' attention. Is this rice and pig offal? Olivan stirred the pork offal porridge with a spoon, trying to identify the ingredients. Olivan had eaten rice before, but only in pineapple fried rice and rice pudding made by Nanyang merchants. He had the impression that the seeds of this plant were flavorless on their own and more suitable for sweet dishes. Would it really be delicious if cooked with pig offal? He skeptically scooped a small bowl of porridge, carefully blowing it to a simmering temperature, then scooped up a piece of what looked like pig lung and put it in his mouth. He chewed briefly and his eyes widened. This. Pig lungs have a very unique texture, like a soft sponge. Every bite releases the delicious broth absorbed by the lungs. There's also a crispy part inside the lungs, like soft, thin bones, with a crunchy texture that's incredibly satisfying. Is this crispy part the trachea? Olivan pondered with a scientific mindset as he shoveled a second spoonful. This time, he tasted soft liver, with a hint of bitterness, but not unpleasant at all. It was more like chewy, soft peanut butter. What a wonderful experience. The pig's innards were cleaned meticulously, devoid of any fishy or awful smells. Instead, they were imbued with the aroma of broth, rice porridge, and goji berry leaves. The perfect saltiness combined perfectly with the thick rice, making it both delicious and thirst-quenching. The lean meat was also very tender, sliding down the throat with a sizzling slurp, leaving one with a sense of regret that they hadn't enjoyed enough. Olivan's favorite part was the pig intestines. They had a slightly firm, yet incredibly chewy texture. Every bite was filled with the fragrant, juicy flavor of the meat, mingling with the aroma of fat, making it even more addictive. Love it. Love it. He was completely captivated by pig offal porridge. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Olivan exhaled a breath of warm air and couldn't help but serve himself another. While waiting for the porridge to cool, he reached again for the small basket of fried food, this time sampling fried spare ribs and fried pork tenderloin. Huh? This tastes quite different from fried chicken. To his surprise, the fried spare ribs were slightly sweet, and the sweet, crispy batter was surprisingly thin, allowing the rib meat to easily penetrate. His favorite part was the crispy, rounded batter around the edges of the ribs, the essence of the batter condensed in the high heat of the oil. His second favorite was the inside of the ribs, the easily peelable membrane clinging to the bones. Delicious. The fried pork tenderloin was different again. This time, the tender tenderloin was sprinkled with red chili powder, giving it a tangy and zesty taste. Although it was potent, the spiciness still irritated even the greenhorn Olivan. He quickly grabbed the milk tea from the table and sipped it, his expression instantly transfixed with happiness, as if his soul had been lifted. Sweet, iced, and with the rich aroma of roses and tea. The greatest invention in the world. After the burning sensation in his mouth subsided, Olivan licked his lips again and began to eat his fried spare ribs and fried pork tenderloin once more. A lover of both food and meat, that's exactly him. The fried food basket also included fried vegetables, and it was said that the selection changed every day. Today's selection was fried mushrooms, fried onions, fried zucchini, and fried corn. The mushrooms were juicy, the onions were spicy, the zucchini had a unique texture, and the corn was exceptionally sweet. These vegetables, coated in batter, didn't fry them dry, and their flavor was completely different from the usual steamed or boiled vegetables. It was incredibly novel, and every bite was a surprise. He drank another bowl of porridge to clear his mouth, then looked at the Wolf-Tooth sweet potatoes. Honestly, the name of the dish baffled him, but the wavy strips of sweet potato, coated in a deep-fried crispy crust, sprinkled with green and red chilies, and drizzled with an amber sauce, looked incredibly attractive. He picked up a bamboo skewer, inserted a Wolf-Tooth sweet potato into his mouth, and was instantly captivated by the crispy exterior and tender interior. The crispy, potato-like shell enveloped a soft filling, smothered in a wonderfully sweet, salty, and slightly spicy sauce. Both the texture and the flavor were his favorite. His taste buds felt like they had been thoroughly massaged, sending signals of immense pleasure to his brain. To finish, there was a plate of emerald green blanched vegetables, and a golden, fragrant, and sweet egg waffle. The vegetables were crisp and light, and the wonderfully refreshing flavor of the sauce washed away the greasy aftertaste of the fried food. After this purifying experience, breaking off a piece of the fragrant, sweet, round egg waffle and popping it into your mouth, savoring the cake-like yet subtly different flavor, is a truly divine experience. Olivan felt his inspiration pouring in like a torrent of water. He wanted to pick up a pen and write a food review about this restaurant right now. He wanted to let the entire school of magic know how delicious this restaurant was. Chapter 382. The inspired food critic, after a hearty meal, happily left with a sausage and milk tea in his mouth, his belly bulging. Ellie quickly cleared the empty bowls and wiped the table, and immediately a customer took a seat with a number. The magic quill pen that recorded orders at the counter flew up and down, the tip swishing so hard it threatened to catch fire. The restaurant was getting more and more crowded, and more customers were opting for takeout. The lack of containers for the porridge was a real headache. Even though many customers had seen the notice and brought their own porridge containers, there were still many more magicians who had snuck in, following the aroma, and lined up. Even if they had seen the notice at the door, they couldn't possibly go back to their dorms to get a pot. Besides, the college students who didn't cook for themselves these days, and only ate takeout didn't have any suitable pots. Just then, a group of dwarves rushed into the shop. They didn't queue or order. Instead, they pulled out a stack of metal lunch boxes next to the line. Field lunch boxes, with lids, keep warm, and can be heated directly on the fire. Each one holds 1 liter, perfect for a pot of porridge. Reusable, lasts 10 years. Only 1 silver coin, limited quantities, first come, first served. Jiangyo's eyes lit up. Wow, dwarves really know how to run a business. She couldn't find suitable takeout containers because they were too expensive. A bowl of porridge cost 10 copper coins, and a takeaway bowl was even more expensive. If the store paid for it, she wouldn't make any money, and might even lose money. But if she asked the customers to pay, it would feel like she was forcing a sale. It would be better to just tell them to bring their own pots, pans, and bowls to take away. Besides, customers who came to the shop didn't necessarily need porridge. Their various fried snacks could be easily taken away in small baskets, making them very convenient. The dwarves' arrival solved many a pressing need for wealthy diners. Although the dwarves' prices were high, their wares were truly excellent. Many discerning magicians were overjoyed and immediately begged them to buy, allowing them to place orders for the porridge immediately to satisfy their voracious curiosity and appetite. Jiyo was pleased to see this happen. After all, the customers were willingly purchasing from the dwarves, so no matter how high the prices they offered, It had nothing to do with her shop. They simply took advantage of a favorable wind to sell more porridge. Well, after all, the dwarves also took advantage of her favorable wind, so it was a mutually beneficial situation. The snack bar's business finally began to pick up steam, and Dmitri and his family of 3 gradually became accustomed to the shop's rhythm. They worked together to take orders, tend the stove, prepare ingredients, pack and serve, and clear the tables. Gradually, Takumi had some free time to chat with customers, gathering their opinions on the food in the shop, and asking about Mio's past. When the conversation got going, he gave each guest a free sausage. Foodies generally don't refuse free food, and there are plenty of talkative magicians out there. Takumi soon learned a lot about the Royal Academy of Magic. The Academy's curriculum is unique, with easy admission and strict graduation. Except for students who fail the basic magic exam each year and are clearly not keeping up with the academic progress, who are expelled, the rest of the students must accumulate enough credits and pass the basic degree assessment to graduate. However, the vast majority of students continue their studies after selecting a mentor. After all, being a magician isn't just an ordinary profession. The further one advances on this path, the more power and lifespan one gains. Unless they find better resources and a better future, magicians won't easily leave the Magic Academy. Thankfully, the Magic Academy is vast, accommodating not just hundreds of students, but even tens of thousands. Even if students only enter but never leave, the academy wouldn't be filled up in no time. Furthermore, talented magicians are rare, and even fewer can endure the hardships, loneliness, and boredom of scientific research. Every year, a small number of students abandon their studies and leave for one reason or another. But overall, the student body at the Royal Magic Academy is relatively stable. That said, there are many student historians who have stayed here for years. Because life here is so peaceful, these veterans are keen on gossip, remembering and discussing even the smallest details at length. Jiang Yu easily found several of these veterans, and inquired about clues regarding Miyu. Miyu, who had been admitted with a letter of recommendation from Grand Wizard Mabucha Huntington, was a true celebrity at the Royal Academy of Magic. At first, the students wondered if she was a prominent figure in the magical world. But after spending some time with her, they discovered that she had no interest or talent in magic at all. Her sole purpose for attending the Royal Academy of Magic was to leave. This baffled many, and sparked a wave of discussion. As far as I can remember, this junior student only stayed at the academy for 6 months and failed even her first exam. It's said she scribbled some answers and handed them in hastily. The outrageous nature of her answers even alarmed the teacher who graded them. At first, the teachers thought she suddenly fallen ill during an exam. Everyone from her advisor to the dean of academic affairs spoke with her, and they finally confirmed that her heart truly wasn't in magic. A senior who had witnessed it all, chomping on a sausage given to her by Takumi, said, "But she's quite enthusiastic about buying picture books. Every time a new one comes out, she's the first one to queue up outside the bookstore all night." Takumi thought of the picture books Miyu had collected and nodded thoughtfully. According to this calculation, Miyu probably left the Royal Academy of Magic 6 months after her mother's death, leaving her missing for nearly 2 years. Did Miyu ever say where she wanted to go after leaving school? That's not entirely clear. I heard she wanted to study painting. Oh, and I once heard her say that the scenery in the Valley of Mist is beautiful, and she's always wanted to see it. Mist Valley. Jiaoyo silently memorized the place name. By the way, the owner of that bookstore is very familiar with Mio. If you need any more information, you'd be wise to ask her. The kind senior pointed her in the direction. The bookstore owner is called Mrs. Amanda. She's a nice person, but a bit mysterious. She's a fortune teller, constantly fiddling with her cards, pendulums, and astrolabes. But honestly, none of her predictions have ever been accurate, though Mio seems quite supportive of her divinations. He shrugged. Perhaps that's how they became friends. Chapter 383. Having learned a new clue, Jiang Yu eagerly arrived at the bookstore his senior had mentioned, examining the pink shop called Otherworldly Dream with great interest. As the central town associated with the Royal Academy of Magic, the principal institution of learning in the Duchy of Huntington, bookstores are naturally the most numerous. Most shops sell a variety of magical books, tomes, and textbooks, but there are also quite a few selling poetry, novels, picture scrolls, and other leisure books popular among teenagers. This shop was clearly the latter. The pink-painted shop shimmered romantically in the sunlight, its white gauze curtains draped over the doorway fluttering in the wind. A small semicircular flower bed stood at the entrance, where pink and purple irises swayed gently. A window facing the street was wide open. Behind it, an open book sat on a small table. Next to it, a steaming cup of black tea. The owner of the books and tea was nowhere to be seen, but the chatter and laughter of conversation could be heard from within the shop. A sweet, cheerful aroma wafted through the window, and Takumi took a deep breath. Hey, it smells like strawberry milk. Her first impression of the shop was favorable, so she drew aside the curtain and walked in. A golden bell attached to the curtain jingled, and a brown-haired head poked out from behind a bookshelf deep inside the shop. Please feel free to look around. I'll be back later. Okay. Takumi agreed and began to wander around the bookstore. The shop was slightly larger than her snack shop, but with so many shelves and books, the space felt even more cramped, requiring her to wiggle sideways to get around in many places. But thankfully Takumi was a skinny, slender figure, so she didn't have that problem. The cashier counter was located to the right of the front door, and behind it was a small table facing the window. This romantic reading nook clearly belonged to the owner, and looked very cozy and inviting. The bookshelves at the entrance prominently displayed popular books and a hand-painted sign. The second installment in the Arrogant Knight Chief Falls in Love with Me series, Arrogant Lord Falls in Love with Me, is now on sale. Order the complete set now, and receive a special Lord X Knight CP illustration from the Otherworldly Observer, Keed Yay. Below the sign was a picture of a silver-white, chibi-like snake with pink hearts. The image looked incredibly cute and doggy. What a familiar title. Takumi couldn't help but think of the novel she had burned according to Miu's will. Case solved. It turns out Miu bought all those social death books here. She suddenly felt like she was browsing comic book stores and buying merchandise. She rubbed her bony claws and began selecting from the bestsellers. Her eyes swept across the chibi-style illustrations of the black-haired lord and silver-haired knight at the bottom corner of the billboard, then landed on a familiar stack of books next to it, a collection of the most beautiful men in the Principality of Huntington. The owner clearly had a penchant for grouping works from the same series, or featuring the same protagonist. Takumi followed her gaze and, on a nearby shelf, found several different picture books featuring Andre as a model. Hey, this one's well illustrated. Heh, this one's amazing too. Takumi's eyes blazed with pink flames, and he slurped his saliva as he tucked the book he liked into his arms. Hee, have Andre pose for me tonight. She was happily selecting when she saw several girls bouncing out from the back of the store, each clutching a stack of books, their faces beaming with bright smiles. Jiang couldn't help but take a few more sips, a vibrant aroma instantly filling her soul. So vibrant. She sighed, turning her head and meeting the shopkeeper's gaze. Mrs. Amanda, who had just asked her to wait a moment, adjusted her glasses, thick as the bottom of a wine bottle, and gave her a wide, snake-like smile. Oh, Miss Lich, you have excellent taste. These are some of our best-selling picture albums. Jianyu's eyes lit up as she flipped through the album in her hand to the page featuring Andre. Do you have any more of his? I want them all. Yes. Yes. Mrs. Amanda smiled and joined her in the search. So Miss Lich likes this kind of stuff? You really have good taste. The lady snapped her fingers, and countless pink snakes popped their heads out of the bookshelf, spitting their tongues at the album in Jianyu's hand. Then, they slithered back into the bookshelf. Soon, several more snakes, their tails curled around theirs, handed out more albums. Wow! Jianyu took the album. What adorable snakes. Thank you for the compliment. Mrs. Amanda smiled. These children are very well behaved. They usually don't hurt anyone. Unless they encounter someone with malicious intent. You can tell them what book you want, and as long as it's in the store, they find it. Amazing. Jiangyu exclaimed, then casually asked, by the way, do you sell the Great Magic Book? The Great Magic Book? No, I don't have anything that rare and sophisticated here. Mrs. Amanda shook her head. I only collect stories and albums related to love and beauty from various worlds. If you're looking for academic books, I'm afraid you have to check out the nearby bookstores. I'm sure there's one in the central town that can satisfy your needs. Oh, okay. Jiangyu nodded, then tilted his head. Various worlds? Yes. Madame Amanda adjusted her thick glasses. She hissed like a snake, and her tone became ethereal, like a charlatan. Myriad worlds converge in dreams. Our clan is both dream keepers and observers. We witness, record, and spread these beautiful stories everywhere. Hey, Miss Lich, you too have a scent of another world. She studied Jiangyu closely, then suddenly shuddered, her whole body trembling as she uttered a dreamy sound. Oh, I see. Your brother's wife's brother-in-law and his partner are visiting your brother's family. Hey, they're all acquaintances. Want to check out their best-selling new books? Mrs. Amanda was halfway through her dream, when her dreamy feeling suddenly vanished. She picked up the 2 new books in her hand and stuffed them into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu, Wow, what a mess. Is this the legendary acquaintance scam involving the mother-in-law of your neighbor's third aunt's classmate? This was the first time she ever seen such a charlatan sales tactic. She quickly waved her hand. No, I just take these picture books. Mrs. Amanda regretfully took back the 2 novels and took all the picture books Jiang Yu had selected to the counter. After a quick calculation, she quoted the price. 3 gold coins, 5 silver coins. Wow! That's expensive. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue, then suddenly had an idea. Oh, right. You recommended me here. Is there a discount? Chapter 384. Miss Lich is Miyu's acquaintance? Mrs. Amanda responded, Miyu is a longtime customer of ours. How about this? I give you a 10% discount. Speaking of Miyu, I haven't heard from her in a while, said Takumi, beating Mrs. Amanda to the punch. Has she contacted you recently? No, said Mrs. Amanda, somewhat bewildered by Takumi's preemptive response, but she subconsciously continued, I haven't seen her in a long time either. Was it a year? 2? She dropped out of school and embarked on a journey, wandering around without a permanent residence, making communication difficult. I did receive a few letters from her. She said she met someone her mother knew while traveling and was taken care of by her. But I haven't heard from her since. As Lady Amanda spoke, she stared at Takumi for a moment, then gasped. How could it be? I see your connection with Miyu is nearly over. Only a few faint threads remain. She then raised her hand, stared at her palm for a moment, and murmured, my connection with Miyu is over too. Wait, this means something's happened to Miyu. Indeed, I'm sorry to inform you that Ms. Miyu has unfortunately passed away. We suspect she may be involved in a case. Takumi sighed softly and pulled out her little all-purpose token. The Knights are investigating. Could you please help us with some leads? Miyu is a regular customer and a good friend of mine. Lady Amanda sat at a small table by the windowsill, holding up her slightly cool cup of black tea. She calmed down and said, we share the same taste in couples, so we get along quite well. Jiang Yu, did she just hear a familiar word? Although Lady Amanda occasionally spouts some crazy remarks, could she really be a charlatan with the ability to see into other worlds? Miyu's mother is a renowned potion master, and she has high, even unrealistic, expectations for Miyu. But Miyu is a sentimental and sensitive person. She enjoys experiencing nature, experiencing emotions, and immersing herself in the world of books and pictures, with no interest in boring magical characters. Magical elementals are very intelligent creatures. They can sensitively sense the emotions of their summoners. If you like them, they likely like you back. But if you dislike them from the outset, they won't respond to your reluctant call. No one likes someone who dislikes them, and the same is true for magical elementals. Under her mother's high-pressure upbringing, Miyu's personality has become somewhat stubborn. She is somewhat withdrawn, opening her heart only to a select few. Most of the time, she's like a floating duckweed, drifting from day to day, letting fate sweep her in a different direction. Jiang Yu nodded. Amanda's description of Miyu closely matched her and Andre's assessment. She drifted here to fulfill the expectations of the great magician of Huntington. Thanks to her mother's upbringing, Miyu never refused others. Even if she disliked a decision, she didn't dare or couldn't object. She had only learned passive resistance, silently messing things up. She believed that if she continued like this, she would eventually find her freedom. This lifestyle is a bit passive. Jiang Yu said. Who says it isn't? But as outsiders, we haven't experienced their suffering, so it's not right for us to dictate their lifestyles. Mrs. Amanda stroked the pink snake that had crawled onto her shoulder. Miyu had complicated feelings about her mother. She loved her deeply, yet she also hated the control and oppression she imposed on her. After her mother's death, Miyu said she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, a sense of relief she had never felt before. But at the same time, she despised herself for this unfilial thought, often falling into self-torture. Novels and picture books were her escape from reality. Do you know where she went after leaving the Magic Academy? Jiang Yu asked. I do know that. Mrs. Amanda stood up and pulled a stack of letters from under the counter. She picked out a few and handed them to Takumi. Although traveling makes communication difficult, Miyu doesn't have many friends. From time to time, she still finds the Raven Post office to mail letters. However, she doesn't always leave a return address, nor does she always wait for my reply before leaving. So, it's more like a one-sided confession and emotional release on her part. The frequency of the letters isn't fixed either, sometimes more, sometimes less. The most recent one was received almost a year ago. By the way, these letters sometimes include her paintings, and the scenery in these paintings looks very realistic. I haven't been to these cities, but I suspect you witnessed these scenes firsthand and captured them in her paintings. Perhaps they could be of some assistance to your investigation. Xiao Yu counted and found you had sent 12 letters and 7 unframed watercolors. She carefully folded the letters and paintings, sealed them in a waterproof brown paper bag, and stuffed them into her skull. We investigate thoroughly, she promised earnestly, leaving her raven cage number. If you have any further clues, please write to me. Okay. But don't you really want a bestseller? When Andre returned to the store, he saw Takumiya, panting, carrying a stack of strangely familiar picture books. Andre. Takumiya also noticed him. Come and help me get a few. They're so heavy. Whoosh. The reliable boyfriend didn't bother to ask her where she gotten so many familiar picture books, which seemed to include her own appearances. He immediately took everything from Takumiya's hands. Takumiya took a few breaths, her eyes bright with a startling fire. She stood on her skeletal paws and whispered in Andre's ear, I found a lot of useful clues. I found a lot of things too. Andre said, let's pack some food and discuss this back at the hotel? Okay. So Andre immediately took away a large pot of pork porridge, complete with its casserole. He also packed a double portion of fried chicken, fried pork ribs, wolf-tooth potatoes, and milk tea. Together with Jian Yu, they half-carried and half-shouldered the bags back to the hotel. The customers at the restaurant were initially quite critical of his behavior, but when Uncle Dmitri explained that these two were the real owner and his wife, they immediately relaxed. Indeed, should the owner and his wife have to queue to eat at the restaurant? Chapter 385. Andre and Jian Yu divided the work. They locked the door, laid out the food on the table, and each took out the evidence they had uncovered today, along with a pen and paper, to begin tonight's scripted murder game. Oh no, a discussion of the case. Andre was the first to draw a long line on a piece of white paper, then quickly marked the time at the beginning and end. Mifuna was murdered in the capital on the 3rd day of the last spring month of the year 985 of the Tower calendar. After hearing the news, Mio held a funeral for her mother, and returned to the Mage Tower on the outskirts of the capital to bid farewell to her mentor, Mabry. Mabry persuaded her to attend the Magic Academy. Andre pulled out a copy of the student's file. The first page was a close-up portrait of Mio. The girl had a gloomy expression, black hair and dark eyes, and her drooping brows were obscured by her long bangs. She looked extremely unsure. Her face was round and chubby, her long black hair almost obscuring half her features, and her lips were pursed so tightly that they were practically a dull line. This was the first time Takuya had truly seen Miyu, and the first time he had matched her features with the text. Miyu entered the Magic Academy on the 1st day of the 1st month of autumn in the year 985 of the Tower calendar. After all, the 1st day of the 1st month of autumn was the Magic Academy's standard enrollment date, and they had never made an exception for any student in all those years. Her age was listed as 20 in her student records. Miyu spent 6 months at the academy. On the 12th day of the last month of winter, she submitted a scribbled, error-riddled exam. On the 1st day of the 1st month of spring in the year 986, she completed her withdrawal procedures and left the Royal Magic Academy, packing her belongings. She didn't return to Essen West until the early spring of 1988. In other words, she disappeared for 2 full years before returning to the city. Xiaoyu retrieved the letters and drawings she had received from Mrs. Amanda. The 12 letters, some long and some short, were, as Mrs. Amanda had said, the casual jottings of Mio's thoughts and reflections during her travels. The words were filled with free, but lonely thoughts and emotions. Mio seemed to long for someone to share her joy, but not necessarily for a response. So, she sent these letters and drawings to Mrs. Amanda, because the bookstore owner could barely be considered a friend and listener, but she wasn't an elder or relative, and wouldn't offer any opinions or suggestions on her life. The handwriting on the letter was elegant, much more neat than the text in the suspected suicide note and diary that Takumi had previously found. However, the two shared a striking resemblance in penmanship, strokes, and crescendos. The emotional energy emanating from the brushstrokes was also remarkably similar, essentially confirming they were written by the same person. Takumi arranged the letters by date of posting, while Andre noted the dates and Miyu's location at the time. Over the course of 2 years, Miyu traveled across much of the Principality of Huntington, creating 7 watercolors along the way. The first city she stopped in after leaving the academy to write a letter was Port Melwory. The drawing she enclosed with her first letter depicted a busy port, workers loading cargo onto ships. Beneath a blue sky and white clouds, distant ships' tall masts rise, and waves surge against the dikes. The entire watercolor painting is a classic impressionist style. The figures are rendered with a few strokes, a few patches of color, and their hazy features are barely discernible, yet one can accurately imagine their figures and movements. The scenery is characterized by vivid natural light and shadows and vibrant colors, radiating a vibrant and surging vitality. Gazing at the painting, Takumi could almost smell the salty sea air through the paper, hear the dockworkers hey, 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 and feel the refreshing, comfortable sea breeze. Mio is truly gifted at painting. Takumi couldn't help but sigh. She really shouldn't be studying magic, she should be at art school. This light and shadow, this color. If Mio had the chance to work hard at this, she might even become the Monet of this world. Andre began carefully reading Mio's first letter. It was a simple account of her journey south to Melwari City, after leaving the Magic Academy. She focused on her excitement at seeing the sea for the first time. My mother, a native of a country across the sea, often described to me the hardships of her journey across the ocean, and the terror and intimidation it held in her mind. She said, she'd seen more than once those dying of illness in their cabins thrown overboard by sailors into the deep, dark sea. It was a nightmare she'd never forget. But before this, I had never seen the ocean. I was born in the Duchy of Huntington. As far back as I can remember, I'd been living in that unremarkable brewing workshop in the west city of Eston. It wasn't until my mother sent me to Minter Mayberry's magic tower that I left the city that had bound me. I hated the west city of Eston, it locked me in my future. I also hated the capital and the Magic Academy, they were my prisons. But today, upon seeing the ocean, my heart calmed. The ocean I saw wasn't the all-consuming horror my mother had described, nor was it the unfathomable evil overlord. I saw gentle waves lapping against the embankment, the rustling sound so melodious. I smelled the fragrance of freedom on the sea breeze, and felt the infinite possibilities of fate slowly unfold before me. I saw the people here toiling with their hands and feet, earning coins. Even without magic, people could transport goods, conquer the sea, and capture the overlords of the sea. Magic isn't the only answer to everything. I painted several paintings at the dock, and the two most completed ones were bought by a passing noblewoman. This also helped me to save enough for my trip. I enclosed a draft. My friend, I hope you too can see this beautiful seaside scenery. I decided to stay in Melwari for a while. The harbor here really captivates me. Next, I might follow the coastline south or east, perhaps even retracing my mother's path and visiting her hometown. You know, I never understood my mother and her overly high expectations of me. The world she sees is so different from the world I see, just like the sight of the ocean only fills her with fear, while I can't help but feel joy and longing. Our differences have existed from the beginning, and they are reconcilable. It's just that I've always been wronged, trying to twist my soul to fit the mold she had in mind. Perhaps on this journey, I can find the answers I always sought. Chapter 386. Jianyu and Andre ate porridge and fried chicken. Jianyu, of course, had the soul fire version, while they read Mio's letters carefully, cover to cover, several times over. Over the past 2 years, Mio traveled south along the coastline, reaching as far as the Rusman Federation, then north again, making a long circuit back to Eston West City. She carried a small bag, a drawing board, brushes, and paints, painting wherever she went, relying on the money from selling paintings and doing odd jobs to complete this journey. The first half of the journey went smoothly, and Jianyu could sense Mio's mental state gradually improving from her writings and watercolors. She found her true strengths and life's purpose, and began to break free from the shadow left by her mother's repressive upbringing. She climbed mountains to capture sunrises, fished at the beach with a borrowed rod, and splashed out on coffee shipped from Southeast Asia in roadside cafes. This freedom, this ease, this freedom to be wherever you go, even Takumi, you could not help but envy her. However, the latter half of her journey seemed to be overshadowed by a shadow. The shift in her writing style began with the first letter you sent after arriving in the Rusman Federation. In this land of scholars, she encountered a friend of her mother's from her youth, and together they returned to her mansion in the federal capital. The noble lady, grateful for their friendship, generously purchased several of Miyu's landscape paintings. The lady also paid Miyu a large sum to paint her portrait. Strangely, the person she wanted Miyu to paint wasn't herself, but a woman whose image lingered in her mind. Miyu wasn't good at painting something from another person's mind, so the project dragged on for a long time without much progress. She spent 3 or 4 hours a day with the woman, constantly listening to her describe the woman she wanted to paint. The woman kept repeating the imaginary woman with golden hair and a beautiful face. But I had a hard time explaining it to her. Using the word beautiful to address an artist didn't help me define the painting's content. What I needed to know was whether the woman was young or old, whether she had almond-shaped eyes, willow-shaped eyes, or drooping eyes, and whether her face was round or long. These details define a person's appearance, but she knew nothing about it. We were completely at odds. In the end, I ended up spending every day in the library, borrowing portraits of historical figures, letting her choose the face, eye, and mouth shape she liked, and then piecing everything together. Fortunately, she covered all my food, lodging, and daily expenses while the painting was being completed. So, I didn't have to worry about daily expenses, I only had to worry about this work. Oh, my friend, even though what I'm about to say may sound like a rant, I still want to complain to you. This job is making me unhappy, and it even reminds me of the frustrations I faced when I was studying magic. I made up my mind that once I gotten through this and earned this money, I never take on such custom painting jobs again. I only paint what I want to paint. Speaking of which, the various elements that the lady ultimately identified, pieced together to create a look that bears a striking resemblance to a portrait of a member of the Delman royal family. This is also quite strange, as the lady is a noble of the Rusman Federation, and appears to have no connection to the Delman royal family. Sigh, the thoughts of the rich, I really don't understand. Sigh, after so many days of redrawing and revising, the image of the woman in the painting is now stuck in my head. It's such a headache. There's something strange about this lady, Takumi muttered. Why would she hire me to paint someone she didn't know? Andre shrugged. Perhaps she's just bored? The minds of the nobility are always inexplicable and unpredictable. However, if this lady is the mastermind behind Miyu's death, then perhaps these arrangements are necessary for some strange magic. Magic often requires establishing a connection. Having Miyu memorize the image of this blonde woman could be seen as creating a tenuous connection between them. But if the latter is the case, it's a bit strange. Because this kind of connection mostly appears in dark magic summoning, used to summon the undead, or some evil being that has entered the netherworld. Miyu stayed in the lady's mansion for 3 months before completing the painting. Then, she took the generous reward and set out on her journey again. The lady did not try to stop her from leaving, nor did she appear in subsequent letters. Strangely, Miyu's mental state took a sharp turn for the worse. In subsequent letters, her handwriting went from neat and tidy to crooked and restless. The letters frequently contained phrases like "I feel like someone's watching me." Miyu even claimed to have glimpsed the character she'd drawn. The blonde figure flitted past the edge of her vision, vanishing whenever she looked directly at it, like a complete ghost. A certain skeleton shuddered secretly. The more I look at it, the more it looks like a ghost story. Andre looked up at her speechlessly, while Takumi stared back without hesitation. What? Liches can't be afraid of ghosts? She spoke in a timid, cute, and self-righteous way, and Andre couldn't help but be captivated by her cuteness. Even if a ghost truly stood before Takumi, he wondered who was scaring whom, the ghost and the skeleton, but that didn't stop him from expressing his loyalty. Don't worry, even if there really is a ghost, I protect you. The two continued to read the letters, but there were only a handful left, and the information they revealed became increasingly limited. Miyu's condition worsened over time. She began seeing non-existent shadows, hearing whispers from the depths of her mind, and even occasionally experiencing momentary blanks where she would suddenly appear somewhere, doing something she had no memory of. It was as if a ghost was gradually taking over, controlling her body. Miyu consulted doctors, scholars, and magicians from the Rusman Federation, but no one could give her an answer. Some suspected she was using toxic paint, while others suspected she was suffering from schizophrenia. Unable to find answers, Miyu abruptly ended her dream-chasing journey, and set out on her journey back to West Eston. Chapter 387. Perhaps I'm just too tired, or perhaps I invested so much thought in the painting of the blonde woman that it's left some residual effects. I seem to see her figure, and hear her laughter from time to time. Though I don't know how I can actually hear the laughter of the person in the painting. Oh, maybe it's my overactive imagination? Perhaps this is the curse of the creator, the artist? For 3 months, day and night, I poured countless thoughts into this painting, meticulously carving and depicting her face. Now, her image is frozen in the depths of my mind, lingering. I always feel like someone is watching me, observing my every move, but when I look carefully, that gaze disappears. There's no one around me, only my illusion, but is it really an illusion? Lately, I've been having trouble sleeping, and I've been inexplicably sleepy during the day, even doing things I don't even remember doing. Just a few days ago, I woke up suddenly in a small shop, clutching a half-eaten string of fried meatballs. I had no recollection of ever entering the shop. My memory was completely black. I saw a doctor and consulted numerous experts. They asked me all sorts of questions, tested everything, and one even suspected poison in my paint. In the end, they found nothing. One doctor suggested it might be a nervous breakdown caused by excessive anxiety and difficulty sleeping. He felt I had been wandering in a foreign land for too long, and that this life of no fixed place was likely to cause both internal and physical reactions. He suggested I return home and rest. Madam, I hesitated for a long time, but finally accepted his advice. Madam, I told you before that the workshop in West Eston felt less like home to me than a dark, drug-smelling prison. But this journey has made me feel free and alive. Strangely, now the doctor tells me that my subconscious yearns for that prison, affecting my body and health. This is all absurd and unbelievable, but I've been away from home long enough. Perhaps I should go back and rest before setting off again. Madam, the return voyage went smoothly, if you don't count the seasickness. I once again set foot on Huntington soil. Although the weather was clear at sea, I still vomited profusely amidst the rolling waves. I think my mother was right. The sea is so beautiful when viewed from land, but once you're in it, you can truly understand its dangers. Due to the seasickness and the turbulence, my sleep became worse, and the tinnitus in my ears intensified. I seemed to hear someone whispering in my head, urging me to return to the workshop. When I disembarked, I saw a local doctor, who said I was just suffering from severe seasickness. I just needed to rest well in the hotel for a few days before leaving, and everything would be better. I planned to strictly follow the doctor's advice, and do nothing for the next few days. No painting, no letters, and try to empty my mind and get enough sleep. Oh, and please, you can send the books and picture albums I ordered back to the brewery in West Eston City, so that whenever I think of that prison, I have something to look forward to. Perhaps I could convert that workshop into a painting studio. That's an idea, but I'm not good at civil engineering, and I might not have saved enough money. Or, I could sell the workshop, along with the books, cauldrons, and potions my mother left behind, leave Eston West, and buy myself a studio in a secluded seaside village. It sounds like a beautiful vision, but the mere thought of the complicated procedures makes my heavy head start aching again. Oh, wait until I'm fully recovered, then I consider these nagging questions. At first glance, these letters seem normal, but if you consider me use fate and think back to the past, these words become strange. Andre said, all the discomfort she felt, the visions she saw, and the voices she heard might not be her imagination, nor a nervous breakdown caused by seasickness or lack of sleep. In other words, at this time, Miyu was already being targeted by the mastermind. Those so-called blanks and fragments are actually the result of her being controlled and influenced by the mastermind? Jianyu speculated. Very likely. Andre tapped the letters on the table with his slender fingers. Unfortunately, these letters only record her return to Huntington. There's still a 7-month gap between her return to Eston West City. We still don't know what she experienced during this time. Perhaps there are more clues in the workshop, said Jianyu. At least now, we know where to start our investigation. Yes. Things here are basically done. How about the return trip tomorrow? Andre asked. I have Jericho bring the veterans, and pick us up here in a carriage. However, the return trip won't be as pleasant as the one here, so we need to hurry. That's no problem, said Jianyu. But the new Viscount Andre doesn't need to attend any more banquets or receptions, right? Leave that to my mother, Andre said nonchalantly. We already reached a partnership with the Lothar family, so the flattery of those opportunistic nobles seems less important. They're not here to seek cooperation, but rather to gather intelligence and discover weaknesses between His Majesty and us. If we have time to chat with them about trivial matters, we might as well open a few more snack bars. That sounds quite right. But why did Jianyu always have the impression that he had led the serious Viscount astray? And we still have a lot to do after returning to West Eston City. Andre sighed. Baron Newman's power needs a complete overhaul, and the city's security needs to be restored from scratch. There's also the previous clues about Evil Eye Moon and the bandits that need to be investigated. Also, although the bodies in the city lord's mansion have been buried and the scene has been cleaned up, are you planning to live in that house? Jianyu imagined the scene and shook his head violently, nearly shaking his skull. No. I rather live in my own brewery. Besides, I have a new workshop and restaurant to build. During her absence, Xiaolong had already created a massive dragon crystal mine in the ruins. When she returned with the gold she earned, she could hire the troll engineering team to officially begin work. Besides that, there were a host of new businesses waiting for her to start, including the Spider Spirits Tofu Workshop, the Witch's Vermicelli Noodles, and a whole host of other businesses. Oh, so busy! Chapter 388. The next morning, Jericho yawned as he opened the gate, only to find the veterans and their families eagerly awaiting Andre's arrival in the courtyard. Since the days of the German kingdom, the rock iron giants have been the most formidable enemy outside the borders. When King Huntington was still Grand Duke of Huntington, every year, numerous soldiers and generals suffered injuries that even magic could not heal while defending the borders. Countless heroes passed away suddenly, while many others, those spared, were forced to live with the pain of their injuries for the rest of their lives. King Huntington and General Alexander were both nostalgic. Although they had worked hard to find new opportunities for these veterans, in the backward economic environment of medieval feudalism, it was difficult for a disabled veteran to find a suitable position. All they could do was to help those who still had hope and provide the remaining with enough money to survive. This was a necessary measure, but it exacerbated the already dire financial situation of the Duchy of Huntington. Even with the efforts of loyal subjects to provide financial support, these veterans, who earn little but burn a lot of money, have become a real burden on the treasury and their families. Every year, many veterans, already suffering from severe psychological trauma, unable to bear the painstaking efforts of their families and superiors to finance their medical treatment, ultimately choose to commit suicide. The rest continue to suffer from self-blame. They look at their loved ones' forced smiles and the money they have painstakingly scraped together through frugality, reluctant to become a burden to them, but equally lack the courage to leave. In this agony of wanting to neither live nor die, they receive the best news of their lives. Viscount Andre Lou Huntington, General Alexander's son, wanted to hire them to work in his domain. Whether alone or with family, whether missing a limb or a hand, as long as they were mentally sound and had some mobility, they could seek a living in this new domain. Even the families of paralyzed veterans would receive priority for employment. And today was the day to depart. These veterans and their families filled most of the courtyard, a roughly estimated number of several thousand. Among them were 100 fully healthy, muscular, and powerful soldiers. This was the deal Andre had struck with his father. Andre would help his father with the financial burden of supporting the remaining veterans, and General Alexander would provide him with 100 elite knights to guard the domain. For the well-equipped general, this deal was a godsend. General Alexander, for once, set aside his long-held paternal dignity and agreed to help Andre. Well, to be honest, it's unclear who was helping whom. In short, Jericho loaded all his luggage onto the carriage, and the various ingredients and spices purchased by Jianyu onto the delivery cart. Then, escorted by 100 knights, he and thousands of wounded soldiers and their families set off in a mighty procession back to the west city of Eston. The procession was so impressive that nobles opened their windows and gazed down from their houses along the street wherever they passed. Pedestrians on the street gave way, stopping to peer in, their necks stretched. Every extra glimpse they took gave them something to brag about at dinner that evening, as if they had participated in this massive project, costing at least tens of thousands of gold coins. The veterans were all hardworking, but Andre wouldn't let them trudge all the way to West Eston. He rented a number of simple horse-drawn carriages from his father at half price, suitable for both transporting goods and passengers, so that the veterans who were less able to move could take turns resting in them. And so, the convoy reached the Royal Academy of Magic, picked up Takumi and Andre, and continued its mighty march towards West Eston. After 2 days of stopping and starting, they finally reached Andre's new territory. The main force halted in front of the city lord's mansion, then divided into numerous smaller groups, each heading to various locations throughout the city. One of the magnificent carriages, accompanied by 3 cargo carts, broke away from the group and headed southeast, eventually stopping in front of the brewery. The skeleton jumped from the carriage and stretched lazily. "Oh my goodness! These past few days have been so shaky I've practically broken all my bones." "Boss Bones? Boss you? Little you?" Calls echoed from inside and outside the brewery. From the staff to the customers, everyone was overjoyed. "Boss you is finally back. We have something delicious again. Is there any curry? I heard from my friends in the capital that the curry at Dream Garden restaurant, which is partnered with Boss You, is incredibly good. And fried chicken. Fried chicken? I want fried chicken. We can't live without what the branch has." Takumi was amazed. "Wow, how come you all are so well informed? It's only been a few days, and you already know everything I cooked outside?" Foodies are incredibly well informed when it comes to food. One customer pulled out the food daily they just received, happily flipped to the article, and pointed it out to Takumi. "Boss you, your snack bar is in the newspaper. When can you make us some fried chicken and pork porridge?" "That's right. We're all regular customers. We can't make us travel all the way to the Royal Academy of Magic to wait in line." While Boss You was gone, Nasha kept making the same dishes. They were delicious, sure. But honestly, I'm getting a little tired of them. "Boss You, You have to make it up to us and give us something new. In that case, let's make curry today. Takumi you had Jericho and Nasha take a few veterans with her to carry the ingredients and spices she bought, while he went into the kitchen to check on the ingredients. Well, there's no beef in the restaurant today, but there's plenty of fresh seafood, apparently freshly harvested from the depths of the ocean by Xiaolong. Nasha, simmer the rice. We're going to make the curry seafood hot pot. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became lively, and the cheers from the diners were enough to lift the roof off the table. Aunt Wolf, Alexi, and Xiaolong Liudo all appeared, willingly helping out or making a mess, waiting to receive their share of the staff meal once the curry seafood hot pot was ready. Boss you, does this curry seafood hot pot taste the same as the dishes at Dream Garden restaurant? A curious customer asked. Well, not quite, but it's kind of the same style. Jiangyu thought for a moment and replied, we don't have all the ingredients in our restaurant, so it's hard to replicate the dishes at Dream Garden restaurant. But this curry seafood hot pot will taste just as good as those, so everyone should look forward to it. Chapter 389. The rice slowly expanded in the steamer, becoming translucent and fluffy under the influence of the steam. In the large pot on the stove, tawny curry bubbled and simmered, its spicy aroma filling the room. The large iron pot was boiling hot, and cool oil was poured in with a sizzling sound, moistening the bottom. Then, scallions and ginger were sautéed, and various prepared seafood were poured into the pot. Stir-frying under the high heat, some turning from green to red, some from transparent to white, and some slowly opening their tightly closed shells. The curry broth and the tender sweet potatoes and carrots were scooped into the iron pot with a large spoon and mixed with the stir-fried seafood. The fresh aroma of the seafood was wrapped in the thick tawny liquid, blending into an even more enticing and unique aroma. Serve! The curry seafood pot was served to the diner's table, accompanied by a plate of rice. Jericho took 5 silver coins and let the diners enjoy his delicious meal. Wow, a whole pot like this with a bowl of rice costs 5 silver coins. The person next to him gasped. It's a bit pricey, sure, but if you were to eat at the Dream Garden restaurant in the capital, you have to shell out dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. And the thing is, reservations are already booked until next year, so even if you had the money, you wouldn't be able to eat there. Hey, thinking about it makes me feel better. The delicious prawns were vibrant red, already thoughtfully shelled with appealing magic. The diner picked them up with chopsticks, dipped them repeatedly in the tan curry sauce, and took a bite. The rich aroma of shrimp roe and the slightly spicy coconut milk spread from mouth to nose, then to the top of the head, making the person's eyes widen and exclaim in delight. Now, scoop another spoonful of curry onto the white rice, stir, and finally, you experience a perfectly balanced sweetness. The spiciness is neutralized by the rice, making it less aggressive and more mellow and appetizing. Large, plump clams, tender and chewy squid rings, and thick, chewy abalone. Eston West City is a bit far from the sea, and it's at this brewery that people can enjoy seafood at a relatively low price. The curry seafood hot pot may seem expensive, but it's actually the lowest price for dishes like curry. After all, the purchase price of the spices is so high that no business can afford to lose money. The thought of this made the diner feel a little more relaxed. He ate, sweating profusely, then took a swig from his glass of witch beer and let out a deep breath. Great. So great. The crowd watching, unable to contain their cravings, began placing orders one after another. Many familiar customers pooled their money and ordered a pot, adding a few extra bowls of rice. Splitting the bill evenly, everyone's expenses were significantly lower. Xiaoyo hummed a few more pots, and after watching for a while, Nasha began her own experiment. After cooking in the workshop for so long, Nasha's cooking skills had improved considerably, and she was now proficient in all the basic techniques. Xiaoyo felt that if this world could display level and experience progress bars, Nasha would have already reached a very high level in all her cooking skills. Nasha successfully replicated the recipe after only 2 attempts, so Jiangyu happily handed the job to her while he went down to the basement to sort out the evidence, books, and notes related to Mio for Andre to review that evening. I wonder if the mastermind has lost interest in anything in this workshop since Miyu's death. Even though Takumi has been away for so long, the evidence has been well hidden in the basement, untouched. Or perhaps the mastermind and his minions have completely left the city? Takumi carefully organized the evidence into a large box and locked the basement door. After doing this, she took another look next door. Xiaolong had indeed been diligent these days. The ruins next door had completely transformed into a silver-blue iceberg. However, transforming this currently oddly shaped, jagged or into a transparent, thin, glass-like greenhouse shell would likely require the meticulous work of artisans. Takumi walked around the new shop's grounds, and then returned to the workshop. Behind the counter, he wrote a letter to the troll engineering team, informing them that they could begin work. After finishing the letter, Jiangyu summoned Little Rice Cake, and slipped the letter into the mailbox on her bird-bone claws, giving her a soul fire flower as a reward. Little Rice Cake gently pecked at Jiangyu's finger bones, chirped happily, and flew out the window, heading for the troll's homeland. After completing the 2 tasks that had been lingering on his mind, Jiangyu slowly exhaled. Well, the rest, we deal with it after Andre returns. At this moment, Andre was busy in the city lord's mansion. Too many people had died in this mansion. Although the crime scene had been cleaned up, neither Andre nor Jiangyu had any desire to live there. So, Andre had previously instructed the Shadow Army to collect all the evidence from the mansion, examine it, and then hand it over to His Majesty the King. All valuables in the city lord's palace were inspected, appraised, and a detailed inventory was compiled. Any items His Majesty deemed useful were sent to the capital, and the remaining items were presented as rewards to the new Viscount Andre. Andre had little interest in these luxurious items, let alone those belonging to a deceased person. As soon as he acquired them, he used his connections to sell them to merchants. The proceeds were used to buy sleeping bags, blankets, and clothing, all of which were distributed to the veterans. The ballroom, dining room, and meeting room in the city lord's palace had been emptied out, leaving them completely bare and vacant, perfect for temporary accommodation for the veterans and their families. Of course, this was only a temporary stopgap. Once the factories, workshops, and small shops and food stalls were completed, the veterans and their families would be assigned to their respective locations. As for the sturdy new knights, they had already entered the barracks, bearing Andre's warrants, and took up their posts. The Kingdom Knights, originally belonging to Baron Newman, had been completely disbanded and incorporated into the new order. There weren't even 3 familiar members in a single squad. This effectively dismantled the small factions within the old order, allowing those troublemakers to quickly submit without their backers. Andre needed this order to be his most reliable weapon, and naturally, he wouldn't keep anyone he couldn't trust. The previously elusive leader, who fished 3 days a week, took 2 days off, and only worked an hour a day the remaining 2 days, doing absolutely nothing, readily agreed to early retirement after Andre's friendly persuasion. He happily returned home with his fishing rod and bag, the pension Andre had given him. Andre himself assumed the vacant position of leader, while the highest ranking of the newly arrived 100 warriors took over as deputy leader. However, whether this guy can be competent for this job depends on his future performance. Chapter 390. There's a lot to do in the new territory. Troops and manpower need to be redeployed, clues left behind by Evil Eye Moon still need to be investigated, newly arrived veterans need to be settled, and Little Bone needs to build a new factory. Andre's desk is piled high with tasks, and even if he works for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, he probably won't be able to finish them. Since there's no way to finish them, there's no need to rush. Andre sorted out the most urgent matters, selected a few lieutenants to handle them, and happily put down his burdens, and went home for dinner. Being a confidant of a local lord has always been a lucrative position, and anyone with connections would fight tooth and nail for it. In the past, nobles had their own personal guards, and outsiders couldn't squeeze in. A commander without any troops like Andre had to find his own lieutenants. Andre made no secret of this matter. For both the civil and military sides, he selected 1 lieutenant each from the soldiers given by their parents, and the old employees of the west city of Eston, making up a total of 4 lieutenants. On the Kingdom Knights side, the highest-ranking individual, chosen from the 100 men, was named Nolan H. Hoffman. He had a mane of tousled brown hair, and a pair of strikingly bright blue eyes. He was handsome and well-built. At only 34, he had already reached the rank of centurion, a man of both wisdom and courage. Nolan's partner was a member of the original Knights, who had long worked with Winston, taking turns as Winchester's clerk Shadow. Now that the Lord had changed, the Knights' membership had been disrupted. He took this opportunity to parachute back in under a new identity, Buster H. Hoffman, taking over the position of clerk. This vast clerk was young, only in his early 20s, with gray-black hair and golden-green eyes, looking like a tabby cat transformed into a human. His smile revealed 2 adorable fangs, suggesting a seemingly approachable personality. This allowed the Winchester clerk, who appeared to know too much about Baron Newman, to retire and return home. This replacement, a seemingly clueless yet in-depth young man, would help lower the guard of his opponents, potentially revealing weaknesses. As for territory management, Angus H. Bryman, an employee of the municipal office, was inexplicably appointed as one of the lieutenants. The other was Liv Land, the son of the old Dresden butler, whom Andre had borrowed from his mother. This man was a replica of the old butler, always dressed in a butler's uniform and knowledgeable about everything aristocratic needed to know, making him perfect for helping Andre handle the various matters he disliked. These 4 lieutenants, working in pairs, immediately set to work upon their appointment. Nolan was responsible for managing the veterans and reorganizing the kingdom's knights and city security in West Eston. Bast was responsible for continuing to pursue leads on Evil Eye Moon and the Drodana Chamber of Commerce. Angrus was responsible for scouting for suitable locations within and outside the city for a factory. Livlon, on the other hand, was responsible for initially processing all matters reported by the territory, consolidating them before submitting them to Andre for decision. The transition of power between the old and new in this territory was completed so smoothly and calmly that it stunned many who had been waiting to witness the spectacle. In a noble mansion in the royal capital, upon hearing the news that Viscount Andre had returned to the territory, a delicate hand angrily threw a silver wine glass. They escaped so quickly. Eleanor. Or rather, Drisi said in dismay. She reclined on the chaise longue, oblivious to the thrown cup and spilled wine, biting her nails in annoyance. It's ridiculous. How do they always manage to escape my plans so perfectly? What initially struck Drisi as unsettling was the loss of contact with Layla. The supposedly loyal puppet hadn't sent any communication yet. Drisi finally unearthed the old master-servant contract in the netherworld. Her mental power traced that mysterious connection downward, only to discover that the thread connecting master and servant had inexplicably broken midway. Drisi, furious at having lost a priceless alchemical puppet without receiving any intelligence, heard news from the capital that Baron Newman's territory was being divided with Andre. To be fair, while it was Drisi herself who ordered the execution of Newman, the traitor, she hadn't expected the king to hand over the territory to Andre so quickly. She hadn't even taken advantage of the chaos to transport the property she seized from Newman out of the territory. She hurried all the way from Baron Chan's territory to the capital, but only just made it in time for the enfeoffment ceremony. She had assumed, according to the usual noble practice, that Andre and the little Lich would remain in the capital for a month or 2, establishing themselves amidst the endless stream of balls and cocktails. Unexpectedly, after the enfeoffment ceremony, the 2 quickly vanished from view, now running a restaurant in the capital with Baron Lothar's daughter, and then a snack bar on the grounds of the Royal Academy of Magic. This was a complete waste of time. That Andre is really a problem, Drisi muttered. The High Priest's bloodline is my natural nemesis. TSK, I was planning on attacking that little Lich, but she's as slippery as a loach. I can't catch her. A perfectly normal Lich, hanging out with the High Priest of the Moon Worship cult every day, or cooking in a small shop with a line 3 blocks long. She couldn't even squeeze into a crowded place like that. Not to mention that she's a vegetarian. If she showed up at a fried chicken shop and was recognized, it would be a shame. Listening to her complaints, Countess Durand de Campbellis calmly sipped her red wine, the sapphire brooch on her chest gleaming with a dreamy brilliance. Don't worry, I still have a date with her. That's true, but they returned to their territory before Campbellis arrived. The next time we meet, I'm afraid we have to be in that bastard's territory. Drisi bit her nails. Damn it! If I'd been given time to make arrangements ahead of time, I wouldn't have been so late. In this era, transportation was incredibly difficult. If the distance between 2 parties was too great, communicating and delivering messages would take days. Just getting someone to come would take 3 to 5 days. Now that the little Lich had escaped, the Lich expert she had hired. Still a long way off. I don't know how Mayberry manages to deliver news so quickly across thousands of miles. Even the palace's pigeons are now idle, yet Mayberry can instantly relay the latest orders to soldiers on the far frontier and the shadow troops lurking throughout the land. She always catches her men off guard. It's truly despicable. Chapter 391. Could it be that Mabucha has developed some new communication method for his brother? Drisi pondered the matter for a long time, but couldn't come up with any conclusion. She gave up. Never mind. The most urgent thing is to smuggle my property out before that annoying completely seizes his territory. Mrs. Durand remained silent, listening quietly to Drisi's words. She knew full well that Drisi had a deep obsession with the property of the Delman kingdom. Ironically, Drisi himself was the one who brought about the end of that dynasty. However, the change of dynasties is part of history. No kingdom lasts forever. Whether it's Delman, Huntington, or countless other countries and dynasties, they will eventually vanish into the dust of history. Only the immortal can break this curse. Jiangyu concluded his day's business and closed the doors with Nasha. Tonight's staff dinner was just as lively, or perhaps, even more so because of her return. With Holly away on the Dresden family's territory for research, the daily chores and business affairs of the Axe household were left to Aunt Wolf. She'd become unnecessarily busy, her fur graying and withering, looking desperately in need of nourishment from good food and gossip. The situation of the Cicada family had improved considerably. Both Alexei and the children had plumped up, regaining their healthy physiques. The children surrounded Takumi, asking curious questions and expressing their longing for the royal capital. Alexei, on the other hand, had returned to the tofu workshop to pick up the outdoor jacket and tactical belt Takumi had ordered. Alexei's craftsmanship was excellent, but since Takumi was a skeleton, the suit needed to be tried on and tailored before it was considered finished. And since skeletons don't have waists, the tactical belt became a shoulder strap, a bit like the ceremonial sash worn crossbody by greeters. Takumi had only been gone for about 10 days, but it felt like a lot longer. They all had so much to say to Takumi, so many interesting stories to share with her, and the shop suddenly became abuzz with chatter. Takumi listened to this and that, feeling a bit disoriented. Just then, Andre returned to the workshop. The newly appointed lord instantly captured everyone's attention, and everyone was busy chatting with Andre, finally giving Takumi some time to spare. Takumi breathed a sigh of relief and served the food to the table. Tonight's main courses were naturally curry seafood hot pot and tom yum soup. Jiangyu also made a tempting loaf of bread for Xiaolong. After all, Xiaolong had created such a large dragon crystal mine these days, so she had to reward him. "I want to open a bakery on this street," Jiangyu announced. "Of course, I won't run it myself. I want to recruit bakers from the families of the veterans, and hire them to make all kinds of delicious bread using my recipes. Baking bread yourself is still too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Bread needs kneading, fermenting, and baking. Without sufficient manpower, commercial production is difficult. Baking a few loaves of toast in the brewery wouldn't even satisfy Xiaolong's appetite. But opening a dedicated bakery would be a different story. They could build a large, high-quality bread oven with powerful fire and precise temperature control. If they were willing to spend the money, in this magical world, they could create an oven comparable to modern technology. Nay, even superior. The witch's land is rich in high-quality flours, and Jiangyu has cultivated a large number of yeasts. With enough manpower and sufficient capital investment, she could open a bakery specializing in modern, fragrant, and tender bread. Well, since it's all about kneading and fermenting, why not make steamed buns and meat buns too? This? No problem. Andre said, "I appointed an adjutant to assist you in opening the factory and store. You know him, he's the clerk who greeted you when we went to buy the land last time." "Hey, that's great," Jiangyu said excitedly. "Let's start with the bakery. I want to turn these nearby streets into food courts. We have all kinds of food, and every shop will be unique. Then, residents and tourists alike will be able to eat from the beginning to the end." "Wow, that's fantastic," everyone exclaimed in anticipation. "While safety in the south of the city will improve by then, right?" Aunt Wolf asked hopefully. "I will," Andre answered her. "I already sent out instructions to the knights to deal with the bandit groups south of the city. We should see results soon. The poor public security in West Eston is largely due to Baron Newman's crude and inattentive management, not to mention that Baron Newman himself is in league with Evil Eye Moon, allowing a group of bandits to run rampant. In the end, he was retaliated against by this group of villains. It was karma. Before, Andre was a penniless paratrooper. Even if he earned the trust of 1 or 2 knights, it would have been difficult for him to impact the city's security. You have to understand that urban security isn't just tied to the kingdom's knights. It's also closely linked to the economy, education, and employment. The abundance of idle vagrants on the streets naturally creates a dangerous environment. These people have no property, no family, no future, no education, and low moral standards. If they were caught stealing and thrown into jail today, they'd still be the same when they were released after 10 days or a month, showing no signs of improvement. But now, Andre is the lord of this land, the administrator of West Eston. He can mobilize resources beyond the kingdom's knights, and can also do many other things. To properly develop commerce and tourism, we must first create a stable and safe environment. Jiangyu agreed. It doesn't matter if there are too many troublemakers. I'm planning to build a fish sauce factory and need workers. I can round up these lawbreakers and put them in the factory for 6 months or a year. Spending every day with those rotten fish and shrimp will surely make them realize their mistakes. Ah, rotten fish and shrimp. It's not that there's something wrong with the ingredients Jiangyu uses. It's just that fish sauce itself is the essence of the natural decay and fermentation of fish, shrimp, and seafood. It becomes smelly and rotten. There's no way to avoid this. The taste at this stage certainly doesn't compare to the legendary canned herring, but it's still incredibly sour and refreshing. If normal means fail to recruit volunteers, Jinyu thinks it would be a good idea to use prisoners as forced labor in the fish sauce factory. This would maintain public order, reduce labor costs, and keep the production process completely secret. It's perfect. Chapter 392. Andre also thought this was a good idea. Capturing and imprisoning prisoners costs money to support. Even though the food they were given was terrible, they couldn't be starved to death. This money was a fixed expense for the territory. In other words, it was the Lord's own money. When he worked for Baron Newman, Andre didn't care about such expenses. He would capture as many prisoners as they committed crimes, but now he had to pay to support them, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Lords everywhere were resorting to a variety of unscrupulous tactics in this regard. Some, like Baron Newman, simply turned a blind eye to petty thefts and other crimes that were not considered acceptable and did not cause serious damage to the Lord himself. Only when a serious case warranted the hanging did they leisurely dispatch the kingdom's knights, arresting and then hanging the perpetrators. Other lords turned the maintenance of law and order into a business. Guilt or innocence was no longer the issue. Anyone offering a sufficient price to arrest someone, with a convincing reason, would be arrested and the kingdom's knights would extort a sum from them. If they could afford the ransom, they would then give them a beating, a mild punishment, and release them. If you can't pay or match the price offered by the buyer, then sorry. Those with less money will be hanged the next day, while those with more will endure day after day, slowly being squeezed out of prison. Food, water, clothing, bedding, and even dignity. What doesn't cost money? Some lords resorted to sting operations, remaining vague in gray areas unregulated by the law. Initially, they pretended to let things go, but once the common people jumped in and happily made money, they would send their men to round them up and reap all the benefits. Someone sold a basket of vegetables for a neighbor who was growing vegetables, only to be thrown into jail for lacking the necessary documents. Others went to the neighboring territory to conduct business in an honest manner, only to be arrested upon their return. No one could explain why something that seemed perfectly natural within a 10-foot plot of land could become a violation of divine law simply by moving a few steps. It was even more difficult to explain why something was permitted today, but not tomorrow, why men could do it but women couldn't. They truly lived out a kind of beauty that was a strange quirk of rules. Laws were without a single standard, relying solely on the dictates of the lords. What was acceptable one moment might be condemned to destruction the next. Rules were unclear and inexplicable, leaving people living in fear, never knowing when the guillotine would descend upon them. Most of these medieval feudal nobles failed to realize that with such reckless actions, order and law were gradually disappearing. People were preoccupied with the fear of the people, leaving no one striving to create more good things. After all, good people are timid. When uncertain about what to do, the only way to stay safe is to do nothing and follow the crowd. All that remained were the desperate criminals, their heads tied to their belts. Their business was a life or death struggle, so they naturally didn't care about the lord's capricious, ever-changing orders. Or rather, it was their close ties with the local lords that emboldened them to act recklessly. Andre naturally didn't want to create such a smoky mess in his new territory. But while he had many ambitions and moral principles, he lacked the ultimate support needed to put fairness and justice into practice: money. Money is often regretted when it's needed. Even if one obtained half of Baron Newman's wealth, it would still be insufficient to fully develop this territory. Baron Newman, despite his wealth, hadn't been willing to spend all his stolen wealth on the territory, and Andre only had half the starting capital. No, on closer inspection, perhaps what he had confiscated was only a portion of Baron Newman's assets. Baron Newman had a deep entanglement with Evil Eye Moon, and was ultimately killed by Evil Eye Moon. Wasn't it because Baron Newman had secretly encroached on and stolen a large amount of Evil Eye Moon's wealth? However, while Andre had recovered a considerable amount of money and jewelry, it didn't fully match Baron Newman's illegal accounts. A large portion of the money was still missing, and it was unknown whether Baron Newman had hidden it, or if it had been reclaimed by Evil Eye Moon's wire assassin. But even though he was still preoccupied with the trivialities of the territory and the missing money, Andre still enjoyed his meal very much. After eating and drinking, and seeing off the neighbors and employees, Takumiyu asked Layla to wash the dishes while she took Andre to the basement and unloaded the box of evidence. Andre read through each chapter, his brow furrowing ever deeper, his eyes growing increasingly confused. It's strange. The rest of the chapters seem fine, But the Lich chapter seems partially tampered with, subverting concepts, modifying magic circles, and concealing a few details. It's as if someone meticulously crafted this book to trick readers into becoming liches. Huh? Takumiyu, whose knowledge of liches largely came from this book, instantly grew nervous. Are there any other things wrong? For example, the descriptions of the finished and unfinished works? Oh, if you take that part out on its own, it's fine, Andre said, turning to another page. The real problem is the premise of the book. It gives the impression that liches are the answer to immortality. The feeling of being liches, in reality, hides all the disadvantages. If liches are really as good as they're said to be, then why don't everyone just become liches and live forever? Jianyu. Yes. In fact, what the book doesn't mention is that even a finished lich still has to deal with the problem of energy supply. A lich lacking energy, even with a phylactery as a container for its soul, will fall into a deep slumber and slowly die. For a lich to achieve immortality, it needs a large, continuous supply of energy. This energy can come from ordinary food or from human flesh, blood, emotions, and souls. Ordinary food provides extremely limited energy, as I'm sure you experience in your daily life. However, human memories, emotions, and souls can greatly supplement the energy a lich needs, maintaining the health and integrity of its finished body. Wait, can a finished body be damaged? Jianyu tilted his head. Of course it can be damaged. Andre said, the finished product is nothing more than a living corpse. It relies on a constant infusion of energy to maintain its freshness and prevent it from rotting and stinking. Then again, he looked up and down at the skeleton, now a skeleton, with a complex expression. Once it has rotted away to the point where only the skeleton remains, there's almost no need to worry about such things. Unlike flesh and blood, human bones are primarily composed of calcium, making them difficult to decompose and decay. Under the right specific natural environment, they remain largely unchanged even after thousands of years. In a sense, this is a direct step to immortality. Chapter 393. From this perspective, once you accept the skeleton aesthetic, you see it as a failure, a skeleton. Lich, perhaps, is the true path to eternal life. Jiangyu clung to Andre's arm, half fearful, half fascinated, as he recounted the history of the ancient struggle between good and evil liches. Then, smacking his lips, he savored the thought. This feels like a ghost story. So, I'm the good kind of lich? I guess so. Andre looked down at the bony claws on his arm. By the way, can you let go of my arm? Jiangyu shook his head vigorously. No, it's too scary. I just heard a ghost story, and my heart is still racing. Even though I'm not a heartless person, I feel safe hugging thick flesh like this. Andre was silent. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping from the coffin beside him to the dark basement, the dim candles that added a touch of horror to the atmosphere, finally landing on the skeleton clinging to his arm. For a moment, he couldn't tell who was the one to be afraid of. They were actually recounting the history and conspiracies of the liches in a place like this, telling stories about the living dead and ghostly possession. Well, from this perspective, they really are a perfect match, evenly matched. Jiangyu followed Andre's gaze, and also sensed something was amiss, though her focus shifted strangely again. Hey, should we renovate the second floor too? There's not even a sofa in this whole house. I can't even find a place to sit down and talk comfortably. What's a relationship without a beanbag? Couples should spend time together, chatting and making love. Back when Jiangyu was alone, she had few ambitions, but now she's dating a handsome man, so she deserves all the perks. Then she thought about how her boyfriend was now the Lord, and that the factory didn't need to be limited to the next door plot. Her thoughts suddenly opened up. Since we're building factories all over the territory, we don't have to stick to the next door plot. Let's create a half factory, half restaurant complex. I say, we turn the next door into a beautiful restaurant, complete with a small building and transparent flowers, room, and a spacious kitchen. As for the soy sauce and condiment factories, we open them somewhere else with cheap land, safe conditions, and convenient roads for transportation. That way, we can transform this brewing workshop into a comfortable little home. The first floor can be used as a storefront to sell various sauces. The bread oven and small open hearth kitchen outside can be kept for snacks and takeout. Behind the sauce shop is our own kitchen, small restaurant, and brewing lab. I can use this brewing lab to develop new products. Or should I say recreate old ones? That's the idea anyway. Then build a new restroom and bathroom at the back of the first floor, with all the latest plumbing and drainage systems, so we can soak in a comfortable hot bath every night to cleanse our bones. The second floor and above can become our personal space, bedroom, living room, and a comfortable, spacious sofa where we can curl up, eat snacks, and watch movies. No, there weren't movies in those days. Then picture books or novels would be fine. Jiangyo's eyes lit up as she pulled out her blueprints and began planning again. Then, looking at the strange magical items in the basement, she hesitated. As for this basement, why don't you seal everything up and inspect it? Who knows, we might find some new clues or evidence. She had originally planned to keep the spell books and teach herself magic. But ever since the incident with the great spellbook, Jiangyu had no idea if the books had been tampered with. Magic is a very delicate subject. If a novice like her were tricked into learning the wrong kind of magic and causing a magical accident, the consequences would be disastrous. Jiangyu didn't want to recite a spell from a book and find herself blasted to pieces. Magical accidents in this world are truly terrifying. Andre nodded. He shared this thought, but he also had a novel idea. I plan to open a public magic school in the western part of Eston. In addition to teaching the children here basic magic, I also offer advanced magic classes for qualified students. As for teachers, I plan to second them from the Royal Magic Academy. I don't need too many, just 1 or 2 per year will be enough. The lower-level basic classes will only require a few graduates or teaching assistants with solid academic records. The instructors for the advanced classes don't need to be famous, just those who can teach. Every year, students graduate from the Royal Magic Academy and join their instructors' research teams, gradually developing into independent, master magicians. At the same time, former graduates pass the scholar certification and rigorous testing to join the team sharing and passing on knowledge. The Royal Academy of Magic boasts exceptional research resources, and many magicians who join are reluctant to leave. However, there are too many students and too few teachers, and the number of students and teachers is limited, making it impossible to expand the faculty indefinitely. This means that new instructors will have to scramble for a place to stay, while many will also be willing to take a different approach, first teaching in various territories to hone their skills. This way, when they return to the Royal Academy of Magic a decade or two later, they have impressive resumes, ample experience in magic teaching, and the respect of being called professors. I think after a line forms outside the snack bar, many young instructors will be willing to accept this offer. Andre's lips curled slightly. If you want to learn magic, you can go and listen to their lectures. Or simply invite these instructors to give you private lessons. I think if we tell them that private lessons come with a meal prepared by the Lich chef, they'd be eager to take our classes. Jiangyu was amazed and gave Andre a thumbs up. Excellent idea. As expected, with a different position comes more resources at your disposal and a different perspective. Before, Jiangyu only thought about secretly learning on his own, but now he can openly hire a private trainer. He even has a private trainer who rushes to his house for a meal. That's awesome. Chapter 394. The people of the former Baron Newman's territory have recently experienced profound changes. First, the ambiguity of borders and the chaotic mix of names, long a legacy of historical issues, have been resolved. The so-called historical issues refer to the fact that Baron Newman's ancestors, in addition to military merit and rewards, also encroached on numerous territories through open and covert plunder, invasion, and expansion. Due to their less than honorable methods, these lands have never been renamed, recorded in any official documents, and the Lord has never appeared. Except for the annual tax payment, the kingdom's knights would escort the tax collectors. Of course, the simple folk believe that the fewer officials there were, the better. Their presence was always accompanied by trouble, military service, war taxes. Take the village of Garnier, for example, which lies on the border between the territories of Baron Newman and Baron Sman. The two barons had been at odds with each other over the ownership of this village, dating back to their ancestors. Both barons had the village marked on their territorial maps, but on Baron Newman's side, it was labeled Garnier, while on Baron Sman's, it was labeled Canner. People like Rose Ho Puslat, whose ancestors had lived in Garnier for generations, were unlucky. For a long time, they had been inexplicably forced to pay taxes twice. No sooner had Newman's tax collector left than Sman's tax collector arrived. The tax registration forms held by the two sides each referred to the same village differently. Initially, the villagers tried to argue that they had already paid the tax, but after paying a heavy price, they compromised and honestly paid the second installment. Even when the tax collectors from both sides encountered each other, they wouldn't clash. They would even gather for drinks and meals, each collecting their own taxes. This double labor burden made the villagers miserable, and most of the residents abandoned their land and homes, taking all their possessions, and fleeing to become bandits. However, not everyone had the courage to leave their homeland. Although household registration was a sloppy practice during the Middle Ages, due to poor roads and limited human mobility, families without livestock and carrying luggage could not get far without being discovered by villagers from nearby towns and cities. In those days, with few people and limited entertainment, the average person's range of activity was limited to a few nearby towns and villages. Everyone knew each other, and any slight movement spread like wildfire throughout the territory. Especially in cases where families moved to avoid taxes, tax collectors, and their knights often caught up with them before they even set foot outside their territory. There were few options for escaping Garnier village. The best option was to flee overnight to the nearby witches' forest for refuge. Once there, if one could successfully find shelter within the village, the knights would cease their pursuit. However, if one were placed on a wanted list, the fugitive would be permanently barred from leaving the witches' forest. Any further movement would result in the loss of protection and arrest. The worst option was to flee to the nearby mountains and become a bandit, mingling with the ruthless and vicious. This option was generally unattainable for ordinary people, except for hunters, blacksmiths, and butchers with some skill. However, these individuals often possessed skills and could easily earn enough to pay taxes, so they had no reason to abandon the good life of a freeman and degenerate into the shadows of banditry. Of course, if one had a bit of talent, passed the magician exam, or made a name for themselves in a big city, they could use their financial resources to relocate their family. This was the most legitimate, yet also the most difficult path. If someone in their family truly possessed this kind of talent, the villagers wouldn't have to worry about paying taxes. Thus, over the years, those with some ability found their own ways out of the village. The only ones left were ordinary people, unable to leave or escape, who couldn't even be considered thugs. They guarded their rented plots of land, toiling diligently every day. Their harvest, besides providing food and clothing for themselves and their families, went entirely to taxes and rent. Life was rough, but ultimately not impossible. By enduring hardship, life would pass. But recently something had changed. A group of knights from the kingdom arrived at the village, claiming to have come on the king's orders to survey the land boundaries. Boundary stakes had been driven into the land bordering Lord Sman's village. A clear vertical line ran through the center of the stake, and on either side of it were two lines of text, facing their direction: Wiltshire County, Garnier Village, Viscount Andre's territory. The leading knight held up a scroll and announced loudly, "Baron Newman is dead. From this day forward, Garnier Village belongs to Viscount Andre Lou Huntington. It has become part of the new Wiltshire County." He turned to the villagers of Garnier and said, "You will no longer have to pay taxes to Baron Sman." The villagers glanced with a mixture of awe and fear at the knights belonging to Baron Sman across the boundary stake. The leading knight snorted, turned his horse, and marched off with his troops. The villagers exhaled slowly, their eyes turning to the boundary stakes, and the knight issuing the decree in utter reverence. From now on, 2 knights from the kingdom will be stationed year-round in Garnier Village, responsible for village security and border security. Villagers' household registration and leased land must be re-registered and confirmed. Those who complete the registration will receive a 50% reduction in taxes for the current year. The knight issuing the decree swept his gaze over the villagers before him. In addition, villagers who obtain new household registration will receive free magical education. Free magical education. The villagers gasped. Yes, those who have received household registration from Lord Andre can take a free magical talent test. If they pass, they can study magic in the western city of Eston for free. Tuition and travel expenses are free, and food and lodging are subsidized. If you don't want to study magic, you can stay in the village and rent more land at a cheaper rate. Wow! The villagers gasped again. This benefit was too good to be true. They were skeptical, but after watching the knights set up the boundary stakes and then camped in the village, the new household registration officer went from house to house, registering each household, measuring the land, and conducting magic tests. Every step was just as the herald had instructed. Overnight, Rose noticed that the long uninhabited houses in the village had returned to their original owners. Those who had fled the village and wandered for years pretended to have never left and went to register. Rose blinked and chose to remain silent. The new lord kept his word. Those with magical talent were gathered together and voluntarily embarked on a journey to the western city of Eston to study for free. The remaining villagers rented more land at a lower rent, and their taxes were reduced by more than half, and smiles filled their faces. Life seemed to be getting better little by little. Chapter 395. The new name of the territory has been approved. His Majesty the King has chosen the county of Wiltshire. From this day forward, you are Viscount Wilshire. Liv Land, one of the lieutenants, followed Andre's footsteps and reported rapidly, the boundary markers have been reinstalled. The nobles in the surrounding areas are somewhat agitated, but there has been no actual conflict with our people. The new policy is being implemented methodically throughout the territory. Residential registration and land lease registration in villages and towns are underway. As you expected, after learning of tax exemptions and free magical education, many bandits and thugs roaming outside the villages have chosen to quietly return to the villages and become honest citizens. The knights are conducting both open and covert investigations to identify and investigate these individuals. As you mentioned, if someone is simply seeking a living, or forced by corrupt officials to commit petty theft and rob the rich to help the poor, we will feign ignorance of their past, treating them as ordinary refugees and keeping them under close surveillance. If they live a good life and don't commit any more crimes, we will forgive their past. If they commit another offense, we will arrest them immediately. For those who have committed serious crimes such as murder and arson, we will first investigate them thoroughly and hold our ground. Once all the bandits have lowered their guard, believing we will not investigate their past, and have returned, we will capture them all. Yes, Andre replied. Well done. Previously, Baron Newman was obsessed with making money, and showed no concern for the lives of his subjects. This forced many impoverished people to flee their homes, and become thieves and bandits. These people often hid in the mountains, guarding the mountain passes and robbing passing merchants. However, most people were simply trying to make a living, and their actions were often guided by a code of conduct. If people from their own village or nearby towns were passing through without any grudges, they would be quietly let off. Merchants would only be stopped, charged a toll, and released after leaving a few boxes of goods, most of which were not fatal. For these people, Andre planned to show some leniency. If they could take this opportunity to return to their villages and properly farm, work, or engage in commerce, it would save the knights a great deal of work, and he wouldn't have to pay to support the prisoners, a win-win for everyone. Of course, there were also some extremely vicious bandits. These people were ruthless and unscrupulous, and they must not be let off. After Livlon finished his report, Nolan stepped forward and said, "Everything is going smoothly with the knights, and the team has been well integrated. Those troublemakers have been tamed and docile, and they dare not act rashly. They have been eager to take on the missions on several occasions, and they have completed them very well." Andre was well aware of this. He had already thoroughly subdued several small groups, and now he had disbanded the entire branch, mixing them with the 100 soldiers transferred from the army. His father was a master at training soldiers, and these 100 knights were the elite of the elite, radiating righteousness and ready to strike wherever they were directed. The once ruffian-like, scheming knights of the Eston West City branch instantly became like huskies among wolves, their tails between their legs, their eyes gleaming with clarity. Without clarity, they only dared to assert themselves when forming a group. Once dispersed, their voices immediately dropped by 70%, daring to conceive any ulterior motives. The Kingdom Knights were now of use, freeing Andre to act without restraint. We placed several teams in each city, leave 10 men in each small town, and station 1 to 3 men in each village. We also provide a contact list for communicating with the branch headquarters in West Eston City, so any incidents can be relayed immediately. In less than a week, the number of refugees and bandits in the territory has decreased by 80%. The remaining 20% are extremely vicious. We're already working on a roundup and elimination, and we have results soon. After Nolan finished speaking, Angus, the adjutant, took over the report. He said with a bitter face, "The new school in West Eston City has been completed, and many magicians have applied. We selected 5 highly respected magicians to teach the advanced classes, and 5 young, promising, and capable assistants to teach the basic classes." So many people? Andre was a little surprised. He had thought 2 or 3 would be enough. Boss Yu's snack bar has sparked a culinary craze at the Royal School of Magic. Now, if you want to try one of their signature dishes, you have to get up early and line up. It's okay if you never tried it, but once you tried it, the deliciousness is indelible. Magic mud, hard bread, barley porridge. It's simply unpalatable. As a loyal takeout customer of the brewing workshop, Angus could clearly understand the cravings and pain of the magicians, who couldn't eat their food. As soon as they heard this was the main store, they rushed over. Even before our interview, they had already started several fights. Andre, he still underestimated the destructive power of Little Bones' delicacies. "We had no choice but to increase the number of recruits," said Angus. "Otherwise, I'd be really worried about them getting into trouble." They're all well-known magicians. Andre, flipping through the wizard's resumes, chuckled. It's okay, just a few more magicians. We can afford them. We provide them with takeout every morning, noon, and night, rotating them around. These professors and teaching assistants are at least senior lecturers at the Royal Magic Academy, some even tenured. Having them here lecturing is a complete waste of their talents. They made a killing this time, too busy to even laugh, so they naturally can't push them away. The fish sauce factory is already built. The large ceramic vats and magic circles for brewing are ready, and the raw material supply has been negotiated. We just have to wait for the knights to capture the prisoners, and then we can officially begin production. But is it really feasible to use prisoners to brew sauce? Let's give it a try. They're all serving sentences of around 10 years anyway, Andre said. This crime isn't too serious, nor too minor. Keeping them around would be a waste. We don't keep idle people in our territory. It would be great if they could do some work and support themselves. Serious prisoners are difficult to control, with sentences spanning decades. If they were to deal with dead fish and rotten shrimp every day, they'd probably riot after just a few days. Exposing them to food isn't safe either. But prisoners serving sentences of around 10 years are in a very delicate situation. If they can hold on, they might see their families and be freed, not to mention the chance of a sentence reduction if they behave well. Even if they're dealing with dead fish and rotten shrimp, they endure it as much as possible. These prisoners, who are hoping for a reduction in their sentences, would like to brew delicious fish sauce more than anyone else. Chapter 396. While Andre was diligently building his territory, Jiangyo's new store was also under construction in full swing. The troll construction team arrived as scheduled, only to receive news that their boss had changed the requirements again. However, these pitiful slaves only fretted for a second before succumbing to the allure of the donuts Jiangyu presented. The fried dough rings, drizzled with icing sugar and cream, had a sweet aroma that piqued the troll's keen sense of smell even from a distance. The troll craftsman gulped and immediately declared, "We can do it. We change the design right now." Jericho, enjoying a donut in his mouth, watched the whole thing with a cold eye. Oh, that's a good idea. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but Jiangyu was getting better and better at tempting the workers with delicious food. Well, then again, with delicious food in front of him, who could resist? Not his master, not him, and certainly not these workers. SSS, is this the terror of the Lich? The trolls were incredibly efficient. After Jiangyu changed his mind, a more perfect viewing restaurant was created. It still had the circular greenhouse and small building design, but the small building was modified to be more transparent, constructed primarily of large stone blocks, and with numerous dragon crystal windows for ventilation and light, maximizing both safety and aesthetics. After Jiangyu nodded his approval of the new design, the trolls erected a tight curtain around the plot of land. Carts loaded with building stones and sand unloaded and departed. The diners craned their necks, unable to see what was happening behind the curtain. The trolls had cast a soundproofing and dustproofing spell on the construction site, preventing any noise from leaking out, without affecting Jiangyu's business. Takumi was preparing for a new bakery, and she would occasionally visit the construction site. Every time she went, she noticed new changes. The messy ruins had been razed to the ground, and the vast dragon crystal ore had been mined and cut into thin slices, some square and some curved. Though these dragon crystals were as thin as glass, they were actually incredibly hard. No matter how hard they were thrown, jumped on, or attacked with magic, they would not cause any damage. They even absorbed external attack energy and converted it into their own energy reserves, which could be used to regulate the ambient temperature or enhance defense. According to Leodor, with the use of certain dragon language spells, Takumi, you could even control these energy-rich dragon crystals to attack. How practical. Takumi exclaimed, and then had the craftsman make her a box out of dragon crystal. The box was small, just enough to fit her life box completely. On the evening after the troll craftsman finished digging the foundation and left work, Jiangyu took advantage of the dark and windy night to bury the dragon crystal box containing his phylactery deep within the foundation. Safe. The ground was quickly leveled, covered with a solid dragon crystal floor, and massive stone pillars were erected, supporting the entire structure of the small building. The circular dome greenhouse's supports gradually took shape, with curved pieces of dragon crystal inlaid on the supports, forming a perfect dome. Satisfied with the progress of the project, Jiangyu returned his attention to the bakery. Angus H. Bryman was indeed a very useful employee. He was extremely familiar with the real estate industry in West Essen City, and he easily selected the most suitable bakery location for Jiangyu. Right on the street where the brewery was located. Nearly all neighbors and tourists passing by on their way to the brewery pass by this corner. By the way, there's a public restroom at the end of the street. Because of the smell, people without physical needs avoid it, making it unsuitable for food business. This place itself was once a large shop, with 3 floors. It closed down years ago due to poor management, and the property rights reverted to the Lord. Now it's considered Andre's property, and he can just renovate and use it, rent-free. The troll sent 2 craftsmen to painstakingly renovate the shop and build a brand new stone oven. This oven is much more powerful than Andre's bread oven. It uses an open flame, making it perfect for grilling meat, baking pizza, and baking bread. It's powerful and quick. While Jiangyu takes 2 hours to bake a batch, this one can finish one in 20 minutes. Not only that, the troll craftsman even adjusted the oven's flue, so it passes through the fermentation room wall, then through a small smoke box, before finally entering the exhaust duct. This way, the scorching smoke gradually cools in the long flue, providing heat to the fermentation chamber, keeping it at the perfect fermentation temperature. If the temperature rises a bit, that's no problem. The trolls have embedded magical ice crystals in the walls. A little magic can neutralize the excessive heat and maintain a constant temperature. The cooled smoke enters the smoker, where it can be used to smoke ham, sausage, and chicken, common fillings for bread and sandwiches. Smoking your own food is healthy, delicious, and cost-effective. For this reason, the wood used in the oven is hickory and applewood, sourced from the hunting grounds outside the city, a precious gift from Baron Newman. Renovating a bakery was a much quicker undertaking than building a new restaurant from scratch. In just 3 days, the deaf troll artisans, skilled in architectural magic, completed the construction, including the shelves. The 2 upper floors of the bakery were also converted into staff quarters. As for the staff, they were naturally the veterans Andre had brought back and their families. They had once again undergone magical examinations by the doctors and received health certificates. Those with prior pasta-making experience were prioritized and participated in a closed-door test. The skeletons prepared the ingredients and workbench for them, and taught them how to make bread. The 10 best performers were selected to become the bakers of the bakery. In this era, automatic dough-kneading machines and bread makers had not yet been invented. To make delicious bread, in addition to hand kneading, it relied on long, natural fermentation. Making a batch of bread often took 4 or 5 hours, and the shop required a large quantity of bread. According to Jiangyu's estimate, 10 bakers working at their full capacity could only produce 20 or 30 batches of bread, barely enough to fill the shelves. In the Principality of Huntington's dietary habits, bread is the most common staple. Although people also eat sweet potatoes, oats, and barley porridge, bread undoubtedly always ranks first in consumption. Jiangyu sells soft bread, a product of later generations that has improved the kneading, fermentation, and baking techniques. Its deliciousness is incomparable to the hard black bread that horse can even use as a weapon in an emergency. Chapter 397. Bread is the art of fermentation. This art was slowly mastered by humans over the course of time. In the beginning, the common food was thick, unleavened dough flatbread. It was solid, hard, and devoid of air, even without sugar or salt for seasoning, making it difficult to swallow. Later, legend has it that a lazy servant of a noble left an unbaked loaf of dough near the fireplace and fell asleep. When he awoke, he found the dough puffed and emitting a slightly sour smell. Fearing punishment, the servant continued to bake the loaf, accidentally achieving a rather pleasant taste. After that, people repeatedly experimented with the right ratios of flour, water, and temperature, trying to recreate the magical miracle. Eventually, they discovered yeast. At this time, knowledge of yeast was still very limited, and the technique was not mastered by the general public, but rather tightly controlled by the nobles' cooks. After all, only the nobles had sufficient flour, sugar, and eggs, allowing the cooks to fine-tune the taste through repeated experimentation. Common people's bread consists simply of flour, salt, water, and thyme. Even the yeast is a naturally occurring bacteria floating in the air, uncultivated and unfed. For the dough to ferment to a barely acceptable level under these conditions, it requires an extremely long time. It can take days, or even a week, until the bread develops a sour smell. Hence, it's called sourdough bread. Xiaoyou's bakery naturally doesn't employ such crude techniques. The yeast she uses is one she personally cultivates, carefully nurturing with fresh flour daily. It's treated with exorcism spells to kill off foreign bacteria and nourished with targeted nurturing spells, making it incredibly active. Under the right temperature, and in the right proportions, it can unleash a formidable vitality. Kneading bread requires meticulous attention to detail. Proper kneading and beating techniques promote gluten formation. The glove-like structure creates perfect air cells within the bread, where yeast diligently breaks down starch, producing carbon dioxide to fill these cells and make the bread fluffy and puffy. The resulting bread, even a beginner's version, tastes better than bland, hard, dark bread. Training a baker typically requires years of effort, consuming vast quantities of ingredients, and producing a variety of poor, substandard bread products. But Jiangyu isn't worried about this at all. Initially, these bakers did produce a variety of breads that weren't properly fermented, baked too long or too short, or burnt or undercooked. The undercooked ones were returned to the oven, and the remaining bread, which didn't meet Jiangyu's sales standards, but was still very tempting to the locals, was donated as charity to the needy. As the bakers continued to produce, their skills rapidly improved. After 2 or 3 days, their substandard products were enough to supply the Kingdom Knights canteen in West Eston. After 4 or 5 days, they were producing quite good quality bread, and on the 7th day, the bakery officially opened for business. The bakery's name was once again quite straightforward, Lich's Bakery. At 6 in the morning, the bakers, already dressed and ready, went to the bakery room and took out the Polish bread that had been slowly fermenting in the refrigerator the night before, and added it to the fresh dough. Normally, if a bakery wanted to open for the early morning market, its bakers would have to wake up at 3 or 4 a.m. to make bread. But West Eston City wasn't some modern metropolis, nor were there any unlucky office workers who had to work at 8 a.m. So, considerate of his employees, Boss Wu Lich extended his hours, working from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. so that the first batch of bread could be baked on time. 10 a.m. was also the time when the people of West Eston City typically went out to find food and chat. People, accustomed to queuing at this time to find food at the brewery, could smell a particularly tempting sweet aroma at the intersection, and couldn't help but stop to look. Hey, Boss Wu Lich's bakery is open. Today? I thought it would be a while. Let's go! Let's try it. The bakery's walls were inlaid with large, transparent dragon crystals, allowing the breeze and aroma to flow freely while keeping out annoying mosquitoes and flies. Customers walked through the dragon crystal door and saw a variety of breads neatly arranged on the shelves. Rectangular, golden toasts, long, crispy baguettes, palm-sized crescent-shaped croissants, and delicate sausage rolls filled with sausage. Beneath each type of bread is a label with the type and price. Below that, the ingredients and fillings are meticulously listed, and even food allergies are carefully noted. Just this label alone conveys the owner's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. The price of bread varies depending on the complexity of the ingredients used. Bread with sugar is more expensive than without, and bread with meat fillings and butter is more expensive than without. The cheapest, a large piece of reformed rye sourdough bread, can be purchased for just a few nickels, while the most expensive, a chocolate millefeuille croissant sandwich with a fried egg and bacon, costs a silver coin. In addition to the shelves of freshly baked bread, there's a hot food counter in front of the cashier, selling steamed meat buns, steamed buns, and flour rolls, as well as freshly baked and heated sandwiches. A glass refrigerator displays a variety of washed fruits and vegetables, along with a large platter of sliced bacon and smoked sausage. There's also a beverage counter nearby, selling black tea, coffee, soy milk, and milk. On the far right side of the store, a row of tables and chairs offers a place for customers to relax, eat, and enjoy the view. An employee is busy at each of the hot food counter, beverage counter, and cash register, and occasionally a baker pushes a cart loaded with bread out to restock. Through the glass behind the counter, customers can vaguely see the baker busy in the back room, kneading a variety of breads. Behind the cashier hangs a price board listing the prices of various hot foods, drinks, and bread, along with a large sign. Next batch of special pizzas will be out at 12 o'clock. Specialty pizza? What's that? A customer who bought a lot of bread asked curiously, is it delicious? It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. The cashier was a young woman. She seemed to recall the wonderful taste and couldn't help licking her lips. The thick crust is piled high with white cheese, slathered with tomato sauce, and thick slices of sausage are evenly spread across the entire crust. The aroma fills the room when it's baked. When you pick up the sliced pizza, the melted cheese stretches out in long strands. Absolutely, absolutely delicious. Chapter 398. At noon, the first batch of specialty pizzas emerged from the oven, eagerly awaited by diners. A delicious aroma immediately filled the bakery. The sweet and sour aroma of tomatoes, paired with the half-melted, half-baked cheese, and the vibrant red of the bakery's signature homemade applewood smoked pepperoni. The white fat of the sausage, originally a mixture of fat and lean, red and white, had melted under the oven's intense heat, seeping into the lean meat and blending perfectly, leaving fingers twitching and mouths watering. The pizzas in the shop were 9-inch pizzas, evenly sliced into 6 small, fan-shaped slices. These slices were sold in units of 10 copper coins per slice, with a limit of 1 per person. Only 3 ovens were open at noon, each with 20 slices, while supplies lasted. Normally, this size and price should be a bit of a pain in the ass, but once purchase restrictions are put in place and lines form, something becomes a rarity, unattainable even with money. When people see the shoppers eagerly clutching their pizzas and devouring them with a chuckle of joy, they can't help but want to spend. It's just 10 coppers, right? Small change. Spend it. At the end of the line, a clerk counted the number of people and put down a sign that read, "Sold out. Next batch of specialty pizzas will be available promptly at 6 p.m. Old customers, accustomed to the Lich owner's evening hours, turned and glanced at the sign, which read, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. They were immediately delighted. Hey! This shop is open at night. Of course. Under Viscount Andre's rule, the safety of Eston West City has improved significantly. At night, the streets are brightly lit, and with the nights patrolling, many shops are willing to stay open until late. What about Boss Lich's brewery? Has it extended its hours? Not really. Boss Lich said that evenings are their family dinner time. They don't offer dine-in, only takeout at best, and even that is sporadic. There's no way around it. Whether or not they can open for takeout at night depends on how much food the shop has left. Business is so brisk during the day, there's no need to open at night. Besides, it's not just their own employees who eat at Jiangyo's now. Andre's 4 lieutenants sometimes linger under the pretext of reporting on work, and naturally stay for dinner. Similarly, so do the magicians who teach Jiangyu. With the opening of the public magic school in West Eston, Jiangyu officially began studying magic. The professors teach civilians, who have successfully passed the entrance exam during the day, and then come to the brewery from 7 to 9 p.m. to teach Jiangyu classes. There was no other way. Even if the professors could spare the time, Jiangyu was too busy running the shop and factory to spare, so evening was the best time for classes. As a result, the professor shamelessly arrived at the brewery early to wait for class, naturally getting a free dinner. According to Andre's plan, 1 senior professor would have been more than enough to teach Jiangyu. But the other senior professors were unhappy. We're all equally skilled. Why should only 1 person get to eat? Of course, the others also ate takeout from the brewery. But how could takeout be as delicious as dining in? And how could the dishes prepared for takeout customers be as delicious as the meals the Lich boss prepared for his family and employees? Therefore, when teaching Jiangyu, 5 highly respected veteran magicians always appeared together. They each concentrated on their ultimate skills, pouring out their most valuable knowledge, fearing they wouldn't be as good as their companions and be disliked by the Lich master. Jiangyu and Andre were also very satisfied with this situation. Ever since learning that Mio's magic book had been tampered with, Jiangyu has been psychologically retarded from learning magic on his own. It's like a poor student using AI to search for research papers. Knowing that the AI might fabricate academic theories and evidence, those without professional knowledge simply can't see the flaws. With 5 professional magicians keeping each other in check, Jiangyu had no fear of any of them playing tricks. If someone made repeated mistakes, the other magicians would actively intervene and correct them, making it immediately clear that something was amiss. Over the past week, Jiangyu's magic has improved dramatically. Possessing a Lich's natural affinity for magic, coupled with a wealth of both orthodox and fantastical knowledge from otherworldly realms, she quickly mastered the basics of magic. By comparison, she was roughly at the level of an elementary school graduate. Several magicians didn't see any problem with this learning speed, or the fact that Jiangyu, a Lich holding a dark magic charter, was starting from scratch. They felt that the Lich master was testing himself on behalf of the Lord, to see if they were capable enough to teach the people of Wilshire. The magicians simply felt that Viscount Andre was deeply concerned about his subjects, and that the Liches close to him were being entrusted with important tasks. But a new lord always has this flaw. People are always particularly interested in new things, and even the most unreliable lord will be diligent in his first few months. As for how long this diligent work can last, it's hard to say. A journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's true character. Perhaps they catch a glimpse of the truth when they return to observe the development of Wilshire in a few years. However, the improvement in public security in Wilshire is undeniable. As a large number of refugees laid down their weapons and returned to their hometowns to become naturalized citizens, petty theft and fighting gradually disappeared in Wilshire, and people hoped to learn magic and pursue a better future. As more students entered the school, the kingdom's knights also took strong action, apprehending all the criminals responsible for bloody and serious crimes. Every unscrupulous criminal who had committed murder, was thrown into prison. The respected old judge, wearing thick glasses, examined and sentenced them one by one, hanging those who deserved it, beheading those who deserved it. Those sentenced to more than 30 years in prison were all said to work as hard labor in the quarries for the rest of their lives. Andre wasn't sure if these people could be the food, but he could still get them to work. Wilshire County needed infrastructure everywhere, which naturally required endless amounts of stone and sand. These hardened criminals, living on the edge of life, were muscular and possessed boundless strength. Putting them to this kind of hard labor would be a perfect outlet for their excessive energy, keeping them from causing trouble. As for those serving sentences of 3 to 10 years, after a medical examination and confirmation of their health, they were sent to the fish sauce factory, where they began their long journey of atonement. Chapter 399. The newly opened fish sauce factory is located just outside the village of Piril, not far from the western city of Eston. Piril, nestled against a quarry and facing the main road, was once a prosperous village. But as the quarry's resources gradually depleted and the number of bandits in the nearby mountains and forests increased dramatically, the villagers resorted to various means, using their savings to move away. By the time Andre took over the territory, the village had become deserted. It was even frequently used as a refuge by bandits. After recruiting and eliminating the nearby bandits, Andre led his troops to occupy the village, allowing the troll engineering team to build a factory there, and even building a lair for the little dragon Leodor. There was no other way. Fish sauce requires seafood. Wilshire County doesn't have an ocean, but they do have dragons. As long as he's provided with delicious food, Leodor is easy to please. After all, wherever a dragon sleeps, it becomes dragon crystal, so the living environment doesn't make much difference to them. Even if the difference before bed was stark, the next morning, when they woke up, they would find themselves in a world covered in dragon crystal. This was an inconvenient habit for dragons, but for Takumi and Andre, it was a boon. Enticed by Takumi's delicious food, Leodo moved into the village's lair. Once the factory opened, he would simply deliver a batch of fish and shrimp to the fish sauce factory each morning, then fly to Eston West City for dinner, and to tend to the shop, returning home to sleep at night. Dragons fly incredibly fast, and the commute from Piril village to the city is only a 5-minute journey. For the little dragon, it was a perfect daily exercise to boost his appetite. Thanks to an ample supply of dragon crystal, Jiangyo's fish sauce factory also utilizes a large number of dragon crystal doors and windows. This dragon crystal effectively keeps out dust, germs, and insects, prevents prisoners from escaping, and regulates the indoor temperature. For a fermentation plant, it's simply the perfect building material. Andre and Jiangyu now have a wealth of connections. They decided to bring in 5 veteran magic professors and have them engrave corresponding spirit purifying, spirit removing, or spirit nurturing magic circles in various areas of the factory, thus achieving a truly sterile workshop. Of course, the sauce fermentation process still requires the participation of bacterial flora, but these flora are all beneficial bacteria cultivated by Jiangyu. With the help of spirit purifying magic to eliminate harmful bacteria and cultivate legitimate bacteria, no harmful bacteria can enter. These magic circles didn't need to be constantly active. Simply activating the sterilization magic at specific times, after employees left the factory, was sufficient to ensure effectiveness. Running the sterilization magic 24/7 might even kill the beneficial bacteria in the employees' bodies that maintain human health, making it unnecessary. After the magic circle was engraved, Takuya and Andre brought in Dr. Charles Denami, a bird-beak surgeon. After repeated tests confirmed its feasibility, the 3 of them developed a sterilization procedure to be used during normal factory operations. Andre even magically inscribed this procedure on the factory wall, ensuring that workers could see it whenever they looked up. Next, Takuya ordered large adamantine vats, presses, filters, and bottling machines for fermenting fish sauce, all of which were placed in designated rooms according to the production process. These devices were custom-made by Takuya after a long time of demonstrations with Tux, costing her a considerable sum of money. Thankfully, Heidi and Larissa both sent dividends, which barely kept Takuya's cash flow afloat. With these tasks completed, the dormitory area outside the factory was successfully built, complete with a cafeteria, a large bathhouse, and public toilets. The entire factory area, along with the village outside, was surrounded by a high wall, preventing both escape and intrusion. The prisoners lived next to the factory, while the guards and other staff lived in the village. The staff dormitories, small cafeteria, and bathhouses in the village, specifically for regular employees, were much better than those for the prisoners and roughly on par with the living conditions of Takuyu's other employees. Here, they could also enjoy the delicious meals that Takuyu had taught the cooks. Next, the shackled prisoners were transported in by prison van. Driven by the kingdom's knights, they took their clean uniforms and went to the large bathhouse to wash thoroughly. After changing into their uniform gray uniforms, they were taken to the cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria, managed by a plump woman, only served oatmeal, black bread, eggs, bacon, and vegetables, enough to keep them 70% to 80% full. If they wanted more or better food, there were options. While working in the factory, the prisoners' every move was monitored and recorded by the guards. Those who worked diligently and didn't cause trouble received bonus points, while those who disrupted the work would be stopped and deducted points. The bonus points could be exchanged for more plentiful and delicious food, more comfortable clothes, bedding, even daily necessities, and living quarters, and could even be used to reduce their sentences. If the points were deducted to a certain level, they would be punished with confinement, potentially increasing their sentence, or even being transferred to the mines. As for the prison guards, who managed the factory, they were the least injured and strongest of the veterans Andre had recruited. They worked 5 days a week and had 2 days off. During their off-duty shifts, they could take the public carriage back to Eston West. Jiaoyo taught these veterans the fish sauce-making process, and then had them instruct the prisoners assigned to the various sections on their respective responsibilities. The fish sauce production process involved numerous steps: receiving seafood, sorting fish and shrimp, removing impurities, washing, mixing with salt for salting, removing bacteria, and then placing it in specialized fermentation vats. The large vats were made of fine gold, resistant to salt and rust, and protected from impurities and bacteria. During the fermentation period, manual stirring and degassing were required. Once fermentation was complete, the fermented mixture was pressed, filtered, the fish residue removed, and the fish sauce concentrate extracted. The mixture was then filtered, sterilized, seasoned, bottled, labeled, and packed for shipping. Of course, the fermentation period for fish sauce is between 6 months and 2 years, so the factory will initially only be working on the first half. This allows the guards to select prisoners who are efficient, reliable, and committed to good deeds and who are striving to repent. After 6 months, these motivated individuals will have priority for further steps. Jiaoyo and Andre also stayed at the factory for a few days, not leaving until all processes were flawless and the factory was operating smoothly. The factory's costs primarily lie in infrastructure and custom machinery, while labor costs only cover the salaries of veteran guards and a few cooks, making it quite cost-effective. While the fish sauce won't pay off for at least 6 months, the factory solves a major problem for Andre's territory, and he can naturally allocate funds for their maintenance. Overall, it's much more cost-effective than simply keeping these prisoners locked up and eating their meals. Chapter 400. With the experience gained from the first factory, Jiangyu built subsequent factories and workshops with remarkable speed. The second factory was a noodle factory, located in the Witch Forest. The location had been previously discussed with Lolisa, who had helped prepare the site and manpower. Naturally, she wouldn't abandon the project just because Andre joined. Besides, the Witch Forest was rich in various wheat and flour varieties. Building a noodle factory there would significantly save on raw material transportation costs. The finished product could then be cooked and sold at the branch, further saving on shipping costs. The original plan was textbook-like and naturally required few changes. The only optimization involved was in the execution. Andre continued to dispatch a troll engineering team and built a rectangular dragon crystal enclosure outside the noodle drying area, allowing light in, controlling temperature, and providing protection from wind, rain, insects, and thieves. The abundant and nearly free supply of dragon crystal was the young couple's key to building a profitable factory. This thing is incredibly useful. It's powerful, boasts incredible defense, and can be transformed at will. Aside from the dragons themselves, who dislike it, it's a treasure to everyone. The noodle factory was built similarly to the fish sauce factory. A spirit-purifying magic circle was engraved and buried during construction. However, the noodle factory didn't require a spirit-nourishing magic circle to cultivate bacteria. It was simply a sterile factory. The noodle factory was semi-automated. Jiangyu custom made a blender to combine flour, water, salt, and eggs into a flake-like dough. The dough was then manually kneaded into a uniform, semi-smooth dough. After resting in a sterile, temperature-controlled, and humidity-controlled resting chamber for half an hour to allow the gluten to fully develop and relax. It was fed into a noodle press, where it was repeatedly rolled out to form smooth, rectangular sheets. Finally, a noodle cutter cut the dough into the desired width. The cut noodles are lightly dusted with flour to prevent sticking, then hung on clean, sterile metal rods. Drying magic is used to set the noodles in shape before they are transported to the drying yard, where they dry under the sun. The drying yard receives abundant sunlight, and with dragon crystal regulating the humidity and drying magic assisting, the noodles can be dried in a single day. Once the noodles are dried, the workers remove the drying rods, unspool them, package them, and sterilize them. 1/3 of the noodles are shipped to branches, and 2/3 are transported to Eston West City for sale on horse-drawn carriages. While dwarven artisans can create all sorts of bizarre magic-driven machines, this is still at the level of the first industrial revolution. Achieving sophisticated software-controlled variable speed kneading is currently impossible. Perhaps the Rusman Federation, the land of scholars, might have a solution, but considering the 9 million gold coins a single alchemy puppet fetches there, Jiang Yu concludes that emerging technology isn't that important. Manual labor is a good option for certain processes. Affordable, simple, adaptable, and it could also solve a lot of employment problems. What a bargain! After drying, the noodles lose their moisture. Wrapped tightly in oil paper with a magic circle engraved with a drying and sterilizing effect, they can easily be stored for 3 months. 3 months is enough time for these noodles to be shipped and sold throughout the country by traveling merchants. The noodle craze began at the Brewing Workshop's main store and the Witch's Forest branch, gradually spreading to the capital, and then rapidly spread across the country with the traveling merchants. The chefs, recruited by the traveling merchants and trained by Jiang Yu, would buy a few beef shanks, stew a pot of broth, set up a small stall, and start selling noodles wherever the caravan arrived. A pot of broth and a pot of boiling water. The chef stuffed the noodles into a specially made, curved-handled colander and dipped it into the pot, letting the handle hang loosely over the edge. He reached into the colander with long chopsticks and quickly stirred the softened noodles. Then, he added a handful of washed vegetables and turned to get a large bowl. 2 tablespoons of beef broth filled most of the bowl. When the noodles were cooked, the chef took the curved-handled colander, shook it twice to drain the broth, flipped it over, and poured the noodles, along with the vegetables, into the bowl of beef broth. He then topped the noodles with a thick layer of beef shank, poured a little of the braised meat broth over them, and sprinkled cilantro, scallions, and chili oil on top, as desired, before serving. A bowl of beef noodles, including 1 or 2 ounces of noodles, 1 or 2 ounces of beef, a handful of vegetables, and a bowl of soup, cost 5 copper coins. Adding 3 nickels would also add a perfectly braised, runny egg, a truly affordable option. The beef broth was clear and rich in flavor. First boiled and then braised, the fragrant, thickly sliced beef shank would satisfy any carnivore's voracious appetite. The most delicious part was the long, chewy noodles, soaking up the broth and slurping them up with chili oil. As one chewed, the rich aroma of noodles and broth permeated their mouths. These noodles were neither choking like black bread nor sticky like oatmeal. Even though they were soupy, each strand was chewy and, as long as they were eaten within a reasonable time frame, wouldn't become mushy. The noodle eaters burped heartily, savory with the flavor of beef broth, wiped their mouths, and a variety of thoughts raced through their minds. Dried noodles were sold at a nearby stall. A paper-wrapped package contained half a pound of noodles, enough for 5 bowls, for just 2 copper coins. The oil paper packages weren't large, so an average hunter could easily carry 2 or 3 when hunting in the mountains. The noodles looked incredibly simple to cook. The cook didn't hide anything, simply showing everyone how to make them. If anyone asked for specific tips, he even volunteered, as if he was eager to teach everyone how to cook noodles. Smart people quickly figured out the key. These traveling merchants wouldn't stay in the city for long, nor did they own food stalls. These suddenly popular noodles were their new commodity. Once people learned how to cook and eat them, their noodles would naturally find a market. Furthermore, these noodles were indeed convenient and delicious. The people of Huntington weren't great at cooking, but they certainly knew how to boil water. Even if they didn't know how to make soup, they just had to follow the chef's instructions, count the minutes until the noodles were cooked, scoop them out onto a plate, and then pour the noodle sauce they bought from the noodle stall over the noodles, mix well, and enjoy. Those who could afford it could also add some bacon or ham, and it would be a delicious meal. The noodle sauce was also specially prepared by Jiang Yu. She offers several flavors, including scallion oil, Old Beijing fried sauce, and a Shaxian-style blend of peanut butter and sweet soy sauce. They were packaged in wide-mouthed glass bottles, also labeled with a self-sterilizing magic label. Even if diners weren't so picky, this sterilization magic ensured the sauce wouldn't spoil for months. Chapter 401. Though the investment in building the factory, custom ordering various machines, and hiring personnel all cost a considerable amount, the profits were equally substantial. The semi-automated noodle factory boasts a massive output, with a flour-to-water ratio of approximately 3:1. Aside from manual kneading, all other operations are performed by magical machines, easily churning out hundreds of kilograms of dried noodles a day. On average, the cost of this semi-automated industrialized production is very low. A bag of noodles actually costs only a few nickels, yet yields a profit of a copper, pure profit. In this case, dried noodles don't need to be priced too high. They are a necessity, so there's no need to rush to profit from them. Small profits, but quick turnover is the right approach. Well, actually, the profit isn't that small. The nationwide popularity of dried noodles has significantly improved the diet of the people of Huntington, especially those traveling, hunting, and exploring. With just a few bags of dried noodles, a can of noodle sauce, a small pot, and a pair of chopsticks, you can simply enjoy a delicious meal anywhere. In addition to the fish sauce and noodle factories, Jiangyu also opened soy sauce, noodle sauce, and fermented black bean factories. Most of the veterans were assigned to work in these factories. The remaining veterans with cooking and craft skills were placed by Jiangyu in a gourmet food shop near the workshop. As Alexa's skills improved, the tofu workshop's output increased significantly, and the variety of products also expanded dramatically. Jiangyu even used dragon crystal to build a fermentation room specifically for fermenting fermented tofu, making fermented tofu, stinky tofu, and other fermented delicacies. In addition, Jiangyu and Andre found a plot of land near the river, where a group of veterans raised ducks and geese. The duck eggs were used to make salted and preserved eggs, and the ducks and geese, when fattened up, could be eaten as meat, greatly enriching the variety of meats available. After Takumi and Andre's busy days of building factories, the living standards of the people of Wilshire County quietly rose significantly, and Takumi's new restaurant was finally completed and opened. It's finally open. Takumi rested his hands on his pelvis, surveying his new restaurant and exhaling slowly. To be honest, building the restaurant didn't take much time. However, Takumi's vision was for a beautiful garden greenhouse restaurant, so the after-construction soft furnishings, and the planting and arranging of flowers and plants were the most time-consuming and labor-intensive tasks. Thankfully, with the help of the Axe family, the final result was quite impressive. The Dragon Crystal Greenhouse restaurant is divided into sections dedicated to various tropical plants that require care, sunlight, and high temperatures. The restaurant itself is also lined with entire walls of dragon crystal, separating the planting area from the dining area where guests are seated. This way, guests can enjoy the garden's beauty without worrying about bees or other insects disrupting their enjoyment of the food. They can also enjoy the cooler temperatures, rather than the sweaty heat of the greenhouse, which routinely hovers over 30 degrees Celsius. With the dragon crystal partitions, Jiangyu can even simultaneously cultivate over a dozen delicate plants with varying requirements for temperature, moisture, and sunlight in this greenhouse restaurant. Pineapples, lychees, passion fruit, kiwis, basil, thyme, mint, rosemary, lemongrass, perilla, and roses. In time, she'd be able to achieve self-sufficiency in fruits, herbs, and vegetables. In the center of the greenhouse lies a massive dragon crystal aquarium, housing the fresh seafood Xiaolong provides that day. Guests are guaranteed to be caught, slaughtered, and cooked to order, ensuring absolute fairness. The adjacent stone dining room is also magnificently appointed, a spacious foyer, dragon crystal doors and windows, providing excellent light and ventilation. There aren't many plants here, but the decor remains warm and beautiful. The furnishings are somewhat similar to those of the original brewery. The first floor lobby features dining tables of various sizes, separated by a bar counter and cash register. Behind it lies a spacious kitchen and storage room. A rear door remains behind the kitchen for receiving supplies. The stairs to the second floor have been relocated to the right side of the building, eliminating the need to pass through the first floor dining room, effectively protecting the privacy of the nobles. The second and third floors offer private rooms, both large and small, perfect for nobles or wealthy merchants seeking confidential discussions. Outside the new storefront is a beautifully maintained garden, filled with less delicate plants. A variety of juicy vegetables grow in the fields, creating a lush and inviting atmosphere. After the restaurant was built, Takumi moved the freezer to the storage room, and gradually moved the kitchen utensils, equipment, and signage from the original brewery. When the restaurant opened, the original brewery began a major renovation. During this time, the troll construction team has been swamped with work. The trolls enjoy both food and profit, and their work is a joy. Except for Furious, who is unreliable and only responsible for taking orders and settling bills, the trolls' craftsmanship is excellent, and their aesthetic taste is spot on. They complete each project with impeccable integrity, and Takumi and Andre pay them promptly. The cooperation between the two sides was quite pleasant. The items left behind by Miyu and Mifuna in the brewing workshop had been removed and sealed by Andre and the Kingdom's Knights for investigation. Since Mifuna had left behind so many magic books, Andre had several greedy and capable magicians, and their assistants examined them. Although progress was slow, they did discover a number of problems. The sections on liches and immortality in those magic books had been tampered with to varying degrees. Not only had the content been altered, but the pages had also been laced with hallucinogenic drugs, which could cause drowsiness and confusion, and could easily lead to various auditory and visual hallucinations. Miyu might have been tricked, Andre analyzed. But Mifuna is a potions master herself, so there's no way she wouldn't have noticed the potions. These potions must have been spread after Mifuna's death, before Miyu returned to the workshop. The workshop was empty at the time, and Aunt Wolf wasn't always home, so breaking into such an empty house would have been easy. It seems that Miyu's poor mental state at the time was probably also affected by the potions. But this still doesn't allow them to pinpoint the motive behind Miyu's attack, let alone the identity of the mastermind. They have to continue their investigation. Jiaoyu shrugged. She wasn't as skilled at investigating as Andre. All her knowledge came from playing games, reading novels, and watching TV in a previous life. Unless the suspect stood right in front of her and asked her to sniff and lick the soul fire. Well, she was an expert at solving cases by consuming soul fire. The brewing workshop was being renovated, so the two of them and Jericho had to find another place to stay. Fortunately, Jiangyu had a lot of businesses now, so they moved directly into the empty room upstairs of the tofu workshop. Chapter 402. Early in the morning, Alexei rose energetically. She stretched, looked up at the morning mist outside the window, washed up, and went to the kitchen. The soybeans she had put in the refrigerator to soak before bed were now perfectly soaked. She carried the basin filled with soybeans to the millstone, rinsed it with clean water, then filled a spoonful of beans into the center hole and whispered a spell. The millstone slowly began to turn on its own. The spoon floated in midair, rhythmically adding beans, spoonful by spoonful. Soy milk trickled from the millstone's outlet into a large, gauze-wrapped bucket. Alexei hummed a song as the millstone ground the soy milk. She then went to the corner bakery and brought back a basket of steaming meat buns. This was an employee benefit for the Lich chain. Although the bakery hadn't opened yet, the bakers had already begun preparing breakfast for the employees. Employees who craved hot buns, regardless of which store they worked for, could present their employee badges and receive unlimited free buns. Similarly, bakery employees could come to Alexei for soy milk and tofu pudding. By sharing what they had, their food packages had skyrocketed. The children hadn't woken up yet, and this was the time when Alexei could focus most on her work. Holding a bun in her mouth, she sped up her magic grinding soy milk, quickly completing several large buckets. Ever since Boss Jiangyu had given her a generous helping of soul fire, Alexei's magic had surged. Not only had she not lost control, she was now able to cast spells. The soy milk grinding magic was invented by a customer at the restaurant. The diner was Vita host Stefan, an assistant magician invited by Lord Andre from the Royal Academy of Magic to teach the people of the territory. A devoted fan of tofu pudding, Vita had once been frustrated that the shop couldn't make it fast enough to keep up with her class schedule. After spending a week at the shop, she taught Alexei the home magic she had painstakingly developed. Alexei tried it, and found it incredibly effective. It didn't consume much magic power, significantly shortened the preparation time, and saved a lot of manpower, eliminating the exhaustion and aches she experienced every night. No wonder magicians have a saying, don't waste time and energy on things that can be solved with magic. When Takuya yawned and led his Doberman downstairs, Alexei had already made soy milk, and was carrying the first pot of steaming tofu pudding from the kitchen to the shop entrance. It's called carrying, but it's actually just floating. A large iron pot of tofu pudding floated behind Alexei, following her like a little pet. Quite cute. Good morning, boss you. Alexei greeted her warmly. What would you like for breakfast? 2 servings of tofu pudding and meat buns, and 2 fried dough sticks. Okay, I go get the dough sticks next door. Jiangyu took the dog out. It was her daily morning walk. No one knew how Boss Yu came back from her long trip with a handsome, large dog, and this dog was so elusive, like a magical creature. However, Boss Yu was now considered half the owner of Eston West City, and no one cared whether she kept a dog or not. The dog was quite handsome, with a beautiful, smooth, and toned figure beneath its black and brown fur, making one want to pet it. But the dog wasn't very friendly, and wouldn't let anyone except Boss Yu pet it. Alexei scooped out a small pot of tofu pudding and took it to the bakery, ordering a few fried dough sticks. She was now completely accustomed to running around this street. She wasn't shy or afraid of people, and she greeted her neighbors openly. Her personality had become much more outgoing. When she entered, clutching a small basket of crispy fried dough sticks, Vita was already approaching, her steps limp like a zombie. "Good morning," she weakly greeted. "Give me some tofu pudding, life-extending tofu pudding, sweet tofu pudding." Alexei had long since grown accustomed to her near-death appearance this morning. She immediately led her to an empty table, had her lie down, and then made her a portion of tofu pudding, drizzled it with a thick layer of malt sugar, and cut her half a crispy dough stick. "Here, it's a freebie." "Thanks." Vita cast an ice spell on the steaming tofu pudding, transforming it into chilled tofu pudding. She then began to inhale it fiercely. The more she ate, the brighter her eyes became, and her spirits visibly brightened. Like the legendary undead zombies, who eat brains to prolong their lives. Alexei pondered silently, arranging the tofu pudding to suit Boss Yu and her night's tastes. She also arranged the meat buns and dough sticks, and placed them on an empty table. Just as they were done, Takumi and Andre arrived. Strangely, the Doberman was nowhere to be seen. Alexei wasn't surprised. The dog must have been handed over to the night squire to be fed. The owner and the lord sat down to eat, chatting and laughing, while Alexei went upstairs to wake the children and get them washed. Although her children were obedient, caring for 8 children, all so sleepy they couldn't even open their eyes, took all the effort Alexei could muster. It took a while before she finally led them downstairs. Each of them received a bowl of tofu pudding with steamed buns, topped with a small, invigorating soul fire. After breakfast, the 8 little girls instantly revived. Following the equally revived Vita, they waved to Alexei. "Mom, we're off to school? Study hard. Did you bring enough soul fire snacks? Don't transform easily." Alexei routinely checked their bags. "Okay, let's go to school. Just listen to Teacher Vita." "I will." The 8 children gathered around Vita, chattering about what happened at school yesterday, and skipped off with their teacher. Vita happened to be the children's magic teacher, and with her taking the children to school after breakfast, Alexei could save herself a lot of time pressing the tofu. Most customers who dined at the brewery had tried tofu dishes. Some diners, who could cook, and didn't want to wait in line every day, would buy some tofu to take home and cook. Soft tofu, firm tofu, frozen tofu, fried tofu, and the newly introduced fermented tofu are all very popular these days. Marinated fermented tofu is especially addictive. The first bite is salty, spicy, and has a strange flavor that makes you shake your head. But when added to thick white porridge for breakfast, it undergoes a dramatic transformation, leaving you wanting more than just one mouthful. It's addictive. Chapter 403. Of course, rice was still a rare and unaffordable import for the poor. Even the thin white porridge made with a large amount of water could only be enjoyed occasionally. But fermented tofu was very cheap. A small can cost only 10 nickels, containing about 10 small, square pieces. Because of its strong flavor, one piece could be shared with 3 meals, and using it to pass a few meals could save a lot of money. The poor couldn't afford white rice or rice porridge, but they were very creative when it came to saving money. Bland oatmeal porridge was instantly flavorful when combined with fermented tofu. Not to mention that it could be used as a special, rich cheese spread on bread and steamed buns, and there was even a version that could be used in stir-fries. Jianyu taught Alexei to make 3 flavors of fermented tofu: a savory white version, a wine-flavored red version, and a third with chili peppers for a salty and spicy kick. Red fermented bean curd can also be soaked to produce a red, rich, and fragrant fermented bean curd sauce. Alexei has tried the fried chicken that Takuya makes with this sauce. With a faint aroma of wine, the crispy skin oozes a captivating red fried chicken aroma that nearly made her gnaw on her fingers. However, the production of red fermented bean curd and fermented bean curd sauce is limited, otherwise Alexei would have forced Takuya to make fermented bean curd fried chicken every day. However, Boss Yu also said that once Alexei can steadily produce a variety of fermented bean curd and fermented bean curd sauce, she will open another fermented bean curd fried chicken shop on this street, and also upgrade the snack bar at the Royal School of Magic. Alexei pondered as she made tofu. At 8 o'clock, the other employees clocked in on time. The employees are a couple of veterans. Both men have some hidden injuries, but they don't stop them from pressing and frying tofu, and stocking the various sauces. The two women are responsible for greeting customers, serving food, cleaning, and handling the cash register. Oh yes, since the main brewing workshop location is currently under renovation, the sauces and newly added noodles have been moved to Alexi's shop. Since soft tofu drizzled with soy sauce is a delicacy, and fermented tofu can be mixed with noodles, customers often buy a bottle of soy sauce with their tofu, or a bottle of fermented tofu with a few packets of noodles. Alexi thinks his boss is a sales genius. The tofu workshop now opens at 8 a.m. and is open until 6 p.m. Soy milk and tofu pudding are only available between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. for breakfast, while soft tofu is only sold before 11 a.m. and firm tofu until 3 p.m. Fried tofu, frozen tofu, various sauces, and noodles are available all day. As for fermented tofu, fermented chili tofu, and fried stinky tofu, they all depend on luck. They're made and sold in batches, while stocks last. If you miss out, they be gone. This sales method is closely tied to the tofu production process. It's essentially made and sold simultaneously. Unsold fermented tofu is pressed into a final batch of soft tofu, and unsold soft tofu is pressed into firm tofu while still fresh. The firm tofu is then fried, frozen, fermented, or further pressed to extract moisture for dried tofu. If the first part of the process is incredibly popular and sells out immediately, there's no need for the next steps. As for expanding production, even with the help of magic and new employees, the tofu workshop's output is still very limited. Of course, considering tofu itself has a short shelf life before fermentation, this productivity is well suited to meet demand, preventing the production of excessive amounts of tofu that can't be sold. By 11 o'clock, Layla would appear at each store, registering employees who needed lunch boxes. Employees could choose from sandwiches at the bakery, fried tofu noodle soup at the tofu workshop, or the garden restaurant special bento of the day. Of course, if employees wanted to enjoy dishes from their own store, they didn't need to register, they could simply ask the chef to prepare one. All of this was included in the employee benefits and was not charged extra. Speaking of employee benefits, in addition to meals, the boss also provided accommodation. The veterans and their families were housed by Lord Andre in vacant houses in the city, close to their workplaces, all within walking distance. Alexi felt that boss used benefits were excessive. She had only been here a short time, but already had a stable job, could live peacefully in a large house with her daughters, and had a sufficient supply of soul fire to keep them safe from the pain of transformation. Even her daughters could go to school. She herself had learned quite a bit of magic. This was unimaginable within the tribe. Even the slightest thought would be considered a violation of the rules. Now it seemed that life after being exiled was much more comfortable. Alas, it was all thanks to Boss Yu. Alexi pondered this as she ordered a braised pork rice bento and made herself a bowl of soup with some fried tofu. They also sold ready-made noodle soups, so there was always a pot of broth simmering on the stove. Sometimes beef bone broth, sometimes pork bone broth, depending on what ingredients arrived from the main store that morning. Every day, the noodles had a single topping, and the main course was also a braised dish delivered from the main store. Sometimes braised chicken legs, sometimes braised beef, sometimes braised pork head. The shop offered optional toppings, including various vegetables, mushrooms, fried tofu balls, fried bean curd sheets, and fried tofu. When customers place an order, all they need to do is cook the noodles, heat the broth in a small pot, add the customer's chosen side dishes, blanch the day's featured braised dishes in the broth, adjust the seasoning, and serve. It's incredibly convenient and quick. The noodles are inexpensive, and many customers come to eat them both at noon and in the evening, filling the small lobby. Residents from nearby also bring large bowls, pay, and take their bowls home, saving the tables and chairs. Fried tofu balls and fried bean skin are also two side dishes that require a bit of luck, mainly because the production volume is very small. Fried bean skin requires repeatedly picking out the oily skin while boiling soy milk, drying it, cutting it into cubes of the appropriate size, and frying it in a pan to produce a few delicious sheets. A pot of soy milk often yields only a few sheets, making it time-consuming and laborious. But it tastes truly delicious, especially when eaten freshly boiled. Alexi finds the best flavor when half the tofu is softened by the broth and absorbs the juices, while the other half retains its crispy fried tofu skin. Fried tofu balls are made by mixing firm tofu with eggs, flour, and starch, seasoned with soy sauce and spices, then forming them into small balls and deep frying them. When all the ingredients are ready, some shredded carrots are added to enhance the flavor. Amazingly, the balls are incredibly fragrant, with a pervasive, meaty aroma that's incredibly appealing to customers. So even though it takes a bit more time to make, Alexei still finds time to make some. However, with so many firm tofu dishes to make each day, the amount available for fried tofu balls is extremely limited. Only 2 pans are fried each day, and they're sold while supplies last. Chapter 404. Alexei was cooking her own staff meal when she heard a familiar young man's voice. Hello, 2 bowls of noodles, with fried tofu balls, fried tofu, matsutake mushrooms. Do you have any fried bean curd skin? Yes. Alexei's face quickly shifted to a businesslike smile. She glanced at the glass freezer next to her and replied cheerfully and enthusiastically, "Take out or eat here." Same old time, take out. The short blonde boy placed his basket on the counter. It contained 2 large soup bowls, one with spicy sauce but no cilantro, and one without, with green onions and cilantro. What's the meat menu today? We have braised beef, braised prawns. Hey, you're in luck. The main store just delivered a large piece of fermented bean curd pork. I highly recommend it. Fermented bean curd pork? What's that? The short blonde boy asked, confused. He followed Alexei's finger and his eyes fell on a large, crimson piece of pork belly, its fat and lean texture alternating with lean meat. His pupils shrank. Why is this meat so strangely red? Could it be some kind of dark magic artifact? No. Fermented bean curd meat tastes a bit like braised pork, but it's even better. The red on the meat is the color of our special rose fermented bean curd, not blood or undercooked. It's sweet and fragrant, rich but not greasy, salty and sweet, guaranteed to satisfy you. Alexei tried hard to sell her, we don't make rose fermented bean curd often, it's a rare find. Our main store makes fermented bean curd meat even less often. It's a rare opportunity, why not give it a try? Then, 2 servings. The boy hesitated. Okay, 2 silver coins total. Alexei nervously quoted the price. The noodles themselves were cheap, but the toppings varied in price, ranging from cheap to expensive. The boy had ordered the more expensive toppings and mushrooms, so naturally, they were quite expensive. But this young man was a regular customer. He was Parface, who owned the magic bookstore across the street. Given his usual style, he probably wouldn't mind the price, right? The boy nodded, fished 2 silver coins from his pocket, and looked reluctantly at the fried tofu balls in the glass freezer. By the way, there aren't many tofu balls left. Can I buy them all? Don't add the extra balls to the noodle soup. Heat them up and fry them again for me, okay? Of course. Alexei always liked straightforward and generous customers. She counted the remaining fried balls and quoted a price. Just give me another 30 coppers. She took the money from Parface and worked so swiftly, boiling noodles, blanching vegetables, cooking mushrooms, chopping meat, and frying the balls, that the work was almost shards. 10 minutes later, 2 bowls of rich, almost pointy, noodle soups were neatly placed in a large basket. The refried tofu balls were left to cool slightly, their excess moisture evaporated, and then placed in an oil paper bag. Parface took it directly, unfazed by the heat, picked up a ball, and shoved it into his mouth. Whoosh, hot, but so delicious. Alexei quickly handed him a few bamboo skewers and told him to eat with them. Slowly, be careful of the heat. Parface nodded, holding the tofu balls, and cast a levitation spell on the basket. The basket floated steadily behind him, and the soup in the large bowl didn't even sway. By the way, thank you for teaching me the levitation charm. It's very useful. Alexei smiled. Well, I teach you something else next time. Parface puffed his cheeks as he happily chewed a tofu ball. Don't look at my young age, I'm also a direct disciple of a great wizard. Wow, that's impressive. Alexei covered her mouth with a smile, thinking of her own children, who were still in school. Well, you better study hard in class. I don't have to go to class anymore. Parface's voice grew quieter, looking a little guilty. He waved at Alexei. I'm going back to eat noodles. Yeah, go back quickly, or the noodles will clump. After seeing Parface off, Alexei could have lunch. She glanced at the fermented bean curd pork in the refrigerator, and cut herself a few thin slices. Then, carrying her pot of soup, she went to the back room and swapped shifts with a couple of veteran soldiers who had just finished their meal. The lunch box from the main restaurant is on the table. Okay, thanks. The staff rotated meals, ensuring there were always 1 or 2 people in front tending to customers. A couple was already eating inside. Alexei greeted them cheerfully, took his braised pork rice box, and opened the bamboo lid. Atop the crystal-clear white rice lay a layer of brown diced braised pork belly, braised mushrooms, and crispy onions, with a braised egg nestled in the center. Lush green blanched vegetables were placed in a compartment nearby. Alexei carefully spread the extra fermented bean curd pork on the rice, picked up a spoon, scooped a generous spoonful of both the meat and the rice, and shoveled it into his mouth. Mmm. So blissful. The braised pork rice was just the right temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. The fat from the meat melted on the tongue and blended into the rice, nourishing a hungry stomach. The slightly salty diced braised mushrooms perfectly counteracted the greasiness of the braised meat. Combined with the crispy fried onions, the texture and flavors were instantly enriched, never monotonous, and each bite offered a small surprise. Perhaps because she'd been hungry for a long time, Alexei loved this kind of food that was both oily and slightly sweet. Braised pork rice, braised pork, fermented bean curd pork, all of them were her favorites. Paired with fried tofu soaked in beef broth, could life be happier? A few bites of meat, a crunchy, green vegetable dipped in soy sauce, a sip of hot soup, all the fatigue, both physical and spiritual, vanished, hunger soothed, leaving only a sense of overflowing satisfaction. After wolfing down her lunch, Alexei suddenly felt like she could fight for another 800 years. No more days bound by rules. No more hunger suppressing her true nature. No more incompetent husbands, who couldn't handle the workload and still needed her to serve. Even after leaving her tribe, Alexei felt no loneliness or regret. She still had her lovely daughters. She had found a new family here. Boss Yu, Auntie Wolf, the store employees, and those lovely regular customers. They were all her new tribe. Alexei felt a sweetness well up from the bottom of her heart. Her soul felt full, her energy overflowing, her heart at peace and happiness. If her heart had once been like a stormy sea, now it was like a calm, unruffled ocean surface under the sun, easily undeterred or shaken. Alexei hummed a song and energetically set to work again. Chapter 405. Business has been so good lately. Jiangyu, clutching a cup of tea, sipped the tea-flavored soul fire, sighing leisurely. She was currently lying on a wooden lounge chair on the rooftop of the garden restaurant, enjoying a sunbath. The sun softened her bones, as if drawing out the cold and dampness within. The lounge chair, made by Andre, resembled a beach chair. Next to it was a small round table with a hole in the middle, through which a large parasol protruded. If the sun got too hot, she could move the chair and cool off under the parasol. She had transformed the rooftop terrace into a beautiful little garden, comparable to a luxurious foreign resort, minus the swimming pool. She simply swapped the teacup in her bone claw for a cocktail, and the holiday vibe was instantly reminiscent. Downstairs, customers streamed in and out like a stream. Jiangyu could almost imagine the clinking of money entering her account, and couldn't help but chuckle. My cousin is right. In business, you have to form an industry chain to make money. Being a boss is much more interesting than being a chef. A restaurant has a limited capacity. The higher the turnover rate, the greater the profit. But with a large customer flow, the chefs are constantly busy. While the customers enjoyed their meals, and the boss made a lot of money, the people working at the stove didn't necessarily have the same experience. Jianyu was somewhat confident in her culinary skills. At best, she was a hobbyist who cooked relatively delicious dishes. If she were to compete with professional chefs with 1 to 3 Michelin stars, she'd undoubtedly be no match. The popularity of her dishes in this era is primarily due to the benefits of her family's heirloom sauces and 5,000 years of culinary experience. That being the case, there's no need to do everything herself. Targeted selection of chefs with keen palates, a natural culinary flair, and a knack for grounding themselves rather than being overly practical might yield even better results. For example, the chefs at Dream Garden Restaurant each oversee a specific step or aspect, ultimately combining their expertise to create dishes of the highest quality. The Garden Restaurant currently employs 5 chefs. In addition to Nasha, a longtime employee, there are 4 new chefs. Some are retired military cooks, while others are family members of veterans with culinary skills. These semi-professionals have undergone extensive screening, training, and meticulous polishing by Jiangyu, meeting the standards for their roles. And their dishes are as delicious as Jiangyu's, if not more so. These chefs each have their own specialties. Some specialize in soups, others in braised dishes. Some excelled at controlling heat with fire magic, specializing in stir-frying and deep-frying. Another, rumored to be a military prodigy with a knife, once capable of slicing through hordes of monsters with a few meat cleavers, could now slice wincy tofu with the flicker of a sword silver gleam. Jiangyu hired this knife master to specialize in dishes requiring knife skills. Nasha, one of Jiangyu's most senior disciples, was responsible for preparing dishes that Jiangyu suddenly came up with. This division of labor left Jiangyu completely free, allowing him to relax in the sun with a cup of tea even during peak meal times. Of course, the tea primarily serves to enhance the atmosphere and create a sense of artistic conception. For now, Takumi can only sip soul fire. It doesn't really matter whether he holds a teacup or not. She now holds the title of technical director, solely responsible for overseeing the operations of all the stores, the taste of the dishes, and the quality of the sauces. She is also the de facto boss. Of course, to save on rent and taxes, and to prevent the local nobles from causing trouble, Andre is the nominal owner of all the stores. However, the employees know for sure that the Lich is the true owner of these stores, while Viscount Andre is the de facto boss lady. It's perfectly normal for the company's legal representative to bear the title of boss lady. Takumi and Andre's relationship is blossoming rapidly and lovingly, and they often visit together. When the young couple's love blossomed, they had no intention of hiding their relationship. Many discerning people saw the clues. This Lich might be the future wife of Lord Wilshire. Jiangyu thought about the hardships she had endured and couldn't help but sigh. It's true that having connections in the court makes things easier. Before, with no money, no people, and no resources, she possessed only technical skills, but even negotiating a business deal with an acquaintance required repeated concessions. Now, everything was different. Although Andre was still struggling on the poverty line by the standards of a local lord, no matter how poor a lord was, he was still a lord. Forget about anything else. The simple fact that any property you want, take it was enough to allow Jiangyu to happily open a number of restaurants and factories, establishing the Lich catering group in this medieval magical world. Now that the Lich food street is showing initial success, the bakery, tofu workshop, and garden restaurant have almost monopolized half of the food scene in West Eston. When people in West Eston think of dining, they mostly choose restaurants owned by the Lich. If they're far away and don't want to cross the city to find food, they order a special bino from Raven Takeout. Jiao also plans to open a hot pot restaurant once some of his funds return, offering spicy 9-square grid dishes, double flavor hot pot, mushroom hot pot, and tomato hot pot. Well, he have to have Holly cultivate more delicious chili peppers of various flavors. Speaking of Holly, he's already established various experimental plots on his territory in Dresden, planting rice, glutinous rice, sugarcane, corn, sweet potatoes, and other crops. Due to seasonal factors, this Hafu botanist has employed a combination of technology and magic, and has concluded that, with a certain level of breeding and modification, this land is indeed capable of growing delicious tropical crops. The first batch of magically cultivated crops, after passing quality inspection and retaining enough seeds for the next generation, was shipped to Takumi. Because these crops were magically accelerated, their cost was not low. Compared to sea-shipped crops on the market, their price wasn't much of a premium. At best, they were roughly even. However, now that the most important conclusion had been reached, Anina could invest with confidence. This way, subsequent batches wouldn't need to be hastily accelerated with magic. Holly could make good use of the seeds at hand, and cultivate improved varieties that were more suited to the local area and tasted better. In short, the improved varieties could be discussed later, but for now, Takumi had a batch of ingredients she was incredibly familiar and fond of, allowing her to unleash her creativity and recreate dishes. Chapter 406. Sizzle. The reddish-brown kidney slices were dropped into the wok, instantly stirring up a puff of white steam. This, combined with the smoke from the wok, emanated the intense, charred aroma of the roasted meat. Only those who truly stood before the wok could truly experience what wok-scented energy truly meant. The flames lapped the bottom of the wok with delight, while a variety of side dishes swirled within. The sauces sizzled and danced on the iron pan, rapidly changing color and swelled before being plated at their most delicious doneness. Ding, the bell rang, followed by the chef's call. Stir-fried crispy pork chop rice, table 10, garden hall. Serve. Ding. Pork chop rice, table 30, small building, serve. Ding. Sweet potato noodles with chicken soup, private room 3, serve. During the lunch rush, the ringing of bells continued incessantly, and countless waiters bustled in and out, leaving after images. They carefully examined the menus on their trays, quickly found their way, and steadily walked toward the guest's table, picking up their trays. Under Takuyu's guidance, the chef and waitstaff worked in perfect harmony, fully capable of handling the ever-increasing number of guests. While the Lich owner lazed on the rooftop, basking in the sun, the staff downstairs were bustling with activity. The chefs worked tirelessly, chopping vegetables, stir-frying, and preparing soups. The waitstaff led guests, took orders, served the food, collected the bill, and cleaned up. Even though it was almost 2 in the afternoon, the line at the door continued unabated, seemingly endless. Jericho, holding a small notebook, weaved through the queue, repeating the same phrase, "Hello, we're full. Do you have a reservation?" "No." "Then we have to wait." "How many people are you?" "Do you share a table?" "Yes, yes." "Okay, please follow me." He led 2 groups of guests into the small building and guided them to a table for 6. The 2 groups automatically split into 2 sides, one for 4 and the other for 2, clearly separated. "Here are the menus," Jericho said, taking out 6 menus and handing them to the 6 guests. "Would you like some time to look over them carefully? Or can we order now?" "Let's order now." The 2 groups were clearly regulars, and they spoke with familiarity. "We want Sichuan-style mouth-watering chicken, husband and wife lung slices, and an order of minced pork and eggplant." "Spicy, lots of spicy." "Okay, I take your order first, and I be right back." Jericho quickly wrote down their table number and their orders in a small notebook, then said to the other 4, "Take your time, and call me when you made your selections." He collected the menus from the 2 and disappeared behind the counter. The foursome looked completely unfamiliar with the menu. They were taken aback by the garish, illustrated pages. So many dishes. Ah, what do they say here? Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Fujian cuisine. What do they all mean? They read the menu with terrible pronunciation, stumbling over it, and nearly biting their tongues. They had no idea what these unfamiliar words and characters meant. One of the 2 regular customers shrugged. "It's probably some way that Boss Lich categorizes the flavors of the dishes. We don't know the exact criteria. However, from the rules we gathered so far, Sichuan cuisine is mostly spicy and incredibly stimulating. We love it," his companion added. "Cantonese cuisine seems to be Boss Lich's specialty. The rice noodle rolls and shrimp dumplings from the original brewing workshop all fall into this category. Fujian cuisine is heavy on seafood and tends to be sweet. But sweet dishes also appear quite frequently in Jiangsu cuisine. Although no one has told us, we privately speculated that these categories are probably related to the chefs who make them, with each chef responsible for one category." One of the regulars adjusted his glasses and confidently speculated, "You can try everything and see what you like. Boss Lich's dish is delicious. If you have any allergies or dietary restrictions, be sure to tell the waiter in advance. They know what's in each dish." The menu also has a brief description after each dish. By the way, the owner here is a Lich, so don't be too surprised to see them using various offal in their dishes. Those offal are super delicious too. If you can handle it, I highly recommend trying it, but if not, just ignore me. The 2 regulars exchanged glances, a mischievous grin on their faces. Take the fuchifitian we ordered, for example. It's said to mean sliced lungs from a couple. What? This place uses human flesh? The woman in the group dropped her menu in horror. Ha ha! I knew someone would fall for it. The 2 regular customers, having had their prank successfully executed, burst into laughter. "No, it's made with beef, heart, tongue, tripe, beef, and so on. Not only is there no human flesh, there's not even any lungs. I heard a couple invented the dish. Originally, it was made with beef offal, including lungs, but then, they decided the lungs weren't tasty, so they dropped the lungs." As they spoke, the dishes arrived quickly. The foursome curiously observed that the dish with the terrifying name, Couple's Lung Slices, was actually a bowl of neatly arranged meat, sprinkled with peanuts and chopped green onions, and drizzled with bright red chili oil. The vibrant colors looked incredibly tempting. "Is there really no human flesh?" The woman swallowed, hesitantly asking. No, we use detection magic, and the name is just a bit off-putting." The regular customer laughed, and then performed another detection magic trick for them, which indeed came back as beef offal. "We think the Lich boss sometimes likes to come up with weird dish names, ha ha ha." "Yes, and it's written in a foreign language no one has ever seen, with translations and phonetic notation, to make it look serious. There's also wife cake, lychee meat, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Ha ha ha, these dishes don't include wives, lychees, or even gods. The key is that the ingredients are clearly listed on the menu, so even if the dish names are ridiculous, you can't accuse them of cheating." The regular customer laughed. "It was just a funny joke." "I see," the foursome said with relief. They looked at the dishes from the 2-person group and sniffed the wafting aroma, their appetites suddenly whetted. How about we order the Fuchi as well? Jericho appeared just in time, his order book in hand. Hello everyone, have you decided on your order? Chapter 407. You want that, the couple's lungs? One of the 4 men pointed at the dish on the table. Oh, Jericho glanced at it, writing quickly, can you handle spicy food? No. I never had it, so I'm not sure. Maybe? The 4 looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. It smells delicious. I think I can handle it. First time? Jericho said, understandingly, then I make it mildly spicy for you. Don't pour the sauce on it yet. You can try dipping it in it. If it doesn't work, I give you a less spicy sauce. Would you like to try ours? The 2 regulars said enthusiastically, you're welcome. Come on, come on. I recommend against it. Jericho interrupted them, these 2 guests ordered a spicy version. It's not suitable for first-time diners, who aren't sure how spicy they can handle it. Please rest assured, our restaurant welcomes many new customers every day, and we have plenty of experience. The 4 nodded again, confused. Do you have any dietary restrictions? For example, due to religious beliefs or racial traits, you can't eat certain creatures, or you can't eat the head, tail, claws, or internal organs. Or perhaps you're allergic to certain ingredients that cause itchy skin and swollen throats. No, I don't think so, right? The 4 answered uncertainly. This is perfectly normal. Considering the diets of ordinary people in Huntington, they never seen or heard of most of the ingredients used in the Lich restaurant chain, and they'd be completely unfamiliar with the sauces. If they never encountered them, how could they know how their bodies would react? Jericho was used to this. I take your orders as normal. If you feel unwell during your meal, please call the staff immediately. We have a resident doctor and commonly used allergy medications, so we can provide prompt diagnosis and treatment. The 4 of them, no, they're just here for a meal. They even got a doctor. Isn't this restaurant a bit overprepared? Besides the Fuchi, what other dishes would you like to order? Since we're new here and don't have specific preferences, why don't I make recommendations? Jericho continued. The 4 of them were instantly relieved. That's great. Our new bestseller is the sweet potato vermicelli and chicken broth. The transparent, soft, and chewy sweet potato vermicelli noodles are simmered in the thick chicken broth, soaking up the richness and taste absolutely delicious. Jericho licked his canine teeth. Today's seafood is also very fresh. If you want to experience our signature specialties, try our shrimp dumplings or shrimp rice rolls. Or maybe fish. We have eel, croaker, and sea bass today, all steamed or braised. If you like soup, we have 3 traditional recipes today, pig's trotters with ginseng, pork with green olives, and pork ribs with corn and carrots. We also have braised handmade tofu, fried milk, roast goose, roast chicken. Wait, what's with fried milk? Isn't milk a liquid? Can it be fried? The diner asked in disbelief. Are they going to bring a cup of oil? No, it's incredibly delicious. This dish is considered a dessert, Jericho said. If you're interested, you can order one and try it. Give it a try. Curiosity instantly took over, and the foursome decisively placed their orders. Once they'd taken the first step, subsequent decisions became easier. The 4 men were wearing expensive clothing, and adorned with a wide array of jewelry and accessories. They weren't aristocrats, but they were clearly wealthy merchants from out of town. Jericho had met many such merchants. They had money in their pockets, and their main reason for dining at the brewery was to see the world, to learn about the latest trends and topics, so they wouldn't be at a loss for words when discussing business with others. After all, in this era, people tired of their boring lives always crave novel and exciting gossip, but at the same time, there are few ways to spread information. Thus, those who can obtain the most up-to-date information in the shortest time must have commendable means or connections, and thus be more favored by others. Everyone likes to be friends with well-informed and intelligent people. As Jericho had predicted, these guests ordered the restaurant's best-selling, most talked-about new dishes, signature dishes, and those with bizarre or inherently catchy names. Soon, all of these dishes were served, filling the table. A large bowl of sweet potato noodles and chicken broth, a plate of unglazed hot pot lung slices with a red oil sauce in a sauce dish shaped like an uncovered desert oil lamp, a basket of shell-shaped shrimp dumplings in a small bamboo steamer, a large plate of steamed bamboo fish, and a dish of fried milk shaped like a small rectangular gold bar. Wait, why is fried milk so square? They sighed, curious, skeptical, even feeling they might be being ripped off. After all, everyone knows fresh milk is a liquid. Pouring it into hot oil will only splatter and boil, never solidify. The woman eagerly picked up a stick of fried milk, only to discover it wasn't as sturdy as she imagined. With a single push, it snapped in two, revealing the tender white interior beneath the golden shell. The milky white, soft, jiggling interior was so alluring, emitting a sweet, milky aroma. More carefully, she lifted the broken half and popped it into her mouth. Her teeth easily penetrated the loose defenses of the crispy shell, and the juicy, tender, and milky interior burst open in her mouth. It truly tasted like sweetened milk, and the flavor was so novel and mysterious. This seemingly ambiguous feeling captivated the woman. Magic. This must be some kind of unknown magic. The other guests couldn't resist the temptation and began to dig in. However, using chopsticks, a novel cutlery, to pick up such tender and fragile food was simply too difficult for them. So, without a care in the world, they all just went for it, unpretentious. Jericho, there are always customers like that. Nico shook his head, unable to bear the sight, and moved on to the next table. When a customer displayed ungracious eating habits, the waiter would promptly step aside, giving these patrons room to relax. A moment later, the sweet snack of fried milk was surprisingly the first to be emptied. It's so delicious. Several people were still licking their fingers, still undecided as to how the liquid milk had turned solid. But this miraculous and delicious dish would be a major topic of conversation for some time to come. I'm sure many people would be intrigued by this culinary magic, even more marvelous than alchemy. Chapter 408. After finishing their dessert, the group turned their attention to the next dish. The strangely named fuchifipian, five-hearted lung slices, looked quite special. They carefully forked up the perfectly sliced offal, dipped it in the red oil sauce, and cautiously took a small bite. Wow! Is this spicy? So exciting. It feels like a thunderstorm has erupted in my mouth. Hiss, hiss. My mouth is burning. But it tastes so good. They stuck out their tongues, inhaled, and fanned their mouths, yet they couldn't resist the urge to take another piece. How's that? Can you handle this level of spiciness? The cat waiter reappeared. Or do you need a less spicy sauce? I can handle it. The spiciness made them sweat profusely, but they nodded vigorously. This spiciness is truly addictive. Jericho poured the sauce over their fuchifipian. Enjoy it. Would you like a drink to counteract the spiciness? We offer warm milk, iced juice, iced witch beer, and specialty cocktails. The four of them instantly lit up. Yes. Witch beer, please. For large, 1-liter glasses of ice-cold beer were placed before them. Their lips flushed red as they eagerly picked up their glasses, gulping down a third in one gulp. They then exhaled a breath of hot air. Wow! So refreshing. A mouthful of fuchifipian and a sip of beer, this is the perfect combination. They happily divided up the dish and moved on to the next. Each dish was incredibly delicious, each one a taste they had never tasted before. The shrimp dumplings are very sweet and fresh, and the crystal clear rice paper is thin and chewy. When you bite it gently, the pork and shrimp soup inside will rush into your mouth. There wasn't much juice, only half a mouthful, but it was packed with the essence of the ingredients, blending the delicious flavors of pork, shrimp, and bamboo shoots. It needed no additional seasoning or sauce. It was already a supreme culinary experience. The bamboo shoot fish steamed in soy sauce was incredibly tender. The fish looked ugly, but the flesh was incredibly tender, almost as tender as freshly baked tofu pudding, with distinct strands. Steaming it in soy sauce imparted a savory flavor, completely eliminating any fishy smell. Simply peel the fish along the bones, and you're in for a delicious feast. However, their favorite dish was the sweet potato vermicelli in chicken broth. The sweet potato vermicelli wasn't red at all, but rather a transparent, slightly grayish-yellow color. It rose and fell in the rich, yellow chicken broth, absorbing the broth perfectly, looking soft and inviting. Each of the four guests filled their bowls, and clumsily picked up their chopsticks, struggling to shove the slippery rice noodles into their mouths. The sweet potato rice noodles were long, wide, flat strips, soaked in broth and quite heavy. Catching them was no easy feat for the chopstick-chasing novices. The guests ultimately had to disregard their appearance and sip furiously from the sides of their bowls, finally managing to get their hands on the elusive sweet potato rice noodles. But the effort was worth it. The chicken broth was incredibly rich and fragrant, perfectly smoothed by the starch in the sweet potato rice noodles. The oil in the chicken broth and the starch in the rice noodles combined perfectly, creating the most enjoyable combination of carbohydrates and fat. Furthermore, this bowl of chicken and sweet potato rice noodles contained more than just chicken and broth, but also delicious mushrooms, fresh shrimp, and squid rings. The broth was overflowing with real ingredients. Strangely, despite the guests' diligent efforts, The sweet potato noodles in their soup bowls seemed to multiply on their own. The quantity didn't decrease, but the amount of broth actually dwindled. As if anticipating this, the young waiter returned with a copper kettle with a long spout and refilled the chicken broth twice. So, by the end of their meal, the 4 guests slumped in their chairs, their bellies bulging, too lazy to move, their eyes constantly glancing at the table, their tongues still savoring the delicious flavor. Alas, eating at this restaurant, 1 stomach per person wouldn't be enough. The guests were so satisfied with their meal that when they saw the price, they simply took a deep breath and paid quickly. It's a bit pricey, but it's definitely worth it. Such a delicious, novel, and topical meal, along with a king's handwritten sign hanging on the restaurant's small building, the owner, a Lich, and her intricate connection with the lord of this territory. These interesting facts will become a source of conversation for merchants as they travel around to attract customers. Money can be earned anywhere, but if you want such delicious food, you can't miss this restaurant. The guests left with full stomachs, and Jericho, now promoted to foreman, was very satisfied as he put the small change into the cash register. The group of guests had just given him a generous tip, which was actual income that didn't have to be turned over to the boss. It belonged entirely to Jericho. The cat licked its fangs happily again, fiddling with the tips in its pocket, its eyes searching the crowd queuing at the door for the next wave of fat sheep. Aw no, the generous guests. After all, not all customers deserve personal attention from the head waiter. Since the new restaurant was built, the hours have been changed to 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The waiters work in 2 shifts, and the chefs help each other with the tables, taking turns to rest. It's said that the Lich boss is still looking for and training more chefs, striving to have 2 teams so that everyone can get enough rest. When this news broke, the employees were both happy and sad. Having people on shift means more time to rest and less fatigue, but at the same time, working fewer hours means less money. The restaurant industry is always a competitive business. Customers need to eat 3 meals a day, so restaurants can't just open and close for a few days. Adequate staffing is also a key prerequisite for running a successful restaurant, and the quality of the chefs is particularly important. No matter how many teams there are, everyone's cooking skills must be consistent. Customers can't expect to eat one dish one day and another the next. Hardworking and impoverished, the ambitious new employees were like lively catfish, stirring up the waters. The veteran employees didn't have much to say about this. Nasha was a true foodie, unable to move at the sight of the thick menu, eager to spend 24/7 at the stove, studying these delicious dishes. Layla was a tireless alchemist doll. With no concept of holidays or rest, she simply needed to bask in the sun in the greenhouse and recharge. Jericho, on the other hand, obeyed only the Dresden family's orders, working here to help his young master earn money. Furthermore, the cat guardian spirit now considered the brewery half his home, and he was diligently helping Andre and Takuyu expand their sphere of influence. The larger the home, the greater the guardian spirit's power. Who knows when Jericho would grow a 3rd and 4th tail if he continued to work hard. Chapter 409. By 3 p.m., the restaurant's peak dining season had finally passed. The patrons lining the entrance had found their seats, and the number of guests leaving after finishing their meals gradually increased. Ravens flew away one by one from the takeout window, carrying their meals. The waiters collected the various coins, grinning from ear to ear. In the garden restaurant's greenhouse hall and the small building, the number of empty seats continued to increase. The waiters skillfully cleared away empty bowls, wiped the tables, and carried the dirty dishes, cutlery, and forks in thick bamboo baskets to the kitchen for washing. The cooks, having completed their orders, stretched their bodies. According to their shift schedule, they left 2 people to take a lunch break in the small room next door. The helpers busily began washing the dishes with magic and handwork, while the kitchen helpers, responsible for preparing the food, began washing the ingredients, draining them, and then shredding, dicing, and slicing them, so that the cooks would always have the ingredients they wanted during the peak hours. Despite the hustle and bustle, everything in the restaurant, from the front desk to the kitchen, was perfectly organized. The boss had prepared contingency plans for any eventuality, and the staff at the King of Rolls had memorized them. A carriage carrying Heidi rumbled into East and West City, and stopped in front of the garden restaurant's main entrance. Having resumed her normal diet thanks to the nutritious meals provided by Takumiyu, Heidi, with a rosy complexion, disembarked from the carriage without assistance. She was still thin, but at least not the frail, skinny figure she had once been, seemingly on the verge of death. She greeted Jericho, who came to greet her, and followed his instructions as she ascended the stairs, followed by the housekeeper, carrying a suitcase. Heidi came to offer Jiangyu money and cooperation. Business at the Dream Garden restaurant was booming, and the Lothar family not only profited handsomely, but also garnered numerous offers of goodwill and wooing from nobles. Of course, as Andre's ally, the Lothar family couldn't arbitrarily decide whether to accept these nobles' offers. Naturally, Heidi also brought letters from these nobles with her this time. She easily found Jiangyu, who was leisurely sunbathing his skeleton on the rooftop garden terrace. After greeting him, the housekeeper stepped forward and presented the box. The housekeeper beamed. When she opened the box, the reflection of the gold coins almost gilded Takumi's pristine white frame. Wow! That's a lot of money. Although Takumi knew about the popularity of Dream Garden restaurant, he was still taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many gold coins. It seems business is even better than before. Yes. Heidi's voice was filled with excitement. The popularity of Dream Garden restaurant has attracted a great many nobles to come and visit. Many nobles, unable to reserve a table, have offered to hire our chef. Door-to-door service. We've recently been taking on a lot of banquet catering work, so we specially recruited a group of chefs, selecting skilled and loyal individuals for training. These chefs specialize in door-to-door catering. Due to their limited training, their seasonings are lacking, and they can only replicate about 80% of the restaurant's flavor. But if we add the curry sauce, which is prepared, sterilized, and sealed in the restaurant, we can make up for this shortcoming. Jianyu understood. A second-rate chef combined with the restaurant's pre-made sauce is a viable option. I specially ordered 3 dining carts for them. Each cart is pulled by 8 horses, and is fully equipped with cooking utensils, stoves, and a small magic constant temperature freezer. With this equipment, they can travel to noble estates across the country and provide food for their banquets and balls. This is a highly profitable business, just like the previous Rose Hill. Despite the murder, in just a few days, Jiangyu made a killing. Nobles are accustomed to spending lavishly when flaunting their power. Even those less confident often try to maintain a facade. If we're simply talking about profit efficiency, naturally, focusing solely on the noble's business will yield the highest returns. However, this business model has encountered a small problem, Heidi said. The recipes you taught me earlier are a bit inadequate. Jianyu understood that a restaurant only needed to offer a few signature dishes at a time. Due to custom, nobles rarely dine out in groups, usually dining outside with close family and friends. In this situation, there aren't many people dining together at a table, 3 or 5 is the limit. With so few people, limited appetites, and everyone wanting to try the signature dishes. This leads to a high degree of concentration in their orders. Although Jiangyu only taught the chefs at Dream Garden restaurant a few dishes, once these dishes became well known, the main reason for guests to come to the restaurant was to try all of them. If the restaurant were to be served in a generous, all-you-can-eat format, a bowl of curry rice per person would be enough to fill them up, but guests would also want to try the tom yum goong udon and other dishes. Nobles would not share their meals, considering it demeaning. So, restaurants could simply follow this principle and offer special tasting menus, reducing the portion sizes of each dish and adding a few fancy side dishes and drinks, ultimately expanding their menus to over a dozen courses. Under the guise of allowing all guests to enjoy the restaurant's finest signature dishes, they would satisfy their aristocratic patrons, while also saving on ingredient costs and chef time. You should know that to ensure quality, a high-end restaurant would discard any unused ingredients, including pre-prepared dried goods and thawed frozen items. If no customers order these ingredients, it would be a net loss. However, if they reuse them, it would lead to a vicious cycle of declining quality and flavor, leading to bankruptcy. If only a few dishes were offered, the menu would appear monotonous and repetitive, making it less appealing to customers. If the menu has too many dishes, the cost of preparing them is high, but not having them is unacceptable. When customers order a dish and the restaurant apologetically says, "It's out of stock," and this happens 2 or 3 times, the customer experience plummets. After all, customers aren't fools. If their orders are repeatedly blocked, they're likely to lose interest and stop coming back. The key to restaurant management is how to properly arrange your main dishes and the ingredients they use. Chapter 410. For example, if a restaurant's menu includes 50 dishes using 101 ingredients, then theoretically, the restaurant must prepare all 101 ingredients every day. Even if no one orders, they still need to prepare 2 or 3 servings in case a discerning customer shows up. If a restaurant only serves 5 signature dishes and 7 or 8 side dishes, and then focuses the side dishes on a few ingredients, they can reduce the number of ingredients to under 20. Each dish may appear rich, but in reality, many ingredients appear repeatedly, making preparation much easier. Compared to the former, the latter offers significant advantages in terms of cost savings, labor, and time. Of course, excessive repetition of ingredients can also lead to dishes that taste similar, creating a negative impression for customers. After all, if the ingredients are always chicken, carrots, and potatoes, even if braised, stir-fried, and curried, it will still feel monotonous. I spent all that money, and all I get is the same old chicken, carrots, and potatoes? This business model is particularly common in small restaurants offering quick and easy meals. A main course, 2 or 3 side dishes, plus soup and rice are enough to fill diner stomachs, while keeping prices low and ensuring profitability. However, in this era, the aristocracy who frequent fine dining restaurants are willing to pay a high price for novel and delicious dishes. They prefer a wide variety of dishes rather than being overwhelmed by a single dish. Thus, the right approach for a high-end restaurant is to offer set menus, recommend signature dishes, and offer special offers to guide customers towards specific choices. Although side dish combinations will never appear twice in the same set meal, since all guests prioritize set meals, ingredient utilization rates can reach over 90%. This is especially true at a restaurant like Dream Garden Restaurant, where reservations are difficult to secure. Guests are unlikely to dine twice in a short period of time. Choosing the restaurant's recommended set meal and sampling all of its signature dishes is the most cost-effective option. At Jiangyo's suggestion, Dream Garden Restaurant adopted this operating model. Each day, the chefs simply prepare the ingredients for the recommended set meal, adding a small amount for other menu items. Even if there are any leftovers, they can be used as staff meals. Dream Garden Restaurant's high profits are due not only to a steady flow of customers, but also to the significant cost savings achieved through the use of Jiangyo's operational know-how. However, this operational know-how is not suitable for chefs preparing custom banquets for nobles. At first, nobles will enjoy a few set meals, but as the number of visits from hired chefs increases, they will grow weary of it. After all, these nobles weren't allowed to reuse their old clothes for another banquet. How could they possibly agree to the same dishes being served repeatedly? It felt novel the first time, and still delicious the second time. But by the third time, no matter what the chef said, the nobles would get tired of it, even find it a bit ridiculous. Could it be that these chefs only knew how to make these few dishes? So, to avoid this situation, having anticipated this problem, Heidi had the banquet team temporarily halt orders from regular customers. With her fruitful results, she approached Takumiya for further collaboration. "You need brand new banquet dishes." Jiao chuckled. "And because it's a custom banquet, we can confirm it with the nobles in advance, and then prepare the ingredients specifically based on the number of guests and their preferences. It's not like running a restaurant, where you have to wait for completely unknown guests to arrive, and you don't have to worry about wasting food." Heidi's eyes lit up. "Exactly. It's best to prepare 3 sets of banquet menus, some of which can be changed according to the nobles' preferences, so there's more variety. This set of menus will need to be changed after a month or 2. Well, why not just make seasonal dishes that suit the occasion? Once the season is over, it's time to change." The ancients had a long-standing custom of eating specific dishes according to the seasons and solar terms. Part of the reason for this is, of course, that specialty ingredients are only available during these times. When they're in abundance, they're not only cheaper, but also of higher quality. For example, fruits and vegetables are ripe, fish are migrating, and animals are plump and delicious. Miss these seasonal times, and ingredients become harder to come by, and even if they can be obtained, their quality will be significantly reduced. The second reason is that unique cooking techniques can bring pleasure to people in specific climates. For example, people prefer cold food in the summer, warm pots in the winter, light dishes in the spring, and weight gain in the autumn. This instinct to forage according to climate and physiological needs is innate in humans, and some scholars have called it elegance. Introducing a seasonal private chef menu, then marketing it using modern methods, wouldn't it entice these nobles? After a moment's thought, Jiangyu ordered 3 midsummer bamboo set meals for Heidi, named Bamboo Rhythm, Bamboo Fragrance, and Bamboo Meaning, featuring dishes related to bamboo. Bamboo tube goji berry shrimp, cooked in bamboo tubes, boasts a refreshingly sweet broth and plump shrimp. The broth and shrimp are permeated with the aroma of bamboo. Mushroom and Chinese sausage bamboo tube rice, diced mushrooms, carrots, and sausages are stir-fried, then added to rice and water and steamed in bamboo tubes. The sausage's fat, the mushroom's amino acid-rich flavor, and the bamboo's delicate fragrance all permeate the rice, creating a truly delicious meal. Red crab bamboo tube rice, cold buckwheat noodles, and sauce served in bamboo boxes and cups, and nourishing bamboo fungus and duck soup are all on the menu. Summer isn't all about bamboo though. Now's lotus root season. Stir-fried lotus pond moonlight, fried lotus root boxes brimming with meat, lotus root and pork rib soup, and honey-glazed lotus root with glutinous rice are all options. Finishing off with a dessert of lotus root powder with nuts would leave even the most aristocratic of chefs completely chomping on the gas. These dishes may require expensive ingredients, such as glutinous rice and bamboo fungus, require time-consuming and labor-intensive preparation, such as bamboo tubes, sausages, and buckwheat noodles, or require high-quality seafood, such as prawns and red crabs. If prepared in a regular restaurant, it's easy to create a mismatch between ingredients and customer orders, leading to quick sellouts or significant leftovers. This can be problematic no matter how you prepare them. However, for private banquets, these dishes not only taste delicious, but can easily be created to exude a sense of luxury and sophistication, making them ideal for aristocrats who can afford them. Chapter 411. If you want to make money from the poor, you have to sell at low prices and sell in large quantities, providing them with truly affordable, delicious, filling food and sincere service. If you want to make money from the nobles, you have to offer innovative, eye-catching products. The dishes must be beautiful to look at, delicious to taste, and captivating to talk about. And ideally, have some mysterious, elegant background that they can't understand, so that people will be willing to spend a fortune. Jianyu had already written 3 long, flowing menus, detailing everything from the names of the dishes to the main ingredients, and the stories behind them. Heidi was amazed. As expected of a lich, his knowledge is truly profound. Heidi thought inwardly, her respect for Jianyu growing stronger. Jianyu and Heidi had been happily working together so far. Heidi was a noble who was adept at reading people's expressions and maintaining relationships, knowing when to appropriately strengthen their relationship. Therefore, the two parties didn't hesitate to pursue the custom-made meals for the nobility, simply continuing the partnership model they had previously used with Dream Garden Restaurant. However, due to the unique nature of their business model, Jianyu was required to provide 3 menus each quarter. If these were found to be insufficient during later operations, additional menus would be required. Of course, designing the menu was only the first step. The chefs would then need to be taught the dishes. According to Heidi, in 3 days the first batch of chefs would complete their orders and arrive at Eston West City to begin their advanced training, with Jianyu as their instructor. While there was certainly a lot to do, Heidi's share of the profits would also be higher. Jianyu was very satisfied with this partnership. While it's true that making money from the nobility is easy, the barrier to entry is also high. This is especially true now, with the new nobility favored by the king and the old nobility left over from the previous dynasty locked in a war. The two factions either maintain a level of indifference or engage in a bitter feud. To do business in this industry, one must possess a certain sensitivity and background knowledge of the complex relationships among the nobility. Jiao has no understanding of this world's history, politics, or the aristocratic family system, and doesn't want to bother memorizing trivial details like which noble's third wife is whose aunt or uncle. Andre, on the other hand, is relatively knowledgeable about these matters, but his focus is on investigating cases, hunting down the perpetrators of the evil Amun, and earning the basic expenses of maintaining his domain. He's already quite busy, and there's no point in starting a new business when a better partner becomes available. The Lothar family currently maintains a reputation of neutrality. Although some established nobles have become aware of their partnership with Andre, business is business. As long as the benefits are substantial, the nobles won't mind collaborating. With the Lothar family acting as a veneer of peace and a firewall, more nobles, driven by their own interests, were able to overlook the fact that the king's faction also held shares. Not to mention that most nobles had no idea what shares even meant. When people who trust each other speak openly and candidly, business negotiations become much more efficient. With Takuya's knowledge of fine cuisine, Heidi's business acumen, and Heidi's housekeeper's exceptional execution, the chain of events was quickly arranged. In just a few hours, a deal that would bring in untold treasures was concluded. Heidi handed a stack of letters to Takumiyu. These are from nobles, who have extended olive branches to us. Viscount Andre, please review them and respond to us as soon as possible. Takumiyu nodded and accepted the stack of letters. By the way, I came here for another matter, Heidi said. My anorexia is gradually improving, but I need to adjust my diet going forward. Also, I mentioned to Viscount Andre before that I want to build a stronger physique. Yes, I'm aware of that. Jiao, having become a doctor through long-term illness in his previous life, has a deep understanding of nutrition. I have to adjust your diet according to the training he's assigned you. Exercise and diet complement each other. Eating too much makes you gain weight, while eating too little makes you unable to withstand the intensity of the training. She touched her jaw. To accurately control the intensity, I guess I have to join your training. I have a better idea. The difficulty of fitness is well known. Whether it's losing fat, building muscle, or simply maintaining stability and flexibility in movement, one must overcome their own laziness and cravings. Only through scientific training and diet, combined with long-term, patient effort, can one gradually see results. Many people fail on the road to fitness. Some people might train a few times on a whim only to give up due to soreness. Or they might fail to maintain a consistent diet, either overeating or dieting excessively. Not only do they fail to achieve their goals, but they actually make things worse. Some people blindly pursue difficulty and intensity, which can easily lead to sports injuries. The human body is a delicate instrument. Even the slightest mistake could cause irreparable damage to a vital component, so extreme caution is essential. These are only a few of the challenges. Maintaining a healthy mindset is actually even more challenging on the fitness journey. At first, as the intensity of exercise gradually increases, noticeable results will appear. Overweight people will start to lose weight. Thin people will begin to gain muscle definition. After a while, the body will gradually adapt to the intensity of the exercise. To achieve even more significant results, you must be even more demanding on yourself. However, pushing one's limits and striving for higher goals isn't always easy. As the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Many people can't withstand the long plateaus and the most exhausting, darkest, and most irritating times. At that point, the rational mind and the body's instinctive resistance will repeatedly tug at one's will, and the ever-present temptations will besiege one. The slightest slackness will lead to collapse. On the fitness journey, in addition to having a reliable coach and a qualified nutritionist, you also need a dedicated fitness partner who encourages, helps, and even competes with each other. A certain level of competition can help people overlook the pain of daily, grueling training and unleash their fighting spirit and potential. As it happens, Jiangyu has quite a few employees. Working in the restaurant industry and enjoying numerous employee benefits, they eat to their heart's content daily, and many have already gained weight. While Jiangyu doesn't discriminate against body types and believes both fat and thin are beautiful, it's important to note that being overweight or underweight isn't just a cosmetic issue, it can also have significant health consequences. As a heartless, skeleton-like boss, Jiangyu still hopes these employees, whom he's worked so hard to train, can stay healthy and work for him for a few more years. Chapter 412. The unscrupulous boss, feeling hollow in his chest, acted quickly. On the evening of the third day after returning to the hotel to await news, Heidi received an invitation from Boss Yu for a workout. The time was 6 a.m. the following morning, and the ride was just downstairs from her hotel. Along with the invitation came a set of thin, but very stretchy underwear, a pair of breathable cotton socks, and thick soled cloth shoes. According to the description on the invitation, this was a workout set specially customized by Boss Yu for Heidi. The letter accompanying the invitation detailed instructions on how to wear and clean the fitness suit. Heidi read the letter carefully, picked up the suit, and compared it to herself. Before she could express her opinion, the housekeeper, Montana, couldn't help but exclaim, "My lady, this dress is so indecent." Heidi turned her head to look at her, only to see Montana holding up the string of the bra with 2 fingers in disdain. This crude thing? How can it be worn by Our Lady? It's not even close to a corset." Women of this era customarily wore a tight corset called a corset. This garment was made of whalebone, with slats, and leather. Cloth was used by commoners, with layers of taut ribbons at the back, which created a graceful hourglass figure. Wearing this corset from a young age, with the cords constantly tightened and reduced in size, could cause rib deformation, compress internal organs, restrict lung expansion, and even cause medieval women to faint when excited. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is because the lungs are too tight. Once women get emotional, they have a high demand for oxygen and can't breathe. Heidi herself, when she was a skeleton suffering from anorexia, often felt suffocated by these things and fainted frequently, so she naturally had no fondness for corsets. She shook the letter in her hand. "Just do as Boss Yu says. If I were something like that, I have trouble breathing, how can I even exercise?" Seeing the housekeeper's hesitation, she simply ordered, "Give me the clothes. Let me try them on first." After much hesitation, Montana handed the fitness suit to her master. Heidi took the letter and the clothes and walked behind the screen in the corner of the room to examine them carefully. She had never seen these clothes before, but Boss Lich's letter had carefully drawn diagrams, and after looking at them twice, she could figure out how to put them on. The only thing was that the buttons on the bra vest were on the back, and she had to figure out how to put them on independently. It's quite comfortable. After changing into her workout outfit, Heidi muttered to herself in the mirror, "The fabric is thin, tight, and stretchy, but it doesn't overly accentuate curves. The style is more androgynous, suitable for both men and women." She tugged at the fabric, judging it. It's surprisingly strong and breathable. It doesn't feel hot at all. This must be the work of a weaver. According to Takumiya's letter, this type of clothing allows for ventilation after sweating, allowing for breathability and quick drying. It's very skin-friendly, preventing you from catching a cold or developing skin problems from the heavy sweating and dampness of a workout. Most importantly, it feels like a second skin, never feeling bulky, prickly, or restrictive. It's incredibly comfortable. The combination of short sleeves and long pants allows for unimpeded movement. Heidi had previously learned Ba Duan Jin, 8th-section brocade, from Jiangyu and had been doing morning exercises recently. She knew firsthand how much trouble the wrong kind of clothing could cause during exercise. Previously, she wore mostly unisex or men's shirts, hunting breeches, and small leather boots. In that era, hunting was a sport more common among women. However, clothing suitable for riding wasn't always suitable for running or boxing. During many movements, she still felt the hindrance and restriction of her clothing. This fitness suit, freeing her from the heavy shackles of a corset, allowed her to run, jump, and punch with greater freedom. The most comfortable and unique part was her shoes. I wonder how boss you made them, but the soles were soft, sturdy, and even had a subtle spring to them. You have to remember that shoes in this era were made from a limited number of materials. Knights wore iron boots, made entirely of metal and meticulously crafted by skilled artisans. Rings of armor were threaded together, and a thick wooden sole was inserted underneath to insulate the leather from the metal's heat and provide a more comfortable feel. Because of the interlocking rings, the feet had ample room to maneuver, allowing the knight to run and jump. Of course, given the weight of the metal armor itself, these movements required a well-trained and robust physique. Farmers traditionally wore homemade straw sandals. The grass for these sandals was freely harvested. Any grass that was non-scratchy, non-piercing, and non-toxic was acceptable. The technique of weaving straw sandals varies from family to family. Some people just tie them casually and go barefoot when the shoes break. However, some farmers can weave very durable and sturdy straw sandals that can be worn for months without any problems. However, no matter how sturdy these items were, they were consumable. Thus, whenever farmers had free time, they would gather in groups of 3 or 5 to weave straw sandals, ready to be replaced whenever they wore out. Nobles, on the other hand, mostly wore leather shoes. Some soles were made of several layers of thick leather, nailed together, while others used slightly flexible cork. The uppers were often made of soft leathers such as calfskin, lambskin, deerskin, or suede. Boots, high heels, small leather shoes. The styles of shoes might vary, but the production methods were similar. A thick leather or with sole, a heel, and a leather cut to the shape of the upper to wrap around the foot. That was basically it. But even the shoes worn by the nobility were only suitable for everyday wear at home, for strolling, chatting, or attending dances. If they engaged in strenuous exercise, wooden soles would become stiff, while leather soles would be too thin and easily irritating. Furthermore, leather isn't breathable, which easily leads to foot sweat, and in hot weather, it can easily become smelly and itchy. However, the sneakers Takuya had given her were made of cloth. The breathable fabric, similar to that used in workout clothes, hugged the foot firmly and comfortably. The soles were unique, seemingly made from multiple layers of fabric, meticulously sewn together. It's unclear what material was inside, but the soles felt incredibly springy, supporting the soles of my feet even as I ran and jumped, without any jarring sensation from the hard ground. Heidi's business acumen had once again spotted an opportunity. I wonder if we can expand production of these shoes. It sounds like another lucrative business. Chapter 413. These fitness kits were naturally made by Takuya at Alexa's request. To allow the weaver to produce enough sets, Takuya even gave her a few days off, allowing her to temporarily step away from the tofu workshop business and focus on making clothes. Alexa's older children also helped considerably. But even so, even the incredibly talented weaver could only produce 6 sets of fitness kits in such a short time, barely enough for the first group of participants in the employee fitness program. Yes, Takuya's new idea was an employee fitness program. Of course, employees here is a broad concept, also including partners, financiers, and other collaborators. Those who ate at Takuya's staff meals daily and gained considerable weight. Aside from Heidi, Nasha, whose figure had visibly plumped up, with a faint hint of a double chin, was the first to receive the notice from her boss. Huh, fitness? Tomorrow? Nasha's pupils trembled. That's right, Boss Jiangyu said cheerfully with a grin. Since everyone's working really hard every day, I hired 3 more trainee chefs, bringing our team to 8. From now on, you can split into 2 groups and enjoy a pleasant life. Work 4 days, rest 3 days 1 week, work 3 days, rest 4 days the next. 2 groups, each of 4, rotate through the process, each with experienced chefs mentoring newcomers. This will help trainee chefs quickly adapt to the new environment and become full-time employees. Since we have more days off, we need to be more efficient at work, so changing from 5 to 4 is a reasonable decision. With the help of magic, this became a relatively easy task as the chef's proficiency gradually improved. Jiangyu continued, during each rest day, employees participate in 2 morning exercises to build healthy, strong bodies to better cope with the busy schedule. The kitchen is like a battlefield. To cook well, you must have sufficient muscle strength, otherwise you won't even be able to flip a wok. Without sufficient stamina, it's difficult to stand at the stove all day. As their restaurant expanded, the kitchen area increased, and the kitchenware also received further upgrades. To quickly prepare more dishes, after recommending new dishes and guiding customers to order specific dishes, Jiangyu customized pots based on the large iron woks used in hotels in his previous life. These woks are now 1.5 times larger than the previous adamantine woks. Currently, only chefs with military backgrounds can flip a wok. The rest either rely on magic or frantically wield a spatula. While there wasn't a dramatic difference between dishes cooked with or without the wok, Nasha, a foodie with a keen palate, felt that dishes cooked more evenly and had a stronger aroma. Therefore, she continued to diligently learn the technique. At that moment, she suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Boss Yu, though often absent and rarely in the kitchen lately, was clearly observing her and knew she was struggling with her inability to learn the wok. It turned out her inability to flip the wok wasn't due to a lack of skill, but rather a lack of physical strength. To solve this problem, simply practicing in the kitchen won't do much. You need to strengthen your body from the ground up. Nasha, having figured everything out, looked at Takumi with even more admiration. Boss Yu is truly worthy of his name. He always finds problems before they do and offers perfect solutions. I joined the fitness program. Nasha said excitedly, thank you, boss. I definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Takumi nodded with satisfaction. Nasha truly was a good employee. Even on her day off, she was so enthusiastic about working out. She thought she'd have to convince him for a long time. So, at 6:30 the next morning, the employees and partners participating in the employee fitness program were transported by horse-drawn carriage to the hunting grounds in the suburbs, looking bewildered. There, they found Boss Yu, his Doberman, and the black-skinned, bird-beaked doctor waiting for them in the open space. In addition to Heidi, Nasha, and Aunt Wolf, the first round of participants included 3 others who desperately needed exercise, 2 veteran cooks in need of rehabilitation, and 1, a plump cook. These 2 veteran cooks were Hito H. Frank, a master knife wizard, and Ethan H. Ritters, a master of perfect heat control who could flip a wok. Both possessed impressive skill, strength, and muscle, but their legs and feet were somewhat injured, requiring rehabilitation exercises to restore the muscles, which had been unable to relax and contract due to scar tissue, to their normal range of motion. The stout cook was Ethan H. Ritter's wife, Anna H. Ritters. She was efficient and kind, but due to her obesity, she had developed severe shortness of breath, chest tightness, and palpitations, and needed to seriously start losing weight to improve her condition. Of the 6 people, 3 needed to lose weight, 2 needed rehabilitation, and 1 needed to build muscle. Each had their own unique needs. However, since the fitness program had just begun, both the weight loss and muscle building groups needed to start with basic, easy exercises and gradually increase the difficulty. For now, they could still train together. The veterans were led by the dark-skinned doctor to a nearby tent to check their leg and foot muscles, while the other 4, led by Boss Yu, stood in the center of the open space. Welcome everyone to our employee fitness program, which aims to strengthen your body and achieve a balanced weight loss. Jiangyu said with a smile, this Doberman is your dog trainer, Wang Jiang. He's a magical creature, so he can talk. Please listen carefully to his instructions and perform every movement correctly. Please note that no one except me may feed or pet the trainer. The portly woman, who was about to stroke the dog's head, stealthily withdrew her hand. Please note, we don't work out to become more beautiful or for the opinions and praise of others. We work out to achieve a healthier body, a longer life, and stronger muscles. This is the effort and sweat we put into becoming better ourselves. We hope everyone will give 100% during training and perform every movement to perfection. At the same time, we urge everyone to get carried away and blindly pursue progress, exceeding their abilities. This behavior can lead to muscle strains and cardiovascular disease. Our training is gradual and progressive, increasing in difficulty. Please maintain close communication with your dog trainer throughout the process. If anyone feels unwell during exercise, please speak up immediately. We have a professional doctor on hand to assist you. Chapter 4:14. Well, let's start with this warm-up exercise. Let's loosen up our joints and activate our muscles. Jiao said cheerfully, let's take a deep breath together. Nasha followed her example, opening her arms and taking a deep breath. The weather was very pleasant today. White clouds in the sky blocked the scorching sun, and a cool breeze caressed her cheeks. Oxygen-rich air, carrying the fragrance of trees, rushed into her nose, filling her lungs. As her lungs contracted and squeezed, the stagnant air carried her worries away. You must learn to breathe from your abdomen. Inhale, expand your abdomen, and consciously direct the air into your abdomen, allowing your body to hold more air. The Doberman trainer moved around them, speaking human language and offering more instructions. Stretch your arms as you open them, feeling the tension and extension of your muscles. Nasha followed the movements carefully. Inhale, exhale. The once common instincts now felt so different that she felt like a toddler struggling to take its first steps. Normally, due to physiological factors, untrained women primarily use chest breathing, while men tend to prefer abdominal breathing. Chest breathing primarily relies on the contraction and expansion of the intercostal muscles, driving the expansion and relaxation of the entire chest cavity, allowing the lungs to complete inhalation and exhalation. However, during this process, the diaphragm between the chest and abdomen does not actively participate in breathing. Due to the shortness of chest breathing, many alveoli in the lungs are unable to fully expand and contract. Abdominal breathing, on the other hand, actively engages the diaphragm in the breathing movement, rising and falling with the breath, actively expanding the chest cavity for longer breaths. Increased oxygen intake enhances cardiopulmonary function, aiding exercise and increasing fat and calorie consumption. Coach Wangzi clearly knows a lot about human anatomy and appears to be a highly knowledgeable trainer. His voice is deep, and his pronunciation and articulation are different from those of humans, likely due to the structure of the canine oral cavity. It's more like a wolf's accent. He's quite handsome and a bit cute. Magical creatures are quite common in Eston West City, but this is the first time Nasha has seen a talking dog. She heard her father say such magical dogs were more common in the capital. So, is this Coach Wang Jiang an expert specially hired by Boss Yu from the capital? Of course, Nasha couldn't have imagined that the person guiding their workouts was none other than their boss's partner. The lord of this territory, the current lord of Eston West, Viscount Andre of Wilshire County. If they knew, they'd probably be horrified, trembling with fear, unable to fully unleash their energy in practice. Although Andre was already known to everyone before becoming lord, after such a drastic change in one's status, even if one's own attitude remains unchanged, others' attitudes will drastically change. Besides, if word got out to the other nobles about a lord publicly teaching restaurant staff fitness, Andre would likely become a laughingstock among the nobles. After acquiring the status of lord, Andre, once a viscount in name only, became a real thing. Things he could do casually before. Like dressing up in a rag cape as a wandering mercenary and working undercover in the slums, earning a living as a model for oil paintings at an art academy, or, as he did today, coaching civilians, were no longer possible under the guise of a viscount. For these reasons, Takumi and Andre decided to present themselves as Wanchan, the Doberman Pinscher trainer. After all, no one except Andre's own family knew about his Doberman form, and since the magical form was indistinguishable from the magical creature, it was generally difficult for ordinary people to distinguish. Separating the two identities might prove useful in the future. For example, a lord going on an incognito visit, a canine spy penetrating an enemy's lair. Well, even though many people in this world knew about the existence of magical creatures, most still lowered their guard when they saw a furry dog. The presence of such a handsome canine trainer amidst the agonizing workout session certainly soothed the students' minds and bodies. Compared to a muscled man standing before them, coldly barking orders, the girls preferred a Doberman sitting on the ground, clapping his paws 1, 2, 1. So adorable. After teaching them abdominal breathing, Nasha and the others joined Takumi in their warm-up exercises. The movements weren't difficult, and Jiangyo's pace wasn't fast, so they could easily follow. However, the repetitive waving of hands, lifting legs, and twisting of bodies still left everyone feeling a slight soreness in their limbs. At first, it felt easy, then a bit strenuous after 10, and self-doubt after 20. Then, the moment she switched movements, she felt the comfort and joy of her tense muscles relaxing. Until the round ended, and the next one began again. The training that had previously felt like play now seemed a bit torturous. Nasha felt her heart beating faster and louder in her chest. Her breathing became heavier, and she resorted to the abdominal breathing technique she had just learned. Sweat streamed down her face, neck, and back. She had never known she could sweat so much. "Come on, everyone. Just 2 more moves. Just hold on and you win," said Takumi. "Yes." The others responded weakly, their movements beginning to twist and turn. After the calisthenics, we do a 1 kilometer brisk walk, with a short, gentle uphill section. Without needing to breathe, Takumi could easily announce while doing the exercises, "After the brisk walk, we stretch and cool down our muscles. Once that's done, today's initial acclimatization session is over." We got breakfast for everyone at the finish line. Today's breakfast is a thick-sliced filet mignon sandwich on freshly toasted toast with onions, mushrooms, and lettuce. Rich in carbohydrates, protein, vegetables, and dietary fiber, it's the perfect energy boost after an aerobic workout on an empty stomach. There's also warm lemon water for everyone to help themselves to. Lemon water contains a lot of vitamin C and potassium, which can quickly replenish lost water and electrolytes, relieve fatigue, and aid muscle recovery. Breakfast. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Dawn was just around the corner. With hope in their hearts, their movements were once again filled with strength. Not only them, but even Coach Guzi's eyes were filled with anticipation. Jianyu, no, is breakfast such a powerful motivation for you? Chapter 415. It turns out these employees were the first group to join the employee fitness program for a good reason. After completing abdominal breathing lessons, warm-up exercises, a 1 kilometer uphill walk, and muscle relaxation, the first day of initial acclimatization training officially concluded. To be honest, it wasn't a particularly painful workout. It simply allowed the students to loosen up stiff muscles, increase their heart rates, activate less used organs, and burn body fat, without causing lingering fatigue or muscle soreness. Though the students looked nearly dead by the end, the sight of Jericho setting up picnic tables behind the finish line didn't deter them. They burst forth with immense energy, sprinting the final 100 meters with all their might. Takumi, After all, she wasn't surprised at all. Naturally, Guzi Wangjian Andre was also sprinting at breakneck speed. Seeing Nasha and the others rushing toward him like starving zombies, Jericho quickly closed the lid of the wicker picnic basket containing his sandwiches, and scurried off with the picnic box. The Doberman stopped them in their tracks. "No, we're not done yet. We need to stretch our muscles first before we can eat." "Ah." The students groaned in unison. However, they eventually followed Takumi's instructions, finished their stretches, caught their breath, and carefully washed their hands at the sink in Jericho's snack stand before settling down at the picnic tables. Each of them received a thick-cut filet mignon sandwich and a glass of lemonade. As its name suggests, both the steak and the bread are thickly cut, making the sandwich particularly sturdy. The filet is a strip of beef tenderloin, located on the inside and back of the cow's spine. This cut rarely sees exercise, making it the most tender cut of the animal. After removing the outer tendons, only the tender meat is left, low in fat and high in protein, making it ideal for quick grilling. The perfect filet is cooked to medium rare. The outer layer is seared at high temperature to a Maillard-colored crispy crust, while the interior is a beautiful, rose-pink hue. Cut into bite-sized strips, it requires no excessive seasoning. Salt, black pepper, or a slightly sweet soy sauce will bring out the best in the filet mignon. And now, this perfect filet was sliced into thick strips, nestled among soft, crispy, and sweet onions and white mushrooms, wrapped in emerald green lettuce, and sandwiched between thick, crispy toast. Cut in half, they were overlapped and tightly wrapped in a square of parchment paper, ensuring it wouldn't fall apart. Nasha eagerly picked up the sandwich and took a big bite. She immediately whimpered with happiness and swayed with joy. How can this thick-cut sandwich be so delicious? It really is a perfect sandwich. Heidi was also starving. She nibbled at the sandwich in small, rapid bites. Why do I feel like food tastes better and more delicious after exercise? Hunger makes for a better dining experience. Aunt Wolf took the sandwich and bit off half in one gulp. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. The warm sandwich was perfectly savory, the thick toast crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a subtle sweetness. The fillet was incredibly tender, the cutter slicing against the grain of the steak, precisely severing the beef fibers at a 90-degree angle for a smoother chew. The tender rare beef melted in the mouth, releasing a subtly sweet juiciness. The sweet aroma of slightly charred onions and the uniquely rich flavor of white button mushrooms were also palpable. The crisp lettuce was a perfect counterpoint to the greasiness, a stroke of genius, adding a completely different, refreshing flavor. This thick-cut sandwich was incredibly filling, paired with a refreshing lemonade that was both tart and slightly sweet. It was a lifesaver for the hungry and thirsty, a dreamlike, unforgettable experience. After this meal, everyone felt incredibly full, their stomachs swelled with the endorphins and dopamine produced by exercise, doubling their happiness. I never thought exercise could be such a joyful experience. Nasha burped and said, compared to the joy I'm feeling right now, this soreness just now is nothing. In fact, it's precisely because of this soreness just now that I feel so happy and comfortable right now. Auntie Wolf smiled as she held her lemonade. My old bones feel so much looser. Will there be another training session like this tomorrow? I'd love to join, Heidi asked. Tomorrow is free time. Takumiya smiled. Delayed onset muscle soreness typically occurs 24 to 72 hours after exercise. Although our current level of exercise is unlikely to cause severe soreness, to help your bodies gradually adapt, we decided to hold fitness sessions every other day. However, if everyone feels good and ready to continue exercising tomorrow, you can also choose to form a group for morning exercises. The morning exercises are simple. Warm up like today, then try walking about 1 to 2 kilometers at a slightly faster pace. After stretching, you can return to the bakery to receive a fitness breakfast as a reward. Nasha exclaimed in surprise, are there going to be such delicious filet mignon sandwiches tomorrow? Yes, and there will be in the future. Jiangya smiled, the bakery will have a variety of fitness meals. They're low in fat, low in oil, high in protein, and high in fiber, but just as delicious. Even if you don't work out that day, you can still enjoy them as a staff meal. They're great for your health. But, fitness meals taste even better after exercise. Nasha and Heidi both seemed fired up. They glanced at each other and quickly decided on a workout partner. Shall we do a morning workout together tomorrow? Sure. Jakuyu looked at them cheerfully. That's what I mean. Once you have a partner and a goal, fitness becomes instantly enjoyable. The human body is a cunning, magical machine. Even when the brain commands it, it's constantly slacking off. If it can achieve its goal with 20% power, it won't use 20.01%. Dark-skinned, bird-beaked Dr. Charles arrived late with 2 veterans. Jericho promptly handed them towels, sandwiches, and lemonade. While wiping himself, Dr. Charles continued, even I feel my muscles and organs gradually deteriorating after a while without exercise. Taking a patient for a slow walk like this is truly refreshing. Chapter 416. Both veteran cooks bore large scars on their legs and feet, one from a knife wound, the other from a burn. Both restricted the mobility of their joints and muscles, making walking difficult. Dr. Charles had assigned them a different rehabilitation program, which would be slower, so they had taken a different, smoother route. They wiped their sweat with the hot towels Jericho handed them, washed their hands, sat down, and began to enjoy their late breakfast. How's it going? Any hope? Jiao glanced at the dog, which was pacing restlessly nearby, and asked for Andre. Yes, there's great hope. Hungry, doctor. Charles took a bite of a sandwich, his eyes instantly lighting up. Oh! Goddess Dreyer, this sandwich is delicious. He took another large bite before continuing, although the best time for rehabilitation is past, it's not incurable. Using magic to activate the cells near the scar, combined with proper exercise, it's possible to return to normal activity levels over time. Maybe not as good as before the injury, but at least it can reach the level of a normal person. However, this treatment is time-consuming and painful. The numb old scar pulls on the surrounding muscle fascia, causing severe pain. Combined with the activated and growing cells, it causes extreme numbness and itching. It requires a strong willpower to persevere. The 2 veterans exchanged a look of determination. We can do this. Yes, we can persevere. If this treatment plan proves viable, it can be applied to more injured veterans. Takumiya said with a smile, you 2 must work hard. Your success will bring hope to many more people. The 2 men suddenly grew serious. We promised to complete the mission. After the meal, everyone packed up and took the carriage back to the brewery. Those who needed to enjoy their vacation did so, while those who needed to return to work returned to work. Like a certain lord who had transformed into human form. Takumiyu, clacking and skipping, made their way to the shop, just in time to run into the troll construction team emerging from the old shop. Furious raised a furry paw and greeted Takumiyu. Boss you. We're done. Come and inspect it. Oh, that's great. Takumiyu's eyes suddenly lit up with orange soul fire. She looked up and watched the trolls remove the curtains surrounding the old house. As the gray-black cloth fell, the newly renovated, brand-new brewery appeared before her eyes. The building was still half stone and half wood, but the trolls had replaced and repaired the damaged bricks and rotten wood, repainting them with lacquer and tumwell. Even the signboard Andre had been repainted, gleaming in the sunlight. The workshop's doors and windows were all replaced with dragon crystal, and the trolls had even patterned the crystals with diamonds, creating a beautiful and private feel. The first floor, as planned by Jiangyu, retained its spacious storefront and was reinstalled with rows of shelves to store Jiangyu's sauces, soy sauce, fermented black beans, fermented bean curd and its juice, fish sauce. The troll-made shelves were large and sturdy, firmly anchored to the ground, ensuring they wouldn't be accidentally knocked over by people or the wind. Between the shelves are spacious aisles, and a widened path has been created in the center of the store for easy access. The counter and small bar remain, and Takumi plans to continue selling beverages like which beer there. A beer alchemical storage and cooling system has been installed beneath the counter, allowing for ice-cold beer directly from the taps above the counter, giving it a truly bar-like feel. The illegal structures added by Andre have been expanded and integrated. The bread oven remains, while the small open-hearth kitchen has been expanded to include its own cashier counter and takeout window. This area will sell snacks such as roast meats, fried chicken, braised food, and egg waffles, all easily accessible for takeout. The outdoor dining area outside the store remains, offering a place for customers to relax after ordering takeout. The original kitchen, small dining area, and storage area within the counter have undergone a comprehensive renovation, with the original walls demolished and their locations repositioned. The kitchen had been moved to the right corner of the house, expanding its area and adding a small window. The dining room had been relocated outside the kitchen, extending its depth while shortening its width by half. The rose window, Takuyu's favorite, remained, and the dining table had been replaced with a large one, easily accommodating 10 people. A brewing laboratory had been added to the space to the left of the small dining room. The entrance door to the laboratory, connected to the small dining room, was also made of dragon crystal. This room was rectangular and featured a large dragon crystal window for ventilation and temperature control. Fermentation racks were placed against the wall inside, and hooks for hanging filter bags were nailed to the ceiling. A hearth for the crucible of time was installed in the open space. And the bottling machine Takuyu had inherited from the witches was also placed here. The entire room was packed, yet it didn't feel cramped. Jiangyu felt these trolls were masters of space utilization. The basement had been converted into a storage room. After all, it was warm in winter and cool in summer, making it perfect for storing things. Since the original kitchenette had been eliminated, the existing kitchen, dining room, and brewing lab all occupied a portion of the original kitchenette space. To facilitate access, the door to the stairwell was relocated to the left side of the storefront. The vending machine, previously located there, was relocated near the quest board. In front of this door, a section of space had been created that once belonged to the kitchenette, and barrel racks were built along the walls on both sides to store beer kegs, leaving only a central passageway for pedestrians. This new door, also made of dragon crystal and emblazoned with a small sign stating no entry for non-staff. Through it, one could reach the stairwell leading to the second floor and basement. The area behind the stairwell had also been expanded. The original back door now leads to a stone hut. Opening the door reveals a hallway. To the left of the hallway are the newly built dressing rooms, bathroom, and toilet. To the right is a new back door leading to the backyard and a massive, adamantine magical water tank that automatically heats and insulates water. When this stone hut was built, the trolls removed the dead grass and trees from the original back garden, leveled the land, and installed a comprehensive sewer system. From now on, wastewater from the bathroom and excrement from the toilet will flow into an underground fermentation tank. After a series of magical fermentation and alchemical purification processes, the gases produced will be deodorized and rendered harmless before being discharged. The flammable gases produced during fermentation will be extracted by the alchemical purification equipment, converted into fire elemental energy, and transported to the magical water tank for use as fuel for heating water. After fermentation, the fertilizer will automatically flow through pipes into the newly added fertilizer tank in the backyard, while the liquid will be purified into pure water before entering the irrigation tank. In the future, when Jianyu wants to fertilize or water the fields in the backyard, he can directly take fertilizer and water from the fertilizer box and irrigation bucket. Chapter 417. What a perfect design! Jianyu couldn't help but exclaim. Completely automated, with purification and recycling all included. So eco-friendly. Yes, just input magic power from time to time when the water tank indicates it's low on energy. A troll said, this device is the latest cutting-edge product developed by the scholarly nation. By inputting magic power, it can automatically capture water elements to supply water. It's similar to how a magic faucet works. Then it uses the collected fire elements to provide heat and insulation. When the magic power supply is sufficient, the water tank will operate normally on its own. When the fire element is insufficient, magic power will be used to gather more fire elements. When the water element is insufficient, water elements will be gathered, and both will be maintained at a constant level. When the magic power supply is insufficient, for safety reasons, the water tank will prioritize heating with fire elements and convert them into neutral magic power for automatic recharge. This way, no matter what happens, the water tank will at most stop functioning, but there won't be any dangerous situations like dry boiling. Of course, it's best to check the magic power supply once a week. Amazing! Isn't this a magical version of a dry boil-proof water heater? The thought of enjoying a blissful bathing life in the future made Jianyu feel incredibly happy. Until she saw the bill Farias handed her, and instantly felt her non-existent heartache return. 80 gold coins? She gasped. According to Huntington Duchy prices, that's almost 800,000. Well, our original selling price was 100 gold coins. You know, we had to go through a lot of connections, and put a lot of effort into getting this equipment from the Rusman Federation. The cost of the trip alone was more than a dozen gold coins. Farias said, but you and the Lord have been very supportive of our business lately, giving us so many projects to do. For your sake, I'm offering you a 20% discount. Jianyu clutched his ribs as Farias demonstrated how to charge the water tank and fill the bathtub with hot water. Honestly, this thing is really convenient to use. Simply input magic power and turn on the bathtub faucet, and you get constant, comfortable hot water. You can even set the temperature yourself, no need to bother adding cold water. The bathroom also has a one-touch automatic flush function, looking very similar to a modern toilet. While magical artifacts are incredibly expensive, enjoying such convenient amenities in this day and age seems well worth it. After exploring the first floor, Jianyu followed the trolls to the second floor. The second floor had also been remodeled. The original 2 large rooms had been split into 3, 1 large and 2 small, a master bedroom, a smaller second bedroom, and a lounge. The master bedroom boasted a large, soft-looking bed, a dressing table with its own dressing chair, a wardrobe, and a soft couch in the corner. The smaller second bedroom contained 2 single beds, a desk, and a wardrobe. The lounge was currently Takuyu's favorite spot. Facing east, it enjoyed perfect sunlight and faced her garden dining room. The trolls had even built a small balcony, where the Lich sauce queen could lean on the railing and gaze out over her culinary kingdom. The lounge held a plush double leather sofa, perfect for lounging, sitting, or cuddling. Across from the sofa was a small bookcase, currently empty, but soon, it would likely be filled with Takuyu's favorite picture albums. In the corner stood a tree-shaped wooden hat rack, perfect for storing Takuyu's ever-growing collection of hats. Near the balcony stood a small round table, and 2 small round chairs. This set could be easily moved out onto the balcony, or brought back inside, as the mood took. In the future, Takuyu could enjoy tea and breakfast here, watching guests flock to her dining room and bring her more gold coins. Just imagining that scene made her feel her future life was beautiful. The third floor hadn't undergone much of a transformation. The clutter that had previously cluttered it had been cleared out, and the still usable dressmaking mannequin and used sewing machine had been given to Alexei by Takuyu. After all, these items could only find their greatest use in the hands of a weaver. Currently, the third floor held only Takuyu's label maker, gauze, parchment, and a collection of bottles and jars. A good deal of space was still empty, but Takuyu had no immediate plans for how to organize or utilize it. She was quite satisfied with the renovations, so she returned downstairs and happily settled the recent project bill with the troll Farias. After building so many factories and restaurants, renovating the workshop, and purchasing various alchemical equipment, even though the trolls had broken bones, Jianyu had still paid a full 300 gold coins. This exorbitant price nearly made Bone Boss's eyes darken, and she almost couldn't breathe. But considering she was now a skeleton, it wasn't a big deal. This huge expenditure wiped out all the gold coins Jiangyu had received from Heidi and Anina, and even lost a lot of money from the garden restaurant. But fortunately, she spent a lot and earned quickly. These restaurants and factories didn't require land purchases or rent, so the largest expense was infrastructure costs. After spending this money, she could continue to make a steady income, making a fortune every day. You work so hard all day, why don't you treat yourself to a meal at the garden restaurant? As he escorted the trolls out, Jiangyu asked with a smile, there's still room. That's right. Furia's appetite was immediately piqued. He looked at his elders and said, after all these days of hard work, it's time to rest up and have a good meal. Let's go, let's go! The trolls immediately changed course and headed for the garden restaurant. Jiangyu waved to Jericho at the restaurant entrance, and the house guardian spirits immediately came running over. Recommend some delicious and expensive dishes for the trolls, the cunning Lich boss whispered into the cat employee's pointed ear. They just received a large project payment from us, so they're very rich now. Jericho understood, gave her a gesture of understanding, and quickly caught up with the trolls. Jiangyu chuckled. Project Payment Recovery Plan activated. Chapter 418. After the renovation, this old, cold brewing workshop finally had the warm feeling of a home. Jiao spent 2 days with Alexei selecting the fabric for the curtains, quilts, sheets, and tablecloths, and Alexei spent another 2 days finishing the work. Maybe I should open a textile factory, Takumiyu said, standing on tiptoe. Using her right bony claw, she detached the curtain-holding left hand from her shoulder. Using it as an extended mechanical arm, she hung the curtains. Alexei, do you know any weavers looking for work? Alexei stared at Takumiyu's bony claw for more than 10 seconds, her pupils trembling before she realized what her boss had just asked. With a look of hesitation, she said, I can send a few letters to my sisters to ask. But they might not want to leave the village. Well, let's ask them first. Takumiyu hung the curtains and replaced the bony claw, oblivious to the shock her employees had experienced from her exploitation of her skeletal body. Takumiyu knew these conservative, disciplined spider spirits weren't very receptive to new ideas. Unless someone was desperate, like Alexei, who would abandon millennia of habits to embrace a new theory that contradicted their own, but she was just mentioning it casually. After all, Alexei had been busy making more workout gear lately, and she was really stretched thin. Clothes could be sewn with a sewing machine, but cloth shoes required hand sewing. To achieve greater elasticity, Alexei also suggested sewing several layers of slime leather, tanned with alchemical potions, into the soles. This specially crafted monster leather makes the soles more elastic, even giving them a subtle, puffy, treading on poop feel similar to modern sneakers. They're incredibly comfortable on the feet, though sewing them requires more effort. If we could hire more weed maids, production efficiency would be greatly improved. Not only would they meet the minimum requirement of 2 sets of clothing and a pair of shoes per employee, they could even produce larger quantities for sale. It's not impossible to hire ordinary people, but weed maids are far more skilled than ordinary people, and they can produce higher quality products in a shorter time. Of course, if the weed maids don't want to come to Eston West City to work for Jiangyu, Jiangyu can also send people to the weed maid village in the Witch Forest to place orders. However, there are some differences in confidentiality, costs, and profitability between a factory and a small, hired workshop. If the weed maids accept the former proposal, then the latter alternatives won't be necessary. Thankfully, sneakers don't need to be changed and washed too often, so even if employees only have 1 pair, they can use it for a long time. With each employee receiving a second set of fitness kits, shoes not included, employees can now easily change after a workout. The Lich Food Group's newly launched fitness menu and reduced salt healthy soy sauce have also been very well received. With the help of employees participating in the employee fitness program, a new fitness trend has quickly taken off in Easton West City. Eston West City is home to many wealthy and overweight businessmen. The Principality of Huntington has a limited culinary heritage. For delicious food, the only options are deep frying everything and wrapping everything in a pie, all high sugar, salt-rich, and oil-rich foods. Although they're expensive, the wealthy can certainly afford them. However, the consequence of eating them constantly is that without high-intensity exercise, they're particularly prone to weight gain. Although Huntington, due to the long-standing intermingling of fantasy races and ordinary humans, generally lacks a mainstream aesthetic. Whether a cat, werewolf, dragon, fat person, thin person, or even a skeleton walks the streets, it doesn't stir much excitement among the people. At most, they might be slightly surprised the first time they see one, but after all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Even if most people don't care, There will always be some who prioritize looks and figures when doing business. For certain clients, handsome men and beautiful women are always easier to negotiate with. And then, there are those, like Heidi's former, scumbag fiancé, who blame all their mistakes on others' appearance and figures. Not to mention that if you're overweight, it's not just about looking plump. Along with fat comes the risk of various diseases like high blood lipids, high blood pressure, arteriosclerosis, and stroke, potentially significantly shortening your lifespan. This is the most real problem for ordinary people, even wealthy businessmen who aren't immortals. After working so hard to earn so much money, if you end up dying early just because you ate a few more bites of bacon, it would be a huge loss. Obesity caused by a poor diet is both the easiest and the most difficult problem to solve. It's easy because the goal is clear and the approach is simple. Strictly controlling the intake of carbohydrates, fat, protein, dietary fiber, and salt at each meal can quickly change the situation. It's the most difficult to solve because, given the Huntington Principality's diet, someone who can make themselves fat theoretically wouldn't touch the poorer foods that make them thinner. Until the Lich Catering Group launched its delicious and healthy fitness meals. Although her focus was on the health of her employees, Jiang Yu was well aware of the vast potential of the fitness meal market, a market she had no rivals in. Whether the goal was to build muscle, lose fat, or simply maintain a balanced nutritional intake, she could provide affordable meals that were both delicious and generously portioned. The local Huntington food that was more effective in slimming than her fitness meals wasn't as tasty or nutritious, and the dishes that were more delicious didn't offer the same fitness and fat loss benefits. Before other competitors in the catering industry even realized the market existed, Jiang Yu, with her otherworldly knowledge and experience, had already secured this blue ocean. From now on, whenever people in the Principality of Huntington think of fitness food, they will think of the logo of a skeleton with its hands on its hips. Keeping employees healthy, expanding into the fitness food market, and attracting more customers. Takumi's business strategy of killing 3 birds with 1 stone was a resounding success. The bakery's thick-cut filet mignon sandwiches and thick egg and vegetable sandwiches, as well as the tofu workshop's braised beef shank soba noodles and tofu, shrimp, and oatmeal salads were all selling out. Takumi took this opportunity to launch a delicious low-fat vinaigrette. Traditional vinaigrette simply requires 1 part vinegar to 3 parts olive oil, with a small amount of salt and spices to season. Olive oil is a high-quality unsaturated fat. A moderate intake can meet the body's basic oil needs and, more than simply avoiding all oil, boosts metabolism and accelerates fat burning. Combined with exercise, it can create a larger calorie deficit. Crucially, Anina's territory produces a large amount of olive oil and balsamic vinegar. Mixing the two together creates a super delicious vinaigrette, which couldn't be simpler to make. Chapter 419. After hanging the curtains and laying out the sheets, bedding, and tablecloths, Jiang Yu began tinkering with the flowers, plants, and potted plants. The Troll engineering team had taken care of all the decoration, furniture, and equipment for the main brewery building, but the more lifelike arrangements would have to be completed by Jiang Yu himself. Thankfully, Holly had returned to West Eston this morning. The half-botanist had completed his current phase of work and returned with a team of knights from House Dresden, escorting a shipment of sweet potatoes, rice, olive oil, balsamic vinegar, and tomato sauce from the Lava Valley. He even stopped by the Axe Mansion on the way to load Jiang Yu with 2 more carts of potted plants and vegetable seeds. It was already late summer, and the Principality of Huntington's scorching summer heat was drawing to a close. Temperatures of 25 to 40 degrees Celsius would be a thing of the past until the early summer months of the following year. Autumn is about to begin, with temperatures dropping rapidly. Starting in early autumn, daily highs will plummet from 35 degrees Celsius to 17 degrees Celsius, with lows likely reaching around 9 degrees Celsius. During this season, backyard vegetables can only be grown with fast-growing, heat-loving lettuce and romaine lettuce, cold-tolerant radishes, cold-hardy spinach and bok choy, which become sweeter after frost. Alternatively, overwintering vegetables can be planted directly in winter, harvested in early spring, such as hardy winter peas and kale, the king of winter vegetables, along with garlic and onions for the following year's harvest. Now that Jiang Yu has a greenhouse restaurant, all temperature-controlled plants have been moved into the Dragon Crystal greenhouse, eliminating the need for a separate greenhouse in the backyard. New bathrooms and restrooms have been built on the land, and the stables have been renovated. The remaining farmland has been recultivated by the trolls to grow seasonal local vegetables. Now that Andre had become the lord of this area, and Jiang Yu had established a food court, they had their lieutenant, Angrus, clear several spaces along the street for guests to park their carriages. This way, aside from Andre's horse, Diego, and Jericho's mule, there was no need to reserve space in the backyard for other horses or mounts, allowing them to freely grow vegetables. However, Jiangyu knew little about vegetable farming, and only the basics ingrained in him. To grow vegetables well, you need to provide suitable soil, apply the right fertilizer, water according to the plant's needs, and promptly eliminate pests. Simple as it sounds, it's not so easy to do. Furthermore, Jiangyu didn't have access to the internet to search for information. Good news, she had a botanist partner. Both her and Andre's status had risen dramatically. A Lich tycoon with numerous sauces, ingredients, and restaurant businesses, and a lord holding real power over the territory were no longer equals for the Axe family. Furthermore, Takumiyu introduced Holly to the Dresden family's research on planting in the Lava Valley, providing the botanist with a steady stream of new research topics. Thanks to this research, Holly was able to successfully earn his academic title and publish papers for 10 years straight, never having to worry about finding research topics. In short, Holly felt like she was meeting a muse and the god of wealth. Takumiyu didn't even need to speak. The Hafu botanist enthusiastically said, "Boss you, I brought you a number of potted plants and seeds. Tell me what plants you like to plant in your backyard, and what kind of layout you like. Just give the word, and I take care of everything else. I guarantee you have a backyard with fresh fruits and vegetables to enjoy at all times, and a cottage filled with fragrant flowers." This level of attentiveness was completely different from the new head of the Axe family, who had just been released from prison 2 months ago and had been haggling with her, setting tests, and meticulously negotiating prices. Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The treatment people receive after gaining status and influence is truly different. However, she didn't dwell on such matters. After all, she had sought a partnership with Holly because of his botanical skills, the Axe family's abundant supply of high-quality vegetables, fruits, magical plants, and herbs, and their considerable financial resources. In business, any partnership must consider the true level and value of the partners involved. Nepotism is not an option in such circumstances. Even if two friends, no matter how close they are to each other and how much they grew up together, if they don't have some impressive skills, going into business together will only lead to bankruptcy for both parties, and ultimately, they won't even be friends anymore. She had already heard about Holly and Axe's abilities from Aunt Wolf, so she knew Holly inside and out, but Holly was completely clueless about her abilities. The information gap naturally led to different perspectives and attitudes. Now that Jiangyu was a rising star in the culinary world, not just Holly, but many people's attitudes had changed to some extent. They looked at her with admiration in their eyes, which made Jiangyu a little uncomfortable. Of course, she still felt a sense of pride in her heart. So Jiangyu took Holly to the backyard and pointed out the tilled fields the trolls had cultivated. "It's a small space, so you don't need to plant too much. Just enough for our own food. The main thing is to plant some fun things. Okay. Leave it all to me." Holly rubbed his pangolin-like claws, his long, cylindrical nails swishing across the earth, muttering to himself, "Plant lettuce here, plant spinach next to it. Group the fast-growing ones together, and plant the winter plants and perennials in the corners." Jiangyu let him go, carrying the pots of vibrant flowers and plants, and went back inside with Alexei to hang the curtains. Holly was meticulous. Each pot was covered with a piece of waterproof paper, clearly labeled with the plant's name, characteristics, uses, and care instructions for fertilizing and watering. Jiangyu simply had to arrange the plants in the appropriate locations according to his preferences and the plant's characteristics. Sun-loving flowers and plants were placed on the small balcony on the second floor, while those preferring shade could be kept indoors. Air-purifying plants with pleasant fragrances were placed on the walkway of the backyard bathhouse. Small pots of herbs suitable for indoor cultivation were placed on the windowsill of the new kitchen, ready for consumption, cutting, and use. After tidying up and down, Jiangyu looked at the now warmer and more beautiful building with satisfaction, finally feeling that this was home. For her, this place was no longer just a starting point where she could just find shelter on a bed, nor was it the cage that had bound her for most of her life, a place that Miyu hated. She, a floating creature from another world, had finally taken root in this one. Chapter 420. Andre frowned as he looked at the investigation report in his hand. Ever since the wire-wielding ghost-faced figure killed Baron Newman and escaped capture with a bomb, Andre had set his sights on the Drodana Merchant Guild, which seemed to be inextricably linked to Evil Moon. However, to prevent alerting the enemy, his investigation could only be conducted covertly through shadow detectives. Andre even resorted to the pretext of receiving a title, abandoning his usual efficient style, and deliberately bringing along Takumiyu, lingering in the capital for nearly a week, attempting to lull the Drodana merchants into complacency. Perhaps they would take advantage of the city's weakened defenses to resume their old ways, allowing the remaining shadow detectives to capture them all. But the members of this merchant guild were remarkably patient. Although the case had apparently been closed, the members of the Droda Merchant Guild maintained a cautious and low profile, acting as if they were innocents dragged into the incident. Neither the Kingdom Knights nor the shadow detectives could find any fault with them. Now, over 2 weeks later, the Merchant Guild was still operating quietly. No one resembling the ghost-faced man could be found among their employees, and every shipment had been secretly searched by shadow detectives. No large sums of money, treasure, or dark magic items were found. All the goods matched the manifests and had different owners. The shadow detectives meticulously checked every transaction of the Merchant Guild, but found nothing unusual. Andre rubbed his temple wearily. In that case, they recovered all the illicit accounts and part of Baron Newman's transported property. After submitting them to His Majesty, the king dispatched several experienced tax collectors to conduct a more thorough review of the illicit accounts and the funds. Then, they discovered a truth. Even though the property they had recovered was considerable, it was probably less than a third of the money Baron Newman had stolen from Evil Eye Moon. This Baron was terrible at everything, but he was the best at stealing. He was a master at taking advantage of others. Andre was even surprised that the people of Evil Eye Moon had tolerated him for so long. No, not necessarily for so long. Given Baron Newman's methods, the people of Evil Eye Moon had probably only just realized that they had been tricked by their accomplices. According to jeweler Barrow Ho Chernor, his family had long been secretly clinging to Baron Newman's influence through his connections with Baroness Newman. From time to time, Baron Newman would have extra gold or jewelry, which he would give to his family for smelting. Buster Hopkinson reported, "It's called smelting, but in reality it's just substitution and counterfeiting." According to Barrow Ho Chernor's confession, he was an unknown goldsmith before marrying his wife. He had no aesthetic talent for design, but was extremely skilled in counterfeiting. Simply showing him a picture of jewelry would allow him to create an identical imitation. Back then, whenever a design became popular in the capital, Barrow could quickly create an indistinguishable replica using cheap materials. It was through this skill that he met his wife. Barrow's wife and Baron Newman's wife were distant relatives. Although the blood relationship was distant, with the right gifts, they could still establish a personal relationship. One day his wife came back from the Baron's house and told him with joy that she had brought him a big business. So, Barrow was taken, dazed, by Baron Newman in a carriage, blindfolded, and taken off to a certain place. He was led around for a long time before finally stopping. Barrow said that when Baron Newman had his blindfold removed, he saw an endless amount of gold and jewelry, nearly filling an entire cave. His exact words were, "The legendary dragon's lair was nothing more than this." Buster repeated, Baron Newman demanded that he create an exact replica of the gold and jewelry. He smelted brass and tin metal to create a metal that resembled gold, then coated it with tungsten, a weight equivalent to the gold. The resulting gold bars were virtually indistinguishable from their appearance and weight. Making fake jewelry was his specialty. After each batch was completed, he received a large sum of money, approximately 5% of the original value of the gold he had counterfeited. This sum served as both a reward and hush money. I suspect Evil Eye Moon holds a large amount of gold and jewelry. These items are extremely valuable, but difficult to circulate in large quantities on the market. For some reason, they believe Baron Newman was a trustworthy partner, and entrusted the gold and jewelry to him for safekeeping or liquidation. However, Baron Newman deceived Evil Eye Moon by replacing the gold and jewelry he handled with counterfeit goods. Buster's deduction sounded plausible. Andre's brow furrowed further. No, that's not right. If Evil Eye Moon gave Baron Newman gold to liquidate, then, regardless of whether the gold was real or fake, Baron Newman would have had to provide Evil Eye Moon with the corresponding current currency. His counterfeit gold would be useless, but if it were counterfeit currency, it would be more plausible. Besides, this doesn't match the Black Ledger. The greedy betrayer died from the wealth he plundered if it was stolen, then Evil Eye Moon likely had no prior knowledge of Baron Newman's actions. I believe the cave Baron Newman took Barrow to was probably the secret location where Evil Eye Moon hid the gold and treasure. It's even more likely that only the leader or a few high-ranking officials knew about this secret location. After all, even if you assign your men to guard a huge cave full of treasure, you have to worry about them stealing from you. Perhaps he gotten some information from their daily collaboration and communication, or perhaps he'd been taken to that cave before. In any case, Baron Newman somehow got the tip and found this location. He wanted to keep the vast wealth for himself, but feared being discovered by Evil Eye Moon if he made too much of a move. So he hired Barrow to forge counterfeit gold and jewelry, replacing them one to one, slowly chipping away at Evil Eye Moon's wealth. That black ledger not only records the cooperation between Baron Newman and Evil Eye Moon, but also contains many large sums marked with directional symbols and numbers that we still haven't been able to decipher. I suspect those symbols and numbers are used to record which gold and jewelry in the cave had been replaced with counterfeit ones. That's why Baron Newman didn't dare destroy the black ledger, and had the Barrow family hide it. That way, if he survived the crisis, he could use the black ledger to distinguish between the real gold and the counterfeit goods in the cave. Chapter 421. That makes sense, Buster pondered. But where did Evil Eye Moon get such a large fortune, and where did she hide it? Since Baron Newman has access to it, the cave where the treasure is hidden must be within this territory, or at least nearby. Andre said, however, one thing still doesn't make sense. Why would Evil Eye Moon hide such a large fortune within Baron Newman's territory? Buster was also puzzled. It's true that Baron Newman is cunning and greedy. While such a person could easily be persuaded by Evil Eye Moon to join them in their fight against His Majesty the King, but leaving such a large sum of money within Baron Newman's reach is simply letting a rat into the grub. Song. Andre rubbed his chin, a sudden flash of inspiration. Perhaps Evil Eye Moon didn't place the property in Baron Newman's territory, but rather, it was already here when they acquired it. He pulled an old map from the bookshelf behind him and spread it on the table. Look, this is an old map from the German kingdom period. Back then, the twin cities of East and West Esten protected the royal capital. Nearly 190 years ago, at the end of the Maximian dynasty, the old King Maximian III was nearing death. The king's second son, Brew, led a rebel army from his territory in the heart of the kingdom, attacking East Esten, where he and his twin brother, Crown Prince Rupert, engaged in a fierce and relentless battle. The war was extremely brutal, completely destroying the then thriving East Esten, forcing thousands of war victims to flee the city. Ultimately, Brew breathed his last as East Esten burned down. Rupert won a tragic victory, but soon after assuming the throne, he fell ill from his injuries. This was also the origin of the twin curse that later plagued the kingdom of Delman. It is said that the succeeding king, Lorraine Franz, Rupert and Abreu's cousin, followed Rupert's last will and built a crypt within the ruins of East Esten. Lorraine Franz had Abreu's remains collected from the battlefield, buried the twins in the crypt, and preserved the remains of East Esten forever, as a warning to future generations. Buster was confused. But what does this history have to do with the Evil Eye Moon? Andre tapped the map on the table with his slender fingers. Look, from the capital to West Esten and East Esten, it's all a flat plain. There are lakes and hills, but not enough space for a large cave. High mountains. Furthermore, the soil here is loose and soft, and erosion by water would only cause landslides, making it difficult for caves to form naturally. If the cave described by Barrow is truly near this territory, it must have been artificially excavated, reinforced, or constructed. Buster also frowned. But we recently thoroughly surveyed this territory, redrawn its boundaries, and recorded the population and buildings, and no such suspicious structures have been found. Yes, Andre nodded approvingly. This means this place must be somewhere we haven't explored, and it's very likely underground. To dig a cave underground comparable to a dragon's lair requires a level of engineering expense and technical expertise beyond the capabilities of a mere baron. It could only be a relic of a previous dynasty. With this inference, the crypt of King Rupert and his brother's twins becomes particularly suspicious. Indeed, upon closer inspection, there's another rumor that's fraught with doubt. Buster felt Andre's speculation made sense, and his imagination was abuzz as he began to add evidence. There's been a rumor that one of the rulers of Evil Eye Moon is a descendant of the Delman royal family. This rumor has never been denied by Evil Eye Moon, and it's even become increasingly widespread. We long speculated that the source of this information might be Evil Eye Moon. While we can't be sure whether Evil Eye Moon is truly connected to the previous dynasty, or is simply using this name to establish ties with it, hiding the money in the previous dynasty's crypt is a very good idea. Andre added, firstly, the East City of Esten has been abandoned for years. Overgrown with vegetation, it's become a forest. Finding the entrance to the crypt won't be easy. Secondly, His Majesty the King is extremely poor and lacks the funds to rebuild an abandoned city. Besides, while His Majesty the King has a poor relationship with the German lineage, he ascended the throne as a distant relative of the German royal family and would never, under any circumstances, dig up the tomb of a king from a previous dynasty. Thirdly, he could disguise the money he swindled into the tomb of the previous dynasty as treasure, then present himself as a descendant of the previous dynasty and legitimately inherit the money. No matter how unreliable this theory is, there are believers who will accept it. Andre scratched his chin and sneered again. But then again, when the German royal family was in decline, there were rumors that King Rudolph had hidden a vast amount of gold and jewels. Could it be that King Rudolph actually hid these treasures in the ancestral tomb, and that Evil Eye Moon later found them and took them for himself? Huh? That's too much of a coincidence. Buster scratched his head, unconvinced by the tunnel. It's not necessarily a coincidence, Andre said. The Evil Eye Moon is clearly very interested in the previous dynasty. Perhaps they truly possess some information we don't know about. In short, we need to dispatch personnel to investigate the ruins of East Eston. He pondered the map for a moment, then added, back when East Eston was besieged by rebels, it's said that many residents escaped from East Eston to West Eston through a tunnel dug by Earth mages. If that tunnel hasn't collapsed, it might explain how the ghost-faced man disappeared from West Eston despite our blockade and siege. First, send a team to East Eston to investigate. Then, send a few more resourceful individuals to look for the elders in the city. Perhaps someone still remembers how their ancestors escaped from East Eston. Or perhaps someone knows the location of that tunnel. Yes, sir. Buster saluted Andre and looked at him with admiration. By the way, boss, you're truly knowledgeable about the history of the previous dynasty. Andre's lips curled into a smile that was both nostalgic and a little sad. That's all thanks to my teacher. He made me read so many history books to temper my character. This time, he didn't dwell on his memories for long as he usually did. Instead, he waved to Buster. Get back to work. I need to go home for dinner, too. Buster, who was walking out, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He said sullenly, Boss, can you take me with you to dinner? Chapter 422. So, are you heading to East City Eston next? Jiangyu busied herself in the new kitchen, her knife clacking against the chopping board. She glanced back at Andre in the small dining room and asked. The new kitchen and small dining room were very close together, neither of them large, but cozy and convenient for conversation. Andre had just told Jiangyu everything they had discovered and their next plan. Jiangyu listened with rapt interest as she cooked. Here's what we're planning. Andre was setting the table with Buster in the small dining room. He instructed Buster, get 2 more plates. The adjutant Shadow, who had come to eat for a free meal, obediently went to the cupboard to find some plates. Andre then went into the kitchen. Can I help you? No, nothing at the moment. Jiao glanced at the half-finished items on the counter. We're having pulled pork tacos and shrimp and cheese tacos tonight. They're almost done. She placed the chopped tomatoes and vegetables in a salad bowl and tossed them with vinaigrette. Then she placed tortillas in the pan to heat them. She placed the pre-prepared pulled pork, seared and chopped green and red bell peppers, and sprinkled a handful of cheese on the tortilla wrappers. Then, she expertly used a spatula to cover the other half of the tortilla wrapper, flipped it over, and heated it until it formed into a semicircular taco shape. She then carefully transferred it to a plate with tongs. The recipe for the prawn and cheese pancake is similar, but this time, Master Yi uses a long, crispy pancake. She bakes the pancake until crispy, then tops it with a thick layer of cheese, and bakes until melted. Finally, she tops it with the pan-fried shrimp and drizzles it with a delicious, sticky amber sauce. Smells so good. Andre, unable to resist the temptation, peeked over at the stove. Takumi, ready to hand him a pulled pork taco, said, Here, a boyfriend treat. Be careful the filling doesn't fall out the sides when you eat. This reminder was apparently unnecessary, as Andre opened his mouth wide and stuffed the taco hole in one gulp. The crispy crust wasn't there to break easily, and the overabundant filling would overflow from both ends, leaving him with the trouble of focusing on the beginning and the end. Takumi glanced at Andre's bulging cheeks and fell silent for a moment. Well, that wasn't a bad idea. She certainly couldn't underestimate a foodie. Delicious. Andre licked the sauce from the corner of his mouth. The taco's tortilla wrapper was crispy yet bland. On its own, it had a grainy, rough texture. But when paired with the pork, braised and roasted until tender and juicy, then torn into shreds and soaked in the sweet, slightly spicy sauce, it felt like a missing puzzle piece finding its perfect second half, irresistibly delicious. It feels so summery, doesn't it? Jiao smiled. This is made with the cornmeal Holly brought back. It's grown in the experimental fields over in the lava valley. It has a very summery and tropical feel to it, doesn't it? It tastes really good. Andre reached for the plate furtively, but Jiangyu swatted him away. That's all you can steal. The rest will be served when dinner starts. Go get everyone to come over for dinner. Andre touched his nose, turned, and left the kitchen. But he didn't need to look for anyone, everyone had already sniffed in, familiar with the aroma. Wow, this place is really well decorated. Auntie Wolf walked into the dining room, carrying a small basket overflowing with food. The kitchen is much brighter now that there are windows. It's better than the old design. That's right. Jiangyu came out, carrying a large square plate filled with tacos. After all, the old kitchen was just a long, narrow room sandwiched between the front shop and the dining room. To be honest, it was more like a narrow hallway. Not only was the lighting poor, but it was impossible to move around with so many people, and the ventilation was also poor. If you cook anything fumy, the smell won't dissipate. The relocated kitchen is now very comfortable. Windows on both the side and front face the garden and vegetable patch outside, allowing for a gentle breeze and allowing the smoke to dissipate quickly. The aroma of food even tempts passers-by on the street. There's no formaldehyde in the magical world, and there's no need for 3 to 6 months of ventilation to dissipate odors. After the troll craftsman handed over the room, Jianyu was able to move in right away. After a busy afternoon, the brewery had been tidied up by Takumi and Alexei, and was almost ready, brimming with life. Auntie Wolf handed Takumi the basket she had brought. Here, the Ghost Festival is coming soon. These are the candles used for the special offerings. Ghost Festival? Takumi tilted his skull. What's that? Something like the Ghost Festival? The second red moon of the last summer month is the Ghost Festival. On this night, the underworld, under the power of the red moon, opens its gates and briefly reunites with the human world. The spirits of the dead briefly return to the human world, accept offerings, and enjoy themselves before departing before the first cockcrow of the following morning. However, on this day, both kind and strange ghosts haunt the dead. People dress up as ghosts, masking the scent of the living to ward off evil spirits. As for these candles, they serve as guides for departed ancestors and friends. They also ward off evil spirits and protect the living. Auntie Wolf said this, glancing at Takumi again, a momentary look of confusion crossing her face. But even if you don't like candles, you'd probably be mistaken for one of the dead, Ayumi. The Ghost Festival is tomorrow night, Andre added. Don't be afraid. It's not some scary holiday. It's just a day when people hold masquerade balls, dress up as ghosts, and remember the dead. Oh! This description sounded like a combination of the Ghost Festival, Halloween, and the Mexican Day of the Dead. Takumi wasn't particularly frightened. After all, in her hometown, every Qingming festival, countless acquaintances would carry pig heads and wander the mountains to visit their grandfather. Burning paper during the Lunar New Year and other festivals was also a routine. Not to mention, she had even carved a memorial tablet for herself after entering this world. As long as she had done nothing wrong, she wasn't afraid of ghosts knocking on her door in the middle of the night. But then again, there was a soul she really wanted to worship. An idea struck her. So, if I want to worship a person, how do I do it? There are many ways, Buster interrupted. All it takes is establishing a connection with the deceased. For example, light a candle and burn a piece of paper with their name on it in the flame. Or place a piece of their belongings or a portrait next to the candle, or even place the candle at the door of their former home. It all works. Once you established a connection, place the item you wish to send to the deceased behind the candle. If these items disappear on the morning of the day after the Ghost Festival, leaving behind a black-gray mark, it means the spirit has successfully received them. Chapter 423. This practice sounds somewhat familiar. However, as the saying goes, the dead are like the living. Regardless of world or country, ghost culture doesn't differ much. It basically involves honoring ancestors, entertaining good spirits, and avoiding or exorcising evil spirits, with only minor differences in details. As for offerings, some places offer flowers to the deceased, others burn incense, some give money and other gifts, and some provide food. Whatever the case, the meaning is conveyed. Attitudes also vary. Some are mournful and solemn, others are filled with singing and dancing, laughter, and joy, while others are terrifying and thrilling, full of shock and fright. The biggest difference between the two worlds is probably that in Takumi's world, ghosts and spirits are something one would rather believe than not. Some consider ancestor worship a traditional filial piety, while others consider it feudal superstition. But this magical world is different. The underworld here is a real world. Skeletons like Takumi can roam the streets freely, and the idea of ghosts returning to the human world on specific days is not unacceptable. But, during the Ghost Festival, do all the souls of the dead return to the human world? Jakuyu asked curiously. Of course not. Otherwise, solving cases would be so easy. Andre sighed. Imagine if there were any unsolved case, and we could just wait and ask the dead on Ghost Festival and get the truth. No, of course, it wouldn't be that simple. The group chatted about Ghost Festival as they sat down at the table. They passed around large glass bowls of salad and plates of tacos, placing their own portions on the plates in front of them. Holly, who was working outside, was the last person to enter the house. Fortunately, Aunt Wolf had left him a portion, so he could eat it as soon as he washed his paws and sat down. Andre picked up a large shrimp and cheese pancake and continued explaining, the netherworld, or the nether plane, overlaps with the living world in the same world, but the two are normally isolated from each other. On the night of the Nether Festival every year, the red moon turns a dark, blood-red color, and the barrier separating the netherworld from the living world becomes riddled with holes. He took a bite of the pancake, and the warm cheese instantly stretched into long strands. What is this? It's delicious. It's mozzarella cheese made with milk and white vinegar. When heated, it becomes soft and stringy. Super delicious, right? Jiaoyu agreed, then changed the subject. So those ghosts emerge from the riddled barrier, right? Yes. It's just that the barrier separating the worlds varies in thickness. Andre pondered for a moment, broke the pancake in his hand, and stretched the thick cheese in the middle into a web. Some areas were thick, others were thin, some had enormous holes, and others had intact cheese, just like this cheese. Ghosts would briefly appear in the living world through the holes, lingering for a while before automatically departing. The holes in the barrier appeared in different locations each time, leading to all sorts of terrifying incidents. One person would find a transparent figure in their pot while eating dinner, while another would suddenly find a cold spirit lying beside them while half asleep. Because these falling incidents were so random and terrifying, people later began to set up barriers in their homes. This way, even if a hole appears in the barrier, ghosts won't be able to enter the warded world. But those who miss their deceased loved ones will choose to light these specially crafted sacrificial candles at their doorsteps. The candles are infused with ghost-attracting herbs, which can establish a connection with the spirits and guide them to a specific place of worship. Ouch! Andre deftly caught the prawn that slipped off the cheese on his pancake and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth. He crunched the crispy pancake and slurped the stringy cheese, unable to find a moment to speak. Baster, perceptive, took over his boss's explanation. In fact, the vast majority of ghosts who enter the netherworld no longer possess the memories and rationality of their human lives. They are in a chaotic state, acting on instinct, becoming fragmented, then remixed with other souls, ultimately becoming inseparable and becoming completely different beings. Therefore, some compare the netherworld to a furnace or crucible for souls. Once the simmering is complete, these reconstituted souls will leave the netherworld and be reborn as humans. Jiangyu nodded. She had heard this from Paulina before. Only strong souls that die naturally will closely resemble their former selves. Generally speaking, such powerful souls are likely to come from immortals or high-level magicians. Ordinary people would find it difficult to achieve this. If a soul dies unexpectedly, the moment of violent death often shatters, leaving it already tattered and riddled with holes when it enters the netherworld, and it may not be able to coalesce into a human form. So, the offerings during the Ghost Festival are more like a form of psychological comfort for the living, Aunt Wolf said. Some say that every time you use candles to connect with the deceased, that soul can recall its memories of its human life, and perhaps retain some of its past life characteristics in its next reincarnation. However, I pay tribute to my deceased husband every year, but the offerings only disappear for the first 3 years. I think his soul has either vanished or successfully reincarnated. So, are there any particular requirements for the offerings? Takumi asked. It's not a special thing. Most people offer something the deceased loved in life, or a special pastry unique to the Ghost Festival. This pastry is made with a special fruit that's inedible to the living, but delicious to the dead. Andy Wolf said, "Shall you, if you're interested, I can bring the ingredients tomorrow and teach you how to make it." Okay. Jianyu agreed immediately. Although she didn't know whether Mio's soul would enter the netherworld after being sacrificed, or whether her spirit would return during the Ghost Festival, she felt she should pay her respects. After all, sometimes the benefits of worship aren't necessarily for the dead, but for the living who find comfort. By the way, what do the undead look like? Are they scary? That's hard to say, Buster said. Most creatures that die of natural causes appear as a blurry, silvery mass, but those menacing evil spirits each possess their own unique, bloody terror. On the night of the Festival of the Dead, the kingdom's knights typically patrol all night, and many bandits dress as demons and take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Chapter 424. The Brewing Workshop's first taco night was a resounding success. The pulled pork tacos and shrimp and cheese naan were warmly welcomed by the crowd. After enjoying the steaming, stringy, exotic tacos, everyone scooped up a bowl of thick corn chowder, feeling both comfortable and full. Their conversation gradually shifted from the customs of the Ghost Festival to the trivialities of the city, and finally to East Eston. Aunt Wolf unexpectedly took over the conversation. "Hey, my grandfather is from East Eston. I still remember when I was little, he held me in his arms, and told me how beautiful East Eston was. He even took me to see the tunnel he used to escape from East Eston to West Eston." Andre and Buster, wow. They both sat up straight. "Where is that tunnel?" "It's in an abandoned courtyard in the east of the city," Aunt Wolf said cheerfully. "Many elderly people probably still know about it. If you're interested, I can take you to see it. It's a relatively unknown historical site, isn't it? Although, aside from us descendants of immigrants, it's probably not well known anymore." "We go after dinner," Andre said, his green eyes gleaming with determination. "I'm fascinated by that period of history. Truly, an old man in the family is like a treasure." Aunt Wolf's knowledge of the history of East City wasn't much greater than Andre's. After all, she wasn't an eyewitness. She only heard many bedtime stories from her grandfather. Now that she thought about it, those grim historical tales didn't seem like the perfect bedtime story material. But there's no doubt that these thrilling and terrifying stories, so thrilling to the young Auntie Wolf, left a deep impression on her memory. She still vividly remembers her grandfather's nagging words, as he held her hand in the abandoned, desolate courtyard, pointing out the tunnel entrance that had once allowed them to escape from hell and return to the human world. "Look, it's right here." After dinner was over and the dishes were cleared, Auntie Wolf, as promised, led Andre, Takumi, and Buster to a deserted house in the northeast corner of the city. The house was located at the foot of the city wall, only about 30 kilometers away from East City. Andre spread out the map, took out the compass, and after a moment's thought, he put the map back into his arms and followed Auntie Wolf into the courtyard. Aunt Wolf turned into the mansion's backyard with familiarity and pointed to a locked trapdoor in the ground. "This is the tunnel entrance." Back then, Prince Abra led his rebels to lay siege to East Eston, cutting off all supplies to the city's inhabitants and vowing to use them as hostages to force his brother, who was defending West Eston, out. The twin cities are very close, only a few dozen kilometers apart. But it was during a severe drought, leaving people with limited food supplies, and the water levels in the wells were extremely low. Seeing their chance of survival just a few dozen kilometers away, yet facing death from thirst and starvation under heavy siege, the people of East Eston actively sought ways to save themselves. Unable to defeat the soldiers outside, they devised the idea of digging a tunnel. Led by several earth magicians, they dug their way down for 3 days, exhausting all their physical strength and magical power. Halfway through, they encountered people digging their way in from West Eston. It was then that people realized the earth magicians were the crown prince's men, planted long ago in the city. Both sides came up with this plan and finally succeeded in digging a tunnel. The city's residents evacuated without anyone noticing, while the crown prince's troops infiltrated and catching the rebels unawares. Gianni listened to Auntie Wolf's vivid description, almost imagining that war-torn era. The dilapidated mansion also seemed grand to her. Curiously, she touched and looked around, and before she knew it, she had left the crowd. As Jiangyu staggered to the dead tree in the courtyard, she heard a soft click beneath her bony claws. She instinctively ducked her head. "What's that?" "What?" "Little bones." "Be careful." Swish! A sharp sound broke through the air, and something silvery swished toward her from the darkness. Then, Jiangyu felt her vision soar into the air. Oh no, it was her head that flew through the air. "Ouch! My wallet!" She cried out instinctively, reaching out her bony claws to hold her skull down, only to see her headless skeleton dancing with joy. Fortunately, the next moment, she landed securely in a thick, familiar, and reassuring embrace. "It's okay. The money didn't fall out." Andre, as if he could read Jiangyu's thoughts, answered before she could even ask. He took 2 steps forward and placed Jiangyu's head back on her neck. "What was that?" Jianyu asked, still terrified. Buster was already squatting by the tree. He looked it up and down and said, "It's a trap. There's a trigger buried in the ground. If stepped on, a steel wire would shoot out, severing the person's head. The person who fell into this trap was Boss Yu, which was truly a blessing in disguise." It was nighttime, and the courtyard was dark, relying entirely on the small oil lamps carried by several people. With limited vision, even if Andre stepped on the trap, there was no guarantee he would escape unscathed. Only Takumi, a skeleton who often detached his head and used it as a wallet, could perform a split-up operation on the spot. Even Boss Yu, who was invulnerable to death, didn't seem that concerned about the loss of his head. Buster heard her shout my wallet instead of my head. If Boss Yu didn't always like to stuff things into her head, she probably wouldn't be panicking at all. A truly unique sense of relaxation, a Lich's unique sense of relief. The trap is very new, probably recently laid. Judging by the signs, it can't have been more than a month old. Buster said, steel wire is a common weapon used by the ghost-faced man. Perhaps he once used this place as a hideout. Let's leave the same way we came. Andre acted decisively. Buster, call the nearest patrol knights over and secure this courtyard. Don't let anyone in or out. I take Little Bone and Ant Wolf home first. As you command? After all this time, finally having a clue about the ghost-faced man, Andre was naturally anxious. He sent Jiangyu and Ant Wolf back to the workshop, repeatedly instructed Jericho to keep an eye on the house, and instructed Jiangyu to close the dragon crystal doors and windows after he left. He hurriedly changed into full armor, took on his sword, went to the knight's order to call for more men, and led his team to the house east of the city. Chapter 425. As it turned out, by the time Jiangyu opened for business the next morning, Andre still hadn't returned. Concerned, Jiangyu had Jericho deliver breakfast and gather information. Jericho returned shortly after. Master, everything's fine. They found many clues about the ghost-faced man and the evil-eyed moon in the mansion, so they'd probably be busy for quite a while. All the traps were successfully dismantled, and no one was injured. Jiangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. She rubbed her neck with a lingering sense of trepidation. To be honest, last night's trap still left her a bit terrified. Of course, as an undead lich who frequently dismantled himself for cleaning, using his head as a wallet and his arms as extensions, Jiangyu wasn't worried about his own skeleton, but rather about Ant Wolf, Andre, and the others getting hurt. If it hadn't been her who triggered the trap yesterday, but some ordinary person who stumbled into the mansion, someone would have been seriously injured or even killed. What a damnable and terrifying evil-eye moon. These villains are so brazen. Don't they care about harming innocent people? Jiangyu felt his fists clench. I hope Andre catches those guys soon. But even so, there wasn't much Jiangyu could do. She cleaned the shop, stocked the shelves with sauces for sale, and interviewed veterans and their families, selecting a bartender, a cashier, 2 waiters, and 2 cooks for the brewery. As Jiangyu's business grew, she needed more staff. Fortunately, Andre had brought back enough veterans and their families, and many were currently receiving treatment and training, so she could always find suitable people among them. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Ant Wolf arrived with the ingredients for the sacrificial cake. The cake they were making was called Phantom Berry Cake, a cranberry scone-like pastry baked with a special red berry. The only difference was that the ingredients used in this cake, from the red berries to the powder, were all magical plants. The finished product was inedible to living people, but it held a profound allure for undead creatures. Why can't living people eat it? Is it poisonous? Takumi asked, wondering where she would get the cake if it was poisonous. After all, she was in the catering business, and couldn't risk bringing poisonous ingredients into the kitchen. It's not poisonous. Ant Wolf shook her head. It's just incredibly unpalatable to living people. It's numbing and astringent. When I was a kid, I was curious and secretly took a bite. My tongue was numb and astringent, and I felt sick for 3 days. Everything tasted bland. However, it's actually a legitimate potion recipe, capable of replenishing soul power and repairing damaged souls. Honestly, it has certain benefits for both the living and the dead. It's just that living people will be more likely to see the dead after eating it. If you're worried, come to my house and make it. I don't use the kitchen often anyway. So, the 2 returned to Ant Wolf's house with the ingredients. This pastry wasn't difficult to make at all. After all, it was a traditional pastry offered to the dead in Huntington. It didn't require any culinary skills, more like rolling a magic pill. All one had to do was mash the red berries, phantom berries into a paste, mix it with the powdered fruit of the magical plant soul grass, add a small amount of clean water, and roll it into a round, scone-like dough. Then, bake it in the oven at 160 degrees Celsius for half an hour. The result was a strange, purple-black pastry speckled with red berries. It looked awful and completely unappetizing. Even Takumi's culinary prowess couldn't save it. But miraculously, this pastry, whose preparation and appearance were both indescribable, released a deeply alluring aroma after being successfully baked. Even without the spiritual wood, Takumi could smell the sweet, slightly scorching aroma, and she felt as if her non-existent saliva were about to burst forth from her long-defunct salivary glands. Of course, this alluring effect was clearly only felt by Takumi. Auntie Wolf seemed to have no desire to eat those strangely colored scones. This scone smells delicious. Takumi couldn't help but pick one up. Can I eat it? Shall you? You're considered an undead creature, so you should be able to eat it. Auntie Wolf pondered for a moment. Why don't you try it? It's not harmful to the body, and it can even strengthen the soul. So Takumi picked up a scone and took a small bite. Miraculously, the moment she took the cake, it transformed into a stream of pure soul power, flowing into her skeleton. There was no tragic cleaning incident where crumbs of cake passed through her skeleton and fell to the ground. She could clearly feel her soul filling up, and her skeleton felt warm and comfortable, as if it had been sunbathed. Her magic power was also rapidly increasing. If this were a game, she would definitely see the mana bar rapidly replenishing in the air. Amazing! Jiangyu muttered, looking at the berry cake in his hand. It's worthy of being a cake specially used for sacrifices. This cake is at least equivalent to 3 soul fires. Not bad. Auntie Wolf said happily. This is also an old recipe passed down from my ancestors. The ingredients are pure, and it's much more effective than those on the market that use flour as a filler. The phantom berries are easy to grow, but the soul grass is really hard to grow. I also got the ingredients from Holly. Many people, for convenience, use regular flour mixed with a little phantom berries to make scones, which are barely edible for both the undead and humans. I say most of the undead are so lost in thought that they've forgotten how to speak, otherwise they definitely complain bitterly about these shoddy offerings. She glanced at Jianyu and added, Shall you? If you like this, I have Holly plant more phantom berries and soul grass. Hey, can the cicadas eat this? Jianyu wasn't sure, but they baked 2 large pots of pastries, which wouldn't be enough for the Miyu offering. Jianyu wrapped a dozen or so pieces in wax paper, planning to give them to Alexei and the others to try later. She skillfully packed the pastries, and her mouth wasn't idle either, as she went over the customs and procedures of the Ghost Festival with Aunt Wolf. It was simple enough. According to Huntington custom, Ghost Festival begins at 3 p.m., the legendary demon hour. Before 3 o'clock, people don festive attire, dressing themselves as ghosts or monsters, wearing silver masks to conceal their faces and sachets of incense to mask any trace of the living. Then, before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they place offering candles and the deceased's belongings at the worship site to establish a connection. At nightfall, the offerings are laid out and the candles are formally lit, inviting the deceased spirit from the netherworld to feast upon the offerings. Of course, whether this invitation is accepted by the spirits, and whether a person is actually invited, is a matter of luck. Chapter 426. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, customers entering and leaving the shop and pedestrians on the street were dressed as if for the holidays. They wore various ghostly-like outfits and expressionless silver masks, impersonating themselves as ghosts. They didn't talk or greet each other, and the noise on the street was much quieter. Only after entering the shop did the customers lift their masks slightly and greet Jiangyu warmly. Hello, Boss Yu. Happy holidays. Jiangyu didn't change her costume. After all, she was a skeleton who could eat offerings, and she looked like someone from the underworld. Playing her true self was enough, and there was no need for any disguise. The shops were also particularly empty today, with most opting for takeout. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the shops and the street were deserted. The neighbors had returned to their homes and placed offerings at their doorsteps. After seeing off the last customer at the brewery, Jiangyu closed the shop. She set up a barrier around the shop, then placed candles at the entrance along with Miyu's letters and drawings. Using the magic Auntie Wolf had taught her, she established a connection and lit the candles precisely at 6 o'clock. More candles lit up in front of the doors along the street, illuminating the unusually quiet street. Dusk had arrived, and night had fallen, but for some reason the streetlights remained unlit. The dim yellow candlelight became the only source of light on the street. The mist dissipated, revealing a moon so red it looked like blood. Little Rice Cake tapped his paws restlessly on Takumi's shoulder, and Takumi, you could sense a chilling aura permeating the street. She could keenly sense the barrier separating the netherworld from the living world slowly dissolving, like doors and windows swirling open. Countless guests from the other side arrived. Dark and gray humanoid figures wandered the streets, avoiding the candlelight's glare. Silvery balls of light wavered and drifted through the streets, sniffing their way to their own door, then alighting on the offerings before the candles, devouring them with gusto. Purple-black scones with red spots quickly dissolved into black residue, forming a small heap of ash on the ground. The satiated silver ball of light gradually grew larger, elongated, and condensed into a humanoid form. At this point, the doors of the houses would open, and the people inside would stand at the entrances, whispering to their departed loved ones about the events of the past year and expressing their longing. Some of the departed souls smiled, listening intently to their loved ones' words. Some were in a daze, as if they had lost much of their sanity. After a brief reunion, they would carry the gifts given by their loved ones, step by step towards the street, once again passing through the barrier of nothingness and returning to their own world. Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze, looking down at the candle by the door. Strangely, despite her invitations, no one came. Neither Mio nor Mifuna's ghost had appeared from beginning to end. The sound of horse hooves echoed in the street. Xiaoyu looked up and saw Diego stop at the door. Andre led the horse into the courtyard. "How is it? Any movement?" Xiaoyu shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "Absolutely nothing. Let's wait a little longer." Andre led the horse into the stable and returned to the doorway. He and Takumi stared at the half-burned candle together. "Some souls are still arriving. What if they don't show up?" Takumi asked anxiously. "Does that mean their souls have?" "Not necessarily." Andre said, "Every year, there are souls who don't participate in the festival, only to reappear the following year, and the following year. After all, no one can truly predict what's going on in the underworld. Sometimes, the hole in the barrier might be in the wrong place, or perhaps the souls simply don't want to return. Of course, it's also possible that those souls have already been reincarnated, or their souls have been shattered beyond their human form. The worst-case scenario is that their souls are completely gone." Xiangyu sighed. "I wonder if there's a bank in the netherworld here, and whether it accepts paper money. But gold and silver should be hard currency, right?" She brought out a brazier from the house, and pulled out a stack of shiny, round coins that looked like they were folded from gold and silver foil. Andre watched as she skillfully used magic to re-establish the connection, then lit the small coins and tossed them into the brazier. A puff of shimmering golden smoke rose up, carried by the wind into the depths of the netherworld. "I don't know why Miyu pulled me into this world, but I'm grateful to her for giving me a second chance at life," Xiangyu said to Andre as he burned paper. "I've been taking over her house for nothing, and I always felt a little uneasy. I had wanted to ask her about her opinion during the Netherworld Festival, but now that she hasn't appeared, I just have to force the sale and burn the money for the house on her. Of course, according to Takumi-yu's estimated paper money exchange rate. By the way, Miyu, here's the latest volume of the novel you were following, as well as the latest best-selling picture book. I hope you enjoy reading it down there. We do our best to track down your murderer. If you could send us a message, that would be even better." Takumi-yu muttered to herself over the brazier, burning all the gleaming gold and silver coins she had prepared. She then added a few best-selling novels and picture books she had mail-ordered from Mrs. Amanda. When the last flame died down, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of relief. Whether Miyu received it or not, she had done everything she could. After all, isn't that what worshipping the dead is all about? After death, all worries are gone, and only those left in the world still care about them. The act of offering sacrifices itself is more about providing spiritual comfort to the living than comforting the deceased. After finishing everything, Jiangyu lit another candle, letting it burn, and then went back into the house with Andre. After closing the dragon crystal door, she asked, "Have you captured the ghost-faced man?" "Not yet." Andre shook his head. "But we found signs of human life in that abandoned house." The man was clearly injured and had bandaged his wounds inside, leaving behind a number of dirty bandages. But those things were already dry and blackened, at least from trash left over 10 days ago. We suspect that after the ghost-faced man caused the explosion and fled in the chaos, he hid in that abandoned house to heal his wounds and recuperate. Once he regained his strength, he escaped through the tunnel to East Eston. East Eston, isn't it already in ruins? Yes, but since it's a deserted city, it could be quietly occupied by the evil Amun's men, perhaps even used as their base. Anyway, tomorrow I have to lead my men through the tunnel to East Eston to investigate. Chapter 427. Can I come with you? Jiangyu asked. I've been studying magic hard lately, and have collected a lot of strange soul fires. Take me with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Andre neither agreed nor refused. He simply looked at Jiangyu quietly. After a moment he said, Why do you want to go? First, I'm an immortal Lich, and that ghost-faced man you're chasing specializes in chopping off heads. Jiangyu pointed at himself. Just like last night. In other words, his special moves are useless against me. I can show him a split-action showdown right there. Secondly, I like to try out the soul fires I acquired in actual combat training, and see how effective my recent magic training is. Veterans and magicians say that shooting at static and moving targets is a completely different experience than actual combat. I'm curious about my current level. Third, in a ruin like that, deep in the mountains and forests, you need a good cook. Jiangyu put his hands on his hips, and said proudly, and I'm the best cook in town. The best cook in the world. Andre corrected her with a smile, but those aren't the real reasons. Little Bone, are you worried about me? Yes and no. Jiangyu tilted his head, his eyes flickering. Intellectually, I believe in your abilities, but emotionally, when someone I love is out there chasing dangerous criminals while I'm safe at home, I can't help but imagine the worst-case scenarios in my mind, and those scenarios fill me with fear and trepidation. Rather than suffer this at home, I'd rather go with you. I'm a powerful Lich. I won't hold you back, and I might even be able to help you. Jia was confident of this. She could smell emotions, and detect malice more sensitively than anyone else. If the royal tomb truly existed in East Eston City, then an undead creature would be particularly useful there. In her previous life, she had had enough of her family struggling to keep her alive, while she, confined by illness, was forced to be a mere figurehead at home, only able to cook. She had always wanted to share that heavy burden with her family. Now, in this other world, she possessed a special, immortal body, the abilities and means to protect herself, and someone she loved and cared for. There was no reason to remain at home and watch. Okay. I take you there. Andre didn't hesitate much. He could sense that this matter was very important to Jiangyu. Since it was his girlfriend's important wish, he would fulfill it. Follow me, I keep you safe. Andre still possessed this confidence and ability. He scooped up Jiangyu's bone claw and made a solemn promise. Whatever you wish to do, feel free to do it. As your knight, I will protect you. Don't worry, I take care of everything. After offering sacrifices to the dead, the people of West Eston, according to custom, closed their doors and windows, lit their homes, and quietly waited for dawn. The capital, however, was bustling with activity. The streets and alleys were filled with common people wearing black cloaks and silver masks. Chuckling, they accepted sweets and pastries from noble servants dressed in ornate and elaborate costumes and colorful half-face masks, eagerly lifting their own masks and stuffing them into their mouths. People laughed, sang, and danced joyfully in the streets, celebrating a reunion with their ancestors, praising the generosity of the nobles, and singing about their own, though not perfect, lives that persevered through hardship. At least for this moment, they were alive, living passionately and freely. This was an annual carnival, a celebration of death, and, even more so, of life. The nobles would hold a lively masquerade, where both mortals and evil spirits could receive sweet, free pastries from the noble servants. Unnoticed, a black mist quietly spread under the blood-red moonlight. By the time anyone finally realized something was amiss, it was too late. Why can't I move? Someone cried out in fear, then realized their mouth and tongue were gradually stiffening. Their limbs were no longer under their control. Like a marionette, invisible threads pulled them up into the air at strange angles, then down again, up, down, back and forth. Living figures disguised as ghosts danced in unison under the crimson moonlight, like real ghosts, performing all sorts of contorted movements impossible for normal humans. The servants distributing pastries, faces terrified, hurried back inside and locked the door. Tada, tada, tada. Amid the silent, twisting dance, the distant sound of high-heeled footsteps tapping against the cobblestones echoed, each one striking the ears and trembling their hearts. Like puppets, controlled by an unknown entity, the people couldn't turn back, or they would see a tall woman in a long black dress, a black veil on her head, and a folding fan in hand, approaching step by step from the end of the long street. The night wind rustled her long, loosely tied black hair, gently lifting her black veil, revealing a horrifying face half rotted to the bone. Maggots crawled from her cheekbones, gnawing at the decaying, withered flesh. Green pus dripped onto the ground, emitting a foul odor. She gently waved a folding fan with her right hand, and with her left, like a lady, lifted her skirt and danced gracefully on the cobblestones. She parted her purplish lips slightly, and hummed a sinister ballad. Duh, 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 duh. Her high heels tapped rhythmically against the ground, beating out an irresistible drumbeat. Duh, 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 duh. Everyone, living, dead, and half-dead, followed this rhythm, dancing a twisted dance. With a snap, their arms were twisted to impossible angles, snapping with a resounding sound. Snap! Their toes, unable to support their bodies, twisted into strange, fractured angles. Snap! Their fingertips pierced their own eyes, ruthlessly twirling in their sockets, gouging out the bloody eyeballs, regardless of their master's wishes. The bloody scene made the servants peeking from behind the gate tremble, and the hastily arriving knights of the kingdom paused in fear. What's going on? Hey, look at that woman. One of the knights raised his sword in fear, pointing it at the strange woman dancing at the back of the crowd, her life or death uncertain. I recognize that face. Isn't that Mifuna, the former potions master, who was declared dead 3 years ago? Chapter 428. The potions master who mysteriously died 3 years ago has returned to the Netherworld Festival. 33 dead, 27 seriously injured. No one knows where she came from, or how she left. A dark cloud obscured the blood moon, and then she vanished with a puff, sending the controlled people sprawling. Collapse. Knight Commander, is this the investigation report you submitted? The king, enraged, threw the report at the kneeling Knight Commander's feet, who investigated Mifuna's death 3 years ago? Who buried her body 3 years ago? How could you, a dignified Knight Commander, know nothing? Your Majesty. The Knight Commander swallowed and said hesitantly, it was your brother, the great magician Mabucha, who buried Mifuna's body. Mabucha Huntington stood before his old friend's grave, his magic surging in a storm, upturning the earth and lifting the buried coffin out of the ground. With a sudden wave of his hand, the nailed coffin lid instantly shattered into pieces, like a fragile cardboard, torn by an invisible giant hand. The pieces fell to the side with a crackling sound. Mabucha stepped forward and peered into the coffin. Yet, the coffin he had personally prepared for his friend was now empty. Impossible. Mabucha gritted his teeth. How is that possible? He had personally collected Mifuna's body, personally arranged her appearance, dressed her in her most beautiful dress, and buried her here. And yet, now, only an empty coffin remained in the grave. Funa, where on earth have you been? However, no one could answer his question. The bizarre disaster that occurred in the capital on the night of the Nether Festival was relayed to Buster the next morning via the Shadow Detective's pigeons. Because the incident was too bizarre to be explained in a few words, the Shadow Detectives didn't even consider using a contact book. The Ravens brought a thick file with the words, "The Mysterious Case of Huntington's Disease" emblazoned on the cover. At 8 p.m. on the evening of the Nether Festival, a black fog began in the suburbs of the capital, successively engulfing the streets of the Fighting District, the Market District, and the Central Cultural District. In the enveloping black fog, people lost control of their bodies, and, following strange footsteps and songs, began to dance inexplicably. They performed strange, difficult movements impossible for ordinary people to perform, unable to stop even when injuring themselves in the process. Some were even manipulated into gouging out their own eyes. The people wailed silently, their faces filled with terror, as if even the function of their mouths, tongues, and vocal cords had been completely lost. They danced until their limbs broke, their strength was exhausted, their blood flowed profusely, and they could not stop until they died, ultimately becoming dancing corpses, vanishing into the pitch-black night. According to eyewitness testimony, a woman resembling the renowned potion master, Mifuna, was the source of these strange footsteps and songs, and the initiator of this endless dance. Her body showed obvious signs of decay, yet she was still able to move freely, suggesting she was a lich or other undead creature. She was controlling these innocent people in some unknown way. The kingdom's knights tried their best, even using force to restrain the dancers, but were unable to stop this bizarre dance. Those controlled possessed immense strength. Even with broken limbs, they continued to dance with their remaining limbs. By the time the Lunari cult's high priestess Anina used a purification spell to force the long-dead potions master to retreat, 33 people were confirmed dead. Their bodies eventually vanished along with Mifuna. 27 injured civilians were successfully rescued and taken to the cathedral for treatment. In addition to having their eyeballs gouged out and suffering varying degrees of fractures, the injured had lost significant amounts of soul energy and remained critically ill. According to an investigation by Grand Mage Mabucha Huntington, the tomb where Mifuna was buried was empty, and her body had mysteriously disappeared, with no trace left on the grave or the coffin. However, within the coffin lid, a waning moon eye, carved from scratches by fingernails, was discovered. Upon inspection, the bloodstains and fingerprints on the mark matched those of Mifuna. Buster quickly flipped through the summary page and the witness testimony, then hurried to the brewery with the file. He happened to see Andre and Takumi squatting at the doorway, unsure what they were doing. "Boss! A strange incident has occurred in the capital," he shouted as he ran closer, finding Andre and Takumi staring at the ground with grave expressions. Following their gaze, he noticed a burnt-out candle and ashes of pastries in the corner of the doorway. Curious, he asked, "Hey, boss, Did you guys honor anyone last night? Then his eyes fell on a line of words written in ashes. The handwriting was crooked and eerie, clearly the work of a ghost. Beware of the Lich. So, boss, you was honoring the deceased Miss Miyu last night. Buster sipped soy milk and ate fried dough cakes, his mouth bulging. Her ghost didn't appear at first, but when you two left to clean up this morning, you discovered the offerings had been eaten, with this message left behind. Yes, Andre said succinctly, stuffing the meat-filled pancake in one hand while flipping through the file with the other. I don't think the person Miss Miyu was talking about being careful of was Boss Yu. Buster glanced cautiously at Takumi Yu, who was busy in the kitchen. After all, Boss Yu hadn't arrived when Miss Miyu died. Andre murmured. You don't need to tell me that. He nodded at the file. The Lich you mentioned should be the one with Evil Eye Moon. Buster held the pancake in his mouth, his clear eyes wide. Based on the clues we uncovered, the members of Evil Eye Moon clearly have a few things in mind. First, Evil Eye Moon's property. Evil Eye Moon is clearly a greedy, vindictive sect. Even though Baron Newman once served them, when he greedily laid his hands on Evil Eye Moon's property, Evil Eye Moon brutally eliminated his entire family. Second, it's about democratizing magic. Evil Eye Moon seeks to maintain the order and traditions of the Delman Kingdom, and continues to court the Delman nobility. Third, they secretly research liches, dark magic, and immortality. Miyu was a test subject, coerced, exploited, and ultimately killed. So what about Mifuna? What role did she play? Was she a victim, or an accomplice? Chapter 429. Andre initially sought out Takumi Yu because he discovered a complex connection between Mifuna and the Evil Eye Moon. The frequent appearance of Mifuna's signature potions in multiple cases, the altered Lich chapters in the spellbook, the failed Lich experiments on Mifuna, the scratched mark of the waning moon eye on the inside of the coffin lid. If these clues were already confusing, then Mifuna's appearance as a decaying zombie at the Nether Festival night celebrations, using bloody and bizarre methods to capture and kill numerous civilians, and then stealing a large amount of their soul energy. This clearly illustrates the other party's position. Of course, this assumes that the decaying corpse, and the consciousness that controls it truly belong to Mifuna herself. Andre pondered. In short, based on the current clues, regardless of who controls the Evil Eye Moon organization, it's essentially certain that while they're plundering wealth, disrupting order, and confronting His Majesty, they're also secretly conducting research on the dark arts of liches. The former involves power and wealth, while the latter implies immortality. It seems that no matter how evil an organization is, its motivations are nothing more than mundane pursuits of money, power, and immortality. It's more accurate to say that the more evil an organization is, the more it craves these mundane pursuits. Buster also sighed. If they had any noble sentiments, they wouldn't be so obsessed with stirring up trouble, constantly seeking to commit heinous acts. He quickly finished off the food in front of him and asked, Boss, are we heading to East Eston as planned today, or returning to the capital? Andre shrugged. His Majesty may be short on money, but he has many talented individuals at his disposal. News about the case has arrived, but His Majesty hasn't summoned us back at the same time, which means he has other plans for the capital. We can ignore what's happening over there for now. Let's stick to our original plan today and follow the tunnel to East Eston. If both sides are truly connected to the Evil Eye Moon, then our investigation here might also provide more clues to the case over there. That was the deal. After breakfast, Andre and Jericho loaded their gear onto their horses. While Takumi donned the outdoor jacket and tactical shoulder straps she had Alexi make, along with a pair of combat pants lined with pockets. She sorted the various curious soulfire vials she had recently collected and stuffed them into different pockets. She also stuffed her tactical boots with a dagger for self-defense. Thankfully, she was a skeleton, her boots were empty except for her bone claws, so she could still fit a good amount of self-defense gear. She stuffed everything she wore, shoving it here and there, until she had filled her entire body with all sorts of self-defense gear. Then, patting her head with satisfaction and humming a song, she handed the shop over to Jericho. The 6 new employees, who had passed the interview yesterday, had already started work at the brewery today. However, this was their first day on the job, and Takumi, concerned about their lack of experience, hesitated to hand over the shop to them directly. After much deliberation, she decided to let veteran employee Jericho serve as temporary manager. A guardian spirit's abilities are limited in the wild, but within the confines of what it considers home, it can maximize its power. Now, simply standing on the land purchased by Jiangyu, Jericho can sense who's in each shop and what's going on, like a fully fledged surveillance system. Jiangyu also gave Jericho control over the dragon crystal doors and windows, allowing him to be even more effective within the city. With everything arranged and no worries, Jiangyu happily sat behind Andre, comfortably wrapping his arm around Andre's slender waist, and they rode together to the abandoned mansion east of the city. To prevent the evil Imoon's men from sneaking into the city through the tunnel during the Nether Festival, Andre had the kingdom's knights surround the mansion with 3 layers of defense yesterday. He also sent several agile and powerful knights to explore the tunnels. Now that the men had returned safely, upon seeing Andre and Jiangyu approach, they came forward to report, "Lord, we explored the tunnel, and it indeed leads to East Eston. There are several cave-ins in the tunnel, but it's not completely destroyed. We worked overnight to clear the obstacles and reinforce a passageway. This tunnel leads to a large structure beneath East Eston. We only explored the outer perimeter and then emerged from another exit, not exploring further. It's unclear whether it's the legendary tomb of a previous dynasty, or a labyrinth or underground city. We found some signs of human life and numerous traps, but no trace of those people. The ruins of East Eston are vast, so we didn't search far before returning." "Well, you did a great job." Andre casually praised them. The fact that a small team of 3 or 5 could accomplish this was beyond his expectations. It would be unsafe and unrealistic for them to search the entire underground and underground areas of East Eston City to find the evil Imoon bandits. A larger force would be needed. Leave 2 teams to guard the courtyard to ensure our escape route. 3 teams will follow us through the tunnels, while the remaining main force will travel to East Eston City via the main road to search for and arrest the bandits hiding in the ruins of East Eston City." "As you command?" The kingdom's knights responded in unison. They moved swiftly, dividing into several teams in unison, each carrying their own supplies and equipment. These 3 teams had to navigate narrow, partially damaged tunnels impassable to horses, and they couldn't carry large objects that couldn't be shrunk by magic. Andre placed the bulk of the baggage with the ground troops. They kept their luggage minimal, taking only the most basic rations and water, weapons, protective gear, and tools they might need in the tunnels. To prevent the ghost-faced man from setting his signature wire-slicing head traps, all the knight's armor had been fitted with an extremely tough collared collar. Not only that, Craftsman Yu also summoned Tux and his brothers. A dozen dwarf artisans, clad in their homemade armor, wearing dwarven-style helmets, and carrying massive axes as tall as their own bodies, were eager to demonstrate their skills. Tux was already chatting enthusiastically with Craftsman Yu. "Boss Yu, don't worry. We're absolute experts at digging tunnels and dismantling traps. We checked out that trap in the yard yesterday. Its attack point is about 160 centimeters above the ground, making it completely useless to us dwarves." Chapter 430. Jiaoyu had already noticed this when she was struck by the wire. It wasn't so much that her head was sliced off, but rather that it was struck by the wire, sending it flying like an oversized golf ball. But it's easy to understand. The ghost-faced man can adjust his attack position based on the opponent's height during combat, but he can only estimate preset traps in advance. As the evil Imoon's greatest enemy and the law enforcement organization of the Principality of Huntington, the Kingdom Knights naturally have certain height and appearance requirements for their knights. Generally speaking, knights are between 1.8 and 2 meters tall. Furthermore, knights usually wear heavy armor and helmets when on missions. The wire mechanism alone would be unable to penetrate the thick armor and helmet. The only vulnerability of the split-piece armor is the neck. This is a vital area that the armor cannot protect. Even if the head is not severed, it can still cause severe damage by severing blood vessels and the trachea. Thus, setting the wire trap at a height of 1.6 meters. With luck, one could hit the target of average height. Even if unlucky, the immense force released by the trap would rapidly entangle the wire, tightening it. Even with the slightest dimensional error, the wire would slide up and down the smooth curve of the armor to the most vulnerable neck, causing immense damage. It could be said that this trap was custom-made to deal with the Kingdom Knights. But custom-made items always have a flaw. Once the target is changed, they will become incompatible and lose most or all of their effectiveness. Jiaoyu, whose bones can be disassembled like Lego blocks, and the dwarves, whose average height is still 1 meter away from the trap, and who are incredibly familiar with all mechanisms, took advantage of this critical flaw. Thus, the tunnel exploration team was split into 2 groups: the short, nimble dwarf craftsmen and the knights who had explored the tunnels yesterday, leading the way, dismantling the traps. Jiangyu, who could easily step on the traps, and Andre, who was always alert and vigilant, followed behind. 3 teams of knights led the way. The knights who had explored the tunnels yesterday had already marked the traps they could identify during the first round of exploration. Now, with a simple gesture from a distance, the dwarf craftsmen would whip out their various metal tools and begin hammering away. In a matter of moments, the traps had been reduced to various gears, screws, and wire ropes, sorted into their material bins. To ensure the effectiveness of the traps, these parts were mostly made of relatively precious and hard metals, which the dwarves were very interested in recycling. Of course, Jiangyu would happily cover the recycling fee. After all, it was she who introduced the business to the dwarves, and they were happy to oblige her. Jiangyu's asking price wasn't high. After all, the items belonged to Evil Eye Moon, so she had no costs at all. So she only took half the market value of the metals, and the other half covered the dwarves' labor costs for dismantling the traps. So the dwarves were delighted to get a whole bunch of precious metal parts for half the price, just for a quick outing. Jiangyu was also delighted to have hired a group of bomb disposal technicians, who not only didn't receive wages, but were actually paid for their work. Both parties felt they had gotten the best deal, a perfect partnership. Andre was amazed. Business could actually be done this way? He had a feeling someone was losing out in this deal, but in all his battles with Evil Eye Moon, it was rare to see her get a loss. Although Evil Eye Moon didn't yet know she had been defeated, just thinking about it made Andre feel refreshed and relaxed. It must be said that the dwarven craftsmen were experts at dismantling underground traps. Their eyes could spot the tiniest discrepancies even in dim light, not to mention that many traps weren't hidden at all, but simply placed in corners and cracks to exploit the dim light in the tunnel. Once they mastered the pattern of placement, they were sure to find them. Tux provided excellent service. As they advanced, searching for the traps, he explained the formation of this tunnel to the owner, Jiangyu, who had earned their money without spending a penny. This tunnel was originally dug during the siege of Easton's East City. Several earth mages from West City worked together, one team digging from east to west, and the other from west to east. At the time, the captains of both teams held half a magical artifact, which attracted and indicated the other's direction. It was with this artifact's guidance that the tunnel was successfully dug. Because of the escape, the tunnel was dug very crudely, completely compacted with earth and padded with stones in key areas. The main body of the tunnel we see today is essentially the original one dug during the escape, but it has been repaired and reinforced, and many air holes have been added along the way. Look, here, and here are all parts of the later repairs. Tux, wearing a mining lamp, pointed out the areas for Jiangyu to see. The dwarves' mining lamps are mounted on their helmets. They are powered by magic crystals, and do not require flames or combustion. It can be used above ground, underground, and even in oxygen-free environments like water. It can also be used in coal mines where flammable gases may be present. It's said that the dwarves originally lived in mines, surviving by mining and smelting ore. Their constant presence in the cramped underground mines has given them their unusually short stature, allowing them to maneuver in and out, and their eyes are particularly well adapted to the dark, lightless environment. Despite their small stature, they possess immense strength, a skill honed through mining and metallurgy. Not to mention their ancestral forging techniques, this knowledge has been passed down from generation to generation, from parents to children. Like their love of gold and silver, it's practically etched into the dwarven DNA. The passage is 200 years old, repaired over 150 years ago, and these traps were installed even more recently. Tux fiddled with the parts in his hand, blowing away the dust. Look, there's still no rust. These are the latest arrangements, likely installed less than a year ago, perhaps even within the last few months. The last group must have been rushing the work, so they didn't carefully bury the traps in the passage. If I were doing this, I carve a groove in the wall, bury the mechanism, and then cover it with a thin layer of soil, rather than simply installing it in the cracks and folds of the tunnel wall like they do now. But it would be much easier to dismantle, haha. Not surprising, Andre said. The tunnel was probably repaired by King Franz of Lorraine's men when they built the twin tombs for Rupert and Abreu. The craftsmen probably built this passage for their own escape. Chapter 431. Jiangyu was quite familiar with this. She had read numerous tomb-raiding novels, and had visited numerous museums with her eldest brother. Naturally, she knew that in ancient times, the craftsmen who built imperial tombs were often ultimately executed to maintain secrecy. The most convenient method was to seal them in a tomb. This not only protected the secret, but also provided a new batch of human sacrifices for the deceased emperor. The best way to maintain a secret was to have all those who knew it carry it with them into the tomb. Well, in this case, literally into the tomb. Thus, the more clever craftsmen would leave a secret passage for their own escape. As for those who weren't so clever, they would have perished in the tomb long ago. Sufficiently ancient civilizations often have special burial practices. The Egyptian pyramids share similar principles to the Yin kingdom in this regard. The feudal culture of the Huntington Principality was less complex, but in some respects, they were even more imaginative. Legend has it that the twin tombs were built to suppress evil spirits, said Andre. Prince Aber rebelled for his own selfish gain, bringing countless deaths, disasters, and misfortunes to the kingdom of Derman. Many escaped through tunnels and other means, but even more perished. Eastern City remains abandoned to this day because the land is stained with blood and resentment. The undead linger, unable to enter the netherworld, and instead remain in the human world, nourished by this blood and resentment. King Franz of Lorraine was unable to purify these souls, so he could only bury the remains of the perpetrators of this tragedy here. After the completion of the Twin Kings Mausoleum, the spirits of the East City of Eston seem confined to a confined area, unable to leave the mausoleum's confines. Bound there are the vengeful spirits of the victims, the soldiers who once defended the throne, the remains of the murderer, and even Rudolph, the true heir to the throne and the very person who sparked Aber's deepest desire, is sealed within the Twin Kings Mausoleum. These individuals are destined to languish within this cage for eternity, until their souls are shattered and their resentment fades, allowing them to be reborn. The reason the kingdom of Delman deeply detests the twins and considers them a curse is because the fratricide between the twin brothers, which nearly devastated the entire nation, has left a profound psychological scar on them. Half of the kingdom was destroyed in the war, a vast amount of wealth was lost, lives were lost, and rivers of blood flowed. Wait, there are undead here. Jiangyu subconsciously rubbed her humerus and shuddered. Although she was now a creature of the undead, that didn't mean she wouldn't be afraid when she saw or heard of the undead. Especially those who died tragically in war, and whose very resentment filled her. A chill ran down her spine just thinking about it, something she didn't even think existed. Yes, rumors of hauntings in East Eston started after the war, almost 200 years ago. Tux added, I heard that anyone who strays into the ruins of East Eston doesn't have to wait for the Nether Festival, they can see ghosts day or night. Furthermore, these undead lack much rationality, and are completely incommunicable. Covered in blood and black smoke, they wander the mortal plane, attacking anyone they see. Huh? Jiangyu was caught off guard by this, and shrank back sharply. They can attack people? Yes, Andre said calmly. But don't be afraid. My mother taught me the art of soothing the undead. While we can't send them to the netherworld, we can certainly put them into a brief slumber. He paused, then added, besides, I think the existence of these undead isn't necessarily a bad thing for us in our quest to capture Evil Eye Moon. Jiangyu thought about it for a moment and understood. Andre had previously assumed that Evil Eye Moon, while using East Eston as a treasure trove, didn't make it her permanent base. She had been a little puzzled. After all, there was such a vast expanse of unmanaged land, so close to the capital. If she had, she would definitely have chosen this auspicious location as her home base. Even if someone chased her away, she wouldn't have left. There was no reason for Evil Eye Moon to simply abandon her treasure here, leaving no one to guard it, and allowing Baron Newman to exploit it. Now that this missing piece of the puzzle had been filled in, the things she previously puzzled about became clearer. Eastern City of Eston is haunted. And this isn't some superstitious haunting, where you can believe it or not. It's a real haunting that can inflict physical and magical attacks. Evil Eye Moon uses these indiscriminately attacking undead to protect her treasure, but her own people can't stay here for long. Actually, before I took up my post with Baron Newman, I heard from the high priest of the moon worship cult in Western City of Eston that Baron Newman had a good relationship with him. Baron Newman donates a large sum of money to the church every year, and receives a talisman from the high priest to repel the undead. As the son of the Lunari cult's high priest, Andre easily acquires this secret insider information. I used to wonder why he, an old-fashioned noble of the Delman royal family, was so devout in the Lunari cult, until I linked the assets of Evil Eye Moon in East Eston to Baron Newman's counterfeiting. I suspect that those higher up in Evil Eye Moon must have some means of evading the undead. Based on their secret research and experiments with liches, I suspect the leader or higher-ups of Evil Eye Moon are likely liches themselves, perhaps even full-fledged liches. Miyu's message, beware of liches, was probably a warning to us to be wary of them. However, the ghost-faced man is still alive. He likely still had unhealed wounds when he fled West Eston. The flesh and blood of living people is a great temptation to the maddened and resentful undead. I doubt he stay in East Eston for long. He's probably just using it as an escape route. So, are we going there to capture anyone? Jiangyu asked bewilderedly. Capture? We absolutely must. Andre said, if the Evil Eye Moon's members are here, we round them up, along with their money. If they're not, we find their treasure vault, and take away all the genuine gold and silver that hasn't been tampered with. Thanks to Baron Newman's dirty accounts, once we find the vault, we'd be able to accurately determine which treasures are genuine and which have been replaced by Baron Newman. Andre's green eyes sparkled, and he grinned like a Doberman who had stolen a bone. Come to think of it, I actually hope the Evil Eye Moon's members aren't there. That way, after we leisurely empty their vault, we can give their leader a huge surprise. Chapter 432. Wow! As a stingy, money-hungry wretch, who always spent more than he earned, Jiang Yu was immediately enthused by this plan, his fear of the undead instantly fading. Thinking carefully, since the suspected liches of the Evil Eye Moon's higher-ups weren't afraid of the undead, Jiang Yu didn't need to be afraid either. After all, liches were also undead creatures. Theoretically, the undead would treat her as one of their own and wouldn't attack her at all. Of course, there would still be some psychological scars. But it felt a bit like selling a haunted house for a 20% discount, knowing it was a haunted house. He was still a bit scared, but for the money, having a slightly more menacing roommate didn't seem so unacceptable. Based on the distance between East and West City, the tunnel was at least 30 kilometers long. They couldn't ride horses, so they had to rely solely on foot to navigate the tunnel, dismantling traps as they advanced, so their walking speed wasn't very fast. Fortunately, this group consisted only of sturdy, robust dwarves, kingdom knights trained for long-distance field marches, and a single, bone-white skeleton incapable of fatigue or muscle aches. Even Jiang Yu couldn't build a fire and cook in this nearly completely enclosed, narrow tunnel. They stopped briefly for lunch, eating their own rations before continuing on. Jiang Yu prepared an offering made of phantom berries and soul grass, crunching it with delight. Before setting off, Jiang Yu obtained more raw materials from Holly and conducted a few experiments. She discovered that any food, mixed with the magical plant soul grass and baked into a pastry, would have its properties altered by the soul grass, transforming it into an offering that could be freely consumed by the creatures of the underworld. Not only does it have the texture and flavor of pastries, but it also quickly transforms into pure energy, even more potent than soul fire transformed from spiritual wood. However, currently, only baking pastries with soul grass can achieve this effect. Cooking soups, stir-fries, and other methods seem incapable of fully utilizing its properties. Although there are limitations, Jiang Yu has only discovered a few recipes that can be combined with soul grass to create delicious pastries, but she still makes a few pastries and desserts to satisfy her cravings, such as traditional Hong Kong-style cakes, crispy fried dough twists, Portuguese egg tarts, and sesame and sugar sesame cakes. Aside from its eerie purple-black color, the soul grass fruit powder tastes and has similar uses to a supernatural version of flour. While I couldn't taste anything strange, it made sweet treats better than savory ones. I wonder what this strange property restriction is. Because the march through the tunnels was so long, Jiang Yu spent the first few hours fearing ghosts, enemies, and traps, advancing cautiously and fearfully. But in the last few hours, her nerves gradually relaxed amidst the monotony. For the second half of the journey, she held these offering like snacks and happily ate them as she walked, like a child on a picnic. I have to say, offerings made from soul grass are truly excellent dry food. First, living humans can't smell it. Even if Jiang Yu ate it all the way, it wouldn't pique the knights and dwarves' appetites, nor would it interfere with their trap disarming and marching operations. Those around Jiang Yu would only glance curiously at the strange, aromaless purple-black food in her bone claws before turning their heads back to their own tasks without any interest. Secondly, this thing leaves no residue, eliminating the need for Andre to act as a wastebasket. All the energy from food is absorbed by Jiang Yu, filling her soul. The soul isn't limited by the size of the stomach. Jiang Yu can eat as much as she wants without worrying about gaining weight. She could even feel her soul gradually solidifying. Jiang Yu had a vague instinctive feeling that as long as she continued to replenish her soul energy, she would have enough power to continuously project her true human form onto her skeleton. If she continued to ingest it, even maintaining the human form for a day or two wouldn't be a problem. According to Holly, growing soul grass is indeed difficult, but it doesn't require any strange sacrifices of flesh and soul. It's just that it's a bit sinister and picky about where it grows, preferring to grow in large numbers in places where murder or death has occurred. After a few rounds of soul grass growth, those areas become as if purified, no trace of the netherworld's power remaining. Then we have to find a new place to plant the soul grass. If you think about it, wouldn't it be wonderful to cultivate soul grass in a dangerous place like East Eston? Jiang Yu couldn't help but mutter to Andre, "There's been a bloody tragedy here, and there are still lingering, terrifying undead spirits. I feel like just sowing a few seeds will produce a bunch of soul grass. Once we dealt with Evil Eye Moon, we can tell His Majesty the King," Andre mused. It's not a good idea for such a large city, so close to the capital, to just sit there and become a ghost town, abandoned like that. Once the soul grass has absorbed all the netherworld power here, perhaps the undead will be liberated and truly return to the netherworld. Lord. Boss you? We seen the tunnel exit. Tuck suddenly interrupted their casual chat. Come and see. The dwarves had dismantled all the traps. Andre and Jianyu followed them out of the tunnel and into a stone chamber. The chamber was tall and imposing, clearly a product of meticulous craftsmanship, a stark contrast to the more crude tunnel outside. The tunnel entrance was small, barely wide enough for the dwarves to pass through upright. A normal human would have to duck and use all fours to crawl out. Jianyu looked back and saw that the tunnel entrance was located in the corner of the chamber. Judging by the old bricks scattered on the floor, there must have been bricks blocking the entrance. This confirmed the tomb builder's suspicion that it was an escape route. Across from the tunnel entrance stood a tightly closed stone door. Jianyu suspected that it wasn't a passage to the outside world, but rather the entrance to the mausoleum. To the right of the stone door, a panel door was mounted on the ceiling. It looked very recent, likely constructed by the Evil Eye Moon's men. After the dwarves climbed out of the tunnel, they painstakingly fashioned a sturdy ladder from metal rods, placing it beneath the panel door. A sturdy knight climbed the ladder and, with all his might, pushed against the panel door. With a creaking sound, the heavy panel door swung upward. The knight poked half his head out to observe, then retreated and announced, "It's safe outside." Chapter 433. Jianyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but Andre appeared confident, as if he had anticipated this. Jianyu, curious, poked him in the waist. Andre explained, "Another large force is approaching on horseback, at least half a day ahead of us. While we were still navigating the underground passage, they should have surrounded East City. If you were a member of the Evil Eye Moon, where would your first instinct be to flee? Where? Under the tunnel." Jianyu's eyes flashed with fire, and an exclamation mark appeared. Even if the Evil Eye Moon's men used East City as their headquarters, their manpower could not possibly outnumber the troops Andre had sent this time. The Kingdom Knights of West City are now more than just a bunch of good-for-nothings who once served under Baron Newman. With the regular troops Andre had requested from his father, along with a few veterans whose disabilities remained intact, this elite force of several hundred men could be considered a top-tier field unit of the era. If they were attacking a well-defended city, a few hundred well-equipped knights might not be able to breach its massive walls. But facing East Eston, a city abandoned for nearly 200 years, with only ruins and rubble left, comparable to a desolate wilderness overgrown with weeds and trees, these knights were the most formidable elite force available. They were regular troops, undergoing rigorous and formal training. Most had seen combat on real frontier battlefields. Equipped with incredibly fast warhorses, they also regularly trained in the wilds of hunting grounds, possessing the swift pursuit ability to navigate even hilly and forested terrain. This meant that if they discovered the Evil Eye Moon's men in this deserted city and began surrounding and pursuing them, they would have only one way to escape, aside from hiding within the ruins. Underground passage. The area surrounding East Eston is entirely flat. Beyond this undead-infested city, the landscape is unobstructed. Once on the main road, no one can escape the knight's rapid pursuit. The tunnel is narrow, making it impossible for horses to fit in, and the knight's heavy armor becomes a hindrance to pursuit. Although the tunnel leads to West Eston and is filled with traps set by Evil Eye Moon's men are still unaware of Andre and his men's discovery. If they discover the pursuers surrounding the city, they will most likely retreat into the tunnels for temporary refuge. They can even exploit the hidden dangers of West Eston, transforming the most dangerous part of the city into their safest hiding place. As for the traps in the tunnel, they were all set by Evil Eye Moon himself, so their men are naturally confident they can pass freely without being harmed by the traps. So we have to go through the tunnels. Jianyu suddenly realized. That way, we can disarm traps as we go, and we can even block the Evil Eye Moon's men right in front of us, effectively catching them in a trap. I'm thinking of it like digging a rabbit hole to block the rabbit. But it's almost the same. Andre nodded. Jianyu continued his thought process. Since they hadn't encountered any fleeing bandits in the tunnels, and there were no sounds of swordplay or magical combat from above, this meant that either the knights had already apprehended all of the Evil Eye Moon's men, or that the Evil Eye Moon's remaining men were too few and still hiding, and no fighting had occurred between the two sides. In either case, it was likely safe for them to leave now. Andre left a team of elite soldiers to continue guarding the tunnels to prevent the Evil Eye Moon's men from escaping, while he led Jianyu, the dwarf, and the remaining men to the surface. They soon reunited with the other large force, But the situation on the ground was slightly different from what Jiang Yu had predicted. Lord Andre. The leader of the large force was Andre's lieutenant, Nolan H. Hoffman. Seeing the figures emerge from underground, he immediately approached and quickly reported the situation to Andre. We have followed your instructions and surrounded the East City. We have begun tightening the siege from the outside inward, searching for the evil Eye Moon's men. But as you can see, this work is not going smoothly. Nolan touched his nose with a guilty look and looked up at the distance. There are too many undead here. So gloomy. Jianyu glanced around and couldn't help but shrink closer to Andre. Even as an undead lich, she could sense the unique chill of this deserted city. It was still late summer, and even after sunset, the ground would continue to emit heat. The chill wouldn't be felt until at least late at night. But it was only dusk, and Jiangyu felt a bone-chilling chill. She was even wearing clothes and shoes. There's nothing we can do about it. Nolan smiled wryly, gesturing to the blue, green, and black shadows drifting in the distance like will-o'-the-wisp. Those undead spirits absorb the energy of living beings. It seems they've been starving for a very, very long time. That's why the grass and trees here are withered. The temperature has dropped abnormally. Our soldiers dared not approach any closer. If they did, the undead would sense our presence and swarm around us, sucking our energy. It would be extremely difficult to escape. Even divine magic could only temporarily confuse them, temporarily losing their target. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, they seem to be confined to a fixed area. Once our men escape that area, they won't pursue us. Nolan pointed to a long square line on the ground, constructed from discarded bricks and stones. Here, this is the result of our afternoon's work. This square line encircles most of the city. The undead only roam here. We searched the area outside and found some signs of Evil Eye Moon's presence, but they're not fresh. The fires have long been extinguished. Even the black ashes have been blown away by the wind. The bloodstains on the discarded bandages have completely changed color, and combined with the dirt left by wind and rain, they must have been there for at least a week. We followed the traces left by the living for a while, and found that they gradually led back into the city, which is where the undead are. In other words, Andre pondered, if Evil Eye Moon has left men here, then they most likely escaped deep into the deserted city, surrounded by the undead. But if we want to capture those bandits, we have to get through these undead spirits, who feed on the energy of the living. Yes, Nolan said with a wry smile. Unfortunately, the Nether Festival just passed, and the power of the Blood Moon hasn't completely dissipated yet. This is still the time when these undead spirits are most active, hungry, and violent. So I dare not go deeper. I can only wait for you to come and make the decision. Chapter 434. Set up camp first. Andre pondered for a moment, then made a decision. Have the soldiers take turns standing guard and resting. Stay away from the undead zone for now, and keep an eye out for anyone trying to escape the city. He hadn't yet grasped the situation here, and it was already dusk. The undead grew stronger as the night wore on. They had been marching all day, and now was not the right time to confront the undead. Jiao gazed at the boundary line on the ground, lost in thought. Could this line be the boundary of the underground royal tomb? According to Andre and Tux's previous account, the undead in this city were all innocent civilians and soldiers who died in the war between the twin princes for the throne. Back then, the prince and the crown prince had fought fiercely over the east city of Eston, one side capturing the city, the next laying siege and cutting off its food supply. In the end, both sides were so bloodthirsty that they were willing to do anything, including massacres and burning. Many were fortunate enough to escape East City through tunnels or other means, but many more were unable to leave, unable to escape, ultimately perishing miserably within the city. Carrying resentment towards the prince and crown prince, and hatred for the war, they were bound by the blood shed across the city, unable to let go and journey to the netherworld. Over time, these undead spirits lost their sanity, gradually transforming into ferocious wild bosses. The subsequent king was forced to build the twin tombs beneath the city, burying the instigators of the war there and, incidentally, sealing all the undead within the tomb's confines. Jiangyu touched his jawbone, lost in thought. They didn't know what was happening in the city. Perhaps there were Evil Eye Moon's people there, or perhaps not. Perhaps there were also Evil Eye Moon's treasures. But regardless, to find out what was going on inside, they had to get through these layers of undead. Hey, what exactly do these undead eat? Jiangyu asked. Energy, Andre said. It's primarily the life force of living things, including soul power, magic power, and physical strength. Humans come first, followed by animals, and then plants, trees, and insects. After consuming all of these, Even the warmth of sunlight on the earth and the heat of burning flames are absorbed by them. Then, Jiao pointed at himself. Do they eat me? Andre shook his head. No, you're a lich, considered an undead creature. In a sense, you do eat them. Just treat them as spirit fire with offensive power. However, I don't recommend that. Andre paused, looking up at the ghostly will-o'-the-wisp flames floating in the city. Although they are aggressive, they were once ordinary people who lived on this land. Being transformed into vengeful spirits is tragic enough. If they're eaten, they might not even have a chance at reincarnation. Ah, so tragic. Jiang, you couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Then how can we help them reincarnate? Wait until tomorrow at noon, when their power is at its weakest, and then I try to cast the magic of the moon worship cult. Andre wasn't completely sure about this. These undead have been lurking here for so long that they've long forgotten their human selves. They're only searching for food based on instinct. I'm not sure if magic will work on them. If we can help them regain their sanity, we can try to communicate with them. Perhaps we can persuade them to let go of their grudge and reincarnate in the underworld. Jiangyu scratched her head, suddenly struck by an idea. Well, I give it a try. She deftly climbed over the perimeter Nolan had forged and headed toward the floating will-o'-the-wisp flames. Andre and the surrounding knights tightened their grips on their swords, watching her movements with a shudder. Jiangyu determined the direction and drifted toward a single will-o'-the-wisp. When she got close enough, it puffed a spark, then cast a faint humanoid shadow on the ground, seemingly gazing warily at Jiangyu. Jiangyu gave it a broad, skeletal smile, opened its skull, and pulled out a purple-black scone. Sir! The Lich Brewing Workshop is offering a limited-time special for the Nether Festival. Nether Scone. Interested in one? Bolin felt himself slowly awaken from a long and painful dream. He dreamed that when he finally mustered the courage to pack up his belongings and flee his home, he was pierced through the chest by a flaming arrow. And then, it seemed, nothing happened. Oh no, it seemed there was something else. Although he was completely dazed, he vaguely remembered being constantly hungry, very hungry. Every few days in his dreams, he would chase after the black-clad men who disturbed his sleep, painlessly absorbing a wisp of their life force before returning to the place where he had died and falling into a deep sleep, slowly digesting that hard-earned energy. But now, he suddenly felt full, satisfied, like soaking in warm hot spring water. Even his gradually weakened soul felt full again. He opened his eyes and found himself standing before a skeleton, clutching half a dark purple pastry ball in his hand. It looked unpleasant, but it exuded a particularly pleasant aroma. Sir? Sir? Are you awake? If you are, please float over to the side and continue eating. The skeleton seemed to be speaking to him. There are many undead waiting in line behind you. By the way, do you see those knights over there? They have snacks of various flavors. If you don't attack them, cooperate with them, and answer a few questions, you can get them for free. Don't you want to give them a try? Snacks. Bolin instinctively raised his hand and took another bite of the cake in his hand. Pure energy instantly flowed into his body, bringing his chaotic thoughts back into focus. Okay, knight, no attacking snacks. He drifted in a daze, eating and floating. After a few steps, he smelled an even more alluring aroma. He turned his head to look at the source of the aroma and saw a young man in armor, looking a little trembling. Knight? Bolin asked unconsciously. Yes. The knight looked even more bewildered than the ghost. He took a step back. Seeing that Bolin showed no intention of attacking, he shakily pulled out a few purple-black twists. I have some snacks here. If you answer a few questions, you can get a free delicious netherworld twist. Chapter 435. Bolin didn't know what underworld mahua was, but he had only one last bite of his scone left. He stuffed the small piece into his mouth and felt a sense of clarity return. As his ability to think gradually returned, he felt the familiar chill and hunger rising again. The scone had been digested as his soul solidified, and he felt the urge to eat again. Mahua, he said subconsciously to the knight, who timidly thrust one into his hand. The so-called mahua was only a small section, resembling a girl's braid. It was the same purple-black pasta, a bit hard and with a faint yellow tint, probably fried. Bolin stuffed a finger-length, 2-finger-wide mahua into his mouth and began to chew it with a crunching sound. The mahua tasted oily and crispy, a texture he had never tasted before. There seemed to be sesame seeds inside, and the aroma lingered in his mouth after one bite. He remembered sesame seeds. They were small, fragrant, and expensive. His family only bought them once a year and ground them into oil. The aroma was so alluring that he could chew 3 cakes just by smelling the oil. His mother would also gather up the sesame residue and mix it into the dough to bake him small snack cookies. They tasted like these twisted dough sticks, less oily than twisted dough sticks, but just as crispy and full of the sesame aroma. After eating one twisted dough stick, Bolin felt a sense of normalcy return. He smiled naturally and asked the knight, "What do you want to know?" "We want to know. Have you seen any of the evil moons in this ruined, well, city? They often wear black robes and masks and wield weapons like wire. They look furtive and don't seem like good people." The young knight gestured excitedly at Bolin for a long time. Bolin searched through his fragmented memories until he finally remembered. "Oh, them? I eaten them. They should be heading that way." He waved at the young knight, completely unaware that he was floating in midair, and beckoned with a dark purple tentacle. "Come on, I take you there." The young knight looked at the eerie dark purple shadow before him, barely resembling a human form, covered in strange tentacles. It was only after the shadow had finished eating that it began to take on a vaguely human appearance. He summoned his fellow undead, calling out to his squad, and followed the undead towards the inner city. Similar events were repeated around Takumiyu. The undead, attracted by Takumiyu's dark purple offerings, gradually regained their human form and rationality after consuming them. Their aggressiveness plummeted, and they even became more accommodating, tempted by the promise of more food, and began to do business with the knights. Of course, when the undead are irrational, they only act on instinct to feed, so their memories during this time are fragmented and require more offerings before they can regain their memory. Jiao didn't mind taking an advance on her wages. She cooked a lot of food yesterday, and had soul grass fruits and seeds on her. When she gone to Holly to get the ingredients, she asked if Holly could expand the soul grass planting. Holly responded by giving him 3 large sacks of seeds and explaining the soul grass's specific planting location requirements. "This thing isn't an ordinary plant," Holly had told him. "Without a suitable planting site, it won't germinate no matter what. But if there's enough netherworld energy, even if you just toss them on the ground, they grow rapidly. When I say rapidly, I mean they complete their life cycle of sprouting, growing stems and leaves, and finally blooming and bearing fruit within minutes." Jiao couldn't imagine such frantic growth at first. It was unavoidable. She lived in a world of science for too long, and now in this magical world, some common sense was completely baffling. Not to mention, although she loved farming, she killed far more plants than she kept alive. She only ever seen plants that refused to grow no matter how much she cared for them, never one to take root and blossom in minutes. But once she arrived in East City, she sensed something was amiss with the bags of seeds. She took out the sacks and found that most of them had already begun to sprout and grow, nearly bursting the sacks. Jiao had no choice but to have each knight grab a handful and spread them out to where the undead gathered, waiting for them to gather them back once the soul grass had grown. In just a few hours, Jiangyu had harvested enough soul grass to fill a cart. She simply had Andre and the dwarves build an oven for her on the spot and began baking the offerings. The main ingredient of the offerings was soul grass. All the other ingredients were just for texture and flavor. The main group had already brought a lot of food with them on this trip, and now Jiangyu needed to use some of it to bake the offerings. So Nolan sent some people back to Eston West City to continue transporting the food. The grotesque, terrifying, and life-sucking undead became docile and easy to talk to once they ate the purple-black food that Boss Yu cooked. The knights used this food to gain information about the evil Moon, the terrain of East City, and the underground royal tombs. They even found undead willing to lead them, and help them deal with the evil Moon. There was no need to fight the undead, no casualties, and all they had to pay was some food. Nolan would still settle the bill. He sighed. Boss Yu is truly amazing, being able to do business with the undead. He urged his men to get more ingredients, his smile unstoppable. Andre glanced at him, hummed softly, and turned back to look at Takumiyu, his eyes filled with fondness. Having successfully turned regional monster, undead from an enemy into a friend, the knight's advance into the inner city became safe and swift. The only problem was that the undead consumed food so quickly, forcing them to return for new offerings after advancing a certain distance. Nolan simply adjusted his deployment. He asked some of the undead, who had regained consciousness, to join the patrol rotations, and detached half of the knights, who had previously been on guard duty, to form a transport team, specifically responsible for delivering food and fodder to the vanguard advancing deeper into the inner city. He truly lived up to the saying, food and fodder arrive before the troops move. This food and fodder was fed to the undead. A little strange, but it also seemed to make sense. Nolan, a veteran of years of leading troops in battle, scratched his head. Turning back, he saw a squadron that had penetrated the inner city returning with several heavily bound black-robed men, along with a group of undead, munching on snacks. Wow! They actually caught them. Chapter 436. There were 5 black-robed men captured, but to Andre's disappointment, the ghost-faced man he had fought against was not among them. These 5 black-robed men were indeed members of the Evil Eye Moon, but they were of low status and not particularly courageous. Frightened by the knights, they all confessed immediately. These men were residents of the king's capital's martial arts district, having previously earned a living as mercenaries fighting in the ring. Their martial arts skills weren't particularly high, and their magic was only rudimentary. Their only notable accomplishment was their ability to perform impressive feats of martial arts, which earned them a few patrons. The money they earned wasn't much, and they were stuck in a constant state of flux, neither particularly good nor particularly bad. They could have gotten by this way, but people are always a little uneasy with the status quo. Feeling their earnings weren't high enough, they were introduced by their companions, one by one, to join the Evil Eye Moon sect. However, they weren't devout believers, simply seeking a quick buck, and they held no prominent positions within this sect. They took any work that came their way, mostly carrying things. Perhaps because they were quiet and diligent, they caught the eye of their superiors, and they were transferred here about a month ago. They were supposed to guard the mausoleum, but the problem was, the city was overrun with undead, and they had no idea what to guard. These individuals were also frustrated. They were brought here by a ghost-faced figure, who promised them countless benefits and then left them among the undead. But the undead drained the life force of the living, and since they weren't powerful enough to resist or drive them away, they could only hide obediently in the room the ghost-faced figure had prepared for them. In the vast deserted city, only this small hut in the very center could withstand the invasion of these undead. The ghost-faced man only sent people every 10 days to bring them some food, rations, and daily necessities. Behind the hut stood a well. The water was icy cold, but clean and barely usable. The large man in the lead was also distressed. "Sir Knight, we were tricked into coming here too. It's been over a month, and we haven't received the promised wages, and the ghost-faced man has disappeared. We're almost out of food. Being surrounded by the undead every day is not a good thing." Andre examined the 5 men carefully. They were indeed not the ghost-faced man. Not only were their faces unscathed, their throats not hoarse, their heights and builds did not match, and they bore no recent wounds. His sword had no effect on their words, indicating that they believed their words with all their hearts. "Little Bone, come here and feed on their soul fire." "Okay." Jiangyu happily came over upon hearing there was food. However, after consuming a round of soul fire, she didn't detect any signs of lies from these men. Instead, she saw through the soul fire scenes of them fighting in rings, doing odd jobs for Evil Eye Moon, and being frightened half to death by undead spirits. She waved her hand, and an undead spirit floated over, gazing at her with greedy eyes like a puppy. Jiangyu didn't react, but the strong men were already terrified, trembling with fear, afraid that Jiangyu would feed them to the undead. Thankfully, Jiangyu was only testing them. Seeing that they were genuinely afraid, he pulled a netherworld mahua from his skull and sent the undead spirit away. Then she turned around and saw the 5 men huddled together, shaking in fear, looking even more frightened. "Jiangyu? ? We need to go to that hut and investigate," Andre concluded. He had 4 of the men taken back to Eston West City for detention, leaving only the burly man in the lead. "Take us back to that hut and cooperate with the investigation, and we won't feed you to the undead." The burly man cast a bitter glance at the formidable skeleton Lich and her undead army, then dutifully agreed. Thanks to Jiangyu's offerings, most of the undead in East City have now joined Jiangyu. Some of the undead have already consolidated their spirits and regained their sanity with the soul energy provided by the offerings. Others, though still dazed, appreciate and crave the offerings far more than they crave human souls. As long as a person carries an offering, they have no fear of the undead devouring their souls. This way, Andre and his men can traverse East Eston as if they were in a deserted area, coming and going freely. Furthermore, the path to the hut had been traversed by the knights before, and the undead along the way had been tamed and even led the way, making their progress significantly faster. The big man, this is terrifying. It's outrageous. The fear in his eyes, as he looked at Jiangyu, seemed to be tangible and dripping. Remember, when he followed the ghost-faced man here, he was leading the way with some kind of sacred artifact, but he still had to carefully avoid the undead. Back then, they had to wait for the undead to move out of their way, affected by the artifact, before they could move forward. They stumbled and stopped along the way, not at all as casual as they were now. Even the powerful Evil Eye Moon had to fear and avoid the undead, but this Lich could easily command them. The big man shuddered, not daring to think any further. Then Andre and Jiangyu noticed that the large man was much more cooperative. Along the way, he proactively pointed out the locations where Evil Eye Moon had set traps, as well as the areas he had instructed the 5 men to maintain, patrol, and guard. His instructions were clear and concise, meticulously detailed, and his attitude was incredibly attentive. Andre glanced at Jiangyu, and the long line of undead following her, and a slight smile crossed his lips. As expected, the undead stopped 10 meters from the hut, and continued no further. There's something there. We're not welcome. The undead, having regained consciousness, explained to Jiangyu and Andre. Andre nodded, and sent his men to conduct a thorough search of the hut. Eastern Eston had experienced massacres and fires, followed by nearly 200 years of desolation. Most of the wooden structures had been destroyed, leaving only stone and brick ruins. Strangely, however, the stone hut remained remarkably intact, not appearing to be old or dilapidated. It must have been built later. Even without a historian in their ranks, they could clearly see the suspicious nature of the situation. After a lengthy search, the knights finally discovered a stone door beneath the hut, sealed shut with putty and plaster. The filling was fresh, likely completed only a month or 2 ago. Andre had the large man brought to the door. Pointing at it, he asked, "Have you been down there?" The large man shook his head like a rattle. No. The ghost-faced man said, "We have to guard this door. No one is allowed to open it or go down there." He glanced at Andre and said with a bitter face, "My lord knight, if you open this door, we'd probably lose our money." Andre was practically amused by this. He decisively ordered, "Pry it open." Chapter 437. Just as Andre had predicted, the passage beneath this stone door led to the underground treasure vault created by Evil Eye Moon within the Twin Kings' tomb. They spent some time venturing out the air, and after having the dwarf craftsman dismantle a few traps, they leisurely wandered in. Sure enough, behind the stone door at the end of the tunnel lay a vast treasure vault, just as the jeweler who had previously forged the treasure for Baron Newman had described it, a dragon's lair. The ground was covered with scattered gold, and boxes of jewels were stacked haphazardly. This was the first time Jiangyu had ever seen so much gold. "Wow! I struck it rich!" Jiangyu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Don't get too excited just yet," Andre warned. "There's still a ton of counterfeit currency and jewelry in here, forged by Baron Newman." Ah! Jiangyu couldn't help but curl his lips. Baron Newman is truly evil. "So are we leaving the fakes behind?" "No, we moved them all." Andre smiled broadly. "Even if they're fake, we shouldn't leave them with Evil Eye Moon. They have a chance to take advantage of the situation and pass off fakes as genuine, disrupting trade." "Oh wow!" Jiangyu seemed quite supportive. She rubbed her hands, her eyes curved. "Then shall we start moving?" Andre pulled out a treasure map, which he had drawn based on Baron Newman's black ledger. He had dwarves familiar with metals test gold samples along the lines on the treasure map. After confirming the dividing line between the genuine and the counterfeit, he assigned 2 teams to carry the items separately. These gold jewelry and counterfeits will be transported back to Eston West City by separate vehicles, where they will undergo a more detailed round of testing to further distinguish the real from the fake. Identified counterfeits would be destroyed and smelted to extract other metals. While not real gold or silver, they were still found for free. Even brass had its own price. A mosquito leg, no matter how small, is still meat. After all, the dwarves accept all metals, so they could just sell them and make another profit. Moving the gold and jewels from this tomb was a massive undertaking. After the knights escorted the prisoners, they threw themselves into the task. Even the undead were called in to help. The undead, stagnant in the mortal world, possessed the power to levitate objects. Now that all their intelligence had been extracted, they were reduced to manual labor for the delicious offerings. With the help of so many undead, the Evil Eye Moon robbery progressed rapidly. Andre and his men worked all night, as vehicles laden with gold entered the western city of Eston under cover of darkness. The chamber where Evil Eye Moon hid its treasure had been completely cleared. Andre and Jiangyu finally circled the mausoleum and found the twin tombs, containing 2 sarcophagi. Jiangyu laid out his offerings and bowed politely before the sarcophagi. "You too." What were they?" She remembered the twins, one a victor and the other a vanquished. How should they be addressed? With her limited knowledge of local history, she stumbled upon her words and ultimately mumbled, "Your Majesty, we have driven out the thieves who arbitrarily occupied your mausoleum and used your bedroom. Or was it your living room? As a storage room. We have also cleared away the debris they left behind. You two may rest in peace now. These offerings are for you to enjoy." Andre, who was listening, said, While what Little Bones said seemed true, something seemed a little off. Jiangyu said goodbye to the two owners and happily ran off with Andre. The knights sealed the trapdoor in the stone house again. They swept away all the useful items, including the instruments and magic circles that could expel the undead. Nothing remained of the entire house except bricks and stones. Eastern Eston was once again occupied by the undead, but this time, each undead possessed a bag of soul grass seeds. These seeds were new seeds from the soul grass that had sprouted and grown in Eastern Eston. Jiangyu handed them over to the undead, who were then tasked with cultivating and harvesting the soul grass. She made an agreement with the undead. Every day, a team of knights would arrive with freshly baked offerings to exchange for ripe soul grass fruits. The undead simply needed to continuously plant the soul grass here, keep an eye on the Evil Eye Moon's arrivals, and report the latest developments to the delivery knights. The soul grass simply needed to be dropped in an area rich in resentment and netherworld energy, and it would grow naturally. The undead simply needed to pick the fruits when they were ripe and move them into the sunlight. If the fruits were overripe, it wouldn't matter, they would burst and release new seeds, which would then automatically grow into more fruits. The work wasn't much, but the rewards were delicious food. All the undead were willing to do this kind of good thing. Jiangyu had easily gained a new batch of employees, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing, giggling all the way. Of course, the greatest joy came from the mountains of gold and treasure. A large portion of this treasure is the property of the previous royal family. Andre said to Jiangyu, the gold coins and bars are all emblazoned with the emblems of the previous dynasty, and the emblems belong to the last king, Rudolf Delman. Then this gold isn't burial objects from the twins' tomb. Jiangyu reacted quickly. King Rudolf Delman lived many years later than the twins. Where did the people of Evil Eye Moon get so much gold from King Rudolph's time? I don't know. Andre shook his head. But I think the rumor that there are descendants of King Rudolf Delman among the upper echelons of Evil Eye Moon is becoming increasingly plausible. Perhaps we should rescreen all of King Rudolf Delman's descendants. Since the upper echelons of Evil Eye Moon are connected to the Lich, perhaps even those who are already dead should be re-identified. He had a vague suspicion. Judging from the reaction of the great mage Mabucha, both he and His Majesty the King might know the mastermind behind this. Perhaps His Majesty even had some unexplained connection with that person. A name had long been lingering in Andre's mind, ready to come to mind. However, Andre hadn't yet grasped his superior's intentions, so he had to keep the answer to himself for now. Could that person really be the mastermind behind this? Chapter 438. Baro Hochino was escorted back once again, and alongside the dwarves painstakingly separated his counterfeit gold. The counterfeit gold was melted down, broken down, and sold to the dwarves for recycling. The real gold was boxed and sealed, and the jewels were carefully appraised, recorded, and catalogued before being secretly transported to the capital and delivered to His Majesty the King. Despite his bountiful harvest, Andre would not keep all the treasure. The west city of Eston was now prosperous and thriving. The rest of his territory had also undergone significant changes. Abandoned fields were reclaimed, various food factories were built and put into operation, new trade routes were established, post stations sprang up, and teams of the kingdom's knights took turns patrolling. The refugees had regained their household registration and settled down, peacefully cultivating farmland, working in factories, and even becoming mercenaries and bodyguards escorting caravans. Everything was moving in the right direction. Andre only needed to invest a small amount of money to trigger the cycle. He only requested from the king that he leave 1/10 of the gold for his territory and family. The rest of the money was given to His Majesty. This money would be a life-saving fund that would change everything for the Duchy of Huntington. His Majesty naturally agreed. In this era, the lord of a place had the right to mint coins and a dedicated workshop for craftsmen. Gold marked with the silver of the previous dynasty could not be used directly. It had to be melted down in the mint according to the Duchy of Huntington's specific ratio into common currency before it could be spent normally. 1/10 of the gold was already a huge fortune. Andre melted the gold into coins and divided it into 3 parts. One portion went to his mother to invest in tropical crop research within the Dresden territory. One portion went to his father to cover military expenses and reward his personal soldiers. One portion remained for himself and Little Bone as operating capital for the territory and their businesses. Even after this distribution, Andre wasn't left with much, but for someone used to hardship, it was a sudden wealth. For a moment, Andre didn't know what to do with it. So, after paying for the territory's infrastructure, he locked the remaining gold coins in an empty room deep within the city lord's mansion, and handed one of the keys and the account book to Takumiyu. Little Bone, These gold coins are now yours, Andre declared solemnly. Invest in whatever you want, build whatever factory you want. Great. Takumiyu said with a smile, I just have a lot of things I want to do. She planned to take some time to visit the witch's forest, inspect the branches and businesses, and discuss new business opportunities before returning. Andre still had to deal with the aftermath of the Twin Kings' tombs and the gold, so he couldn't leave for the time being. Instead, he assigned a team of knights to serve as bodyguards and handymen for Jiangyu. Of course, there was also Jiangyu's accustomed lieutenant, Angus H. Bryman. So the matter was settled. Night fell. After the knights carefully cleaned up their tracks, erased the heavy wheel tracks with magic, and departed, East Eston returned to its former tranquility. The undead wandered about, occasionally scattering seeds and plucking ripe fruits, discarding them aside. Their movements were subtle, and from a distance, they looked much the same as before. At some point, a chilly mist gradually drifted in from the northwest of the deserted city, accompanied by the sound of heavy, measured footsteps. Along with the footsteps, a strange, indistinct melody rang out. A woman in a black dress, a black veil, and clutching a folding fan, led a group of dancing zombies, slowly emerging from the depths of the fog. Their destination was clear, the small house in the center of East City, leading to the underground treasure vault. The sound of the death-dealing dance approached, but it was a pity that only the undead, already dead, could be seen here. Huh? The woman suddenly stopped, her head tilted eerily, and she looked at the small house. The power protecting this small house is gone. With a wave of her hand, the dancing zombies stopped. The woman propped her chin against the fan and, with a wary expression, entered the small house. A moment later, a wild, beast-like roar erupted from the hut. A frenzied wave of sound surged, and the undead shuddered violently, scattering and disappearing into the night. Far away in the capital, Alino slammed a cup. How could this be? How could this be? She gasped, a look of disbelief on her face. Newman is dead, who else could know where my treasure is? She clutched her chest, feeling a near heart attack. But she was already a finished lich. Even though the heart of this body still beat physiologically, powered by preservation magic, keeping her blood and body alive and fresh, slowing the process of decay, in a sense, she was already a living dead. From another perspective, she had already achieved immortality. Even if she were suddenly told the devastating news that she had gone from being incredibly wealthy to being completely bankrupt overnight, Eleanor, or rather, the former Princess Drisi, would not easily die over such a thing. But that didn't mean she could calmly face the fact that she was bankrupt. Oh, to be precise, it was only Drisi who was bankrupt, having had all her property plundered. Eleanor still had her deceased husband's fortune, and a large sum of money she had earned from selling books at Rose Manor. Drisi's ambition was immense, and with it came an intense possessiveness of everything around her. Taking money from her pocket would have been worse than death, and now, knowing all her possessions were gone, she gasped and cried, "Number 4. Number 4. Master." A black-clad figure, wearing a ghost mask, emerged from the shadows. His voice was as hoarse as the grinding of metal, and he crouched respectfully at Drisi's feet, like a loyal dog. "Go investigate." Drisi's expression was as ferocious as a demon. "Catch that lunatic who dared to steal from me. Kill him! Kill him! Take back everything that belongs to me." "Yes." The ghost-faced figure known as Number 4 obeyed the order, took a step back, and like a puff of dust, vanished into the darkness. A dark shadow suddenly appeared, leaping from one shadow on the ground and slipping into another. It moved at a rapid pace, heading east from the capital. In the eastern city of Eston, Mifuna, half decayed and dressed in a black dress, pushed open the door of her hut with a gloomy expression. With a wave of her hand, the zombies surrounding the hut fell to the ground. From the zombies' bodies, balls of silver soul fire flew up, rushing into Mifuna's hands and converging into a bright ball of light. She murmured to herself, "For eternal life? Is all this worth it?" Chapter 439. "Hey!" Jiangyu jumped off the carriage and stretched. "Boss, you?" Larissa, who had been waiting outside the village, pushed aside the knights blocking her way and ran towards Jiangyu. "We've been waiting for you for a long time." It hadn't been long since Jiangyu last visited, but the witch forest had completely changed. After opening a noodle factory here, Jiangyu also opened a sweet potato noodle factory. The sweet potatoes were still shipped from Dresden's territory. With the right climate and soil, this crop could yield a considerable yield. With a little help from the unique planting magic of the half-tribe, year-round, off-season planting was possible. Of course, Holly hadn't been very willing to use planting magic before, as it was very energy-consuming. He usually tried to save as much as possible. Until he had a bowl of chicken soup with sweet potato noodles, and he couldn't stop. Takumi, the plan works. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. And to get a botanist to work hard at farming, you have to make him enjoy the dishes made from his crops. Once you understand one principle, you can apply it to many other things. To make sweet potato starch, you first grind the sweet potatoes into a slurry and filter out the slurry and residue. The residue can be used as fertilizer or cooked and fed to pigs, so nothing is wasted. After a few hours, the filtered slurry will precipitate into a snow-white starch. Simply discard the clear water on top, and dry the starch below to obtain sweet potato starch. At this point, locals all know how to make it. After all, this starch extraction method is also applicable to corn, sweet potatoes, and any other crops that can produce starch. Next, sweet potato starch is mixed into a nearly white, viscous non-Newtonian fluid. This is then placed in a specially made small pot with holes in the bottom. Repeated hammering with a hammer forces the non-Newtonian sweet potato dough to fall through the holes into a larger pot of boiling water, creating long, round vermicelli noodles. These vermicelli noodles are then rinsed with cold water to set their shape. After being removed and air-dried, they are packaged and sold, cooked in kitchens across the country, and ultimately transformed into delicious soup noodles for customers. Another method involves pouring the sweet potato starch paste onto a plate, leaving a thin layer. After cooling, the mixture is cut into strips, resulting in rectangular sweet potato vermicelli sheets. Whiter vermicelli sheets absorb the broth more easily and thicken faster. They lack the chewiness of thin, cylindrical vermicelli sheets, making them more suitable for chicken soup sweet potato vermicelli noodles. Sweet potato vermicelli isn't available every day. Once one batch of sweet potatoes is used up, you have to wait for the next batch to arrive before making it. However, the Witch Forest, in addition to various wheat varieties, also produces a rich supply of sweet potatoes, allowing people to make sweet potato vermicelli using the same method with a similar texture. Although both are made from similar starches, sweet potato vermicelli and sweet potato vermicelli are distinctly different. Sweet potato vermicelli requires a colander with larger holes. It's whiter, more opaque, and has a smoother texture. When broken, the vermicelli breaks more smoothly, making it less likely to become mushy and burn. The villagers quickly split into two camps. Some favored sweet potato vermicelli, while others preferred sweet potato vermicelli. There was a constant debate about which vermicelli was more delicious. Jiangyu watched them fussing over it, and decided that if rice production weren't high, she would have to make rice vermicelli as well. She came to the Witch Forest this time with the intention of continuing her collaboration with the witches and opening a distillery to brew baijiu, white liquor, from sorghum, and huangjiu, yellow wine, from millet. The witches were skilled brewers, already well-versed in brewing beer. Furthermore, the Witch Forest boasted abundant millet and sorghum crops, making the factory a breeze with a host of benefits. Jiangyu only needed to teach them how to distill baijiu. Jiangyu had previously spent most of her cash on various sauce factories, putting the distillery project on hold. After all, among the many seasonings she used and sold, cooking wine for removing fishy smells wasn't as common as the others, so a small-scale production was generally sufficient. But things were different now. Thanks to the gift of the evil eye moon, Jianyu's wallet was bulging, and she could open any factory she wanted. However, even the most generous investment had to be carefully considered. The most cost-effective and efficient location required careful research. The Witch Forest was the ultimate winner in every respect. After people began to eat the magic crayfish and farm them, fish dishes became the main dish at the Witch Forest Brewing Workshop branch, which consumed wine at a much higher rate than Takuya's. The rice wine and distilled white wine brewed in the Witch Forest could be directly used and sold at the branch, saving a significant amount of shipping costs. The site for the brewery was still the land Lisa had helped find, and after consultation and unanimous agreement among the head witches, it was leased to Takuya for the low price of 10 silver coins per month. The people of the Witch Forest primarily engaged in farming and brewing. Many people came to seek refuge there each year, but there was only so much land. Continuous clearing of land in the mountains would lead to soil erosion and landslides. The head witches were reluctant to see the ecological damage, but they also couldn't let too many refugees remain idle in the village. The busy farming season came and went, intensely busy during peak hours, and largely unemployed during lulls. When these young men took time off, drinking became a source of trouble, causing considerable trouble for the village. Jiangyu had established several factories in their area, employing many of the idle laborers, and easing the burden on the witches in charge. Their complexions had recently improved considerably. Besides, these people were paid for their work in the factories. In previous years, the Witch Forest was self-sufficient, with its only source of income coming from selling alcohol. With a canteen, people had no shortage of food, and they saved their earnings, having no place to spend them. But with the opening of the brewery branch, people had somewhere to spend their money. Although the partnership with the canteen had reduced the purchase price of ingredients and significantly lowered the selling price, the daily meals consumed by people meant they always spent more than they earned, and naturally money became tight. Who would want to eat delicious food and then go back for the free cafeteria food? People were already worried about running out of money, but when Boss Yu opened his factory, it instantly solved many people's urgent needs. Now, more and more factories are opening, and almost every household has 1 or 2 members working for Boss Yu. However, as a result, the Witch Forest, a lawless area, is almost becoming Boss Yu's territory. After all, what salaried worker would have the guts to go against a boss who pays them, especially since this boss is their breadwinner, providing them with countless delicacies and seasonings, truly possessing a firm grasp on people's appetites. In the Witch Forest, only the cafeteria and the brewery branch sell food. It can be said to be a true monopoly. The witches in charge were vaguely aware of the changes in the Witch Forest, but they said nothing. They remained polite to Takumi Yu, even more so, and would even offer to lower prices. Chapter 440. Xiaoyo herself had clearly sensed the witches, especially the head witches' attitude towards her was gradually improving, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As a trading partner status continued to rise, it was normal for their attitude to change. Furthermore, in her opinion, entrepreneurs who established factories in impoverished mountainous areas to alleviate poverty, and who were successful in bringing prosperity to their fellow villagers, would be respected and thanked by the locals. This was only natural. This change would increase her influence and make it easier for her to accomplish things in the Witch Forest. The Witch Forest was a no-man's land independent of Wilshire County. Although geographically close to Eston West City, it was outside the jurisdiction of Andre's territory. It was a completely autonomous area governed by the head witches. Whether it was towards the former Baron Newman or the current Viscount Andre, the witches' attitude was the same, respectful but not servile. They would usually offer some face and discounts to maintain a good relationship. Since there were no true law enforcement agencies here, the kingdom's knights were allowed to help maintain public order and apprehend fugitives according to Huntington Duchy law. But if any noble tried to extend their influence further, they would be met with fierce resistance from the witches. However, Takumi Yu was different. She wasn't here to fight for power, but simply to conduct business. Increased influence meant she could more easily acquire land, build factories, and recruit personnel, allowing her to do so with greater freedom. The cooperation was indeed proceeding very smoothly. Takumi Yu completed all the preliminary preparations in just 3 days. The brewery's location is directly in the old brewery, where the witches once brewed beer. The trolls will simply renovate and upgrade it, adding distilling equipment before it can be used. Initially, a large staff isn't needed. A dozen or 20 people will be more than sufficient. If production needs to expand, new employees can be hired at any time. The new brewery currently produces a few products: a low-alcohol baijiu for drinking, a high-alcohol alcohol specifically for medical disinfection supplied to generals and soldiers on the battlefield, and a cooking wine primarily for cooking, though it's also fine for those who insist on drinking. As for wine, a popular beverage during Takumi's time, Takumi also plans to brew it, but not in the Witch Forest. Witch wheat prefers the mild and humid climate of the Witch Forest, but growing grapes requires the Mediterranean-like lava valleys of the Dresden family's territory. In addition to olives, the Dresden family also cultivates a large amount of grapes year-round, producing high-quality vinegar. If you can make vinegar, you can naturally make wine. Takumi Yu had tasted the Dresden family's red wine in the capital, and while it was already quite good, she was confident that further refinements could yield even more delicious wine. Brewing various types of wine near their origins would save transportation costs and foster a healthy competitive wine market. On the surface, it appeared that the Dresden family and the Witch Forest were the two leading brands, but in reality, Takumi Yu was behind both. With her mediating, any vicious competition that would disrupt the industry would be prevented. All the small sums of alcoholics would eventually end up in the pockets of this Lich. Thinking of that beautiful future, Takumi couldn't help but hum a song. Once things here were settled, she and Holly would go to the Dresden family's territory for a short stay. Of course, Anina and Andre would also go with them. A few days passed, and the turmoil surrounding the case in the royal capital gradually subsided. Aside from the witnesses, everyone else seemed to have gradually forgotten the sensational event and returned to their daily lives. Anina had played a significant role in the so-called Huntington's disease incident. She used her magic to repel Mifuna, who was advancing towards the center of the royal capital, and she also took over the treatment of the injured. Now that the injured had recovered enough to return to their daily lives, Anina planned to take a vacation and return to her territory for a good rest. This wasn't some unconventional move, nor was it because Anina had any health issues. Rather, it was the last few days of the late summer month, and early autumn was about to arrive. It was time for the nobles to return to their own territories. Just as spring is the time for sowing and the rebirth of all things, autumn is recognized as the harvest season. Even nobles who were absent from their domains for 7 or 8 months of the year would most likely return in the autumn to count the harvest from their farms, dispatch their tax collectors to collect taxes from their subjects, and fulfill their obligations to the royal family. Of course, each royal family had its own customs and rules. The Delman royal family was wealthy, so it did not collect taxes from its nobles. Instead, it required them to fulfill military obligations, defending the territory for His Majesty, contributing men, horses, and equipment, and dispatching troops to capture bandits and robbers, and even suppressing rebellions. Autumn was the season of harvest, and the most comfortable time before the bitter winter of Huntington arrived. Just as brown bears diligently search for food in autumn and store fat for hibernation, all the unproductive bandits of the Principality of Huntington are accustomed to setting out in autumn to plunder enough food, clothing, and money to last through the winter. Thus, every autumn is when nobles are most likely to be called upon by His Majesty, the King, to fight and quell rebellions. However, not all nobles are skilled in military affairs. Thus, if some nobles are unable to provide sufficient troops, swords, and fodder, they can pay silver directly to the royal family, thus offsetting these obligations. This payment, jokingly referred to by the nobles as the peace tax, is a cost-effective means of buying peace for their own people, especially for wealthy but weak nobles. As for whether His Majesty, after receiving this money, would pay other nobles to quell the rebellion, take on the task himself, or even directly pay a portion of the money to the bandits to buy peace, that is not a matter for these nobles to consider. In fact, throughout history, from the Kingdom of Derman to the Principality of Huntington, all of the above options have been put into practice. Anina was taking advantage of this period to return to her own territory and take charge. However, there was a more important reason for their return to Dresden's territory. Holly had already cultivated a large area of land in the Lava Valley, and transplanted a large amount of sugarcane. He even employed some of the unique planting magic of the people to compensate for the lost time. According to his estimate, this batch of sugarcane would reach maturity in early autumn, ready for the first large-scale harvest.